Chapter 575, Entering True Yong Building Again. Fang Yuan entered the central control room once again. As the name implied, the central control room was the important control center of 88 True Yong Building. The secret room was round and its walls were flickering with starlight, with a white jade round table at the center. There was an exquisite model of the whole imperial court blessed land on the round table, just like a military sand table. I have returned once again. In Fang Yuan's mind, Mo Yao's will sighed with deep emotions. Fang Yuan ignored her and looked towards the white jade round table. He had first used the guest token to enter 88 True Yong Building, then passed with high-grade evaluation which allowed him to enter the treasure room. He then refined the guest halt steal and found the glass owner token. Using it, he then entered the central control room. But because of Di Chu inheritance, he chose to momentarily halt his plans for 88 True Yong Building, eventually refining Calamity Beckoning Gu. All in all, Di Chu inheritance provided both benefits and harm to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was able to obtain an immortal Gu, but its ability was quite unique in that it harmed oneself to benefit others. And then there was Mo Yao's will which had sneaked into his mind. Fang Yuan could not get rid of it and as such the internal pressure on him was huge. But undeniably, the pointers given by Mo Yao's will reaped him much gains, not mentioning the insights regarding refinement path. Just the 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King and Ink Transformation Killer moves along with the improved Earth Chief Zombie GU recipe were extremely valuable. Besides these, there was also an enormous benefit. Mo Yao's will would be of huge help to Fang Yuan's plans in 88 True Yong Building. After all, Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster who had researched 88 True Yong Building in depth. She was a legendary character who, back then, had infiltrated into Imperial Court blessed land and created a loophole where she set up Di Chu inheritance. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories along with the video of the Central Continent GU Immortals attacking 88 True Yong Building. He also had first-hand information from Langya Land Spirit and now, a great assistant was with him in the form of Mo Yao's will. As such, he was fully confident in this trip. But shortly after, his gaze paused as he let out a surprised gasp. He clearly remembered that the sand table on the round table had been covered with a layer of sticky black liquid and the black liquid had formed into a whirlpool which then slowly entered towards a hole in the sand table. This hole was none other than the location of Di Chu inheritance. But now, there was no trace of the black liquid on the sand table and the location of the Di Chu inheritance was also completely restored in the sand table, with no trace of any hole. This sight was like a heavy punch to Fang Yuan's confidence. His mind was jolted and as he was about to make guesses, Mo Yao's will chuckled, already knowing his intent. If there are gains, there will be losses as well. Little brother, you have already taken Di Chu inheritance, and with 88 True Yong Building's might, it was bound to have fixed that flaw. The cave in Di Chu inheritance exists no longer and a small tower should have been reinstated there. Without the loophole, how can I refine the glass owner token into one edge owner token? Fang Yuan asked for advice. If there is no loophole, then just create a new one. Mo Yao proudly smiled. Why did I impart you the refinement path killer move ink transformation? You should have already guessed it, the black liquid covering the sand table. You saw back then was caused by ink transformation killer move. If there is no loophole, make a new one. Mo Yao's words revealed the bearings of a refinement path grandmaster, causing Fang Yuan to raise his brows. Although it sounded easy from her words, how should he create the loophole? At least, Fang Yuan who was a refinement path master did not have such ability. Mo Yao continued, the loophole cannot be casually created. Carelessly doing it will only awaken the slumbering giant sun's will. If his will awakens, then we will face a tragic end. Fortunately, 88 True Yong Building has gone through many changes, it is already no longer as perfect as before, time has created all kinds of blemishes in it. Back then, I chose the Di Chu location because the blemish in it was the largest. So it was like that. Fang Yuan nodded, inwardly happy. Mo Yao's will was like a water without a source. If they wanted to look for the blemishes in the loopholes, it would require large amounts of thinking, and this would cause her will to be greatly exhausted. But Mo Yao did not satisfy Fang Yuan's intention and instead said, little brother, use your mind to explore the sand table according to my instructions. I will tell you the secrets of the workings of 88 True Yong Building and help you find the blemishes. Okay. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. This action of Mo Yao was not out of his expectation. She cherished her existence, but it was okay that she was not thinking. Fang Yuan could use this chance to learn from her and increase his understanding of 88 True Yong Building. The marvels of 88 True Yong building were extraordinary. As Fang Yuan entered the sand table with his mind, he felt like he was a small boat on an ocean, only sensing its limitless and unfathomable vastness. Every corner and side of it was a lesson to be learned and pondered upon. He instantly felt that he was a minute existence and gasped in amazement. According to Mo Yao's directions, Fang Yuan found a total of 54 blemishes, and 13 blemishes among them were relatively larger, forming into flaws that were comparable to the Di Chu location before. This result made Mo Yao sigh. So many years have gone by and even 88 True Yong building cannot escape the damage from the river of time. Thinking of back then, I could only find 38 blemishes with only 6 that had formed into flaws. Pausing for a moment, she then continued to give directions to Fang Yuan. Little brother, now you can use the killer move ink transformation to refine these several flaws. Fang Yuan followed her words, and with frequent shifting of his mind, over 800 GU flew out of his aperture. There were GU worms from rank 1 to rank 5 of metal, wood, water, earth, rule, soul, blood and other paths. Among these dark path was of primary importance. Although they were all mortal GU, but for 10 or so GU worms among them, some were already extinct during medieval antiquity era and some even went as far back as remote antiquity era. Thus, they were extremely rare and were completely extinct from the 5 regions, with only some GU immortals having them in their collections. Fang Yuan had to spend a considerable amount for these GU worms, spending at least 1.5 immortal essence stones. Immortal essence stones were extremely valuable and could directly replenish a GU immortal's immortal essence and help them cultivate. At the same time, they were also a currency used by GU immortals. Even during Fang Yuan's peak period in his previous life, he had only been able to collect just over 60 immortal essence stones. In this life, he gained profits from risk, and since obtaining Hu immortal blessed land, his highest amount of savings was 12 immortal essence stones. Now, he only had 2 immortal essence stones left. There was nothing he could do about it. Too many fields required the use of immortal essence stones. Purchasing wolf groups, gathering the intel on wisdom path, purchasing GU worms and so on, all required immortal essence stones. Close to 1,000 GU worms fluttered about in the air, like a light drizzle. Fang Yuan put all his concentration in commanding and arranging these GU worms, and when the time was ripe, he shouted softly, "Ink transformation." The GU worms turned into a dark cloud and rain started falling down from the cloud and made pitter-patter sounds as they hit the sand table, turning into drops of inky liquid. The ink drops started to add up slowly and covered the whole sand table. Fang Yuan's concentration was gathered towards a specific flaw, urging the inky liquid to flow towards the flaw. The primeval essence of a rank 5 peak stage aperture rapidly decreased, and the inky liquid was also exhausted by over half before it was able to break through a layer of indistinct obstruction and formed into a whirlpool, slowly pouring into the hole in the sand table. At this scene, Mo Yao spoke, "Throw in your glass owner token." Fang Yuan did as told and threw in the glass owner token. The glass owner token sank into the inky whirlpool with no trace to be seen. The inky liquid also started being consumed even more rapidly. After about an hour, the dark cloud was the first to dissipate. After 4 hours, the inky liquid disappeared completely, and a completely new owner token slowly flew out of the hole. Fang Yuan grabbed this owner token that had already changed its appearance. On the edge of the previous surface, a sharp protrusion appeared like a horn. One edge owner token, sure enough fits its name. Fang Yuan mumbled. In 88 True Yong building, after a descendant of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable passes a floor, the owner token will advance into one edge owner token and be able to grasp control of a floor. At the same time, the descendant can enter the treasure room and take a treasure within, without the need to exchange. If the descendant can pass through 10 floors, the owner token will become a 10 edges owner token, which allows the descendant to retrieve a Giant Sun inheritance from the treasure room. Mo Yao introduced, "Giant Sun inheritance." Fang Yuan's heart thumped in excitement. Mo Yao continued, "Right, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made arrangements for his descendants, arranged the rules of the Imperial Court contest, set up 88 True Yong building and left behind 88 inheritances in it. An Immortal Venerable's inheritance is naturally not a small thing. But in history, the Imperial Court winners who were able to pass 10 floors were extremely few. When I was alive, there were still 53 inheritances left out of 88, I am not sure how many remain now. He. Speaking of this, even I am envious of your luck. There are altogether 13 flaws we found. Every flaw after the ink transformation can advance the owner token by 1 edge. If you can use them all, you will obtain a 13 edges owner token and can totally take a giant sun inheritance. Sigh, it is not like back then, when there only were 6 flaws. When Fang Yuan heard this, his fiery heart felt like it was doused with a basin of cold water. He bitterly laughed, using all the flaws. I won't conceal it from you, I only have 2 immortal essence stones now, I can only support 1 more ink transformation killer move. Oh, it was like that. Mo Yao's gaze flashed. While Fang Yuan was probing her, she was also probing Fang Yuan. Immortal essence stones were one of the important standards of evaluating GU immortals. Fang Yuan might still be immortal, but with Hu immortal blessed land, he was already treated as half an immortal in Mo Yao's heart. So this kid only has 2 immortal essence stones. Are his words true or a lie? It should be the truth. The temptations of Giant Sun's inheritance is not something normal people can resist. He is a refinement path master. He naturally knows the more flaws he refines and the higher grade his owner token is, the more convenient it will be for his plans towards 88 True Yong building. The most crucial point is I am hiding in his mind, it will be impossible for him to hide from me and secretly refine them. Now, he would ask for help from the forces behind him. HMPH, this brat conceals too deeply, he will have to reveal his background at that time, and I will be able to know a thing or two. While thinking this, Mo Yao had a pleasant and benign expression as she gave an idea to Fang Yuan. There is no need to hurry. Owner tokens can mutually annex each other. As long as you annex the current alliance leader He Lu Lan's owner token, who is to say you might not be able to gather 10 edges? She indeed lived up to the name Mo Yao, knowing so many behind-the-scenes details. Fang Yuan's gaze turned sharp and he intentionally said in a higher voice, "You want to make me go against He Lu Lan? Are you thinking of pushing me to my death?" Although He Lu Lan is easy to deal with, the He tribe behind him is a super-level force with many GU immortals looking after him. Hey, you are an audacious lad, you can disguise your identity to infiltrate Imperial Court and yet you are afraid of mere He Lu Lan. Moreover, I did not say you have to kill him, you only need to take the owner token from his hands, that's all. Fang Yuan's gaze changed. He Lu Lan cannot be killed, killing him is like poking a hornet's nest. He tribe is not something I currently can provoke. But that owner token, he definitely treasures it as dearly as his life. Tell me, what should I do? Can't provoke currently, isn't he saying it might be a different case in the future? This kid's ambition is truly big. Mo Yao acutely sensed the key word in Fang Yuan's speech. As for the problem Fang Yuan mentioned, she did not want to think too much, so she spread out her hands in Fang Yuan's mind. How you take the owner token from him is your problem. Chapter 576, Killer Move Reward. Damn it, another myriad beast king. In the huge desert, the heat in the air was distorting one's vision, as sandworms crawled out from underneath the golden sand terrain. The GU masters were occupying the small area of a sand dune, desperately defending themselves. This was 88 True Yong Building's 7th floor, the 89th round. Every round was a new area entirely, filled with all sorts of tests. A sandworm myriad beast king entered the battle, causing ripples to form in the GU Masters' defenses. Hold on, just 45 minutes more and we will get through this round. Soul Blade General Pan Ping shouted as he tried to boost morale. He was a demonic GU master who had joined He tribe to become their external elder. He had great battle strength, but this round was focused on defense. It required the challengers to stay on the specified dune for 12 hours, facing the attacks of the sandworms in waves. Unlike GU immortals, mortals had limited strength alone, thus it was the best if more people challenged the round. But Pan Ping's words had little effect. By now, there were great losses to the GU masters, they were all tired and reaching their limits. The fuck, another myriad beast king, how are we going to survive? Big Beard wiped the blood and sweat off his face. As he shouted, nobody knew his real name, because his beard was really thick, he was simply called Big Beard. In the earlier rounds, he had gotten through the 6th floor's 18th round, thus becoming a little famous from his previously unknown background. He was originally a rank 2 GU master, as common as a pebble in the sacred palace, a true fodder, but because of the reward for clearing the round, he rose to rank 3 realm. It was different when a GU master becomes rank 3. Rank 2 were common, rank 3 were rare, they were mostly elders. When Big Beard became rank 3, his situation improved, and his high-quality primeval essence caused his battle strength to surge, allowing him to obtain more battle rewards. Not only this, many middle-sized tribes gave him an offer to join. Small tribes could not afford to have an external elder while large tribes had no use for him. This is the 89th round. If we get through this, the reward will be shocking. People like us will not obtain it, but the reward for the mission would allow me to obtain 2 rank 3 GU. Big Beard thought about this and his heart was burning with desire. As he battled, he looked at the higher-ups on the peak of the dune. It was them who sent out this mission, gathering 1,000 GU masters to get through this difficult round. The Sandworm Myriad Beast King rushed into the defensive line, engaging in fierce combat. Golden light, rain of arrows, flames, all sorts of attacks were unleashed on the Myriad Beast King, but the Beast King's body shone with a yellow luster, as its defense rose and blocked these attacks easily. It growled continuously, as it whipped up a storm while barging into the people's territory. Chong Biao stood on the mound, frowning. The situation is a little out of hand. He spoke. This Myriad Beast King has a rank 5 golden armor GU. If we allow it to continue rampaging, our defenses would crumble. By now, this was the 9th Myriad Beast King. According to the GU worms on the Myriad Beast Kings, their battle strengths differed. This Myriad Beast King was comparatively problematic because of the good quality defensive GU in it, but it did not have a strong area of effect attack. In such a situation, usually GU master experts would choose to strike it themselves as that is the only way to hurt it. After all, soldiers fight soldiers and generals fight generals. Chong Biao had this intention as well. Ma Yingjia, who was standing beside him, stood up and spoke, "Then I shall do it." No one objected. During the appearance of the Myriad Beast King, everyone took turns to strike. This was what they agreed on, and according to the order, it was Ma Yingjia's turn. He was the worthily famous Ma Yingjia indeed. When he personally struck, he led the Pegasus group and easily blocked the Sandworm Myriad Beast King, stabilizing the situation. Young Ma Zun is really impressive. On the sand dune, everyone praised. Brother Chong, what do you think of Ma Yingjia? Pan Ping secretly asked by transmitting his voice. Ma Yingjia was once Ma tribe's young tribe leader. His teacher was Ma Zun, and after Ma tribe failed, He Lu Lan forced them to submit, causing the current Ma tribe to be weak, only being a mid-sized tribe. Chong Biao knew what Pan Ping was saying. He wanted to recruit Ma Yingjia into becoming a member of the Wolf Killing Alliance. The Wolf Killing Alliance was a secret organization to deal with Fang Yuan. After Pan Ping's inheritance was snatched by Fang Yuan on Xingju Peak, he felt extreme hatred on the inside and wanted to take revenge. Chong Biao had the grudge of Chong Shan Yin taking his wife. It was absolutely irreconcilable. Fang Yuan had incredible power. He could contest with He Lu Lan. Even though Pan Ping and Chong Biao had great gains in 88 True Yong building and obtained much rewards, both being rank 4 peak stage now, they had a low chance of success in dealing with Fang Yuan, thus they needed more help. Seeing Chong Biao keeping silent, Pan Ping continued, Ma tribe lost terribly because of Chong Shan Yin. Ma Yingjia's teacher Ma Zun was killed by him as well. He and Chong Shan Yin have a huge grudge too. But Chong Biao shook his head, transmitting, "No, Ma Yingjia is a very determined person, but he is also a great leader. In my opinion, he has placed all his efforts on his tribe now, trying to revitalize the dying Ma tribe. He would not oppose the Wolf King if his intention is this. In fact, he might try to mend their relationship. Wolf King has a huge force. Our biggest advantage is that we are a secret organization. We cannot recruit people recklessly, if not, we will expose ourselves." Pan Ping was not willing to give up. He continued urging, "Brother Chong, how can we as high achievers worry so much? Chong Shan Yin is a scoundrel. He has his myriad wolves to defend him. In the future when we fight, our strength might be drained by the wolf group. Don't forget about this person's high attainment in strength path. Ma Yingjia controls a horse group. He is called Little Ma Zun now. He has the talent to become an enslavement master. We need such experts to deal with the wolf group." Chong Biao gave Pan Ping a look, feeling unhappy. Pan Ping was a demonic GU master. He was called Soul Blade General. He acted without restraints and was daring and cruel. This was foolishness and rashness in Chong Biao's opinion. He could not achieve anything in life. Actually, Pan Ping was unhappy too. He felt that Chong Biao was too restricted, he worried too much and was not a true hero. This was the difference in their personality. Chong Biao was good at enduring. Back then when plotting against Chong Shan Yin, he used another person to achieve his aims. He also loved his reputation. After so many years, he did not dare to acknowledge his son Chang Jiyu. As for Pan Ping, from the imperial court contest when he challenged the armies and rushed forward in battle, one could see his personality. But despite their differences, be it Pan Ping or Chang Biao, they could tolerate each other because they understood clearly that Wolf King was not someone they could deal with alone. Pan Ping is from the demonic path. How can he understand the thoughts of us righteous path characters? He wants to take in Ma Yingjia. HMPH, wishful thinking. The moment we tell him about the wolf-killing alliance, we might get betrayed by him the next second, in order to appeal to the Wolf King. Sigh, how can I convince him? Chang Biao sighed in his heart. But he was very witty, he immediately had a plan. He transmitted. Brother Pan, Chang Shan Yin killed Ma Zun, but don't forget, who was the one who killed Ma Yingjia's father? Pan Ping was stunned, he went into a daze. Ma Shangfeng was killed by Pan Ping during the chaotic battle in the end. Because of that, he made a great merit and was given many rewards. The battle merit back then became his biggest obstacle in taking revenge now. This was something Pan Ping did not expect. But Pan Ping was an obstinate man. He said, "It is true that I killed his father, but that was due to the fight between two armies. We were fighting for our respective masters. Since Brother Chang thinks that Ma Yingjia cares most about his tribe, I will believe this judgment. In that case, if we use this as the premise and assume that Wolf King is the biggest obstacle to Ma Yingjia when he wants to restore his tribe, wouldn't that be the best?" Once he said that, Chang Biao was stunned this time. He gave Pan Ping a look, thinking, wise people might have a moment of folly, while foolish people might have a moment of brilliance. To think that this Pan Ping would have a smart rebuttal for once. Immediately, his mind worked quickly as he assessed. Indeed, there is a possibility of that. Ma Yingjia's weakness is Ma tribe. But how can we plan this so that Ma Yingjia would willingly join the wolf-killing alliance? Chang Biao thought of this and had an idea, remembering a small detail that he had heard of earlier. His gaze turned to the left defensive line. There was a young rank 2 GU master there. He is Ma Hongyun. He was originally Ma Yingjia's servant earlier, but now he is one of Ma Yingjia's most trusted aides. Not long ago, Wolf King hunted the Earth Chief Beast Group and Ma Hongyun managed to escape with his life. He obtained not a small amount of battle gains and contributed it to Ma tribe, causing Ma Yingjia to reward him with 3 green copper relic GU, for his loyalty. He even returned all the GU worms that were contributed, allowing Ma Hongyun to keep them. This lad's luck is not bad. He managed to leave before Chong tribe and Zhe tribe GU masters entered the battlefield. The green copper relic GU is of considerable value too. After Ma tribe became weak, their morale was low and Ma Yingjia used the green copper relic GU that he could not use to demonstrate how his men could be rewarded by the act of a good role model. Ma Hongyun obtained the green copper relic GU that he needed most, getting to rank 2 realm in one night. That speed is something not even I could compete with. Chang Biao thought of this and sighed at the mysteries of fate. Compared to Ma Hongyun, Chang Biao had a much higher starting point. He had huge amounts of resources provided to him, but even so, Chang Biao took about 10 times as long to advance to rank 2. After all, green copper relic GU were natural GU, they were rare and produced at random places. It was thanks to 88 Truyong building that Ma Yingjia obtained them as a reward. This lad Ma Hongyun had prospered due to Chang Shan Yin. Earlier, Chang Shan Yin had ordered Chong tribe and Zhe tribe to capture some of the GU masters who tried to take advantage of the situation. What will happen if I release this information? Chang Biao pondered. No, just Ma Hongyun, who is a rank 2 GU master, would be an ant in Chang Shan Yin's eyes. He is still too weak, there is no point in reporting him. Furthermore, Ma Yingjia will not deal with Chang Shan Yin just because of this tiny Ma Hongyun. We should continuing planning and waiting for this. 45 minutes later, the sand dune erupted into cheers. It was not easy, we finally got through. I wonder what the reward for this round is. Many curious gazes landed on Chang Biao, Pan Ping, Ma Yingjia and others. After passing this round, Chang Biao and the others' apertures suddenly had many new GU worms. Among them was an East Window GU, storing information. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Chang Biao, Pan Ping, and Ma Yingjia checked this information and looked at each other. They had differing expressions. To think that the reward would be a strength path killer move, according to the description, this killer move's power was phenomenal. Chapter 577, Young Master, Save Me. A silhouette flew out like lightning, 6 arms were like heavy cannons crushing a huge helmet crab to death. At once, fresh blood spewed in this secret room as limbs flew everywhere. Ha ha ha, Pan Ping combed his messy hair, laughing loudly as he ignored the blood and carcasses on the ground. Awesome, amazing, this 6-arm heavenly zombie king killer move is really amazing. Using the zombie body to avoid requiring my insufficient background in strength path, thus even with my mild cultivation in strength path, I can still use it. Pan Ping's eyes shone brilliantly as he talked to himself, pondering about the killer move. He was born from the demonic path, he lacked resources and did not have enough creativity, thus he had never owned a killer move. But one did not need to know how to cook in order to eat. After roaming in northern plains for so many years, Pan Ping's vision had expanded and he knew that this killer move, 6-arm heavenly zombie king, really had what was in the description, unparalleled strength. As long as I have this, my chances of dealing with Wolf King will be higher by 10%. Wolf King has a strength path killer move, but so do I. Wolf King, don't be arrogant, one day, I will return all the humiliation that you inflicted onto me by tenfold. Pan Ping gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with hatred. At the same time, Chong Biao was also testing this killer move. As expected of a reward from 88 True Yong building, this killer move is too strong. The power of the killer move was very shocking to Chong Biao as well. If I have to mention a flaw, it would be that the appearance is too ugly and evil. Chong Biao looked at the mirror with a dark gaze. The Chong Biao in the mirror had green-gray skin, fangs were growing out of his mouth and his eyes were yellow. He has green-red messy hair, looking very horrifying. Especially the 6 monstrous arms on his back, they were of different shapes and sizes, each were ruthless looking and made people feel a chill when they saw them. Pan Ping originated from the demonic path, he often lacked resources and lived in terrible conditions, with survival as his main goal, he did not care about appearance or image. But Chong Biao was different. He was born in Chong tribe, he was like a noble, a reputable figure in the righteous path, he loved his appearance and placed emphasis on his reputation. If he were to show this appearance to people, he would feel very uncomfortable in his heart. However, although this form is ugly, I can only resort to this when dealing with Chong Shan Yin. Thinking of Fang Yuan, Chong Biao made up his mind. To speak the truth, this move is quite similar to his strength path killer move. His killer move creates 4 arms on his back, together with his actual arms, he would have 6 in total. Meanwhile, my killer move creates 6 arms, I would have 8 in total. This is a difference in appearance, but also shows that my killer move is stronger than his by a level. Chong Biao was assessing in his heart, his impression of Fang Yuan's killer move was still the one in the Imperial Court contest. Suddenly, Chong Biao had an inspiration, he had a guess. This is quite the coincidence, the 2 killer moves are so alike, maybe, my version is the original, and what Chong Shan Yin got by chance was only a remnant version that was passed on outside. The more he thought about it, the more he confirmed his guess. Chong Shan Yin is already an enslavement master, with his talent in enslavement path, how can he also have such talent in strength path? In the future when I get rid of him, I wonder what expression he will make when he sees my killer move. I am looking forward to it. Thinking so, Chong Biao's lips curled into a smile. Right at this moment, a servant came and told him Pan Ping had arrived. Chong Biao's mind clicked and he knew what Pan Ping's intention was. He instructed, bring him to my study room, attend to him with good tea, I will be there shortly. Because he was testing the killer move, Chong Biao's clothes were tattered. After changing his clothes, he came to the study and saw that Pan Ping was gulping the tea that was served to him. What a waste of my good tea. Chong Biao sneered in his heart, before cupping his fists and calling out, Brother Pan, you look especially happy today, there has been progress in the testing of the killer move. Ha ha ha. Brother Chong is right, that is exactly so. This killer move is simply outstanding. Pan Ping laughed loudly before changing the topic. However, there are some problems with this killer move, I tested it for 3 times, and every time after I end the transformation, I would feel a great pain in my stomach area. In fact, the pain gets worse the more I use it. Is this the backlash of the killer move? Oh, Chong Biao heard this and his gaze concentrated. My symptoms are different from you. You have a stomach ache while I feel dizziness, even temporary deafness and blindness. I was going to find you to discuss this problem. The two talked about the issue, but they did not gain any insights. They were neither expert strength path cultivators nor refinement masters, their so-called discussion was only based on their own experiments, they could not get to the root of the issue. Pan Ping suggested, "There are 3 other people who cleared the round along with us. Why don't we invite them over as well to discuss this matter? Relationships are built by interaction. Once our relationship improves, we can invite them to join the wolf-killing alliance." Pan Ping was adamant on recruiting more members into their alliance. Chang Biao laughed as he said vaguely, "I have plans for this already, it will take effect in the next few days." Imperial Court blessed land, 1,000 li away from the sacred palace. In the lush and green forest, a group of GU masters were carefully moving ahead. With a light, crisp sound, Ma Hongyun accidentally stepped on a twig. Everyone's movements stopped, they sent their angry and frightened gazes towards him. "You idiot, how many times have we told you to notice what you step on, look down." The group leader suppressed his volume as he chided with his eyes wide open. Sorry, I did not mean to do that." Ma Hongyun quickly apologized. Shut up, shush, quiet, you idiot." The GU masters nearby were anxious, the people near Ma Hongyun even covered his mouth quickly in fear. The leader's expression was solemn, he was anxious and some killing intent leaked. "All of you shut up. If you alert the Iron-Beak Bird group, we will be finished. We are only here to steal the eggs this time, we are retreating. Once we do that, I will personally kill whoever ruins this." The leader was the only rank 3 GU master here, he had the greatest strength and naturally, authority. Hearing his words, everyone nodded quickly, including Ma Hongyun. The leader looked around, his gaze paused at Ma Hongyun for a second as he gave him a fierce stare, deciding in his heart, "Once we go back, I am kicking this idiot from the group. So what if he has rank 2 strength? I must be blind." Looking at how complimentary his GU worms were, I agreed to let him into the group. If a GU master is stupid to this degree, so what if he has good GU worms? Right at this moment, there was a sound that resembled waves in the forest. Largest numbers of iron-beak birds flapped their wings as they soared into the sky from the tree branches. The GU masters who saw this felt that they had sunk into an icy abyss. Oh no, the birds were alerted. "Quickly run, Ma Hongyun, it is all your fault. If I survive this, I will definitely settle the score with you." Everyone were frightened and anxious, some were furious. "No, the birds are flying south, it was not us who alerted them, it seems that there were others who accepted Chang tribe's mission." The leader saw the situation and was overjoyed, screaming uncontrollably. Everyone heard this and looked over, seeing this was the case, their moods changed. Save us." A group of GU masters were flying quickly, towards them. Looking at the densely packed bird group that were attracted over, the GU masters' eyes were almost popping out. Don't come over." The leader shouted. "I will kill you first if you come closer." "Leader, looking at their clothes, they are Chang tribesmen," Ma Hongyun said hesitantly. The leader's eyes were wide open as he wanted to bash this guy up, shouting, "You idiot, do you still want your life? Go save them if you want to die." Ma Hongyun thought of the time when they faced the Earth Chief Beast group. He only wanted to remind Zhang Dong, but he was nearly killed as a result. If not for my good luck, Ma Hongyun thought of this and shuddered, asking the leader, "What should we do?" The leader gritted his teeth, seeing that the Chang tribe GU masters were not listening, rushing over intentionally, he stomped his foot. "What can we do?" "Split up and run." Everyone split up at once, as Ma Hongyun was in a daze, quickly choosing a direction and running for his life when he realized what was going on. "Lord, that is Ma Hongyun, Ma Yingjia's confidant." The Chang tribe GU masters who were running away might look pathetic, but they were all cool-headed and had no fear. Chang tribe group's leader was Chang Biao's confidant. He looked at Ma Hongyun's figure as he was shocked. "Is this guy a fool? He is not using his movement GU." Chang tribe was scheming, they naturally got all the details of Ma Hongyun, they knew that he had a complete set of high-quality rank 2 GU worms. I am going to be caught, damn it, why are they so fast? They used a movement GU, right, I have a movement GU too. As he ran, Ma Hongyun patted his forehead as he quickly used his movement GU, his speed rising drastically. He finally remembered, why is he still running towards the left? The leader was shocked. He did not know that Ma Hongyun had a terrible sense of direction. Back when Fei tribe was in turmoil, his father sacrificed himself to give him time to run, but he ran in a circle and turned back to the same spot. Because of Ma Hongyun's actions, the situation became more serious. The leader quickly instructed, You, quickly catch up with Ma Hongyun and protect him. In addition, ask Lady Chongli to go ahead and prepare. Yes, Lord. Even though the Chong tribe GU masters were elites, Ma Hongyun's random movement often got himself into dangerous situations. The GU masters had to attract the bird group while protecting him. They also had to avoid getting detected by him. It was a difficult position. Their plan, which was guaranteed to succeed, ended up with them sacrificing several elites. Save me. Chongli was lying on the ground. She was weak and feeble, looking very vulnerable. Her clothes were torn, revealing her alluring shoulder. Her hair was messy and she looked very pitiful, like a fearful rabbit. Ma Hongyun ran over quickly. He was looking ahead as he desperately ran. He did not discover Chongli at all. Chongli was stunned. At the last moment, she reacted and stretched out her leg when Ma Hongyun was about to pass her. Ma Hongyun fell face flat. He turned around and was shocked. What a beautiful lady. He was a dummy normally, but he was also at the age of being attracted to girls. Young master, please save me. Chongli's beautiful voice made Ma Hongyun's heart flutter. Oh, Ma Hongyun quickly replied. After some fumbling, he carried Chongli and ran. Chapter 578, Connection by Marriage. During an evening banquet, a tribesman of your esteemed tribe saved my daughter. I, Chong Biao, am extremely grateful. This first cup is a toast to Ma tribe leader. Chong Biao raised a wine cup. Ma Yingjia quickly lifted his cup and modestly replied, that was only a chance encounter. I had not expected her to be Lord Chong Biao's beloved daughter. This is Hongyun's honor. Ha ha ha. Chong Biao laughed heartily and drank the wine. Ma Yingjia also followed suit and downed the wine. Ma Hongyun, who was sitting beside him, had become the main character of the whole banquet at this moment, and dozens of gazes gathered on him. Feeling these probing, curious and doubtful gazes, Ma Hongyun felt a little uncomfortable. Chong Biao lightly placed down his wine cup and hinted Pan Ping, who was beside him, with his eyes. As they had already discussed properly, Pan Ping understood the signal, and looked at Ma Hongyun. Virtuous Junior, if I speak so, aren't you like a hero saving the beauty? Ma Hongyun hesitated, speechless. In truth, he also did not know how he had saved Chongli. He had only been concerned about escaping from the endless iron-beak birds chasing after him. The situation was so urgent, even if he had saved Chongli, he did not think much. Pan Ping stared with his eyes wide open at Ma Hongyun, who looked like he would not start speaking even till the cows came home. Fortunately, Chong Biao had already calculated Ma Hongyun's nature in his plan, and at this moment, his gaze moved towards a certain person in the banquet. This person immediately stood up and came to the center, cupping his fist towards Chong Biao. Elder Chong Biao and all lords, I was one of the people involved in this matter, and I was able to fortunately see the whole situation. Lord Ma Hongyun is generous and modest, not claiming the credit and becoming arrogant, but I cannot endure a heroic deed being buried like this, so I summoned my courage by drinking to narrate the event to all lords. Hearing these words, everyone knew this person was someone who was good at speaking. Chong Biao nodded. You can speak. This person spoke with confidence, adding plentiful emotions and speaking in a way that echoed and added to their effects. He narrated in such a vivid way that it portrayed Ma Hongyun as an aloof hero with an unwavering mind, with brains and brawn, not afraid of dangers. As they listened to the narration, the crowd cheered and praised from time to time. Their gazes towards Ma Hongyun also started to change, becoming respectful, warm or appreciative. Ma Hongyun's eyes were wide open as he listened to this seemingly heavenly tale. He was feeling incredulous. Is this person talking about me? When did I become so amazing? Did he mistake me for somebody else? There was one other person who did not dare to believe this, Ma Yingjia. Ma Yingjia was Ma tribe leader, an outstanding hero of this generation. He was familiar with Ma Hongyun's nature and character. How could he be deceived by these flowery words? He had a faint smile on his face, and also nodded at the appropriate timings, looking at Ma Hongyun approvingly. His mind, however, was in a state of deep thought. If, say, Ma Hongyun saved Chongli by luck, there is nothing strange about it. But why would Elder Chong Biao send a phony to explain things for Ma Hongyun? What is he planning? In this banquet, although there are tens of distinguished guests, but the true main characters are only two in number, Chong Biao and Pan Ping. Ma Yingjia was inwardly on guard. Ma tribe had lost in the imperial court contest, falling down from their peak. Ma Yingjia's master and father died in the battlefield. All these difficulties and setbacks caused Ma Yingjia to quickly mature into an outstanding person. He was secretly guessing Chong Biao's plan, but on the surface, he did not even bat an eyelid. The current Ma tribe was declining, while Chong tribe was like the sun in the noon sky because of Fang Yuan. Pan Ping left demonic path and turned to He tribe, and was now an external elder of He tribe. No matter which, they were both not people the current Ma tribe, the current Ma Yingjia, could offend. Good, good, good. After that person finished narrating Ma Hongyun's heroic deeds, Chong Biao repeatedly praised him. Heroes indeed arise from young people. Chong Biao looked at Ma Hongyun, not stinting on his praise. He paused, then continued. Since ancient times, heroes love beauties and beauties are matched with heroes. I won't conceal it from everyone, ever since my daughter was saved, she has been silent, taciturn, and her mind seems to be drifting off. I inquired her of the reason and only then learned her heart was somewhere else, worrying about the young hero who had saved her during the time of danger. I held this banquet to express my gratitude and also because of this. The hall was in an uproar. Countless gazes, mixed with admiration, envy, shock or unconvinced feelings, turned towards Ma Hongyun. What bullshit luck does this kid have? He actually received Chong tribe's young miss favor. Chong Li is beautiful and pleasant, who could have thought she would prefer such a foolish kid? Sigh, if I had known this earlier, I would have also gone to the forest of iron-beak birds. Chong Li might not be Chong Biao's own daughter, but he had taken her in and cared for her since she was young. She has always received Chong Biao's love and is a beloved daughter of elder Chong Biao. If this kid, Ma Hongyun, marries Chong Li, his father-in-law would be Chong Biao. Instantly, everyone's mood surged. Ma Yingjia quickly reacted from his shocked state and rapidly thought with some suspicions, is this the reason for Chong Biao entertaining us with such great fanfare? Although there is the tale of the night elopement of Su Xian, but isn't this going too well? There were even better things to come. In front of everyone, Chong Biao took out 2 red steel relic GU. The new constantly replaces the old. Virtuous Jr. is a young hero of our northern plains, we cannot have him be unrewarded. These 2 red steel relic GU are a little expression of my thanks to the benefactor, please accept them. The commotion in the hall increased even more. Ma Hongyun quickly looked at Ma Yingjia. Ma Yingjia nodded and pointed out with a smile. We cannot dare to reject seniors' gifts. Hongyun, why are you not kowtowing and expressing your thanks? Ma Hongyun immediately walked forward and kowtowed. Many thanks for Lord Chong Biao's gift. Chong Biao laughed heartily and also walked forward, personally putting the 2 red steel relic GU in Ma Hongyun's hand. Under everyone's gazes, he amiably patted Ma Hongyun's hand and asked, I wonder how Virtuous Jr. feels about my daughter. Ma Hongyun raised his head with a flushed face, not knowing how to reply for a moment. After a while, he finally squeezed out a few words, Miss Chong Li is beautiful, very beautiful. Ha ha ha. Chong Biao threw his head back and laughed, this is good, this is good. Virtuous Jr., please return to your seat. They returned to their seats, and continued to enjoy the banquet. The banquet continued from evening to late at night, only then the hosts and the guests had enjoyed to their fill and started taking their leave. As the crowd dispersed, the matter of Chong tribe marrying off its daughter to the lucky kid Ma Hongyun also spread everywhere. On the second day, Chong Biao again invited Ma Yingjia and Ma Hongyun to a banquet. The scale of the banquet would be smaller this time and only a few people were invited. Ma Yingjia gazed at the invitation card in his hand with a grave look. After returning back, he had not slept the whole night and was pondering over this matter. The small invitation card felt exceptionally heavy to him. He placed the invitation card on the table and called his servant. Go, call Ma Hongyun to see me. The servant immediately accepted the order, and when he was arriving at Ma Hongyun's residence, Zhao Lianyun was in the process of instructing Ma Hongyun. You fool, what kind of bullshit luck do you have? But this matter is so good that it instead makes it feel hollow. I think tribe leader Ma Yingjia will definitely call you to ask about this. At that time, explain everything clearly in full detail, don't hide even the smallest details. Okay, Ma Hongyun immediately agreed. Also, Zhao Lianyun's large eyes turned, didn't Chong Biao reward you with 2 red steel relic GU? When you meet the tribe leader, offer these 2 GU to him. What? Ma Hongyun's eyes opened wide as he shouted, this is something I risked my life for and obtained with great difficulty. and they were gifted to me by Lord Chong Biao. I will immediately advance to rank 2 upper stage after I use them. These are such good things. You fool. Zhao Lianyun kicked Ma Hongyun's leg in anger. Ma Hongyun immediately held his leg in pain. Why did you kick me? Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes and unhappily rebuked. What do you understand? Even if you become rank 2 upper stage, what use would it be with your skill? What is the basis for us being able to stand up? It is not your rank 2 cultivation, but the friendship with tribe leader Ma Yingjia. How did you advance to rank 2? It is because tribe leader Ma Yingjia gifted you with 3 green copper relic GU. Offering the red steel relic GU is an expression of loyalty. Do you think the tribe leader will embezzle your red steel relic GU? HMPH, he can't use it for himself, so he will definitely accept them then return them to you again. Since he will accept them, why would he return them to me again? Ma Hongyun asked with doubt. Idiot. Zhao Lianyun again rolled her eyes. Ma tribe has declined. There are very few tribesmen while there are many things to do. The whole tribe only has 1 rank 3 elder, Ma Yu Liang, and he is handicapped now. Ma Yingjia has recently taken the tribe leader position and doesn't have any usable subordinates. He wants to revitalize the tribe and will be looking for talents to nurture into trusted aides. Although you were once surnamed Fei, now you are surnamed Ma, and you were once Ma Yingjia's head servant. Ma Yingjia knows everything about you and will be at ease in using you compared to other people. You will be showing your loyalty by offering the GU worms. He will definitely be happy and accept your GU worms. This is because he recognizes your loyalty. But Ma Yingjia is not a petty and miserly master. Accepting your GU worms will only be as a gesture and he will definitely return them to you. Why? Because he wants to establish an example, from which the tribesmen can study and be encouraged to imitate your loyalty. I am certain, he will not only return your red steel relic GU, he will even add in more rewards. Although you are insufficient in ability, you have loyalty. This is called buying horse bones with 1,000 gold won. Ma Hongyun was confused. What is buying horse bones with 1,000 gold? Sigh, you won't understand it even if I explain. Just do what I say and it will definitely be to your benefit. Ah, Ma Hongyun agreed while scratching his head. The two had just reached an agreement when Ma Yingjia's servant came running over to summon Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun followed Zhao Lianyun's words and offered the 2 red steel relic GU. But different from Zhao Lianyun's estimation, Ma Yingjia accepted them but did not return them back to Ma Hongyun. After Ma Hongyun returned, he started complaining endlessly to Zhao Lianyun. Could it be my estimation was wrong? Zhao Lianyun also felt some doubts. Chapter 579, Deputy Elder. In the evening, Ma Yingjia took Ma Hongyun to Chong tribe's banquet. When the banquet ended, Chong Biao urged Ma Yingjia to stay and have a talk in the study while letting Chong Li entertain Ma Hongyun. I wonder what insights might Ma tribe leader have in 6-arm heavenly zombie king. After some discussion, Chong Biao changed the subject to the killer move. Ma Yingjia, however, had not tested the killer move. Speaking frankly, I am an enslavement path master and have no affiliation to strength path. I was quite disappointed for the reward in passing the 89th round to be this killer move. I plan to sell this killer move, thus haven't tested it. What happened? Chong Biao was stupefied, glancing at Pan Ping next to him. The two had not expected this situation, but it was actually reasonable. Ma Yingjia was different from them. He had a concrete and comprehensive enslavement path inheritance. His master Ma Zun relied on this inheritance to make a name and be a ruler of a region. This inheritance contained a killer move as well. And besides it, Ma Yingjia still had the powerful killer move from Snowy Mountain's GU Immortal, Dragon Horse Spirit. He had yet to master these killer moves. Why would he go cultivate a killer move of another path? He had been cultivating enslavement paths since his youth, and as long as he cultivated it properly, he could become a ruler of a region and revitalize his tribe. Cultivating side paths would instead divide his energy. Since ancient times, GU masters prioritized one path, and very few cultivated 2 paths. Dividing energy and continually moving back and forth will only result in achieving nothing on both ends. Fang Yuan could dually cultivate paths because of the accumulation of his previous life's experiences. Ma Yingjia also had to manage the tribe's affairs and had no extra energy to cultivate some strength path killer move. I won't conceal it from you, I and brother Pan Ping have been testing this killer move. Its might is astonishing and overwhelming. We might as well speak the truth to Ma tribe leader. As he said this, Chang Biao paused, considering his words while somewhat hesitating. He looked at Ma Yingjia with a sincere gaze and shockingly said, I would like to request Ma tribe leader to keep this killer move a secret and not spread it to others. Spreading it outside means the reward for clearing the round will be received by others. Chang Biao intentionally spoke evasively. Ma Yingjia was smart as he suddenly understood everything. So it was like this. Chang Biao was once Chang tribe's leader, now he is only a great elder and the tribe leader is his adopted son Chang Jiyu, and the true decision maker is Wolf King Chang Shanyin. Chang Biao obtained this killer move and wants to keep it a secret. This is a normal practice of Jiyu masters. But there is a problem. If Chang Shanyin learns of this and asks him for it, he will definitely have to hand it over. Ma Yingjia observed Pan and Chang's expressions and intonations, and knew Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King was absolutely an extraordinary killer move. Humans were selfish, who would be willing to hand such a valuable treasure for no purpose? Ma Yingjia understood this point. Seeing Ma Yingjia's gaze flicker, Chang Biao continued, I have already talked with the others, Ma tribe leader can rest at ease. We still need Ma tribe leader's strength for the coming round. He. Ma Yingjia's expression turned solemn. Lord Chang Biao exaggerates, my ability is limited, it is my fortune to be able to cooperate with all the experts, making it a win-win situation. I am okay with this matter being done like Lord Chang Biao says. Hearing Ma Yingjia's answer, Chang Biao and Pan Ping both smiled. Sigh, what lord, Ma tribe leader can just call me by my name. Pan Ping saw the chance, and immediately tried to pull their relation closer. Pan and Chang wanted to pull Ma Yingjia to their faction while Ma Yingjia also wanted to rely on Chang tribe and He tribe's help to grow his tribe. The three went out of their way to curry favor with each other, addressing each other as brothers. The three discussed in the study till late at night, getting along with each other. It was near midnight, the three separated after setting Ma Hongyun and Chang Li's engagement. Brother Chang's plan is excellent. With this connection by marriage, Ma Yingjia will be tied with Brother Chang, and when we deal with the Wolf King later on, he would have to help out. After closing the door, Pan Ping laughed heartily. Chang Biao, however, slightly shook his head. Ma Yingjia is not someone easy to fool, he knows when to bow and submit, and at the time of danger, he will definitely make a quick decision. It is still not the time to recruit him now, but as long as we continue to be on good terms with him and let people know of our close relation, and put in some resources to support that Ma Hongyun, we will be able to increase our control over Ma tribe. And when we declare war against Chang Shanyin in the future, as long as Chang Shanyin recognizes Ma tribe as an enemy, Ma Yingjia will have no choice but to get on our boat to protect his tribe. At night in Imperial Court Blessed Land, the bright and warm silver light shone on the ground. In a carriage, Ma Yingjia and Ma Hongyun were sitting opposite each other. Hongyun, you truly are a lucky guy, actually getting the interest of Miss Chang Li. He, I have already come to a decision with Lord Chang Biao, the first day of the next month will be a day of celebration for you and Chang Li. Ma Yingjia said with a smile on his face. Ma Hongyun had not expected this news at all, and was not able to react for a while. I have seen your loyalty, good, this is your reward. Ma Yingjia patted Ma Hongyun's shoulder while sighing with emotion as he took out 3 red steel relic GU from his aperture. This, Ma Hongyun was astonished, and dazedly received the 3 red steel relic GU. You will be getting married with Lady Chang Li, if you don't have power and status, wouldn't it weaken my Ma tribe's name? You can advance to rank 2 peak stage with these 3 red steel relic GU, it should not be a problem for you to advance to rank 3 with your aptitude. I will now appoint you as a deputy elder and your duty will be to handle the miscellaneous affairs of the tribe. Ma Yingjia proclaimed. Ma Hongyun's eyes opened wide, looking at Ma tribe leader with a stupefied expression. To him, this surprise was really too heavy and too sudden. Ma Yingjia intentionally looked solemn. You are still not kneeling and thanking me. Ma Hongyun's mind was in a mess, but his body subconsciously kneeled down on the ground. Thank you Lord for promoting me. Yes, work well, Ma Yingjia encouraged with a few sentences. His thoughts, however, were on a different matter. 6-Arm Heavenly Zombie King, this killer move seems to be really powerful. Since it is regarded with such importance by Pan and Chang, and also does not need too much attainment in strength path cultivation, how about I give it a try as well? 88 Truyong Building, Central Control Room. Ink transformation. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed with a sharp light as he softly shouted and pressed down his hands. Immediately, all kinds of GU worms sprinkled down like rain from air, rapidly mixing with each other as they fell down. When they landed on the sand table, they had already turned into drops of inky liquid. The inky liquid quickly accumulated and covered the surface of the whole sand table once again before soon finding a flaw. The liquid then turned into a whirlpool and converged together. Mo Yao's will in Fang Yuan's mind satisfiedly commented at this sight, "Good, you have now become skilled at the refinement technique I taught you, shower. With this method, you can quicken GU refinement process by at least 30% and raise the quality by 20%. There is nothing more I can teach you about this method now. You only need to remember the essence of shower lies in speed. But you cannot just go fast, you need to pour all your concentration during the whole process. Thus, this method cannot be used too often. If you use it over the limit, you will feel dazed and dizzy in the minor case, causing the GU refinement to fail, and in the serious case, your soul can be injured, you can suffer memory loss and you might become demented. GU refinement had dangers and was not any safer than an intense battle. Fang Yuan already knew this. He listened to Mo Yao's guidance while methodically throwing the owner token into the ink whirlpool. In a flash, the ink liquid was depleted completely and the owner token slowly flew up before landing on Fang Yuan's palm. Fang Yuan observed the owner token which now already possessed 5 edges. This meant ink transformation had already been carried out 5 times. Strange, Fang Yuan was scarce on immortal essence stones and should have only been able to use ink transformation once more. How could he use it for 3 extra times beyond that? After Fang Yuan got the 1-edge owner token, his authority was raised and he could learn the contents of rewards for every round of a single floor of 88 True Yong building through the 1-edge owner token. Fang Yuan did not hesitate and choose one floor on the spot. This floor was the 7th floor. 1-edge owner token could allow the GU master to control one floor of 88 True Yong building. The 7th floor had already been broken through to the 89th round by the collective efforts of GU masters. So why did Fang Yuan choose this floor instead of others? It was because the reward for this 89th round was 5 immortal essence stones. Fang Yuan secretly used the owner token to take control of this floor. Chong Biao, Pan Ping, Ma Yingjia and others passed the round, and Fang Yuan was able to secretly take the 5 immortal essence stones, sending a downgraded version of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King into everyone's aperture as the reward. The genuine 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King used Borrow Strength GU as its core, the 6 Great Flying Zombie GU as the backbone and many other GU worms as support. Through modification by Fang Yuan and Mo Yao's will, the downgraded killer move used Overlord GU as its core, which greatly reduced its strength. Although the other Flying Zombie GU were not changed, the old Earth Chief Zombie GU was used instead of Mo Yao's modified GU. More importantly, the support GU worms were also modified and some GU worms like Intention GU were added to secretly gather the information on the use of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King by Chong Biao, Pan Ping and others. With this, it not only gave others no reason to doubt the reward being tampered with, it also made them test the killer move in place of Fang Yuan to find any insufficient areas. Half a month has gone by since the reward of the killer move was distributed. It is time to catch the fish in a net. What do you think? Fang Yuan used a consulting tone to ask Mo Yao's will. Mo Yao mumbled. It has neither been too long nor too short, we can first take away 2 sets and see the results. Fang Yuan grasped the 5 edges owner token, and with a shift of his mind, he found 2 familiar figures in the 90th round of the 7th floor. They were none other than Chong Biao and Pan Ping. The 2 were currently running quickly. Pan Ping shouted to Chong Biao while running, "It has already been 7 days since we came here. Even if the time flow here is faster than Imperial Court Blessed Land, according to our speed, we should have already traveled an immeasurable distance but we have not been able to see anything other than walls." The running Chong Biao nodded, his clothes fluttering in the wind. "In this place, we cannot fly to the sky nor can we escape under the ground, we can only move in these passageways along the walls. The passageways here spread in all directions, we have traveled so long but haven't encountered a single monster. Clearly, this round tests the GU Master's scouting and movement ability. This round should be an extremely large maze." The 2 guessed correctly, this 90th round was precisely a maze. And just as Chong Biao guessed, it tested the GU Master's scouting and movement ability. But Fang Yuan had taken control of this 7th floor now and after he discovered these 2, everything was going to be different. Chapter 580, Perfecting the Killer Move. Wolf howls suddenly echoed out. A large group of turtleback wolves appeared ahead. Wolves? How could there be a wolf group here? Pan Ping's movement slowed down, shouting in surprise. Chong Biao's expression sank. Because of the connection with Fang Yuan, the animal he hated the most now was the wolf. But he had never even thought that Fang Yuan would be controlling this round, and said in a gloomy voice, "Our priority this time was to probe. Now that there has been a new change, we should see what happens after killing these wolves." Okay, Pan Ping nodded in agreement. The two cooperated and started killing the wolves. At first, the two were occupying the upper hand even to the extent that it could be called a slaughter. How could ordinary turtleback wolves be their match? But soon, other species of wolf started appearing continuously in front of them: vermilion wolves, water wolves, wind wolves, and so on. Even mutated wolf groups like frenzy wolves and white eyes wolves started appearing. The two were gradually becoming unable to endure this. How could there be so many wolf groups? Could it be this round also tests the GU Master's ability to fight? Large numbers of thousand wolf kings entered the battle along with myriad wolf kings. Pan Ping and Chong Biao's expressions gradually turned unsightly. This round is so difficult. Pan Ping sighed woefully. In 88 Truyong Building, the difficulty keeps on increasing as one passes the rounds, with the 90th to 100th rounds being the most difficult. Chong Biao responded. After a while more, the two could not continue fighting much longer. "We have already probed the situation. The 90th round not only has a maze, but also wolf groups." Chong Biao summarized in a heavy voice. "We have walls on both sides, the terrain is narrow, we already are restricting the large crowds attacking us, what else can we do?" Pan Ping frowned. "Let's talk after retreating." Chong Biao sighed. He and Pan Ping did not have giant sun bloodline, and had used guest tokens to enter 88 Truyong Building. Guest tokens were precious, thus they had to spend a lot of resources every time they entered. Alright, Pan Ping already had the thought of retreating. He glanced at the wolf groups with hate. "These damned wolf beasts, there will be a day when I will step on your wolf king and humiliate him." Ha ha ha, he cursed and vowed. The wolf king, he was speaking of, naturally referred to Fang Yuan. The next moment, Pan Ping's laughter suddenly came to a stop, shock and fear replacing it. "What's going on? We can't go out." Chong Biao, who was at the side, also discovered this serious problem. The two had used guest tokens to enter the tower and could leave with just a thought. They had already entered and exited many times, and were very familiar with this. But now, this floor was under Fang Yuan's control. The 5-edge owner token was many times more powerful than a guest token. These two were like birds within a cage, trapped in a predicament. "Damn it, what should we do? I only have 30% primeval essence remaining." Pan Ping shouted in panic. Chong Biao's expression was grim as he shouted, "Calm down." His condition was a little better than Pan Ping with 50% primeval essence remaining in his aperture. But even if their primeval essence was full, it would be exhausted sooner or later in front of these endless wolf groups. This situation is very rare. How could we not get out of this tower? This round is strange. What it might be testing is the GU Master's courage. We cannot act cowardly. Chong Biao thought for a while and shouted. Pan Ping heard his words, and slightly calmed down his panicked mind. He remembered that there were indeed strange rounds recorded in the past history, testing none other than the GU Master's mind. Often in these rounds, the more cowardly the GU Master becomes, the stronger the monster they would have to face. Pan and Chong forcibly calmed down, and then tried to break through the wolf group's encirclement. But Fang Yuan was in control of this round and was clear of every corner of the maze. He mobilized the wolf groups with extreme smoothness. No matter how Pan and Chong tried to break through, there would always be wolf groups encircling and cutting off their path. "No, I cannot die here. Damned wolf beasts, take my killer move." With no alternative, Pan Ping used up almost all his primeval essence to activate the killer move, 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. He turned into an 8-armed zombie. His battle strength rose explosively, creating surging waves wherever he moved. The wolves suffered severe losses with none being able to resist his attacks. Chong Biao took the valuable chance to preserve his primeval essence by following behind Pan Ping, and was able to save quite a bit of strength. The good situation did not last long, and soon, Pan Ping's primeval essence was thoroughly exhausted. Chong Biao quickly moved to save him. "In this time of danger, we need to work as one to have the hope of escaping alive." Take a rest and use primeval stones to recover your primeval essence, I will protect you. Chong Biao also used 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King and firmly protected Pan Ping. With this kind of assistance between the two, they were able to stabilize the situation. 7-8 days went by like this. Chong Biao and Pan Ping's primeval essence were completely exhausted, no longer able to carry on. Am I going to die here? Pan Ping roared at the sky. Damn it, there is definitely a way out, definitely. Chong Biao had lost his earlier demeanor as he started shouting and roaring. Just at this time of despair, the two suddenly saw a large pile of primeval stones. In the corner ahead, primeval stones, such a mountain of primeval stones, I am not hallucinating, right? Finding a way out of death's door, the two were elated and summoned all their bravery to kill their way through. The situation was stabilized once again as they used the primeval stones to recover their primeval essence. I understand now, this round tests the GU Master's endurance. Chong Biao shouted with wild joy. So it was like that. Pan Ping also came to a realization. The two were so happy they did not realize the strange changes on their bodies. As they started using 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King more often, their bodies were now growing some irrecoverable zombie speckles. This hill of primeval stones is sufficient to last us 2-3 months. Pan Ping pounced on the primeval stone hill, crying tears of joy. Quickly use this time to recover primeval essence. We can't just keep sitting idly, there should be other primeval stone hills. When thirsty, we can drink wolf blood, and when hungry, we can eat wolf meat. Maybe we can pass this round if we persevere like this. Chong Biao's eyes shone brightly. Brother Chong, you are right. Pan Ping stood up quickly, his face flushed red as he imagined the scene Chong Biao portrayed. This round is so difficult, it is almost an absolute death ground. There should definitely be a great reward for passing it. Chong Biao resisted the wolf group's offense, sighing, I finally know why we can enter but not exit this round. If we could easily leave, how could this round test the GU Master? It was truly a pity these two still did not know this primeval stone hill was intentionally arranged here by their great enemy Fang Yuan. His goal was to make them use the killer move more, and continue the experiment. The situation was fully within Fang Yuan's control. Even if these two had not been willing to use the killer move and only used their own moves, Fang Yuan would have controlled the wolf groups to continue attacking them, creating a dangerous set of circumstances where these two would have no choice but to use the killer move. Fang Yuan's worry was unnecessary in this aspect. As these two used the killer move, they started gradually becoming dependent on it, using it more and more. And in the following battles, they rarely used their own methods. When their zombie speckles became denser and seriously affected them, they came to their senses. I don't accept this, dying right here. Wolf King, I won't let you go even as a ghost. Pan Ping was the first to die. Before he died, he cursed Fang Yuan. Several days later, Chong Biao also died with exhaustion in the battle. He died with grievance, mumbling to himself as he neared death, exit, where the hell is the exit? He had a lot of worries, too many things he could not let go. Wolf-killing alliance was only just being set up, the scheme of forcing Ma Yingjia to join it had only just started, but even more than these, what made him the most unreconciled was his own son, Chong Jiyu. Truthfully speaking, Chong Biao was a pitiful person. For his reputation, he dared not admit his own biological son and was only able to hear Chong Jiyu call him, Godfather, Godfather. Even so, he did not feel secure, and to cover it further up, he adopted several orphans as his adopted sons and daughters. Among them was Chong Li. He had made such painstaking efforts, laid low his whole life, planned so much, but now as he faced death, nothing had come to fruition. He was unreconciled, full of regrets and annoyance, but what could he do? I really wanted to hear him call me father. At this moment of death, his intense thoughts burst out as a sorrowful and regretful voice. Passing away with the light of his life. The killer move was activated 2,311 times, although he was exhausted in death. The main reason for fatality is the accumulation of zombie energy in his body. Fang Yuan appeared beside Chong Biao's corpse out of thin air. He slightly smiled. The experiment had attained the expected purpose, but he found a problem. Even if the killer move was used every time, it could not surpass a certain time limit, but instead the more it was used, the zombie energy in the body would accumulate till it led to the GU Master's death. Whether it was Pan Ping or Chong Biao, they both died because of this. Fang Yuan took out the GU worms from the two's corpses and stored them in his storage pouch. This round was under his control, making it impossible for Pan and Chong to detonate their GU worms even if they wanted to. Chong Biao possessed a set of Wind Path GU worms, all of them of excellent quality. Pan Ping's GU worms were also not ordinary, but with Fang Yuan's current scope and capital, they were only considered better than nothing. Only that Soul Blade GU had some collection value, making Fang Yuan look at it for a moment. In a study, Fang Yuan was thinking with his eyes closed while grasping an East Window GU. Hostile Intent GU can condense hostile intent. The hostile intent is strong and fiercely encroaching as fire, but it somewhat lacks flexibility and does not have the power to persist for long. Sharp Intent GU can condense sharp intent. The sharp intent is very sharp like swords and spears, however it can be subdued through soft tactics and is very difficult to restore. Reckless Intent can condense reckless intent. Nothing is a taboo for the reckless intent and it can easily spread unchecked, but it is difficult to control and can easily injure the GU master. This East Window GU, which Fang Yuan had purchased from Treasure Yellow Heaven, recorded a fairly intact wisdom path inheritance. He paid all his small savings of Immortal Essence Stones for it. But it was worth it. Fang Yuan made some gains after reading it. Fang Yuan pondered. This inheritance records 14 Wisdom Path GU worms with 6 that touch upon the aspect of intent: Hostile Intent GU, Sharp Intent GU, Reckless Intent GU, Changing Intent GU, Cold Intent GU and Chaotic Intent GU. The first 3 are used to condense will, with each having their own pros and cons. Wisdom Path was the most mysterious among GU Master Paths, extremely broad and profound. It originated from star constellation Immortal Venerable and had existed from remote antiquity era. The GU Masters who cultivated it were extremely few in numbers, but it still remained and passed down till today, never declining. Then what is Mo Yao's will classified as hostile intent, sharp intent or reckless intent? Fang Yuan was researching these wills to guard against and deal with the enormous hidden danger in his mind. Hostile intent is fierce like fire, sharp intent is sharp like a spear, reckless intent is flamboyant and difficult to control, but Mo Yao's will is mysterious like the sea, hidden and indistinct. From the confrontations I had with her, it felt like I was not able to display my strength, like punching cotton. Fang Yuan carefully analyzed and perceived Mo Yao's will was not any one among this list. This inheritance he had gathered was only a corner of Wisdom Path. There were definitely many other Wisdom Path GU worms. It seems I still need to continue gathering information on Wisdom Path, Fang Yuan inwardly sighed. Fang Yuan was not able to easily use his methods against Mo Yao's will because he was not familiar with Wisdom Path, and did not know her trump cards. As the proverb goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will go unscathed through 100 battles. I need to bear with this for the moment, make her think continuously and wear herself down, while also using her to help in exploring True Yong building. Right as he was thinking, Mo Yao's will appeared with her indistinct figure in Fang Yuan's mind. It is done, the 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King this time is truly perfected, there are no more unsuitable factors. Mo Yao said with a weak tone and exhausted expression. Looks like she had been worn down a lot from all the thinking over these days. Fang Yuan was inwardly happy, and as he looked at the modified killer move, this hidden happiness gradually turned into exultation. Chapter 581, Advance to 6 Edge, Difficulty Finding a GU Tester. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. He had always felt that everyone else in this world was unreliable, the only dependable person was himself. Thus, he researched the 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King killer move the moment he obtained it. This killer move was originally created based on the foundation he provided. Furthermore, during these few days, with Mo Yao's guidance, his refinement path attainment was deepening, and his perspective had widened greatly. Right now, he had a great understanding of the concept of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. It was clear as water to him. At this moment, he looked at the completed killer move. Without any experiments, he knew that this killer move was close to perfection. Mo Yao had reduced many supplementary GU worms from the original base, while keeping the core and the 6 zombie GU unchanged, only adding several supplementary GU worms in. Sensing the ingenuity of this, Fang Yuan praised endlessly. In his mind, Mo Yao's will explained, this is all thanks to the intention GU on Pan and Chong. With their experience and insight, I could refine this move to such an extent, we have reached an extreme level of perfection. As long as the time does not exceed 30 minutes, no matter how many times you activate the killer move, it will not accumulate zombie energy in your body and cause zombie speckles to grow. Fang Yuan nodded, knowing that Mo Yao's words were true. This killer move was truly refined to its limits. According to this line of thinking, it had already reached its strongest potential. Unless he added Immortal GU in the future, or changed the core GU. But if he added Immortal GU in, this would destroy the original coordination of the GU, he would need to reassemble it and the move would become completely different. It would truly be a situation of, pull one hair and the whole body moves. If he changed the core GU, that would be going into another line of thought. The new killer move would be completely different. Rather than calling it, Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King, he might as well give it another name. In all, the killer move Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King, be it the core GU, the zombie GU or the supplementary GU, they were being used to their fullest potential. There was no way to refine this further. Even though there were still backlashes from using it, if one exceeded 30 minutes, the zombie energy would cause great damage to the GU Master's body. If the time was too long, the GU Master might even turn into a zombie. But this was a problem caused by inappropriate usage by the GU Master. It could be avoided. The reason was that even if this move was used many times, it would not accumulate the zombie speckles. If the GU Master activated the move multiple times in a period of time, they could potentially sustain the killer move for a long duration. Except, Fang Yuan was still not satisfied with this huge result. If you have any other ideas to refine this killer move, this Grand Master here is willing to listen. Mo Yao laughed eerily. At this point, Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King is at its limit. There is nothing to improve. But there is still one part that I am not satisfied with, that is the backlash of the killer move. Fang Yuan said, after the improvement, the current Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King's power has doubled, and the duration has reached 30 minutes, it is sufficient for you to handle anything in this mortal realm. What are you dissatisfied with? You must know, any killer move represents the combination usage of GU worms. Since it is the use of GU worms, there has to be weaknesses. A killer move's backlash cannot be avoided, they are only different in terms of severity. This Strength Path killer move's power is at the top 5 of killer moves in my memory. Don't be too greedy, Mo Yao lectured. His potential enemies were GU Immortals, beings who surpassed mortals. With Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King, even if Fang Yuan abandoned his enslavement path, he could still dominate the mortal realm, but it was far from sufficient to deal with GU Immortals. Battling an immortal as a mortal, this aim was too arrogant, it was too much for people to believe. Fang Yuan had no intentions of informing Mo Yao about this. Immediately after, he said, preparedness ensures success, and unpreparedness spells failure. If one day, because of a peculiar situation, I overuse the killer move and become a zombie, what happens? I am also clear that the killer move Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King cannot be improved further, but now, my goal is to resolve this weakness. Mo Yao finally understood Fang Yuan's intention. She sunk into silence. Fang Yuan was young and arrogant. Mo Yao did not expect that he had such a cautious side. To speak the truth, Mo Yao was looking at him in a different light now. This lad, he has talent, resources, and opportunities. He has great perseverance and is able to lower his head when needed. On one hand, he advances bravely, while on the other hand, he is cautious and vigilant, always considering all sides of the matter. This lad, one day, he will definitely shake the world. She was silent for a short time. Soon, Mo Yao said, it is very troublesome to resolve this backlash. Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King is not an ordinary zombie, the zombie energy is extremely thick. Once the GU Master transforms, they cannot even use Yin-Yang rotation GU. As a refinement Grand Master, is there nothing you can do? Fang Yuan did not believe her. Mo Yao did not fall for his taunting. She spoke in a calm manner. I need a rank 5 GU Master to fully transform into the Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King, after which I will experiment on their body. I need this test subject to cooperate with me fully, and I need to have full control over their condition. In terms of body, mind, and personal experience, these are all important information that I need to consider. Mo Yao did not want to ponder about this deeply as it would expend too many of her thoughts. She used the same method again, planning to use people as experimental fodder. They would replace her thinking and undergo the most crucial steps for her. Fang Yuan frowned. Rank 5 GU Master. And a fully cooperative one. That's right, it would be best if they are willingly doing it. Because if slavery GU is used to control them, their emotions would be affected. their experience and feelings when turning into a zombie would be ruined. This was troublesome. If Fang Yuan wanted to resolve the problem of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, he would need to find a rank 5 GU master, and they would need to be cooperative and listen to Fang Yuan, risking their lives to undergo this experiment. Where was Fang Yuan going to find such a person? Central Control Room. From the ink whirlpool, the owner token rose up and flew into Fang Yuan's hands. Activating the Refinement Path Killer Move Ink transformation once again, 5-edge owner token had transformed into 6-edge. Fang Yuan was both happy and worried. Happy because he had the 6-edge owner token. Once He Lu Lan's owner token becomes 4-edge, he would be able to snatch it and form the 10-edge owner token. With a 10-edge owner token, he could obtain one of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's true inheritances. An Immortal Venerable inheritance had a huge attraction to almost anybody. Worry was because Fang Yuan had expended almost all his resources to undergo this 6th ink transformation. In order to accumulate funds, he had sold the Immortal GU remnant recipes again and caused these remnant recipes to have no value left. At the same time, he sold large numbers of rockmen, fox groups, wolf groups, GU worms, and even the precious hairy men and some air bubble fish. Like the rank 4 Emotion Poetry GU, Golden Dragon GU, Golden Breeze GU, as well as rank 5 GU including multiple Spring Egg GU, Vajra Stare GU, Turn Gold GU, Soft Bones GU, Pitch Black GU, and Hints and Clues GU. Right now, I only have the Enslavement and Strength Path GU worms left in my aperture. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, I have Blood Sea Ancestors True Inheritance, rank 4 Blood Skull GU, as well as rank 3 Bone Flesh Unity GU and the Yang GU left after using Yin GU of the Yin-Yang Rotation GU. Other than that, I still have some Stargate GU, Whole Earth GU, Connecting Heaven GU, Divine Sense GU, Burial Soul Toad, and some supplementary GU. These GU were all of utmost importance, they could not be sold. Some were absolutely necessary, he needed them in the future. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was almost squeezed dry by me, it needs to recover. But now that I have the 6-edge owner token, I can control 6 floors in 88 True Yong building as I wish. All of the rewards in these 6 floors can be taken by me. These rewards are extremely valuable. If I take them all, my wealth would grow by at least 60 times that of my current foundation. Fang Yuan had his plans. But currently, he could not touch these rewards. He Lu Lan had gathered some experts, and was at the final round of the 5th floor. Soon, he was going to obtain a 1-edge owner token. With this token, he could check any floor's round rewards in 88 True Yong building. If Fang Yuan took the rewards, wouldn't he reveal himself? At the final moment, when Imperial Court Blessed Land is about to close and everyone gets sent out, I will take the rewards then. By that point, nobody would know a thing. The bear paw smacked and the earth quaked, rocks were sent flying like shrapnel. As the smoke dispersed, a huge bear paw the size of 5 to 6 horse carriages was lifted, showing a huge crater. The rank 4 GU master who was unfortunately hit by the bear paw had turned into a pile of mushy flesh, mixed with some bone shards and brain matter. Too fast, we cannot react to it. The final round is truly harder than ascending to heaven. This is only the phantom image of a flying bear, it only has half the strength of the true body. If this was really the desolate beast flying bear, we would not even be able to escape. The GU masters on the battlefield were all injured, they were in a pathetic state and felt great lingering fear. It was the phantom image of the desolate beast flying bear that was guarding the 5th floor's 100th round. It had a huge body, like that of a mountain, it had white, snowy fur, and a full set of GU worms in it, each were elite GU worms. It attacked fiercely, but moved just as agilely, it could dart around like lightning. Which was ironic due to its huge bulky figure. After fighting for only 30 minutes, the GU masters had already suffered huge losses. Lord Tribe Leader, we should retreat. Our motive this time is to probe it. Now that we have understood most of the GU worms on the flying bear, we have actually achieved our goal already. Sun Shi Han stood beside He Lu Lan, advising. He Lu Lan frowned, looking around the battlefield. He was an expert in leading men to wars and battles, he knew that his troops had low morale now. Since I started challenging the 88 True Yong building, this flying bear phantom is the strongest opponent I've met. To defeat it, our strength is not enough, we need even more helpers. He Lu Lan assessed in his heart before snorting and saying one word, retreat. Sun Shi Han felt relieved in his heart, and not just him, the other GU masters already had the intention to retreat, but because of the Black Tyrant's fierce reputation, no one dared to suggest it. Chapter 582, Fighting Flying Bear, Wolf King gets 50%. Everyone retreated from 88 Truyong Building, as He Lulan gave an order to recruit experts that night. He was the alliance leader that won this contest. According to the rules, the entire army was his to mobilize. Everyone knew about the Black Tyrant's fierce reputation. Together with him opening 88 Truyong Building to everyone without any cost, they were deeply grateful to him. With both authority and gratitude, He Lulan's influence reached its peak. With this order, it created a huge commotion as everyone who was called showed up without fail. Wolf King Chong Shan Yin, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu, Twin Demons Gao Yong and Zhu Zai, Little Ma Zun Ma Ying Jia, Fox Commander Tang Miao Ming, White Fairy Shi Shui, Shadow Sword Expert Bian Xizan, Tai Bai Yun Sheng, Lu Shuang, Dao Yu, Ji Yu Guo Long, Do Yi, Ni Qing, Yi Lui Sang. On the day of the alliance meeting, the hall was filled with shining stars as heroes and conquerors whipped up a huge storm. Old sir, with you here, it is like having a giant pillar of support. We do not have to fear about low morale, ha ha ha. He Lulan sat grandly at the main seat, looking around and laughing with great ambitions. Among those who were present, Tai Bai Yun Sheng had the greatest reputation. He healed people all over the land, countless people were indebted to him, even He Lulan or Chong Shan Yin could not compare to him. But the person who sat next to He Lulan was not Tai Bai Yun Sheng, but Wolf King Chong Shan Yin. Reputation was something, but battle strength was another aspect. After the Imperial Court contest, everyone agreed that Fang Yuan's battle strength was the greatest. Dual Path Cultivator, Flying Master, Enslavement Master, all these auras gathered into one person. It was dazzling and overwhelming, thus no one had any disagreements regarding Fang Yuan's position. Thus, after He Lulan talked to Tai Bai Yun Sheng, he turned around to Fang Yuan. Brother Shan Yin, we will need to count on you for this battle. If we get through, you will earn half of the rewards. He understood Fang Yuan's nature. He would not act without benefits, thus he gave such a tempting offer. The final round's rewards were nothing ordinary. Once He Lulan spoke, he gave half the benefits to Fang Yuan. This meant that he, along with the others, would have to share the remaining half of the rewards. As their interests were concerned, some discussions could be heard in the hall. Many people were indignant regarding this allocation, but no one had the guts to openly oppose Black Tyrant's arrangements and offend the Grand Wolf King in this hall. Very well, we will go with that. Fang Yuan nodded, his arrogant gaze swept the hall, as the voices came to a stop. Why has Elder Pan Ping not arrived yet? He Lulan asked around. Pan Ping was born in the demonic path. Nowadays he had entered He tribe and become an external elder. As the current He tribe leader, He Lulan's orders did not summon Pan Ping. He Lulan was extremely displeased by this. Actually, not just Pan Ping, Chong tribe's first elder Chong Biao was not present either. But Chong Biao was a Chong tribesman. He Lulan had to ignore it because of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not react. The information regarding the deaths of Pan and Chong had not been spread yet. Challenging 88 Truyong Building normally took several days or even half a month. The tougher the rounds, the longer it would take. Especially someone like Pan Ping, as a person without giant sun bloodline, he would incur huge expenses when he entered 88 Truyong Building using the guest token. Precisely because of this, these outsiders treasured their opportunity in entering the building. If possible, they would not leave it unless they had no other choice. He Lulan's words had just been spoken, when his attendant He Shu stood up and reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, Elder Pan Ping and Lord Chong Biao had gone into the 7th floor not long ago. I have sent people to inform them, but the 7th floor's layout is very confusing. It is like a huge maze. The maze prohibits the use of letter GU, and there are even wild wolf groups deep inside. The servants have tried to find them for many days, but they only found some battle traces. They could not find the two lords. He Lulan snorted as he waved his hand. Then forget it, we will not wait for them. The guest tokens are ready, we will depart tomorrow morning. By the second day, everyone grandly charged into the 5th floor. This was the largest force that had gathered to enter 88 Truyong Building since it was formed. It attracted countless gazes in the sacred palace. The final round of the 5th floor was a barren and desolate mountain. Brown soil, hard as steel rocks, with no grass or plants. The moment everyone entered, the flying bear phantom was alerted and growled. tearing through the air, and causing a thunderous noise. They saw in the dark yellow sky, a white whirlwind come crashing down. The experts retreated at once. The flying bear phantom crashed on the ground. With a loud bang, the earth shook as intense winds blew, causing many to lose their balance. Ferocious indeed. Pei Yanfei's expression was solemn. If he had been hit directly, he would be heavily injured if not dead. It was thanks to tribe leader He Lulan's reminder. If not, the moment we came in we would have been attacked by this bear. Ji Yu Guolong looked at the howling flying bear inside the crater and said with lingering fear. This is called learning from past experiences. The last time we came here, we were sneak attacked by the flying bear. 5 experts died on the spot. He Shuyi gritted his teeth, saying with deep hatred, Brother Shan Yin, the rest is up to you guys. He Lulan urged. According to their battle plan earlier, the first wave of attack should be unleashed by the enslavement path GU masters, in order to wear down the flying bear phantom's battle strength. Without any words from him, large numbers of wolves came from all directions, from the sky and land, charging and attacking the flying bear phantom. In the sky, there was the azure wolf group. On the ground, there were the white eyes wolves, frenzy wolves, blood forest wolves and others. Ordinary wolves numbered to over 400,000. At once, the wolves engulfed the area, charging like the huge waves of the Great Sea, submerging the island-like flying bear phantom. The flying boar roared, shaking heaven and earth. Howl. The wolf groups were not to be outdone, howling in a similar fashion. The battle ensued, whipping up a bloody storm. The flying bear phantom's 4 paws slammed, killing at least dozens of wild wolves with one strike. The ordinary wolves could only be a disturbance to it. Only the mutated beast groups could pose a threat and cause injuries to the flying bear phantom. But the essence of enslavement path had always been to overwhelm quality with quantity, expending the enemy's energy to their greatest limit. Fang Yuan manipulated the wolf group, attacking as freely as the wind, or as crushing as the snow. The flying bear phantom seemed to have sunk into a deep swamp. Even with its frenzied attacks, it could not break through the encirclement. Now this is a master-level attainment. Wild beasts are beasts, without a human's intelligence. They are being toyed around by Chong Shan Yin. The beast groups are like a work of art under Wolf King's control. Everyone was in a daze. The enslavement GU masters Tang Miaoming and He Qi Sheng could see the brilliance of his actions, feeling a strong sense of admiration and adoration towards Fang Yuan. But the good situation did not last. The flying bear phantom suddenly stopped its actions, opening its mouth and exhaling. With this, the world changed colors, as starlight shone brilliantly to form into a river. Rank 5, Star River GU. The Star River poured down. Like a dragon or python, it engulfed the places it went, be it frenzy wolf or blood forest wolf. They were swept away by the Star River. Some were holding their ground desperately with their defensive GU, but those that did not have defensive GU were turned into stardust. At once, the wolf group suffered huge losses. Fang Yuan's gaze was unmoved. It was as if the losses did not affect him, and he did not stop for now. Only until half the wolves were left, did he order them to retreat. Tang Miaoming and He Qi Sheng quickly ordered their beast groups to replace the wolves. These two, one was called Little Fox Commander with quasi-master attainment. In terms of enslavement attainment, she was second to Fang Yuan alone in the sacred palace. The latter was an enslavement path GU master nurtured by the super force He tribe. Although he had not attained master-level skill, he had deep foundations and great strength. Tang Miaoming controlled the fox groups, while He Qi Sheng controlled the eagle groups. One dominated the sky while the other was on the ground. But the flying bear phantom was getting more ferocious. After the Star River had fully looped around in a ring, it clapped its paws together, roaring again as an intense wind blew, and clouds formed from nothing. In an instant, the intense wind turned into tiger-shaped wind tigers, while the clouds turned into dragon-shaped cloud dragons. Rank 5, Wind Tiger Cloud Dragon GU. Thousands of wind tigers and cloud dragons charged forward, facing the foxes and eagles head-on. At once, the battlefield was in chaos as blood rained and the pungent smell spread. Oh no, at this rate, Tang Miaoming's forehead was full of sweat, her head was hurting as she was gritting her teeth desperately. The battle was too intense. She wanted to preserve her fox group, thus she manipulated them very meticulously. It caused her soul to be greatly worn out, and she was reaching her limit. As for He Qi Sheng, his situation was even worse than hers. The fox group could still resist the enemy, but a large proportion of He Qi Sheng's eagle group had already been killed by the wind tigers and cloud dragons. they were in disorder and he could not attend to one aspect without neglecting another. The other GU masters retreated time and time again, but they did not show any surprise. Star River GU and Wind Tiger Cloud Dragon GU were exposed in their previous probing, everyone was prepared for them. Have you finished the investigation? He Lu Lan asked an investigative GU master beside him. The investigative GU master was very nervous, he sat on the ground as he activated his GU worm wholeheartedly. His forehead was folded into a frown as he replied with a trembling voice, Star River GU's location has been found, it is in the flying bear's mouth, on the largest tooth on the left side. As for the other GU worms, we have to continue searching. It was different to deal with beasts compared to GU masters. All the GU worms on the wild beast are wild, they can be captured. GU worms on GU masters were usually refined already. He Lu Lan ordered his men to search for the location of the wild GU because of this. As long as they can capture the wild GU on the flying bear's body, it would be much easier for them to destroy the flying bear phantom. Even if they could not capture it, it would suffice if they destroyed the GU. GU worms were very fragile on their own, even for Spring Autumn Cicada which was rank 6, Fang Yuan just needed to squeeze lightly to squish it. Wild beasts did not have apertures, the wild GU resided in their bodies, this was a huge weakness. He Lu Lan snorted, shouting, continue searching. He was not pleased with this result, the Star River GU was inside the flying bear's mouth, the difficulty to capture it was too high. During their conversation, the battlefield situation was getting worse. Tang Miaoming and He Qi Sheng are slowly becoming unable to resist. Pei Yanfei said with a heavy expression. The flying bear's attacks are too ferocious, luckily the wild beasts are attracting its attention. But even if the foxes and eagles die, we can replenish them, our motive of weakening the enemy has been achieved. Sun Shihan stroked his beard as he evaluated. Chapter 583, Killing Flying Bear, Accident at the Final Moment. Although wild GU absorbed energy from the air directly, being able to use their abilities freely without any limits on primeval essence. But during an intense battle, towards the end, the wild GU would become more and more passive. If they sensed that the battle was going south, they would leave their host and escape on the spot using their instinct of sensing danger. Thus, when attacking a wild beast, especially beast kings or desolate beasts, during the first half of the battle, it would usually contain the most firepower. After a while, the attacks would slowly become weaker and less oppressive. Even so, we cannot allow the Fox Group and Eagle Group to suffer such losses, we should invite Lord Chongshan Yin to step in. At the side, He Shuyi said. Step in, to what end? Fang Yuan folded his arms, scoffing arrogantly as he heard this. According to our battle arrangement, I will strike first while the two of them take over after me. With such intervals, we have to each hold on for 15 minutes. Right now, they have not even been there for half the allocated time, it is not time for me to step in yet. If they entered the battlefield now, the wolf group would only face the cruel slaughter of the flying bear phantom, although it would weaken the flying bear phantom as intended. If he could reduce his losses, Fang Yuan was very willing to watch on the fence. As for the others' losses, was that Fang Yuan's problem? He Shuyi was furious upon hearing this, but because of Fang Yuan's status, he could only hold in his anger. Lord Wolf King, everyone is putting in their full effort for this battle, right now Tang Miaoming and He Qi Sheng are fighting with their life, but Lord is watching by the side, isn't this too much? You dare to lecture me? Fang Yuan frowned as his killing intent surged. Although he was folding his arms, a monstrous arm grew out from his back. The monstrous arm was extremely powerful and strong, but it also moved extremely fast, directly assaulting He Shuyi. Never in He Shuyi's dreams did he think that Fang Yuan would dare to publicly, and especially during such an important battle, try to kill him. Before the fist hit, he felt the intense winds blowing towards him, causing his face to feel pain already. An incomparable feeling of fear and danger instantly filled his heart. At the crucial moment, his battle senses from many years of fighting saved his life successfully. He reacted before even thinking, activating his defense GU and putting up 3 lines of defense. He was a defensive GU master originally, and because his specialty was defense, He Lu Lan had once sent him to Fang Yuan as a form of protection. But during the battle, He Shuyi cherished his own safety and forgot about his mission, abandoning Fang Yuan on the battlefield. The monstrous arm was unstoppable, it smashed the 3 defenses quickly and hit his chest. A crisp sound could be heard. He Shuyi's rib bones were all crushed, the monstrous strength sent him flying like a cannonball. He vomited blood while flying in the air. Then with a rumble, he crashed on a small mound several hundred steps away. When the sound of the impact was heard and the dust settled, he was half embedded into the mound, falling unconscious and losing his battle strength. Lord Wolf King, what happened? What happened? Why did they fight? He Shuyi urged Lord Wolf King to battle. The two could not get along and Wolf King suddenly burst into anger, sending He Shuyi flying. Seeing such a shocking event, everyone was gasping. Internal conflicts were always so sudden, so severe. He Shuyi's identity was not simple. He was one of the 3 commanders of the Black Banner Army, an important person within the He tribe higher-ups. Fang Yuan attacking him with such intensity was no different than openly taunting He Lulan. Once He Lulan and Xianxia Yin stood on opposing sides, this battle would not only end up in failure, the entire sacred palace would also fall into political turmoil. Wolf King, what happened? I would like to hear your explanation. He Lulan's expression was like still water as he came over to question Fang Yuan. He usually called Fang Yuan, brother Shan Yin, to show their close relationship, but now that he called him, Wolf King, it showed his anger. But no matter how angry he was, would Fang Yuan be afraid? Immediately, Fang Yuan stared back at him with no fear, his killing intent dispersed as he snickered. Tribe leader He Lulan, you came at a good time, your subordinate was truly stepping out of line, he dared to lecture me. Such a lack of respect with a complete disregard for seniority, I punished him for you, no need to thank me, don't forget about our friendship after all. Using disrespect and seniority, he sent 2 reasons over just like that. His final sentence mentioning our friendship had even deeper meaning. It was like he was trying to say that they had a great friendship, but it could also mean that they had no friendship at all. He Lulan stared furiously. This Xianxia Yin is too arrogant. He dared to hit my man. Looking at his lawless manner, does he really think I cannot do anything to him just because of his great battle strength? Black Tyrant roared in his heart. He was cultivating dark path on the surface, but in truth, because of the great strength true martial physique, his real cultivation was in the strength path. His battle strength was superb, but he could not use his strength path methods because that would accelerate the disaster of one of the 10 extreme physiques. I'll endure it. Right now, we are at the crucial moment of attacking the flying bear phantom. If we get into an argument now, it would all go to waste. What is most important now is to find my strength path immortal GU and ascend to become a GU immortal. As long as they killed the flying bear phantom this time, He Lulan would be able to get through this floor and his owner token would immediately become a 1-edge owner token. With the 1-edge owner token, he would be able to inspect the reward of any round of any floor. The one with a strength path immortal GU would be his focus and target. Precisely so, it was extremely important to kill the flying bear phantom. Even with He Lulan's temper and cruelty, he had to endure it. I'll let you be arrogant for once. One day, I will make you kneel down at my feet and lick my toes. If I tell you to shut up, you will keep quiet. If I ask you to bark, you will wag your tail. He Lulan was extremely furious, veins were popping on his forehead, but his eyes were fixed on Fang Yuan intensely. Just as everyone was feeling a heavy atmosphere from this silence, and were feeling uneasy, He Lulan suddenly raised his head and laughed loudly. Good, brother Shan Yin did a good job, such a disrespectful person should be taught a lesson indeed. This was akin to He Lulan taking a step back. Those who knew his poor temper were all shocked. His tribesman was beaten till he was unconscious in public. He Lulan actually agreed with him. Wolf King is too strong, he did not care about the super force He tribe, now even He Lulan need to take a step back. Bullshit. This is tribe leader He Lulan caring about the big picture. He did not want to stoop to the level of Xianxia Yin. Xianxia Yin beat us He tribesmen, one day, he will pay the price. Everyone had their comments as they conversed in secret. The flying boar's roaring attracted everyone's attention again. The eagle and fox groups were facing great losses. I have let down all the lords. He Qi Sheng's nose was bleeding, his face was full of shame. Tang Miao Ming's expression was pale, as her slim body was swaying with weakness. Protect the 2 of them. Tai Bai Yun Sheng shouted. Both of you have had a huge contribution to this, I can see your sincerity. After this battle, you will be greatly rewarded. He Lulan had an amicable expression as he came forward to console them. The flying bear lost its obstacles and charged forward towards everyone. By right, the wolf group should be charging up to continue weakening the bear. But He Lu Lan looked at Fang Yuan, who was folding his arms arrogantly, not saying a word. In fact, his wolves were retreating faster than anyone on the battlefield. I'll endure. One day, I will make you pay a huge price. He Lu Lan gritted his teeth, knowing that he could not make Fang Yuan do anything. If he forced Fang Yuan and got rejected in public, he would take a huge hit to his reputation and be deeply humiliated. Thus, He Lu Lan shouted loudly, "Strike, initiate the second step of the plan." Immediately, two people flew out like lightning. One was a slim and elegant person wearing a fluttering blue dress. It was White Fairy Shi Shui. The other was muscular and stable, wearing a yellow robe. It was Jiyu tribe leader Jiyu Guolong. White Fairy Shi Shui flew into the air. Her sleeves were waving as she shouted in an alluring manner, causing snow to descend immediately. It was her signature rank 5 Jiyu worm, Flying Snow Jiyu. Jiyu Guolong ran on the ground. His legs were moving like turbines. Everywhere he went, smoke rose as rocks were sent flying. It was also a rank 5 Jiyu, called Flying Sand Moving Rock. At once, white snow was floating in the air, while sand and rocks were rolling on the ground. The giant mountain-like flying bear phantom was stuck between the snow and sand. Its speed reduced drastically as its vision was also obscured. It roared loudly, waving its paws in the snow and sand, but the air currents generated from its attacks made the sand and snow even more intense, blurring its sight. Seeing this, He Lu Lan laughed cruelly, ordering, "Third step." This time, almost 10 people charged into the battlefield. Every one of them was an expert. There was Bian Xizan, Hao Ji Lu, Pei Yanfei, Gao Yong, Shu Zai, Dou Yi, Ni Qing, Dao Yu, Lu Shuang. These GU masters were either rank 4 peak stage or rank 5 experts. Adding in GU Guolong and Shi Shui, they were truly a powerful formation. They drilled into the snow and sand, attacking furiously towards the flying bear phantom. The flying bear phantom roared continuously. It was very agitated and attacked randomly, but had little effect. On the other hand, the GU masters had used their investigative GU worms from the start. Their vision was clear as they constantly avoided the bear while unleashing strong attacks. Pei Yanfei grew wings as his swallow wings were like scissors tearing through the sky. Swallow wings GU, golden coat GU, rainbow transformation GU. He turned into a golden flash of lightning as he charged down with fierce crackling. The flying bear roared in pain. Blood was spewing as a huge injury appeared on its chest, from the left shoulder to its right waist. Ni Qing followed closely after. He was a rank 5 GU master, using the iron hook silver slash GU. His palm formed into an eagle claw shape as he aimed at the flying bear phantom, slashing with his fingers. Immediately, several flashes appeared in the air. Some were as dark as steel while some were shining like silver. His claws continued to tear at the sky, as countless flashes attacked the flying bear phantom's eyes, nose, and mouth. Ni Qing attacked its weak points, causing the flying bear to take the hit passively. Overlapping shadow, Bian Xizan shouted lightly, as the shadow sword in her hand waved. A dark sword shadow flew several hundred steps and attacked the flying bear's right leg noiselessly, leaving a 10-meter-long wound. "Protect me," Yi Luisang shouted, raising both his palms as a fireball appeared above him, growing and expanding at a rapid speed. The fireball became larger and larger. As the battlefield was dyed red, the light from the fireball could not be concealed by the snow and sand. The flying bear felt the danger too and struggled, charging towards Yi Luisang who was in the air. But the next moment, it was attacked by Dou Yi, Jiyu Guolong, and Dao Yu. Dou Yi was a transformation path GU master, turning into a giant crocodile as he battled and retreated. He opened his mouth, shooting out his teeth one by one. The teeth hit the flying bear's body and were embedded into it. In a few breaths' time, they exploded, causing the flying bear's body to be covered in flesh and blood. Jiyu Guolong waved his sleeve and dozens of GU worms flew out. These GU worms landed on the ground, causing the earth to grow into a mound. The mound broke and rockmen-like giant statues appeared, standing up and attacking the flying bear phantom. Dao Yu was an earth path GU master. But he and Jiyu Guolong had different methods. He continued to absorb the earth energy as he gathered it into himself. Next, he punched consecutively, with each punch shooting out earth energy. Flying in the air, they transformed into meteors and crashed onto the flying bear's body. As the intense meteors collided, the flying bear's attacks towards Yi Luisang slowed. Finally, Yi Luisang was finished with his charging and he pressed his palms down. as a giant fireball was sent down like a descending mountain, hitting the huge flying bear phantom without regard for its welfare. Bam! With an intense explosion, ears were deafened. The intense wind stirred, spreading everywhere, blowing the snow and sand away to the edge of the battlefield. The GU masters who were there were blown by the intense winds, getting shocked as their clothes and hair were pulled along by the wind. When the dust settled, a huge crater formed on the battlefield. All around the deep crater, a sand-like surface could be seen due to the strong heat from the fire. The flying bear phantom was curled up into a ball, making no sounds. Its body was covered in 5 lights that were interchanging: black, white, red, yellow, and azure. Rank 5, 5-element bear skin GU. This GU could greatly reduce the damage from metal, wood, water, fire, and earth path GU worms, but under the attacks of so many experts, the flying bear's body was covered in injuries as blood spewed everywhere, and some injuries were so deep bones could be seen. GU masters were standing at the edge of the crater, watching the flying bear. Although the flying bear was strong, after 2 rounds of battle, such results had been obtained. Be careful, do not forget that it still has the Grand Chaotic Dance GU. Sun Shihan reminded. The GU masters had a serious expression as some nodded lightly. Grand Chaotic Dance GU was a rank 5 GU, it could cause the flying bear to go into a frenzied state, increasing its strength and speed greatly, at the same time its 4 limbs could be twisted at will. Once this wild GU was activated, the flying bear's danger level would surge. If one was not careful and got caught, they might be turned into meat paste in no more than a few breaths' time. What's there to be afraid of? Don't forget we have old Sir Tai Bai here, whoever charges first will be heavily rewarded by me. He Lu Lan shouted. His promise of rewards made the GU master's eyes shine brightly. When great rewards are offered, brave people emerge. I'll do it, Hao Ji Lu shouted, whipping up a wave as he charged towards the flying bear. Under everyone's gazes, he advanced towards the flying bear quickly. 1,000 steps, 500 steps, 300 steps. The flying bear suddenly raised its head, its eyes were blood red as it growled loudly, shooting out an invisible air bubble. The bubble expanded at lightning speed, covering both Hao Ji Lu and the flying bear, as it contracted quickly and vanished completely. In an instant, the flying bear and Hao Ji Lu both vanished. Chapter 584, Demise of Water Demon, Fang Yuan's enlightening words. With such a sudden event, everyone's expressions changed. What happened? Where did they go? Don't tell me this round has some secret behind it. Everyone was guessing as they discussed among themselves. He Lu Lan was frowning, feeling very perplexed. Sun Shihan's expression was grim and uncertain. He seemed to have thought of something as he spoke in a hesitant manner. Is it the Battle Space GU? Battle Space GU. At once, everyone's attention was focused on Sun Shihan. He Lu Lan's eyes shone with brilliance as he said deeply, this is indeed a Space Path GU worm, but if it is the Battle Space GU, then Elder Hao Ji Lu is in trouble. Battle Space GU vanished for so many years, to think it would reappear here today. Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed, it seemed he had confirmed it. He had obtained an immortal inheritance from the old beggar, he naturally had great knowledge. What is the Battle Space GU? Everyone asked. Yi Lui Sang's gaze was grave. He was the current tribe leader of Yi Lui tribe, a super tribe, but because they lost, he had to join He tribe. He owned a mysterious fire path immortal GU, he was well learned and had a wealth of knowledge. At this point, he started explaining, the Battle Space GU is a rank 5 space path GU worm. Once activated, it can send both the enemy and the user into a unique space. In there, they will fight to the death, so only when the winner is decided, or when the time runs out, would they be released from that space. Sigh, to think that the flying bear had such a GU worm hidden. He Lu Lan sighed as he looked at the sky, speaking with a hateful tone. Everyone's expression was grim as ever, expressing their worry towards Hao Ji Lu's safety. The flying bear phantom was so strong, even with everyone's combined strength, they could not kill it. How could Hao Ji Lu face it all on his own? The result of this match could be easily predicted by anyone. The flying bear wins and Hao Ji Lu loses. Although Hao Ji Lu had first-rate escaping methods like water image GU, Yi Lui Sang had already said that the space created by Battle Space GU would only close when one side has a clear victory, decided by life and death. Even if Hao Ji Lu used all his escaping methods, he would be captured and killed by the flying bear phantom eventually. Unless he had an opposing space path GU. But Hao Ji Lu was a water path GU master, everyone knew that. Even among all the experts present, none of them were in the space path, thus there was nothing they could do to the battle space GU. Maybe there is still some hope. Tribe leader Yi Lui Sang said earlier that, only when the winner is decided, or when the time runs out, this, time runs out, means. Tang Miao Ming asked. Yi Lui Sang sighed deeply. Sigh, this time restriction is for GU masters. To maintain the battle space GU, primeval essence will be expended constantly. If a GU master uses it, the battle space would vanish when their primeval essence is completely used up. At this point, everyone lost their hope. The Flying Bear Phantom's battle space GU was a wild GU. Wild GU absorbed the primeval energy in the air, and as the primeval energy in the air was continuously supplied, there was no way for the time limit to end. If we can absorb all the primeval energy in the air, would that work? Bian Cizan gave a very good suggestion. Everyone's eyes were shining. But it was no use. After discussing for a while, everyone found that to deal with the invisible and formless primeval energy, chi path methods were required. But chi path was an ancient path. It had once flourished but had been replaced later by the rising strength path. By now, strength path had declined, not to mention chi path. Chi path had been near extinction for a long time. It was extremely rare to see a chi path GU master. Even though Tai Bai Yun Sheng had roamed northern plains for so many years, he had only C3 chi path cultivators. The most recent one, who was also the strongest, was Lu Wenwu's sworn brother, the variant human Mo Shi Kuang. But this person had followed Lu Wenwu since long ago. He was part of Lu tribe. Why would he serve under He Lu Lan? Even if he could help, he was an attack-type GU master. He might not have the ability to deal with the primeval energy. In any case, no one could enter Imperial Court Blessed Land anymore at this point. Chi path is not the most important. The most crucial thing is to break the connection between the primeval energy and battle space GU. We do not need to get rid of the primeval energy in this area. Tai Bai Yun Sheng said as he stroked his beard, but this was something no one could do. Breaking the connection between the primeval energy and wild GU was the signature ability of Restriction Path. Restriction Path was also a rare path. There were very few Restriction Path GU masters. Among everyone present, no one was a Restriction Path GU master. Sigh, earlier when I obtained a high-grade evaluation and entered 88 Truyong Building's treasure room, I found the Restriction Path Primeval Break GU. It could be used in this scenario. But who could I have predicted this? I ended up exchanging something else. Louis Shuang patted his thigh, expressing his regret. Fang Yuan was folding his arms, expression and not speaking as he stood at one side. Think harder, there has to be a way. He Lu Lan had just spoken, when the space shook, the huge body of the Flying Bear Phantom appearing before them. It opened its mouth and roared, showing its frenzy nature. Everyone's heart sank, quickly looking for Hao Ji Lu's traces. If he is alive they must see him, if he is dead they must at least see the corpse, but they could not find it anywhere. Quick, look at the Flying Bear's mouth. Sun Shi Han was an investigative GU master. He was the first to find the trace. Everyone looked over and saw that the Flying Bear's mouth had traces of blood, and there were some cloth stuck in between its teeth. This cloth was very familiar to them. Everyone pondered about it and quickly realized, wasn't this Hao Ji Lu's clothing? They understood at once. Hao Ji Lu was eaten by the Flying Bear. What a pity for Hao Ji Lu, the great demonic path expert, known as the Water Demon, displaying great brilliance in the Imperial Court contest, yet he died at this very place. Fate was full of uncertainty. The cruelty of reality made everyone feel a strong sense of pity and dread. Tai Bai Yun Sheng could do nothing either. Although he had man as before GU, but it needed a target to use it on. Right now Hao Ji Lu's corpse was chewed up by the Flying Bear, and swallowed into its stomach. How could he be saved? The GU master's morale fell. The Flying Bear Phantom is too ferocious. How can we fight it? It is so cramped inside the battle space. The Flying Bear has the 5-element Bear Skin GU, Wine Tiger Cloud Dragon GU, Star River GU, and Grand Chaotic Dance GU. If we fought it alone, who could be its match? We could never have expected this final round to be difficult to this degree. 88 Truyong Building's rounds got harder towards the later stages, and the final, 100th round was the hardest. Right now 88 Truyong Building had already created more than 10 floors. The GU masters were working hard to clear all the rounds for rewards, but most of them were stuck at the 90th or so round. This final round was the first one everyone had arrived at. Damn it, morale is so low, it is hard to fight anymore. Do we return empty-handed this time? He Lu Lan's expression was grim. This time, they created a huge party for this challenge, yet they lost an expert without gaining anything. This was a huge blow to his reputation and prestige. Disregarding that, what He Lu Lan wanted was a strength path immortal GU, meaning he needed a one-edge owner token. If he could not clear this floor, he would only have an ordinary edgeless owner token. If he gave up on this floor and chose other floors to challenge, he would need to expend a lot of time. Time waits for no man, and this too went for him, He Lu Lan. Just as the troops' morale was sinking, Fang Yuan slowly said with a calm expression, "What difficulty is there in killing the flying bear?" Once he said so, dozens of gazes turned around to look at him. But soon, they lowered their gazes. Wolf King was no longer the Wolf King in the rumors. In the past, Wolf King Chongshan Yin was a great heroic character in Northern Plains, a legend who exterminated Ha Tu Gu and his band of bandits. The current Wolf King was a flying and enslavement master, the #1 fierce general publicly recognized in this current imperial court contest. During the final battle, he took down the enemy's commander easily from amidst the army, showing his great strength. He had become even more arrogant and aloof, even becoming cruel and ruthless, striking as a means of persuasion. He Shuyi, who was nearly killed by him, was a prime example. Looking back in time, there was another example, Sun Shihan. He had once been attacked by Chongshan Yin in public, his entire face was trampled on the ground under everyone's watchful eye, he had lost all his pride and face. Only He Lu Lan's gaze approached him, only the Black Tyrant had no fear towards the unrestrained and arrogant Chongshan Yin. "Brother Shan Yin, I would like to hear your brilliant plan." He Lu Lan cupped his fists. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. "It is not a brilliant plan, there is no harm in saying it." He paused before saying, "This battle space GU is quite special, but it is only rank 5, there has to be restrictions on it, particularly in range. In my opinion, as long as we fight it from afar and avoid the range of battle space GU's effect, we will be fine." He Lu Lan was shocked. These words truly made him feel as though he was waking up from a dream. Everyone's eyes were shining, some patted their head as they said excitedly, "I was too frightened by battle space GU's reputation." Indeed, any GU worm had its range of effect. The battle space GU's range should not be wide, otherwise, it would not have waited for Hao Ji Lu to get close before activating it. Of course, battle space GU was a wild GU, so the range had to be assessed more carefully. "Next, I will manipulate the wolf group and encircle the flying bear. You guys will attack from afar using long-range methods." Fang Yuan commanded. He Lu Lan was overjoyed. He could not command Fang Yuan to move. Now that Fang Yuan was voluntarily entering battle, he quickly said, "We will do as Wolf King says." Battle ensued again. The wolf group was inside trapping the flying bear. The GU masters were outside unleashing a rain of attacks from afar. Like this, the scene of a group of ants eating an elephant was formed. Flying bear roared continuously, using Star River GU, Wine Tiger Cloud Dragon GU, Grand Chaotic Dance GU and others, causing great casualties to the wolf group. In contrast, the GU masters were all safe and sound, no more deaths occurred. He Lu Lan was initially afraid of Fang Yuan withdrawing due to huge casualties in the wolf group. But Fang Yuan showed a strong attitude. He did not retreat even though he was having losses, he even disregarded the wolf corpses. He Lu Lan was perplexed, but after thinking about it, he attributed Fang Yuan's reason for not retreating no matter what to his earlier promise. Once they cleared this, Wolf King would get 50% of the reward. What he did not know was, Fang Yuan's true motive was his owner token. He Lu Lan wanted to elevate his owner token, that suited Fang Yuan's interests. After his owner token becomes 4-edge, Fang Yuan would snatch it away and form the 10-edge owner token, obtaining a giant Sun True inheritance. Because of Fang Yuan's intervention, the scales of victory tilted towards the GU masters. Flying bear's injuries became heavier, as blood flowed down the mound like a waterfall. Suddenly, the flying bear roared again, shooting out another invisible bubble. The rank 5 battle space GU was activated. Once again, the GU masters were prepared for this, retreating quickly, but the bubble was targeted at a blood forest wolf. With a light sound, the flying bear and the blood forest wolf vanished. Using the same move again, what's the use? Someone saw this and laughed. As long as we do not get closer, why would we be afraid of the battle space GU? Ha ha ha, all of you shut up. He Lu Lan screamed furiously, showing a very annoyed and irritated expression. Not just him, Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunsheng and the others also had a grim expression. Chapter 585, Finally Getting Through, Fang Yuan requests for an immortal GU. This time, the battle space lasted much longer than before, lasting half a day before it dispersed. The hill-sized giant flying bear phantom appeared once again before everyone. Damn it, just like we thought. Sun Shi Han cried out involuntarily. HMPH. He Lu Lan was also not looking well. There were no injuries on the flying bear phantom's body, a dazzling halo flowing through its snow-white fur. Its eyes were bright and its battle intent soared high, it had seemingly made a complete recovery. Flying Bear had a rank 5 healing GU which had already been investigated clearly. As for its opponent, the Blood Forest Wolf, which had been pulled into the battle space, only a pile of white bones remained. Can we still fight it? Even Pei Yanfei with his raging battle intent, felt indecisive at this moment. Tai Bai Yunsheng stroked his beard and muttered, no matter how serious the Flying Bear Phantom's injuries are, as long as it uses battle space GU to enter the battle space, it can recover back to its prime state in half a day. And during this time, we can do nothing but to just look on. Right, battle space GU might only be a wild GU and not under the Flying Bear's control, but a wild Gu's sense of danger is very sharp, and when it senses danger, it will casually choose a target to pull into the battle space to protect its host. Doesn't this mean the wolf groups also cannot be used? Wolf groups have to engage in close combat, surrounding the flying bear, aren't they just the best targets to pull into the battle space? Looks like only us GU masters should attack now. When someone said this, the scene suddenly quietened. Throwing out the wolf groups and making GU masters assault the flying bear phantom was also not feasible. The flying bear could quickly pull a GU master into the battle space. The GU master was sure to struggle bitterly to their last breath, using every method they had to keep on living. There was a very simple way to break the battle space and not give the flying bear enough time to heal. The GU master that was pulled into the battle space needed to immediately suicide. But no one would want to kill themselves, survival instinct was human nature. Even Tai Bai Yunsheng would not be able to save them. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu's bloody tragedy was a clear example of it. The final round is really too difficult. We have gathered so many people with many heroes, but we are actually helpless against this flying bear phantom with our combined strength. Flying Bear quietly lied down on the ground, vigilantly looking at the crowd. It did not attack and only let out low roars. It should not be like this. The crucial thing is we have no way to restrain battle space GU. We don't have methods of restriction path and chi path. Hey tribe leader, I suggest we change the strategy. Yi Lui Sang was also a tribe leader of a super force, others might not dare to speak up, but he could talk bluntly. He Lu Lan gave a snort but did not reply. His thoughts moved like lightning. Looking at this situation, it is almost impossible to resolve the problem of battle space GU. It seems like there is only one way, that is for me to go into battle and make the flying bear pull me into the battle space. In the battle space, I can use my strength path killer move and kill the flying bear. His strength path killer move was extremely powerful, it was a secret technique of He tribe. He Lu Lan could not take care of the flying bear with just the dark path cultivation which he showed on the surface. But if he used his strength path abilities, with the amplification from his great strength true martial physique, it would not be difficult for him to kill the flying bear. But if he did so, he would be breaking the ceiling effect of Immortal GU Dark Limit, which would quicken the appearance of the disaster of one of the 10 extreme physiques. The time I have is already not enough. Now if I use my strength path killer move to kill the flying bear, this time will shorten even more. And in this short period of time, I still need to attack another floor, clear 100 rounds and obtain a strength path Immortal GU, this difficulty is too large. But if I don't cross this round, I won't have a one-edge owner token, so how could I know about the position of the strength path Immortal GU? Whether I change the strategy or ask for support from the tribe, they both require time. The worst situation will be if I use the strength path killer move, kill this flying bear, obtain a one-edge owner token, but there is no strength path Immortal GU in 88 True Yong building. He Lu Lan was hesitating. This matter concerned his life and death while the path ahead was filled with darkness, even he could not avoid being indecisive and helpless. It is not difficult to break the battle space. One astonishing sentence resounded in the place. Everyone followed the voice towards its source. It was none other than Wolf King once again. Brother Shan Yin, you have another method? He Lu Lan immediately asked. Fang Yuan smiled. I should also be making an all-out effort for the 50% reward, right? My plan is divided into 3 steps. First, we will use long-range methods to exhaust the flying bear's energy as much as possible. Second, we will send a death warrior to engage in close combat. He will have to immediately suicide if he is pulled into the battle space. Third, the flying bear will have no time to take a breather, and we continue with long-range battle. We will definitely be able to kill this beast once we maintain this plan. Good plan. How could I have not thought of it? Some people cheered, some people slapped their thighs loudly in pleasant surprise, while some people inwardly muttered of this plan's cruelty. But no matter what they commented, everyone knew this method could solve the problem. In northern plains where battles occurred frequently, every single tribe possessed death warriors. It was only a matter of whether they had many or few, whether they were elites or ordinary. He tribe was a super force. The death warriors they cultivated were not only many in number, but were also elites. This way, Tai Bai Yunsheng slightly frowned, disturbed by this plan. Sun Shi Han's eyes flashed with brilliance as he looked at He Lu Lan without speaking. Dying in battle and taking the initiative to throw away one's life were 2 completely different concepts. The former was the honor of the brave, while the latter was those in power bringing disaster to others' lives for their benefits. If this plan was really to be carried out, He Lu Lan, this He tribe leader's reputation would be completely destroyed. This was against the values of the righteous path. Being in the righteous path, their biggest concern was reputation. Those with bad reputation would have a limited achievement. In the righteous path, demonic path was different. No matter what the reputation was, its main value was strength. Thus, within the demonic path, there was the plague like Hao Ji Lu, as opposed to the life savior Tai Bai Yunsheng. Because of this, Sun Shi Han did not attempt to advise this matter. He was a smart man and knew no matter how he said it or persuaded, it would not be appropriate. He had even thought of this method earlier, but did not suggest it. He did not dare. The current Sun Shi Han was already an external elder of He tribe. Once he suggested this, it would be asking to soil his reputation. Would he still be able to stay with He tribe then? Probably only this sinister and cruel Wolf King can say it without any misgivings. Sun Shi Han secretly glanced at Fang Yuan with hatred and fear, his cheeks seemingly twitching in pain. But what Sun Shi Han did not know was, to He Lu Lan, what use would reputation be when his own life was about to be over? When He Lu Lan heard Fang Yuan's plan, he immediately decided to use it. But he still frowned and thought for a long while, hesitating, pitifully sighing and showing a profound, merciful, expression. Finally, he heaved a long sigh and spoke a pile of erudite words. The main idea was, they were forced to use this plan. The tribesmen who die will be given grand burial by him as a brother, and he will personally take care of their family, give compensation, and so on. Everyone knew it, but they could not point it out. This was the game rule of the righteous path. After going through this process, He Lu Lan immediately summoned He tribe's death warriors to enter the battle. These death warriors from He tribe were all of rank 2 cultivation and had been brought up by He tribe since youth, imbued day and night with the ideology of loyalty to the tribe. As for rank 3 death warriors, it was not that there were none of them. But once they reach rank 3, they would become a precious resource and almost every one of them would be free from the status of a death warrior. Only super forces would have a number of death warriors of rank 3 and even rank 4 cultivation, but they would not use them so lightly. He Lu Lan was this generation's He tribe leader, and if he sent these death warriors to their deaths, they could not refuse him. If the emperor wants his subjects dead, the subjects need to die no matter what, regardless of their will. The following battle went without any accidents. The battle persisted till more than 10 death warriors were sacrificed, and the flying bear phantom finally collapsed on the ground, breathing its last. But when everyone wanted to deliver the final strike, they suddenly discovered they could not even budge. What is happening? It is 88 True Yong buildings power making us not able to move. Isn't this too shameless? Only a move more and we could kill this flying bear. Everyone shouted and raged at this stupefying situation. Only Fang Yuan's expression was tranquil. He had a 6-edge owner token and knew that this round was over. He Lu Lan also felt this and immediately took out his owner token, fixing his gaze at it and saw an edge gradually emerging from the originally round owner token. At the same time, a strong sense of fortune entered the depths of his heart, letting him know that he was in full control of this floor. So we had no need to kill the flying bear in this final round and only needed to beat it to near death. He Lu Lan was exulted inwardly, but showed a mournful expression on his face, sighing, "Everyone, do not fret, the battle has ended, we were successful, this round is crossed." Sigh, what happened to my He tribe's children was truly a pity. If not for the battle space isolating the connection between the inside and outside, I would have definitely used puppets or wild GU to replace them. We passed, everyone was shocked and excited. Tribe leader He Lu Lan, I wonder what the rewards for this round are. Is it possible to let this old man broaden his horizons? Tai Bai Yun Sheng inquired. The motive for him entering 88 True Yong building was lifespan GU. However, lifespan GU was rare and precious and could only appear as the rewards for 90th or above rounds. He Lu Lan revealed a peculiar expression at the inquiry and pointed at the dying flying bear phantom. That is this round's reward. This flying bear phantom, how could it be? Everyone was shocked once again, only Fang Yuan knew clearly. He possessed a 6-edge owner token, and knew the rewards for any round of 88 True Yong building's current floors like the back of his palm. Before even tackling this round, he knew of this round's reward. It was a ranked 6 Phantom Path Immortal GU with a simple to understand name, Flying Bear Phantom GU. Sure enough, at the next moment, under everyone's astonished gazes, the dying giant flying bear gradually turned into an enormous ball of white light. The white light shrunk rapidly, finally turning into a speck of light that flew towards He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan quickly received it and carefully observed it. He was the master of the owner token, the reward for passing this round was his. He had just come into contact with this flying bear phantom GU, but easily refined it because of 88 True Yong building's power. Fang Yuan's 6-edge owner token was different. It was created from exploitation and could only receive the floor's rewards after taking control of the floor. Naturally, it was not like it could not contest against He Lu Lan's owner token, but once they contested, Giant Sun's will would awaken, which would cause a great loss to him, or even face a tragic end. This risk was better not taken if possible. Flying Bear Phantom GU was looking very dim, its aura was weak like it was near death, its condition was extremely poor. But He Lu Lan was unable to take his eyes off it. What was this? This is an immortal GU. He had just sighed with emotions inwardly when a voice sounded in his ears. This immortal GU, give it to me. The tone of the voice was flat, but it could not suppress the determination within. He Lu Lan immediately frowned. He did not need to look around to know who the speaker was. Who else had guts to mention such a request besides Wolf King Chongshan Yin? Chapter 586. Using Flying Bear, Mo Yao speaks of Phantom Path. When Fang Yuan publicly requested the Flying Bear Phantom GU, He Lu Lan's immediate reaction was to object immediately. This was an immortal GU. Even an ordinary GU immortal would not obtain one easily. No matter how amazing Wolf King was, he was only a mortal. He dared to make such an absurd request. Moreover, this Flying Bear Phantom GU was extremely easy to use. With just a single thought, and a toss of the GU, one could make the GU worm transform into the Flying Bear Phantom and engage in combat. Although the Flying Bear Phantom's battle strength was not as terrifying as the Desolate Beast Flying Bear, it definitely had half immortal battle strength. With this GU, one could easily dominate the mortal realm. If during the Immortal Court contest, He Lu Lan had such an immortal GU, there would be no place for Fang Yuan to display his abilities. Fang Yuan opened asked for it, it was very rude. However, even though He Lu Lan was furious, he felt that this was only natural. After all, only a person like Chongshan Yin would have the guts to make such a request. In public, looking at the Flying Bear Phantom GU in his hand, He Lu Lan slowly calmed down. Not good, the Flying Bear Phantom was half beaten to death by us. This immortal GU's condition is extremely poor, it cannot be used now, it has to recover for some time. An injured immortal GU needs an immortal GU to heal it. Other than that, it can only self-recover, but during that period it would need to consume lots of food, unceasingly. If I did not remember wrongly, this Flying Bear Phantom GU's food is the Desolate Beast Flying Bear's flesh and blood. This is problematic. How can I have such a thing? I have to seek help from the tribe's immortals. The more He Lu Lan thought about it, the more his anger subsided. He was of the 10 extreme physique's great strength true martial physique, he needed a strength path Immortal GU to ascend to GU Immortal realm and escape the threat of death. The flying bear phantom GU was not something he needed, what he desperately wanted now was a strength path Immortal GU. My most important priority at the moment is to find a strength path Immortal GU. Immortal GU are often only given at the final round of a floor. During the process of completing this, I will need everyone's strength. Although He Lu Lan was not afraid of Chong Shan Yin, if he forcefully kept the flying bear phantom GU, then the Wolf King would definitely become enemies with him. With that gap between them, there was no way he could utilize the Wolf King's strength again. He might as well give this Immortal GU to him, to exchange for his strength, and truly help and benefit He Lu Lan himself. This way, He Lu Lan's reputation could be preserved as well, no one would say that he went back on his words. He Lu Lan made many considerations, but this was only a moment in real time. HMPH, Sun Shihan snickered, Lord Wolf King, this is an Immortal GU, you want to take it just like that. My tribe leader promised you half the rewards earlier, but that does not mean we need to give you the Immortal GU. It seems the lesson I gave you earlier was not enough. Fang Yuan heard this and frowned lightly, his gaze turned ice cold as his killing intent was released fully, towards Sun Shihan. Sun Shihan's expression changed instantly, and he could not help but move closer to He Lu Lan. No one questioned if Fang Yuan would have the guts to directly execute the killing blow. The ferocity of Wolf King was ingrained in everyone's hearts. Ha ha ha, He Lu Lan laughed loudly, walking towards Fang Yuan as he patted his chest. A true gentleman never goes back on his words. Earlier, I promised the Wolf King half the rewards, then it shall be 50%. It was all due to Brother Shan Yin's brilliant plan that allowed us to get through this round. I will add another 10% of reward, but the Immortal GU is unique, its value is immeasurable, even with your 60% reward, in what way are you going to compensate the remaining 40% to us? That's right, we put in much effort too. I have heavy injuries now, I did not retreat amidst the fierce combat, everyone can be my witness. Even Lord Water Demon Hao Ji Lu died because of this. I believe Lord Wolf King will give us a good solution. Everyone said in agreement, it was all targeted at Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan had great strength, but wealth moved people's hearts, everyone was filled with envy, jealousy and hatred upon seeing that an Immortal GU was going to fall into his hands. Thus, they pushed all of their unhappiness towards Fang Yuan. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan frowned deeper and deeper. He Lu Lan laughed secretly. Wolf King, oh Wolf King, even with your ferocious reputation and outstanding strength, you will still eventually be captured by me. 7 days later, 88 Truyong Building's 7th layer, the 90th round. In the maze, the flying bear phantom was roaring at the sky. Its body was covered in wounds, blood was oozing at its mouth, and several of its sharp teeth had broken. Its right eye was blinded, hanging outside its socket like a grape, it was in bad shape. But it only had one enemy. He was floating in the air, with 6 arms on his back. Compared to the hill-like flying bear phantom which had a massive body, he was very small. But the flying bear phantom was serious and vigilant, like it was facing a strong enemy. After they had battled for 15 minutes, it could deeply feel how powerful this tiny enemy was. Flying bear phantom GU, it is deservedly an Immortal GU. Even after turning into the flying bear phantom, it retains much wisdom, and is quite shrewd. In the future when I face strong foes, I can use it to restrain them, and that can help me save a lot of energy. Fang Yuan looked at the flying bear phantom below him as he evaluated in his heart. 7 days ago, He Lu Lan gathered the band of experts and broke through the final round of the 5th floor, obtaining the flying bear phantom Immortal GU. Fang Yuan was blunt and unrestrained, as he immediately asked for it. Even though the other GU masters were jealous and envious, trying to come up with endless excuses against this, Fang Yuan announced that he was willing to compensate the remaining half of the GU's worth, while giving an unrelenting attitude. Eventually, He Lu Lan gave this GU to Fang Yuan. With this GU, Fang Yuan went to He Lu Lan that night and borrowed resources, establishing a contract with him in secret. After returning, he used Hu Immortal Blessed Land to connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven, exchanging for the relevant GU worms and food, and during the 6th day, the flying bear phantom GU was restored to its healthy state. By the 7th day, Fang Yuan secretly entered the 7th floor of 88 Truyong Building, personally testing the flying bear phantom GU and the finalized killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Fang Yuan ordered the Flying Bear Phantom GU to attack him without holding back, while he himself used the 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King to fight back. Flying Bear Phantom GU was an immortal GU, it had half the battle strength of the Flying Bear, but it was not Fang Yuan's match when he was in 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King mode. Fang Yuan was very satisfied with this result. He thought about it in his mind. The killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King is indeed formidable. It uses borrow strength GU as the core to borrow the natural strength of heaven, earth, fire, water and others, sustaining itself by allowing a steady and endless torrent of strength to be supplied. Most amazingly, it can transform my body into a zombie's body temporarily. This way, my body will be in a half-dead state, my recovery speed will increase greatly and my sense of pain will reduce. I would be in the state of near unlimited energy and strength. I can do anything. If it was an ordinary living body, constantly using strength would tire it out. But by becoming a heavenly zombie, Fang Yuan could avoid such a weakness. This kind of strength and feeling was intoxicating for Fang Yuan, but it also made him more alert. I can only maintain this form for a short period of time. During intense battle, I will have to commit to the battle fully and I would not recognize the flow of time. Although this killer move is great and gives me a good feeling, it is easy to get addicted and lost when using it. I must never forget the time limit of this killer move, otherwise the consequences would be severe. The killer move, 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King was powerful, but had a time limit. Once the time limit was exceeded, the GU Master might turn into a real zombie from overusage. The severity of this surpassed even the 10 extreme physiques disaster. Even if he used the yin-yang rotation GU, he could not recover. Fang Yuan wanted to get rid of this weakness, but Mo Yao's requirements were too strict. Fang Yuan could not find a suitable person to test the GU. Actually, you have not fully unleashed the true power of this Flying Bear Phantom GU. At this time, Mo Yao's will in Fang Yuan's mind spoke. Oh, what do you mean? Mo Yao had some understanding regarding Phantom Path. Phantom Path, it focuses on the forms of Phantom and Solid. During the initial stage from rank 1 to 5, Phantom is the foundation, using Phantom form to avoid attacks. Thus, Phantom Path GU Masters often lack attacking power, but have ample defensive measures. But at rank 6 and above, Phantom Path GU Immortals have both offense and defense. By turning into Phantom and Solid form at will, they can go into the defensive Phantom mode, nullifying all forms of attacks, and also turn Phantom into Solid, attacking people when they least expect it. The Flying Bear Phantom GU is a Phantom Path Immortal GU. It was created by killing the desolate beast Flying Bear and using all of its skin, bones, flesh, blood, and soul to refine it. Just the Flying Bear Phantom GU alone has half the strength of the real Flying Bear. But if it was given accompanying GU worms, like the Battle Space GU, Grand Chaotic Dance GU, 5-element Bear Skin GU and others, its battle strength would surge greatly. Mo Yao's words made Fang Yuan nod repeatedly. He recalled the fight when they were at the final round. Precisely because of the Flying Bear Phantom's GU worms could it have a huge boost in battle strength, even causing the band of experts to be helpless. But after the battle, Battle Space GU was taken by He Lulan, and the remaining GU worms were also taken by other people. Fang Yuan was fighting the Flying Bear Phantom alone in secret. The Flying Bear Phantom had no GU worms left, thus, Fang Yuan could have the upper hand when fighting. He had some degree of comprehension in this. Looking at it from another angle, complementing the Flying Bear Phantom GU with other GU worms is exactly like using multiple GU worms at once. Isn't this a killer move? Killer moves are a GU Master's unique creation, using many GU worms at the same time together to create an effect greater than when used individually, unleashing great strength. Mo Yao nodded in agreement. Your comprehension is completely right, that is so. However, what truly complements the Flying Bear Phantom GU are only Phantom Path GU worms. Forget the rest, just a single turn Phantom GU would allow the Flying Bear Phantom GU to turn from solid to Phantom form, evading all sorts of attacks. Turn Phantom GU. Fang Yuan's heart shook uncontrollably. He could completely imagine that when the turn Phantom GU is used with the Flying Bear Phantom GU, it would become an extremely troublesome enemy. This could transform the usage of Flying Bear Phantom GU completely, achieving a true qualitative change to a degree. Mo Yao laughed lightly, saying, "Lad, as long as you return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House properly, I will tell you the details of 3 Phantom Path inheritances. Among them, one is likely to be a Phantom Path GU Immortal inheritance. We'll talk about that later." Fang Yuan calmed down, replying in a plain tone. He had never removed his alertness towards Mo Yao. Although Mo Yao did not display any hostile intentions, Fang Yuan had always felt a sense of danger in his heart. Chapter 587, The Vast Difference Between Immortal and Mortal. Time passed by rapidly and a month had passed. Northern Plains. The wind raged and snow fluttered around. The world was a scene of white as the white snow covered the large grassland. Bone-chilling wind blew everywhere. Occasionally, it would form into a tornado and occasionally, it would lift the deep snow on the ground. Every 10 years, the blizzard disaster devastated the whole of Northern Plains. Living beings lamented and all things turned destitute. At a few limited places, the surviving humans and animals were struggling for their lives. They not only had to overcome the frigid climate, but also needed to engage in fierce combat against snow monsters and other battles. However, in such a cruel environment, snowmen were like fish in water, moving very frequently and becoming extremely lively. The ice-cold blizzard was merely a warm spring wind to snowmen. They hunted in this blizzard, and large numbers of wild snow path, ice path and water path GU worms started to live one after another on their body. The snowmen tribes who were hunted by the GU masters, beaten down and sold during normal times, were now experiencing enormous growth. Their forces expanded rapidly. In the raging blizzard, two dark figures appeared. The dark figures stood on a cliff, overflowing with immortal aura. They were He tribe's two GU immortals, He Bai and He Cheng. They looked down towards the valley under them. The blizzard was still wild, but it was not even able to sway the two's clothes. The snow fluttered madly, but was not able to obstruct the two's probing gazes. In the valley, many ice houses were built, packed together with the numbers reaching several tens of thousands. A group of heroic snowmen warriors had just returned from their hunt. They had returned with great harvests once again. Rank 6 Wood Path GU Immortal He Bai frowned. HMPH, this group of snowmen is taking advantage of this time period to grow so rapidly. In these 3 days, this is already the 7th tribe we have seen of such a scale. Those who are not my race have different motives. Although snowmen had men in their name, they were still variant humans. When the blizzard ends, Northern Plains tribes would actively start developing, which was bound to result in many large battles with these snowmen. To human tribes, such a large number of snowmen meant their enemy was more in number and stronger. He Cheng patted He Bai's shoulder, smiling. Virtuous brother should be happy. Looking at it from another angle, these snowmen are our wealth. We can take these snowmen as captives and not only exchange them for immortal essence stones with other GU immortals, we can also give Shui Songzi something to cry about. The corners of He Bai's lips raised to an arc. Elder brother thinks in a comprehensive way. If not for Shui Songzi, the wooden chicken GU would have already been in my hands. And he even meddled in the last Imperial Court contest. These days, we have been hunting snowmen everywhere and selling them in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He. I really want to see how Shui Songzi's expression is like now. But the moment he finished saying this, his smile disappeared and his gaze revealed a trace of anxiety. Elder brother, He Lu Lan has already been in Imperial Court for so long, and according to the time, 88 Truyong buildings should have already formed over 20 floors. Why is there still no trace of wooden chicken GU? He Cheng laughed. Do not fret, do not fret. 88 Truyong building has altogether 88 floors, this is not much. He Lu Lan, this kid might have a irascible temper, but he is meticulous when it comes to the big picture. He hasn't broken off the contact with us since he entered Imperial Court, isn't that right? Moreover, he now already has one edge owner token. As long as wooden chicken GU is involved in the creation of a new floor, He Lu Lan can sense it, and we will receive the news. He tribe was a super force, although they did not have ability in exploiting the flaws that could match the level of Fairy Mo Yao. They had their own ways to use GU worms to transfer messages inside and out. He Bai sighed. Imperial Court blessed land and Northern Plains outside world have differing time flow. A day here in the outside world is equal to over 20 days in Imperial Court blessed land. I am somewhat worried He Lu Lan's notice will be late, and if so, the help we can provide will be small. He Cheng comforted with a smile. Virtuous brother, the more you worry, the more frantic you will get. Relax. According to He Lu Lan's strength, getting through 3 or 4 floors would not be a problem. Before this, we'd better take care of this group of snowmen. Okay. He Bai's worry was slightly relieved, as he nodded. The two shot down like lightning. directly charging into the snowman tribe within the valley. He Cheng chuckled. Instantly, an unrestrained laughter shook the world, stopping even the moving clouds. The whole valley buzzed from the tremor and the majestic snowfall also slowed. Crash crash crash, the sound waves swept through the valley, crushing countless ice buildings into fine powder. The snowman tribe instantly suffered serious losses. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A strong enemy has appeared. Warriors, it is time to protect our homeland. Protect our homeland. Remember, we cannot fall down, behind us are our wives, children and parents. Snowmen were in an uproar, and after a short moment of panic, they prepared to resist. HMPH, overestimating your strength. Heibai looked at the snowmen flocking together while floating in midair, his gaze apathetic like he was looking at a group of ants. He lightly waves his sleeve, buzz buzz buzz. A black mass of GU groups flew out. First the number was in hundreds, then thousands, then it reached tens of thousands. Finally, the several hundreds of thousands of GU hovered over the valley like dark clouds pressing down on a city. The snowmen looked at the sky, their expression filled with terror and lifelessness. The fighting spirit and heroic feelings they raised up just a moment ago, froze completely in front of a GU Immortal's might. At this moment, they were truly able to feel the bone-piercing chill of the blizzard. GU Immortals possessed immortal essence. A bead of immortal essence could be regarded as unlimited primeval essence. This meant every single GU Immortal could control large numbers of mortal GU, and would never be lacking in primeval essence. The snowman tribes might be flourishing, but in front of a GU Immortal's battle strength, they were like lambs waiting for slaughter and could only let themselves be trampled upon. Next moment, Heibai lightly pointed and the GU groups pounced down loudly. Mournful sounds started resounding and echoing endlessly in the valley. A dozen or so days later, Imperial Court blessed land, Heilu Lan slowly put down the letter GU in his hand, sneering. The letter GU came from He tribe, GU Immortal. Its content was the same as before, still urging Heilu Lan to speed up the search for wooden chicken GU. There was originally no way to send messages from or to Imperial Court blessed land, but after so many years had gone by, even if it was an arrangement by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, it could not stand the erosion of the river of time, and a few flaws appeared. Although they did not have capability in exploiting this on Fairy Mo Yao's level. The super forces like He tribe and Lu tribe had polished the methods to send the message. Once a GU master advances to an immortal, their physique would thoroughly raise to a higher level and would possess immortal essence. Mortals simply cannot be an immortal's opponent. To deal with GU Immortal requires a GU Immortal. Strength Path Immortal GU. Heilu Lan softly muttered, then slowly stood up from his seat and walked towards the window. He looked up at the gorgeous aurora moving at the summit of the sacred palace. 88 Truyong Building's newest floor had condensed at this moment. 38th floor. Heilu Lan sighed. Having seen this scene so many times, he no longer had the excitement like before when he saw it for the first time. But his esteem towards old ancestor Giant Sun had now reached the level of prostrating himself in admiration before the old ancestor's heavenly methods every time he saw the scene of Truyong Building condensing a floor. Only with 88 Truyong Building and old ancestor Giant Sun's power, I can take my revenge. Heilu Lan took out his owner token. So much time had passed by, but his owner token was still one edge owner token. Heilu Lan knew of history and also knew his own strength. The current forces, compared to the past winners of the Imperial Court contest, were not bad but also could not be considered too good. Taking everything into account, it was only enough to cross 3-4 floors. Heilu Lan wanted to acquire his Strength Path Immortal GU, but also had the tribe responsibility of getting Wooden Chicken Immortal GU. This meant the quota for 2 clearances was already filled. Hence, these days, he restrained himself from taking action, making recuperation his priority, and at the same time, he still opened up 88 Truyong Building, letting GU masters increase their strength as much as possible. Naturally, he did this to make the GU masters, outside of He tribe, thankful and admire him. And naturally, many among He tribe were dissatisfied and puzzled by it, but mindful of Black Tyrant's fierce reputation, none dared to speak up. Messenger. Heilu Lan softly called. His trusted aide He Shu immediately appeared before him and quietly kneeled down, speaking with a lowered head. Lord Tribe Leader, please instruct. How is the recent situation? Heilu Lan rubbed the owner token, his gaze still at 88 Truyong Building. The situation looks to be steady recently, but undercurrents are starting to surge. Chong tribe's GU masters have repeatedly been killed, many GU masters have mysteriously disappeared when going out. Chong tribe leader Chong Jiu has personally moved out, searching everywhere to capture the killers, but no gains have been made. Instead, the attacks on Chong tribe's GU masters have become even more serious. He Shu reported. Who has such guts? He Shu revealed an ashamed expression. Subordinate is still investigating. He Lu Lan slightly nodded, his tone revealing some slight joy in another's calamity. No need to hurry, we shouldn't hurry in this matter. Chong Shan Yin's actions are too sinister and cruel, losing favor with people, and now he is tasting the bitter consequences. A few months ago, he wiped out the Earth Chief Beast group and assigned Chong tribe's GU masters to capture many GU masters, and he actually killed all of them. This had already aroused public anger, but fearing Wolf King's reputation, no one dared to take actions though they had the heart for revenge. He Lu Lan remembered this clearly. Because, among these unlucky GU masters Fang Yuan captured to do experiments on, were some people who had some relations to He Lu Lan. Wolf King actually did not give him face and killed these people. He Lu Lan had secretly been bearing this grudge all this time. Tribe leader is wise, subordinate and others also think this is the case. He Shu flattered and said in agreement, Chong tribe leader might be Chong Jiu, but he is Wolf King's son and was appointed as the tribe leader with one sentence from Wolf King. He is too young and cannot appease the tribesmen. The whole of Chong tribe's affairs actually lie with Chong Jiu's adopted father Chong Biao. But not long ago, the death of the two lords Chong Biao and Pan Ping while roaming 7th floor's 90th round, had spread. There was an indistinct commotion within Chong tribe and Chong Jiu has been finding it hard to maintain Chong tribe's situation. The Avengers saw this great opportunity, and maybe because they had received a great increase in strength from 88 True Yong Building's rewards, they have been killing Chong tribe's GU masters everywhere. He Lu Lan nodded. He Shu's analysis was similar to his own thoughts. Quickly investigate this person, taking revenge wholeheartedly in spite of Wolf King's fierceness, this is bravery. Killing Chong tribe's GU masters and not being found even after so many days, this is scheming. This person is brave and can scheme, they should be taken into my He tribe. And also, only my He tribe can protect their life. He Lu Lan instructed, are there any movements from Chong Shan Yin? Ever since Chong Biao's corpse was found and delivered to Chong tribe, maybe Wolf King found some clues from the corpse. He entered 88 True Yong Building that very day and has yet to come out now. Subordinate had sent people to inquire. Wolf King should have gone to 7th floor's 90th maze round. Ever since he entered, people have often reported hearing the howls of wolf groups. He Shu reported. He Lu Lan frowned. Chong Biao, Pan Ping and Water Demon Hao Ji Lu's deaths were something he had not wanted to see. But since they were already dead, He Lu Lan could only accept this fact. He could complete forecast once Wolf King exited the tower and knew of Chong tribe's misfortunes, he would fly up in rage, searching for the killer. At that time, the whole sacred palace might be turned upside down. He Lu Lan was looking forward to Wolf King attracting every more public anger, but he worried Wolf King would even implicate the innocents and start massacring everywhere, which would greatly weaken the forces to mobilize in passing the rounds. He Lu Lan must prevent this from happening. But how to prevent it? He Lu Lan fell into silence as he started thinking. He Shu was calmly kneeling down, patiently waiting for He Lu Lan's next command. He Lu Lan did not think for long before an amazed expression appeared on his face. His gaze instantly turned sharp as he once again looked at 88 True Yong Building on the summit of the sacred palace. There, the 39th floor was slowly condensing into shape. Although it had yet to form, He Lu Lan was able to know the GU worms in this floor through his one-edge owner token. Wooden Chicken GU. Wooden Chicken GU has finally appeared. He Lu Lan's mind was shaken, but soon he calmed down and his gaze quickly moved towards He Shu. Go, summon Ma Ying Jia to see me. Immediately. Chapter 588, each with their schemes. Ma Ying Jia heard the summons and quickly hurried to pay a visit. As He tribe's greatest opponent, Ma tribe had suffered disastrous losses in the decisive battle. Ma tribe's experts were almost completely annihilated, but the young tribe leader Ma Ying Jia was luckily rescued and bravely rose to take the great responsibility of a tribe leader. His original plan had been to hole up in Warm Pond Valley and recover as much as possible. But He Lu Lan brought his army to the valley and forcibly annexed Ma tribe. Thus, Ma tribe had not alternative but to follow He tribe to imperial court blessed land. Ma Yingjia had thought He Lu Lan wanted to get rid of Ma tribe's name and completely swallow Ma tribe. For this reason, he expended great effort and even accepted outsiders, giving them the surname, Ma. But the situation he had anticipated never happened. Not only this, Ma tribe did not receive any severe duties from He Lu Lan's side even after arriving at imperial court blessed land, instead they were treated without discrimination. He Lu Lan selflessly opened up 88 Truyong building to the public from where Ma tribe had obtained many gains. Right now, the whole of Ma tribe was able to recover favorably and the tribe's forces were prospering day by day. However, there was no free lunch in the world. Ma Yingjia had been on tenterhooks because of this. With He Lu Lan's sudden summons, the unease in his heart immediately increased several times, reaching the extreme limit. He Lu Lan smiled when he looked at Ma Yingjia. Ma tribe leader, has Ma tribe been well these days? Ma Yingjia was on guard inwardly and immediately replied, it is good. We must thank you, Lord tribe leader, for disregarding previous enmity and being magnanimous. Ma tribe was on its last breath, but now has recovered some vitality. If I am not wrong, Ma tribe received help from Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's demonic path Immortal Shui Songzi in this contest, right? He Lu Lan asked amiably. Ma Yingjia was tongue-tied, cold sweat started flowing down from his body, and he was not able to speak a word. Ma tribe, who possessed Huang Jin bloodline, privately joined hands with a demonic path Gu Immortal. This undoubtedly broke the rules ancestor Giant Sun had set. Is He Lu Lan looking to settle the score at this time? Damn it, right now, he holds the knife while I am the fish, he only needs to casually say a sentence and Ma tribe would be finished. Ma Yingjia was very nervous, revitalizing Ma tribe was his wish, Ma tribe was what he cherished most in his life. Ha ha ha, He Lu Lan laughed heartily, his laughter resounding in the study. Ma tribe leader, no need to worry, as long as you cooperate obediently, glory and riches will come gushing forth. Tribe leader, please explain. Ma Yingjia gnashed his teeth. A wise man submits to circumstances. With such a pressing situation, he had no choice but to lower his head. However, He Lu Lan's next words shocked Ma Yingjia, his dumbstruck expression frozen like a statue. Ellipsis. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. The lofty snowy mountain peaked through the clouds. The clear blue sky shone with dazzling brilliance. On the fifth branch peak of the mountain range, within the Ice Lake Palace, a negotiation was reaching its end. Shui Songzi's expression was worried as he looked at Demon Lord Long Dan, saying impatiently, Demon Lord, don't forget who it was that lent you immortal essence stones and settled your debt during your emergency. It was me. Now I have some small troubles and am asking you for help, but you are using all sorts of excuses. Isn't this too disappointing? Is the Grand Demon Lord Long Dan such a petty person? Demon Lord Long Dan sipped his tea with a smile, his tone calm. Lord Songzi, please speak cautiously. The friendship from before, I still remember and have not forgotten even a little. But this time, Lord Songzi, your troubles are not small. If I helped you, it would be offending He tribe's Gu Immortals. My business at Treasure Yellow Heaven has just recently taken somewhat of a turn for the better. It cannot endure such an attack. Shui Songzi made a living out of selling snowmen and had made a lot of wealth. But in these recent months, his business at Treasure Yellow Heaven was intensely impacted by He tribe. He tribe's Gu Immortals wantonly hunted snowmen and sold them at low prices, destroying the established standards and benefits of selling snowmen slaves. This was an unconventional confrontation and would implicate extensively on him. Shui Songzi could only take up the challenge to protect his source of revenue, and was barely able to draw a stalemate against He tribe's Gu Immortals. Although he had riches, but he was after all only a lone force. To a super force like He tribe which had been engaging in business over thousands of years, he paled by comparison. Thus, he was gradually unable to bear it and began to request help from the surrounding Gu Immortals. Demon Lord Long Dan's calm appearance made Shui Songzi angry and anxious. Demon Lord, don't beat around the bush, speak up, how can I make you take action? Demon Lord Long Dan laughed heartily, his bright eyes stared at Shui Songzi. Lord Songzi, I know you have 100-year lifespan Gu in your possession. As long as you give it to me, I will definitely use all my strength to help you. Shui Songzi immediately stood up from the seat and pointed at Demon Lord Long Dan. Do you feel no shame in making such a request? Demon Lord Long Dan raised his brows and said with a gloomy voice, "Why would I feel shame? Who would make a move without good cause? Shui Songzi, I persuade you to not be impulsive. If you point your finger at me again, I will start to get angry." HMPH. Shui Songzi knew he was not Demon Lord Long Dan's match and lowered his finger with a snort, then he flicked his sleeve and left. Demon Lord Long Dan also did not make him stay, looking darkly at his receding figure before letting out a snort. He had already disliked Shui Songzi for his ordinarily arrogant attitude whilst holding plenty of spare wealth. Back then, when he asked for immortal essence stones from Shui Songzi actually dared to lend at an exorbitant rate of interest. Demon Lord Long Dan had suffered a big loss and had always been keeping it in his mind. Shui Songzi returned to his 7th branch peak with an ashen expression. He sat on a mat, and with no others present, his tight expression finally relaxed as he heaved a deep sigh. "If I had known this before, I would not have meddled in the Imperial Court contest." He regretted it deeply. Previously, he had invested a lot in the Imperial Court contest, but received no gains. Now, Hate Tribe's GU Immortals were making it difficult for him, and he was not even able to guard his own financial source, which was the basis of his status. In the end, it is still the righteous path who are united while demonic path has separated minds. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has so many demonic path GU Immortals, but I cannot obtain the help from even one. In contrast, Hate Tribe's GU Immortals involve the assistance of many forces and are suppressing me together. Sigh, in this battle, my many years of accumulation have all been used up, resulting in serious losses to me. The water in the Imperial Court contest runs too deep, it is not something I can tread upon. So many demonic path GU Immortals had involved themselves in Imperial Court contest before, but how many obtained a good ending? Sigh, I got greedy because of Wooden Chicken GU and thought that since I had already offended Hate Tribe's GU Immortals, I might as well directly go further and meddle. But I did not know how many demonic path GU Immortals were mocking me behind my back. Sigh, it is time to reflect upon myself. Shui Songzi kept on sighing, and just when he was going to finish pondering his painful experience in attempting to learn from it, a letter GU traveled through space and appeared in front of him. Isn't this the letter GU I gave to Ma Tribe to contact me? Shui Songzi was baffled. He held the letter GU and searched it with his mind before immediately revealing an astonished expression. What does this mean? He Lu Lan actually wants to cooperate with me. Shui Songzi scoffed in disdain. Using Wooden Chicken GU as the bait, do you think I will be fooled? Maybe this is another scheme of Hate Tribe. Wait a moment, does He Lu Lan really want to work with me? Interesting, interesting. After over half a month. Mother, He Lu Lan suddenly woke up on the bed. He was panting and his body was soaked with cold sweat. A good while later, his eyes gradually recovered their focus. The nightmare once again. Since long ago, this nightmare had been tormenting him. This nightmare was like a pile of firewood that ignited the fire of revenge in his heart, every time it occurred. Recovering his breath, He Lu Lan got up from the bed. His body was obese like a black bear. His triangular eyes began flickering with terrifying sharp light. Only his face had the expression of heavy exhaustion. But by the time he pushed open the window, this exhaustion was already concealed by him, replaced by a savage and tyrannical aura. He gazed up at 88 True Yong building while pondering over the cooperation with Shui Songzi. In the letter, he had taken great risk, speaking his greatest secret, and delivering crucial GU worms as a pledge, before he was able to obtain Shui Songzi's trust. Now, the 39th floor had already been formed for quite some time. The cooperation between him and Shui Songzi was progressing very well. Benefiting from this demonic path GU Immortal's help, He Lu Lan was able to smoothly break through the rounds in the 39th floor. His action was betraying Hate Tribe. Hate Tribe's GU Immortals would absolutely not let him go. He Lu Lan did not even have the confidence of being able to conceal this matter for long. But he knew clearly, he was safe as long as he was within Imperial Court Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land prohibited the entry of GU Immortals. At this stage, he was no longer able to turn back and could only move forward until his death. But the most crucial thing in He Lu Lan's plan, the Strength Path Immortal GU which could change the whole situation, was yet to appear. He could only continue to wait. 88 True Yong Building, 7th floor. 90th round. Chang Jiyu pays respects to Lord Supreme Elder. Chang Jiyu kneeled down with an ashamed expression. Do you know why I called you? Fang Yuan stood in front of him, and said in an indifferent tone. I am ashamed, I failed to live up to Lord Supreme Elder's trust. I am extremely incompetent, letting the killer get away with it to this day. Muffled thuds sounded out as his forehead smashed on the ground. Soon, blood could be seen on his forehead. Fang Yuan snorted. You know yourself and know your incompetence. Don't kowtow anymore, stand up and answer. Subordinate does not dare. Get up, Fang Yuan emphasized once again. His tone was calm but it was filled with a will that could not be disobeyed. Chang Jiyu stood up with his head lowered, blood slowly flowed down his cheeks, making him look very miserable. Sigh. Fang Yuan sighed softly before touching the wound on Chang Jiyu's forehead. White light appeared, and under the power of a healing Jiyu, Chang Jiyu's wound rapidly healed without even leaving a scar. Chang Jiyu's body trembled, his eyes couldn't help but release two flowing lines of warm tears. Ever since the father and son had met, this was the first time Chang Shan Yin had done such an intimate action to his son Chang Jiyu. Chapter 589. The Bond Between Father and Son, Real and Fake Affection. Fang Yuan wiped Chang Jiyu's tears and said with a mild tone like a spring wind, What are you crying for? I am Wolf King and you are my son, you can only shed blood and not tears. Chang Jiyu's mind shook fiercely like he had been struck by lightning, when he heard the word, son. An enormous joy engulfed Chang Jiyu's mind like a tsunami. Father finally recognizes me as his son, he called me son with his own mouth. The grievances that had accumulated in his heart, the pressure he felt, the anger and shame he had put aside, the sorrow at his adoptive father's death, everything was dispelled at this moment. He involuntarily was about to cry tears of joy but Fang Yuan's words lingered in his ears and he endured painfully. His expression twisted and he even bit his lips, but the tears still flowed out with no end. He opened his mouth, wanting to call out, Father, but did not dare, and could only keep on apologizing as he sobbed, Sorry, I am sorry. Fang Yuan lightly patted his shoulder and warmly said, Do you know what your greatest deficiency is? Chang Jiyu was slightly shocked. Fang Yuan continued with a decisive tone, Your greatest deficiency is that you are not strong enough. Not strong enough. Chang Jiyu stopped sobbing, his eyes that were hazy with tears looked at the imposing figure in front. This is a yellow gold relic Jiyu, enough for you to advance to rank 4 peak stage. Also a purple crystal relic Jiyu which will help you advance rapidly in rank 5. Fang Yuan took out 2 relic Jiyu and handed them to Chang Jiyu. Chang Jiyu dazedly accepted it, soon a surging grateful feeling filled his wild heart. Isn't this paternal love? So many poets praised paternal love to be as heavy as a mountain and as deep as the sea. I can finally enjoy it today. Father. Chang Jiyu was choked with emotions, he gazed at Fang Yuan before kneeling down again. An eagle chick cannot grow firm, iron-like wings without going through the tempering of wind and frost. A horse foal cannot run like the wind without experiencing falling down. I have already heard of Chang tribe's misfortunes, but I will not concern myself with it. Become strong, go through such temperings, take control of the tribe, use this pretext to establish your might, this is something you need to do. I will be watching you from behind. Lord Father, son is ashamed, being given such earnest attention by his blood-related father. This made Chang Jiyu excited and also brought a fearful feeling in him. Fang Yuan waved his hand, I know your misgivings. You are worried your aptitude is not enough and you cannot break through to rank 5, right? No problem, I will now raise your aptitude and also impart you a strength path killer move set which will increase your strength to an unimaginable level. This is Father's special skill and even at the decisive battle of Imperial Court, I only used 30% of its power. Ah, Chang Jiyu involuntarily opened up his mouth, shocked and happy. Father actually had ways to raise aptitude, moreover was also imparting a strength path killer move. Even during the decisive battle with Ma tribe, Father only used 30% of this killer move's power. My father is after all my father. Godfather Chang Biao might have treated me very well, but that is nothing compared to my father. This is the deepest bond between blood. Lord Father is nurturing me with all his efforts. After the shock, Chang Jiyu felt a surge of happiness. Now I am going to raise your aptitude. Relax your mind, pacify your heart. Sleep, take a good sleep first. Fang Yuan spoke gently while secretly using hypnosis Jiyu. Chang Jiyu's mood was not stable and he had already been exhausted, and with his extreme trust in Fang Yuan, he soon fell asleep under the effect of Jiyu worm. Fang Yuan lightly smiled as he took out Blood Skull Jiyu. This Jiyu had a crystal-like texture, the size of an infant's skull and could be held by a palm. But right now, it was full from drinking blood and shone with a demonic blood light. This blood was absorbed from the Chang tribesmen Fang Yuan had secretly killed over these days. The sound asleep Chang Jiyu had a slight smile on his face, a happy smile. He had never even expected the killer who had assassinated Chang tribesmen in these days was his most loved and respected, blood-related father. Even He Lu Lan and other outsiders were also in the dark, not having the least bit of doubt towards Fang Yuan. Go! Fang Yuan willed and the Blood Skull Jiyu slowly flew out of his palm and circled around Chang Jiyu. The Blood Skull Jiyu then stopped over Chang Jiyu's head, it opened its mouth and puffed out blood with a thick stench. The blood directly sunk in through Chang Jiyu's head, skin and hairs, followed his veins and finally converged in his aperture. Chang Jiyu's aperture began to slowly but steadily advance. By the time Chang Jiyu woke up, Fang Yuan had already gone away. The previous encounter was like a dream, making Chang Jiyu feel doubts. But the Jiyu worms on the ground and plentiful food left behind were the best proof that everything was true. Heavens, my aptitude really advanced, now it is at 96%. Chang Jiyu shouted out with joy after he checked his aperture. Stay here for few days and cultivate properly. Use all the relic Jiyu father left behind, your cultivation will reach rank 5 upper stage with these. I am temporarily lending the other Jiyu worms on the ground to you. Among them is an East Window Jiyu which records the contents of the killer move, read it and practice it. A message echoed into Chang Jiyu's ears. Chang Jiyu was extremely excited. Ah, this is father's voice. Lord Father, son will not disappoint you. Son will definitely become a rank 5 Jiyu master and master this killer move. Chang Jiyu felt extremely bold and was filled with fighting spirit. He sat down cross-legged on the spot and took a yellow gold relic Jiyu into his aperture. Fang Yuan was secretly observing this. This is the Jiyu tester you chose. He is truly a good choice. In his mind, Mo Yao's will let out a cold sneer, it is only that you clearly indicated the flaws of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King in the East Window Jiyu. And you have also not tampered with the Jiyu worms you lent him, are you not afraid he will worry about the flaws and be careful, not completely transforming into a heavenly zombie? Hehe, Mo Yao, you don't need to worry. I still have the ability to grasp people's hearts. You haven't used 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, so you don't know how intoxicating the feeling of endless strength you get when transforming to the heavenly zombie state can be. Even I was intoxicated. Chang Jiyu is young and does not have enough control over his heart. When he practices the killer move, he will naturally search for wolf groups to battle with. This here is my territory, I will just lead more wolves towards him when the time comes, no need to be afraid he won't change into a heavenly zombie. Fang Yuan spoke with confidence. HMPH, you humans are so sinister and crafty. This Blood Skull Jiyu you used, we Inkmen would absolutely never refine such an evil Jiyu worm which is used to harm our own people. Mo Yao sneered. Fang Yuan was not angry, instead smiling. Aren't you Spirit Affinity House's fairy, a representative of the righteous path? Why didn't you stop me? That is possible only if I had the ability to stop it. Moreover, why would I stop the internal conflicts between you humans? HMPH, I would rather the whole of your human race died. Then, as variant humans can have space to survive. Mo Yao rolled her eyes. Her identity was special, she was a past generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House with an extraordinary relationship with Bo Qing. However, she was also an Inkman and was not a purebred human. The feeling with which she looked at humans fighting each other was the same feeling humans had when they watched internal strife between snowmen or beast groups. Just that, you truly don't have the ability to stop me. Fang Yuan suppressed this doubt within his heart. 3 days later, Chang Jiyu finished using all the relic Jiyu and succeeded in advancing to rank 5 upper stage. Immediately afterwards, he began to practice the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Just like Fang Yuan expected, he was addicted to the vast power of the killer move and gradually began to forget its flaws. Under Fang Yuan's intentional manipulation, he fought an intense and prolonged battle. Chang Jiyu rampaged around to his heart's content in the battle, forgetting the time. Only when the battle ended, did he make a frightening discovery. he had already completely transformed into a heavenly zombie. 2 days later, Fang Yuan appeared before him again. "Father, save me." The monstrous Chang Jiyu kneeled on the ground and begged with terrified expression. "Son, how did you become like this?" Fang Yuan asked in great shock and rage. "I clearly warned you to never use this killer move over the limit. How could you forget such a crucial thing?" "Father, son is ashamed, I was muddled for a while and forgot time. By the time I discovered it, it was too late for regret." Chang Jiyu was extremely ashamed as he looked at Fang Yuan with tear-filled eyes while kneeling. Right now, he had transformed into this monstrosity, his only hope rested in Fang Yuan. "Sigh, this is difficult. Your appearance, even if we use yin-yang rotation GU, it won't be able to treat it. This killer move has extreme power, but also because of this, the after effects are very severe. Even father does not have a way." Fang Yuan held out his hands, showing an expression filled with sadness and anger. "Ah, even father does not have a solution." Chang Jiyu walked towards Fang Yuan on his knees with despair and fear on his face. Fang Yuan lamented again and again, "This killer move's origin is not simple. Father took extreme risk and charged through a GU Immortal's inheritance alone, risking a fatal danger before I was able to luckily obtain this immortal killer move. This is an immortal killer move. No wonder it is so powerful." Chang Jiyu was stupefied. Fang Yuan might have a lofty figure in his heart, but there was no doubt he paled in comparison to a GU Immortal. Chang Jiyu had been Chang tribe's young tribe leader. He had not been familiar with GU Immortals, but was also not completely unfamiliar. "I was wrong, I made a big mistake, how could I seek instant gains?" Chang Jiyu wailed, his wail was sharp and unpleasant like a night owl's. Suddenly, he started kowtowing to Fang Yuan and sobbed, "Father, son failed to live up to your hope. Son made a mistake, son has disappointed you. No, it is this, I needed you to transform into this." Fang Yuan was laughing inwardly while on the surface, he supported Chang Jiyu. "My son, I told you so many times, don't cry. You cannot cry, although you made a mistake, the fault lies within me as well. I have only been exploring this maze round over these days and did not look after you. Father believes there is always a way out, we will research together and find a way to turn you back into a human. There is definitely a way, believe in father and believe in yourself." Fang Yuan said with emotions, with tears in his eyes. "Father." Chang Jiyu wailed again. He was thoroughly and completely moved. He had become a monster and he, himself, did not dare to see his face. But his father, Chang Shanyin, did not loathe him. It was clearly the son's fault, but he took the blame upon himself. Now that his son had changed to such an appearance, he still did not give up on him. This is the most profound bond between father and son. This is my father, my dad. Chang Jiyu was extremely moved, a spark ignited in his despair-filled heart, giving him the confidence to continue living. "Son, stay here and let father think properly on how to change you back. As for Chang tribe, father will personally manage it. You don't need to worry, just recuperate here." With his father and son working hand in hand, what is there to fear about a measly killer move's zombie transformation? Fang Yuan's words made Chang Jiyu feel a source of assurance in his heart. Yes, son will listen to father. Chapter 590, Endurance, Shatter, Death. The pitiful scream was so shrill that it could pierce eardrums. Chang Jiyu was in so much pain that he was shivering from head to toe, his muscles were exploding, as the 6 arms behind his back were dancing around chaotically, making loud sounds like that of stirring wind and rolling thunder. But Fang Yuan only needed one hand to hold him tightly in the air. At this moment, his eyes were like lightning as he manipulated his GU worms, shouting loudly, "My son, endure it. Now is the time." Chang Jiyu was about to lose his sense of reasoning due to the pain. This was an inhuman pain. Even though he transformed into a heavenly zombie and almost lost his sense of pain, he could still feel every single piece of his skin and every muscle tearing and breaking ruthlessly. But Fang Yuan's words were like cold spring water that were sprinkling on Chang Jiyu's heart. Chang Jiyu was forcing himself to his limit. Just as he was about to faint, the intense pain dissipated like a subsiding tide. Success. Chang Jiyu breathed roughly, his head was hurting intensely and he barely managed to open his eyes, seeing that the skin on his arm had already turned back into living flesh and blood. In fact, the 6 arms on his back were also slowly shrinking. There was nothing more attractive to Chang Jiyu than turning back into a human. This moment, he was almost going to cry of joy. Oh no! Suddenly, Fang Yuan spoke, his tone extremely solemn. Chang Jiyu's newly recovered arm turned back into the heavenly zombie state in an instant, like that of a rotting log. The 6 arms on his back grew back as well, becoming tougher and stronger. No, no, why did I change back? Father! Chang Jiyu was screaming in fear, subconsciously turning towards Fang Yuan for help. But when he saw the intense fatigue that Fang Yuan was pretending to show on his face, Chang Jiyu could not say a word. Father is tired. That's right, these days, he had been helping me, thinking of hundreds of methods to solve this without any rest or sleep. He expended countless GU worms in the process. I saw at least 70 to 80 rank 5 GU. What reason do I have to blame Father? This is all because I was too careless, and committed a grave mistake. Father, this son has not lived up to your expectations in nurturing. Chang Jiyu was heartbroken and ashamed. He had a sensation of bliss from being taken care of by Wolf King as his child, like a small strand of grass being shielded by a tall tree. Damn it, this heavenly zombie form is really stubborn. Even this method is not working. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth secretly. He asked in his mind, Mo Yao, what other ideas do you have? Tell me. The dozen ideas that Fang Yuan came up with were all proven to be useless one by one. The current experimental method was all Mo Yao's idea. This was also one of Fang Yuan's schemes. On one hand, he was experimenting on Chang Jiyu continuously and attempting to find a way to restore him back to human. On the other hand, he was trying to get Mo Yao's will to think and expend her limited energy. Mo Yao was silent for a while before saying, there is still a way, but it is quite dangerous. The person testing the GU will endure 3 times the pain as before. Most likely, he would die from the pain alone. He is a heavenly zombie, he is technically dead. How can he feel pain? Fang Yuan was confused. He is only half dead. The body is dead, but his soul still remains in his body. Unless his soul was absorbed into the door of life and death, then he would truly be considered dead. Mo Yao explained. The door of life and death was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was very famous and was recorded in. But the current era was different from the immemorial era. The life and death door had vanished, and after going through numerous owners, its control over souls of the demised had weakened greatly. This was the reason for the existence of monsters like zombies. Mo Yao's idea carried huge risks. It could shatter the person's soul due to pain, breaking into irrecoverable pieces. Once Chang Jiyu's soul shatters, he would be truly dead. Mo Yao urged, lad, when there is gain, there is also loss. The killer move has unrivaled attack power, thus the flaws will be extremely hard to get rid of. These few days, you have experimented so many times, and spent a huge fortune, even borrowing extensively from He tribe. I'm sure you understand the difficulty of this now. This is my final method. I cannot guarantee that it will work. Moreover, this method is extremely dangerous. There is barely a chance of success. You can decide whether or not to do it. Your son has already turned into a heavenly zombie completely. He has good battle strength. He listens to your words obediently. It is too wasteful to sacrifice him like this. I would suggest that you keep him by your side as a helper. Fang Yuan was silent and did not reply. Father, please rest more. I am not anxious. At one end, Chang Jiyu muttered. Fang Yuan concentrated and looked over. Although Chang Jiyu had turned into a heavenly zombie, and looked very ugly, his eyes were crystal clear, showing great admiration and love for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Son, I have thought of a good method. But this method is extremely dangerous. Your life will be in danger. The success rate is very high though, thus father cannot decide. Sigh. In his mind, Mo Yao sighed deeply. Although Fang Yuan said this, Chang Jiyu, who hated his current self and wanted to recover, would only make one decision. As expected, once Chang Jiyu heard this, he hesitated for a moment before his eyes shone brightly. Lord Father, please use this method. Living in my current form is simply worse than death. Fang Yuan stared at Chang Jiyu's eyes intensely. But, you are my only child. Father, Chang Jiyu cried. He kneeled on the floor as he hugged Fang Yuan's leg. I cannot bear to part with you either, father. But son really cannot live with such an appearance. Even if there is some bit of hope, I will work hard and fight for it. Fang Yuan was silent for a while. Before sighing a long, deep breath, all right. Humans should live according to their own wishes. Father is unwilling to see you live in such agony as well. Go rest for a few days, Father will go prepare. A few days later, we will go with the final try. Chang Jiyu's screaming voice had already turned hoarse. Endure it for a bit more. Fang Yuan's gaze was warm, but his heart was cold as ice, as he encouraged. But the next moment, Chang Jiyu's screams and cries came to a stop. This was the 307th time he had fainted from pain. HMPH, completely useless. Fang Yuan's expression was dim as water, he snorted unhappily as he stopped using the Jiyu worms. This experiment had to be undergone when Chang Jiyu was conscious and awake, otherwise it would not work. Chang Jiyu fainting meant that his soul was already forming cracks and chips, he was at the brink of collapsing. Fang Yuan had to stop and use soul path Jiyu worms to nourish and heal his soul. I said before, this method has little hope, it is better to preserve his life. In his mind, Mo Yao spoke in a sad tone. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, squinting as a cold light flashed across his eyes. One more try, we will try it one last time. Chang Jiyu slowly woke up, his vision turning from blurry to clear. He looked at Fang Yuan beside him, in his eyes, his father was extremely worn out and exhausted. This made his heart tighten as tears flowed down his eyes again in shame, he choked as he said, "Father. Let's try again, don't lose hope." Fang Yuan laughed as he encouraged. "Father, if I still faint this time, then stop trying it." "Father, this was all my fault, you really need to take a rest." Chang Jiyu said, "Yes, after trying this, it is really time to rest." Fang Yuan sighed, the precise deeper meanings in his tone were not able to be perceived by Chang Jiyu. First, 3 rank 5 GU worms were activated together. Next, more GU worms were added. These GU worms were all floating around the face of Chang Jiyu, some drilled into his skin while others mixed into his blood, flowing towards his heart. Ah! The intense pain assaulted him again. Chang Jiyu gritted his teeth in pain, but he soon opened his mouth and growled, his expression twisting from the pain. Fang Yuan's movements were smooth and methodical as he continued adding in GU worms. The more GU worms that were added in, the more intense the pain Chang Jiyu felt. He struggled desperately, his eyes rolling as he felt pain to the point of losing reason, almost as if he was becoming deranged. "Stop, his soul cannot take this." In his mind, Mo Yao urged. But Fang Yuan acted like he did not hear it, continuing to add GU worms regardless of what was going on. "Enough, this amount has exceeded all our previous attempts, he is really going to collapse." Mo Yao could not bear to see this. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, not saying a word. "This is too much, if you continue messing around like this, he will really die." In his mind, Mo Yao's will protested. "What can we achieve if we do not take risks?" Fang Yuan laughed coldly, adding more GU worms until it was the limit. His eyes were shining with an excited light. "Just 3 more GU worms and we will see the effect. This is the first. Alright, this is the second. Fantastic, this is the final one. Success or failure will depend on this, Fang Yuan's expression froze, the surrounding GU worms were breaking apart like the scattering of fireworks. Chang Jiyu no longer struggled, he was floating in the air motionlessly. His soul had shattered and dissipated from the pain. His expression, however, was very calm. The surroundings became dead silent. "You've killed him." In Fang Yuan's mind, Mo Yao's will spoke. Coldly, "Yes, I've killed him." Fang Yuan's brows lifted, laughing lightly. "He did not die in vain after all, at least I got to find out how stubborn this killer move's flaw truly was." Mo Yao did not speak, she did not want to respond to Fang Yuan's cold and unscrupulous nature. She hid her form and vanished from Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan's smile gradually vanished. He was progressively discovering how big of a threat this will of Mo Yao in his mind was. Did she know about the way to resolve the flaw of the 6-arm heavenly zombie king killer move or not? Did she know the method, but was unwilling to say it, or was she not thinking so as to preserve herself? Especially when this killer move's flaw is so severe, if Mo Yao's will attacks Fang Yuan's mind during the crucial moment and cause his thoughts to become chaotic, he would not be able to stop the killer move even if he wanted to. What was the GU used to create this will of Mo Yao's? These days, I have been collecting information on Wisdom Path, and purchased many Wisdom Path GU worms that could create wills. But I have not found any GU worm which can allow her to hide and completely conceal herself like this. This is such an unfathomable will. Sigh, I don't have much time left. Right now 88 True Yong building has formed about 60 floors already. He Lu Lan is attacking the 39th floor right now at full force. It seems his target is the wooden chicken Gu. I have to work faster, I cannot wait anymore. Chapter 591, Sacrifice Double Chapter. It had been so long since Fang Yuan had come to Imperial Court Blessed Land, and he had entered 88 True Yong building so many times, but he had never forgotten his original intention in coming to Northern Plains. That was to save Dang Hun Mountain. He needed landscape as before Gu to save Dang Hun Mountain. There were many difficulties and challenges to obtain this Gu, the main thing was it was with a person. This person was Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Ever since Tai Bai Yun Sheng joined He tribe army, Fang Yuan had been placing his attention on him. Several months ago, Fang Yuan uncovered some information. When He Lu Lan obtained the One Edge Owner token, he was able to explore the rewards of every round. Tai Bai Yun Sheng had gone to visit him and inquired about the existence of Lifespan Gu. But at that time, 88 True Yong building did not yet have Lifespan Gu. When the 55th floor had condensed, He Lu Lan informed Tai Bai Yun Sheng he had discovered a 15-year Lifespan Gu. After the 55th floor completely formed into shape, He Lu Lan investigated the location of the Lifespan Gu and could precisely tell it was the reward for clearing the 85th round. From then on, Tai Bai Yun Sheng had put all his energy in the 55th floor. He called up many Gu masters, forming an enormous group and forcibly crashed through the rounds. Relying on his might, prestige and enormous rewards, along with repeatedly requesting He Lu Lan and other experts, he was actually making fast progress. Hard work paid off. Tai Bai Yun Sheng spent all his wealth and finally was able to reach the 85th round. Fang Yuan naturally did not wish to see Tai Bai Yun Sheng obtaining what he desired. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was old, and did not have much lifespan left. It was natural behavior for him to increase his lifespan with Lifespan Gu. But if he really obtained this Lifespan Gu, he was definitely not going to risk advancing into an Immortal. If he did not risk advancing to an Immortal, there would not be the inspiration from heaven and earth that would form the Immortal Gu landscape as before. If there was no landscape as before Gu, how would Fang Yuan save Dang Hun Mountain, which was about to completely wither away? Especially the past few days, he had learned more information. Tai Bai Yun Sheng had attempted many times to pass the round and he had already found hope. He did not stint on borrowing from He Lu Lan and even agreed to He Lu Lan's condition of becoming an external elder of He tribe. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was then able to use He tribe's resources to recruit large numbers of experts and form a powerful lineup, charging into the 55th floor to make the final attack. Despite Tai Bai Yun Sheng taking the risk to advance to an Immortal in the memories of his previous life, Fang Yuan was cautious and did not dare to take the risk, deciding to personally intervene. Time waits for no man. Fang Yuan had intended to get rid of Mo Yao's will first, dealing with the internal problem before attacking the external problems. But this matter had not made any progress, so now, he used his owner token to secretly infiltrate into the 55th floor. The situation of the 55th floor had already been probed out by Tai Bai Yun Sheng. There was a majestic and grand blood river flowing here, and in the depths of the river, there was a legendary and mythical blood palace erected. The blood palace had 3 great halls and 69 auxiliary halls. Every hall contained large numbers of blood path Gu worms as well as blood beast guards. The large groups of blood path Gu worms were of huge strength, but as long as they were killed one by one over a period of time, there would be a point when they are all slaughtered. The problem was the blood beasts. Even after these blood beasts were killed, they would absorb blood and resurrect within a short moment. One could say that they could be killed but not killed. There was no way of reducing their numbers. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's several attempts at passing the round had all been thwarted by these blood beasts. But at the last attempt, he had unintentionally discovered a pleasant surprise. As long as they keep on charging forward to the depths of the Great Hall and take out the command token hanging on the main beam, they could make the blood beasts dissipate. This discovery birthed a strong confidence in Tai Bai Yun Sheng. He was thoroughly poor now, and did not hesitate to sell himself to He tribe, borrowing funds and forming a Gu master group to charge through this round. When Fang Yuan secretly entered this floor, Tai Bai Yun Sheng's group had already charged through 33 side halls and were presently in a fierce battle to reach a towering main hall. Fang Yuan took out the 6-edge owner token, and with a thought, immediately had complete control over this floor. The 6-edge owner token could let Fang Yuan control up to 6 floors of 88 True Yong building. Fang Yuan had already used it once to control the 7th floor. Now, he was using it a second time to control this 55th floor. He Lu Lan had a one-edge owner token and the floor he controlled was the 5th floor. With a shift of thought, Fang Yuan's figure disappeared on the spot and appeared on the main beam of the Great Hall. He leisurely sat on the main beam, and not far from him was that crucial command token. With a bit of concentration, the battle scene of Tai Bai Yunsheng and his group appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. The deeper they went towards the Great Hall, the more blood beast guards there were, and the battles that occurred were extremely intense. This group of Tai Bai Yunsheng did not even have 50 people now. They had been charging forward the whole way, suffering disastrous casualties which left behind a trail of corpses along the way. Two great rank 5 GU master experts Zhu Zai and Gao Yong took turns as the front vanguard of the group. Meanwhile Tai Bai Yunsheng, as the number 1 healing GU master of northern plains of this generation, was protected in the center of the formation. He continually used man as before GU, rays of light shooting forward and shining upon the corpses, resurrecting the GU masters, or shone upon live GU masters, healing their injuries and recovering their primeval essence in an instant. But even Tai Bai Yunsheng, a rank 5 peak stage GU master, was in a very sorry state. GU masters were falling down time and again, and although he used all his strength, he truly could not save everyone. The countless blood beasts surged out of every corridor near the Great Hall and every room, blocking the group's way with very dense numbers. The closer they got to the main command token, the stronger the blood beasts became. And blood beasts could absorb blood to quickly recover and resurrect. By the time Tai Bai Yunsheng and the group charged to this place, the blood beasts they had killed on their way had once again resurrected and chased them, blocking their way back. The situation was getting very dangerous. No wonder Tai Bai Yunsheng risked advancing to Immortal in my previous life. This round's difficulty is rather high, unless a blood path GU master works with them. Fang Yuan was in control of this place and could see the actions that Tai Bai Yunsheng took as easily as reading the lines of his palm. To a blood path GU master, this round was no less than a paradise. With so many blood path wild GU to subdue and blood beasts to devour, their blood path cultivation would strengthen rapidly. It was a pity blood path could not be easily revealed. Because of blood sea ancestor, a blood path GU master would be hunted persistently by the righteous path the moment they appeared. And because blood path GU masters could quickly increase their battle strength, even demonic GU masters widely feared it. Often, when a blood path GU master was discovered, not only would they be hunted down by the righteous path, they would also suffer sneak attacks from demonic path GU masters. There was not even one blood path GU master among He tribe army. Even if they existed, they were hidden deeply and would not appear for Tai Bai Yunsheng's use. Fang Yuan ascertained for a moment and knew clearly that the chance of Tai Bai Yunsheng succeeding was extremely minute. The worry in his heart immediately dissipated by more than half. Fang Yuan laid back on the beam and took out, passing the time while paying attention to Tai Bai Yunsheng's progress. Death was possible when advancing through 88 Truyong building. Fang Yuan was scheming for landscape as before GU, and could not allow Tai Bai Yunsheng to die at the moment. Kill, we must break through this siege. Otherwise, we are all going to die. Tai Bai Yunsheng's face was filled with blood stains, roaring loudly to raise the morale. Waves of blood beasts roared and snarled, before pouncing on the group like a blood-colored giant wave. The Great Hall was a scene of tranquility. Fang Yuan leisurely flipped through the pages while adjusting his posture to make himself more comfortable. A blood beast with the head of a tiger and body of a horse madly snarled while rampaging in the group of GU masters. 2 GU masters met its attack, one died while the other was heavily injured. Man as before, Tai Bai Yunsheng shouted and raised his palm. A white light immediately shot out and shone upon that injured GU master. The GU master immediately recovered his previous uninjured state. The terrifying injuries from the blood beast's attacks disappeared without a trace. The GU master panted roughly. He was still frightened, retreating back behind the front lines. The defensive gap he left behind was immediately filled up by another GU master. But that dead GU master's corpse was swarmed by the blood beasts and roughly dragged away. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not make a move. Without advancing to an immortal, even a rank 5 GU master would have limited primeval essence and have to use it cautiously. Moreover, that dead GU master's GU worms were severely damaged. His defensive GU worm was even pierced and destroyed. Even if he was resurrected, he would be killed again. The remaining GU masters grieved and cursed, but they could only look as their companion's corpse was madly torn apart by over 10 blood beasts. Blood beasts were extremely sensitive to blood, and even a bit of bloody odor could make them go crazy. By swallowing stronger organisms' blood, they could strengthen themselves. Soon, the dead GU master's blood was completely absorbed by the blood beasts. The whole corpse became a dried-up mummy, creating a wretched spectacle. The beasts that had absorbed his blood started to grow human-like forms. Some grew human-like eyes, some grew several human ears, and some grew agile human arms. But when they were spending time in absorbing the corpse, the pressure on Tai Bai Yunsheng and the group greatly reduced, and they took this valuable opportunity to break through and moved forward tens of steps. Fang Yuan flipped through to Chapter 3, Section 14. Northern Dark Ice Soul awakened his elder sister Desolate Ancient Moon, and the two again asked for advice from Cognition GU on how to save their father. Cognition GU said, "Humans, Changbai Mountain has disappeared, who knows when it will form again. I am also not clear on other ways to bring your father back to life. But no need to be dejected, you can try asking Wisdom GU. I am its mother. Wisdom is the crystallization of cognition. The student surpasses the master. The things Cognition GU did not know, Wisdom GU might not necessarily be unknowing of." Under Cognition GU's directions, Northern Dark Ice Soul and Desolate Ancient Moon found Wisdom GU. Wisdom GU had somewhat of a connection with Ren Zhu. Back then Ren Zhu had used rules and regulations GU to capture it. But it was able to escape in the end. At first, Wisdom GU was not willing to help Northern Dark Ice Soul and Desolate Ancient Moon. But seeing that they were introduced by its mother Cognition GU, it reluctantly said, "Oh humans, I can show you the right path. But I need remuneration. One of you need to hand over your middle age to me. I will give my middle age to you." Desolate Ancient Moon immediately replied with no hesitation. She was awakened by her little brother Northern Dark Ice Soul and had been bestowed with the meaning of her life, which was to bring her father, Ren Zhu, back to life. Thus, she replied immediately without the intention of passing it to others. Northern Dark Ice Soul was not able to argue with his sister and could only let her offer her middle age. This meant, once Desolate Ancient Moon's youth had passed, she would directly skip middle age to reach old age. But to save her father, she did not have many misgivings. Wisdom GU obtained Desolate Ancient Moon's middle age and gave her directions. In the center of the Golden Desert in the west, there is a still blue sea with no ripples, as flat as a mirror. That is the source of all living beings. All lives in the world originates from there. And in the depths of the blue sea lie many life GU shining upon all living beings. You need to infiltrate the sea, catch a human-shaped life GU and bring it to shore. This human-shaped life GU can bestow your father a new life. But remember, you cannot spend over 15 minutes in the sea, otherwise you will be assimilated by the sea. Wisdom GU added another sentence in the end. It is extremely difficult to find human-shaped life GU. Only a person who has truly comprehended the truth of life can do it. If you are not able to do it, don't blame my solution for not being easy to use. Desolate Ancient Moon wanted to ask something, but Wisdom GU quickly flew away and did not give the siblings any chance to make inquiries. The clamorous shouts and cries resounded everywhere. The blood beast surged forward like sea tides. Tai Bai Yunsheng and the group were like a reef, resisting the attacks of the blood beasts time and again, while also moving forward step by step with difficulty. Almost there, we are only 300 steps away from the Great Hall door. Someone shouted, boosting the morale. Careful. Suddenly, a GU master at the side warned. That GU master who had tried to boost morale was dazed, and the very next moment, a blood beast with the head of a dragon and body of a bear fiercely smashed into him. The GU master's ribs instantly shattered from the crash, and the blood he puffed out contained pieces of internal organs. His body was sent flying from the smash. The GU masters behind tried to stop him with all their strength. In an instant, the formation turned chaotic and there was a crisis of it collapsing apart. Hold on, continue to hold on. Tai Bai Yunsheng, his face stained with blood, shouted furiously with extreme anxiety. In such a battle situation, if the GU masters scattered, they would immediately be torn to pieces by the surrounding countless blood beasts. Only with the GU masters working in a tight formation, could they have a chance at survival. But the GU masters were retreating step by step. Large numbers of blood beasts broke the defense line and fiercely pounced upon them. Miserable screams started rising continuously. Many GU masters were still recovering their primeval essence as much as possible. Being caught unawares, they were immediately torn to pieces by the blood beasts. A mantis-like blood beast brandished its sickle arms and charged in the very front. A GU master's head was slashed apart. Blood started spurting out of the GU master's neck and the head flew high, but before it fell down, it was grabbed by a blood beast flying in the air and with a gulp, was swallowed down. But the red-hot blood fell down, splashing right at Tai Bai Yunsheng's face. Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly wiped away the blood and was barely able to open his eyes. The dense bloody stench assailed his nose, and agitated a group of blood beasts. Finished. Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart sank to the bottom, but right at this time, a figure pounced down like a tiger getting off the mountain. After several rounds, the figure killed the mantis blood beast and finally stabilized the formation at this final juncture. It was Zhu Zai, a rank 5 GU master, a famous expert of the demonic path. Everyone was saved, feeling like they were dragged back from the cliff. But Zhu Zai also paid a price. There were 3 new wounds on his body, all of them so deep one could see his bones. Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly activated Man as before GU to heal him. Zhu Zai recovered his previous state and the new injuries completely vanished. At the same time, his intensely depleted primeval essence recovered back. It was only that the several expendable GU he had used to gain a burst in his battle strength earlier could not be restored. Man as before could only target human bodies and had no effect on GU worms. This Man as before has marvelous effect, but unfortunately, it cannot be used on one's own body. Fang Yuan sighed before gazing back to the book in his hand once again. Desolate ancient moon and northern dark ice soul traveled an arduous journey through the golden desert and arrived at the center of the desert where they saw the blue sea. The blue sea was so beautiful that nothing more beautiful than it could be imagined. Just like Wisdom GU said, even strong winds could not cause the slightest of a ripple on the blue sea. With the soft golden sand surrounding it, it looked like a deep blue gemstone embedded on this golden cloth. The siblings infiltrated into the depths of the sea and sure enough found large numbers of life GU packed together in the sea depths. These life GU were like blue gems, but they were of different sizes and shapes. Some looked like a colt, some like a tiger or leopard, some like an eagle or dove, while some like a snake or flood dragon. The siblings were dazzled from the sight. They saw all kinds of life GU from flowers, birds, fishes, insects, beasts, snowmen, hairy men and all other shapes, except the human-shaped life GU. Helplessly, the siblings could only get out of the sea and back to the shore. The moment they had left the blue sea, a deer-shaped life GU northern dark ice soul had been holding, let out a soft light before jumping on the sand and turning into a fawn. This was the birth of a life. The siblings looked at this sight in wonder, with their eyes wide open. Only when the fawn had hopped far away, the elder sister Desolate Ancient Moon suddenly comprehended. No wonder Wisdom GU flew away immediately after speaking and did not let us question it. I have understood the truth of life. The truth of life, what exactly is it? Northern Dark Ice Soul quickly asked. Desolate Ancient Moon pointed at this blue sea in front of them and asked in return. Tell me, if we were to really find a life GU, a human-shaped blue gem, and we bring it back, what will it transform into? Northern Dark Ice Soul thought for a moment and replied, it should be like that fawn and turn into a real active life form, right? He suddenly looked distracted. Desolate Ancient Moon looked at him with a smile. It seems you have also understood. We are these life forms. We were formed from life GU. We, ourselves, are human-shaped blue gems. Northern Dark Ice Soul completely understood. Where did humans come from? Wisdom GU had already made it clear before. This blue sea is the source of all living beings, all lives in the world originate from here. Humans, naturally also originated from here. Their father Ren Zhu was once a blue gem in the depths of this sea. By some opportunity and coincidence, it was able to come out from the sea and form a zestful life form that roamed the world, surviving with difficulty in reaching this stage. But humans were the spirit of all living beings, so how many human-shaped gems could there be in such a large sea? It was definitely extremely few, and it was very possible Ren Zhu was the only one. Searching for a small blue gem in such a vast sea, how big of a project was this? This was innumerable times more difficult than Desolate Ancient Moon looking for the only success GU in Chengbai Mountain. I know a method which can get us a human-shaped life GU quickly. Desolate Ancient Moon suddenly said. What method? Northern Dark Ice Soul had a bad feeling. Desolate Ancient Moon smiled. That is, I will go into the bottom of the sea and assimilate with this blue sea, returning back to a life GU. Although desolate ancient moon had transformed into a monster, she was intrinsically a human. The essence of her life had not changed. Since she was a human, once she was assimilated, she would form a human-shaped blue gem-like life GU. This speculation was not wrong. No wonder Wisdom GU said, but remember, you cannot spend over 15 minutes in the sea, otherwise you will be assimilated by the sea. Wisdom GU's words did not have any superfluous words. Wisdom GU had also said, if you are not able to do it, don't blame my solution for not being easy to use. One could analyze from this sentence, it was extremely likely there were no human-shaped blue gems in the blue sea. If the siblings were not willing to sacrifice themselves, they would not be able to obtain human-shaped life GU. As such, don't blame me, the Wisdom GU, if you are not able to do it. No, you can't sacrifice yourself like this, elder sister. Northern Dark Ice Soul immediately dissuaded. Although he wanted to bring his father back to life, he did not want to sacrifice his own sister. I need to do it, the meaning of my life is to bring father back to life. Desolate Ancient Moon replied tranquilly. Northern Dark Ice Soul suddenly could not say anything. It was him who gave this meaning to Desolate Ancient Moon's life, and Desolate Ancient Moon was living for this. In other words, if her father could not be brought back to life, there would be no meaning in her life. Then what would be the use in continuing to live? As long as she sacrificed herself, she could bring her father back to life. This was the greatest meaning of Desolate Ancient Moon's life. Humans originally were gems of the world. It is only that whether the gems are bright or not require us to polish them. Every effort we make, every choice we take, are all polishing each of our gems. And humans can only obtain life by sacrificing life. Desolate Ancient Moon leisurely spoke before sinking into the blue sea. Northern Dark Ice Soul tried his best to stop her, but he was not able to. Desolate Ancient Moon had become a monster with incomparable strength, and he was not her match. After 15 minutes of time, Desolate Ancient Moon was assimilated by the blue sea and turned into a human-shaped blue gem. But this blue gem was not of a healthy human shape but a badly damaged, less than half a proper human shape. This was because Desolate Ancient Moon had given her, middle age, to Wisdom GU. Humans, in the process of understanding what life was, would often have already used up half of their lives. Northern Dark Ice Soul held this blue gem with tears in his eyes, and left the golden desert. He did not have any of the happiness of success, but instead sank down into extreme remorse. From a certain perspective, it was him who had killed his elder sister. There are still 50 steps left. Tai Bai Yun Sheng shouted with all his strength. They pushed forward with difficulty with a companion falling down every short moment. The intense and bitter battle had left them with only 5 people now. But success was right in front of their eyes. Just a little more of a push. I will tear these blood beasts into pieces. Zhu Zai and Gao Yong protected Tai Bai Yun Sheng from left and right. They also shouted to raise the morale. 30 steps. 2 more fell down, leaving behind Tai Bai Yun Sheng, Zhu and Gao. The surrounding blood beasts brandished their claws and fangs, looking extremely malevolent. They advanced wave upon wave in their endless numbers. 10 steps. Zhu Zai and Gao Yong used all their strength, suffering disastrous losses to their GU worms because of excessive use, and their primeval essence was also almost depleted. This old man owes both of you a favor. I swear I will definitely reward you heavily sometime in the future. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's eyes shone brightly, his tone extremely earnest and sincere. Old sir, what are you saying? We were saved by you back then. Without old sir, we would not be alive today. Old sir's life-saving favor is as heavy as a mountain. Even if we die today, it can be considered repaying your favor. Gao Yong and Zhu Zai replied, full of emotions. There existed two-faced hypocrites in the righteous path, and demonic path likewise was not without true heroes. 5 steps. Save me. Zhu Zai shouted and without caring for defense, pounced on the blood beasts blocking the way forward, perishing together with them. Tai Bai Yun Sheng stretched out his palm but the white light did not come out. He shouted out involuntarily, not good, my primeval essence is finished. This bad news immediately made Gao Yang's expression turn pale white. All along, Tai Bai Yun Sheng had served as the core of the group. Only with man as before Gu's continuous support, everyone was able to push forward this deep. It doesn't matter, no blood beasts will enter the Great Hall. As long as I can enter the Great Hall, I can recover my primeval essence quickly and save Zhu Zai. Tai Bai Yunsheng shouted. Gao Yang's spirits rose. Tai Bai Yunsheng was right, blood beasts might tear apart the corpse, but their main priority was absorbing the blood. As long as most of the corpse was intact, there was hope of saving Zhu Zai. Snarl. Next moment, a strong blood beast that looked like a giant python suddenly moved in from behind and swallowed Gao Yang in one bite. 2 steps. The great hall's door was very close. With a body filled with injuries, Tai Bai Yunsheng staggered forward through a small gap among the blood beasts. At the crucial moment, he used up his final precious bit of primeval essence to summon a golden armor which resisted the blood beast's attacks. He reached. Humans can only obtain life by sacrificing life. Gao Yang, Zhu Zai, I will remember your sacrifices. Tai Bai Yunsheng exerted all his remaining strength to push open the door. He fell down inside the great hall. The blood beasts behind him roared, snarled and brandished their claws, but did not dare to enter the great hall. It was just like what Tai Bai Yunsheng had investigated before. Tai Bai Yunsheng lay down on the ground with no strength left in his body. The injuries all over his body were continually transmitting intense pain. He took a few strong gasps of breath, and suddenly started laughing heartily, but his laughter contained a sobbing tone. Tears were overflowing on his face. This round has 3 great halls and 69 side halls. If one crosses the round completely within a certain time period, they can obtain high-grade evaluation. Passing 2 great halls and 46 side halls will be considered middle-grade evaluation. I surpassed 23 side halls and 1 great hall, I can only obtain low-grade evaluation. But regardless, I have obtained lifespan GU. 15-year lifespan GU can increase my lifespan by 15 years. A whole 15 years, Tai Bai Yunsheng was exclaiming with deep and boundless emotion, when suddenly, his eyes blacked out and he fainted. Chapter 592, Deep Dark Shadow. Fang Yuan lowered his head, observing Tai Bai Yunsheng who had already fainted and lost consciousness. He was the culprit who caused Tai Bai Yunsheng to fall unconscious. At this moment, Tai Bai Yunsheng's body was bathed in blood, he was lying on the ground and within his deep eye sockets, his eyes were tightly shut. There were lots of injuries on him, his snow-white hair had stuck together because of dried blood, he no longer had the demeanor and appearance of the #1 healing GU master in Northern Plains. Merely a few steps away, outside the main hall's doors, a sea of blood beasts were growling, the messy overlapping noises were sent over with great force. Fang Yuan raised his head, staring at them as he opened his mouth and said lightly, "Shut up." Almost immediately, there was silence outside the hall. The blood beasts all became quiet, lying prostrate on the ground like obedient cats or dogs, staying motionless. Fang Yuan made use of the 6-edge owner token to control this floor. He was the master of this floor, these beasts were all his to control, they listened to his commands and moved according to his will. Fang Yuan shut his eyes, his mind entering this floor's control system as he let his senses observe the area. At the moment, in this particular round, there were many GU masters remaining. Among these GU masters, some were GU masters recruited by Tai Bai Yunsheng, but during the earlier fighting they had been separated from the main party. Another portion were the information gatherers of all the different forces, they were all investigative GU masters. They came from He tribe, Ma tribe, Yi Lui tribe, and all the other large forces, with the intention of observing whether Tai Bai Yunsheng failed or succeeded. As for this hall and its surroundings, within them, other than those rotten and dried corpses, only Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng were left now. Fang Yuan closed the great hall's door, half squatting on the ground as he stretched out his right palm, grabbing onto Tai Bai Yunsheng's skull. His GU worms had been prepared long ago, he activated them one by one. Very soon, above Tai Bai Yunsheng's head, a weak shining white light was formed, becoming the only source of light in this dark and dim great hall. As the light got more and more intense, Tai Bai Yunsheng's face gradually showed a painful expression, and his brows were frowning more intensely. After a moment of stillness, Fang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes had no pupils, it was pure white in color. The whites of his eyes gave off a weak light as at the same time, a large number of images flashed across in Fang Yuan's mind. Tai Bai Yunsheng's life, from his old age all the way until he was young, all the memories had been extracted by Fang Yuan. An old man was walking in Northern Plains, the sky was vast and the wilderness was boundless, the winds blew as the grass was drooping in response, wolf groups were howling freely. "Old sir, we brothers will never forget the kindness you have displayed by saving our lives. Gao Yong and Zhu Zai kneeled down together before Tai Bai Yun Sheng. A purple-haired old beggar opened his mouth, showing his remaining few teeth, laughing in a weird manner. What kind of GU master do you want to become? He, I happen to have 3 complete sets of inheritances with me here. This lad has a passable appearance, we will choose him. In the Inkman city, an Inkman was pointing at Tai Bai Yun Sheng who was in his youth as he laughed loudly and said. Even further back, during the time when he was even younger. Why did you betray me? On the night of their joyous wedding, Tai Bai Yun Sheng fell weakly on the ground as extremely loud shouting and fighting noises resounded outside the tent. As for his wife, she had an expression full of coldness and hatred. She slowly got close to him as her eyes shone with a ruthless light. She gritted her teeth as she said, Tai Bai Yun Sheng, if you want to blame someone, blame your parents. They were the ones who devoured my tribe, they killed my parents, I want to exact revenge for them. During the time of his childhood, my son, you are the next generation tribe leader of our Tai Bai tribe. You are not allowed to cry, do not have the heart of needless sympathy. To survive in northern plains, we need to have a tougher heart, a tougher stance. After all, in the future, you have to lead our Tai Bai tribe. His father was scolding him in a very strict manner. Fang Yuan was screaming from the intense pain. In his mind, countless images were flashing, they were depicting Tai Bai Yun Sheng's entire life, a legendary tale. Such a huge amount of information had a large impact on Fang Yuan's mind and caused great damage to him. Thankfully, the images were not endless and unceasing, there came a time when they finally ended. After browsing through Tai Bai Yun Sheng's entire life, Fang Yuan immediately stopped using his GU worms, sitting down on the ground to rest. He was breathing roughly and panting, his entire body was coated in sweat. A long time later, his pupils regained their original color. Soul searching, this was not an easy action, especially when Fang Yuan was concerned about Tai Bai Yun Sheng's safety and did not want to cause harm to his life. He could only endure most of the pressure of the soul search himself. After stopping the soul search, Tai Bai Yun Sheng was still sound asleep, but his tightly knitted brows had slowly eased as he relaxed. His breathing was more stable now, and his expression was rather peaceful. In contrast, Fang Yuan's brows were starting to frown instead. I did not find it. He heaved a long sigh in pity. What did you not manage to find? In his mind, Mo Yao's will could not hold in her curiosity as she asked. Fang Yuan's actions were very strange, it made her very curious. Fang Yuan did not answer her, he only frowned even more as time passed. The matter of landscape as before GU was related to his grand scheme after rebirth, how could he possibly tell this to Mo Yao? Landscape as before GU was an immortal GU that Tai Bai Yun Sheng obtained only after he became an immortal. Rumors said, this GU was created naturally on its own when Tai Bai Yun Sheng became an immortal, and heaven and earth resonated with him, causing it to spontaneously condense. But there was another possibility, that within Tai Bai Yun Sheng's mind, he had the immortal GU recipe for landscape as before from the start. If he really had the immortal GU recipe, then Fang Yuan could steal this GU recipe, along with river as before GU and mountain as before GU, bringing to Langya blessed land and asking Langya land spirit to help by refining this immortal GU on his behalf. This way, he did not have to take a risk and seize the food from the tiger's mouth, it would greatly reduce his danger. But after this soul search, Fang Yuan obtained a horrible result. Fang Yuan did not manage to find the immortal GU recipe for landscape as before, this indicated that the rumors were really true. Landscape as before GU was indeed a product of the resonance of heaven and earth during the moment when Tai Bai Yun Sheng became a GU immortal. That also meant that, if Fang Yuan wanted to obtain this immortal GU, he would have to snatch this GU by force from Tai Bai Yun Sheng who had already become an immortal by then. Fang Yuan was still not a GU immortal. As for battling an immortal as immortal, Fang Yuan had never heard of any examples of success in his life, it was no doubt tougher than ascending to heaven. But what other choices did he have? Back then, among the 3 options, this was no doubt the easiest way. He had already invested time and effort into this plan, although Fang Yuan did not have absolute confidence of success, he had no choice but to continue making preparations and take a risk to try it anyway. Outside 88 Truyong building, Tai Bai Yun Sheng's image appeared slowly. He is back, he is back. How was the result? Someone saw Tai Bai Yun Sheng fighting his way into the main hall. Oh no, Lord Tai Bai Yun Sheng is motionless, it seems he has fallen unconscious. The surrounding GU masters immediately went over as a crowd. After taking a look, all of their expression changed mildly. Tai Bai Yunsheng's body was filled with extremely serious injuries, they were all secretly stunned in their hearts. He is still breathing. Someone stretched out his finger and placed it below Tai Bai Yunsheng's nose, shouting loudly, "Quick, who is a healing GU master, quickly stabilize old Sir's current injuries." "I will do it, I will do it. I am also a healing GU master." Many healing GU masters quickly helped out. Tai Bai Yunsheng's reputation and extremely kind-hearted nature had already been ingrained in everyone's hearts. There was no doubt that he was much more popular and loved by people compared to He Lulan and Chong Shanyin. Even Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng suffered injuries to such a grave extent. Sigh, it seems that this time, the round might not have been passed. Someone sighed. The time for the challenge has already ended, but most of the GU masters did not return safely. We have truly suffered a huge loss this time. Among all of you, has anyone seen Lord Gao Yong and Zhu Zai coming out? Someone jolted abruptly, suddenly asking. Everyone started looking around frantically, but they just ended up staring at each other. No one saw the figures of Gao Yong and Zhu Zai. Meanwhile, in 88 Truyong building, that round was still intact and available for challengers. Except that in this short period, GU masters were not allowed to enter again. Everyone was very clear about what this implied. Ever since 88 Truyong building had formed, 5 rank 5 experts had already been sacrificed. Such grave casualties and losses, it caused the entire area to go into deep silence. When Tai Bai Yunsheng opened his eyes eventually, he found himself lying on a bed. His entire body was feeling weak to the point where he even had difficulties sitting up. Seeing that he opened his eyes, a servant nearby who was attending to him shouted immediately out of joy, "Old sir, you are finally awake, you have finally woken up. Someone quickly come, old sir has woken up." Very soon, Tai Bai Yunsheng could hear a large number of footsteps rushing over towards him. A group of healing GU masters came to his side, checking his body's condition for him collectively. "Lord Elder, rest assured, your injuries are no longer a problem. Except that you are of old age, so the injuries this time have affected your physical condition. From now on, you have to recuperate carefully, especially for the next few months. Your body is weak and lacking in nourishment, you need to rest and recover slowly." The head of the healing GU masters urged him in a gentle tone. In order to get a team to challenge the round, Tai Bai Yunsheng had no choice but to agree to He Lulan's request and had already become an external elder of He tribe. Tai Bai Yunsheng's gaze was completely unfocused. Ever since he woke up, he had been in a daze. After hearing these words, he regained some of his senses as he asked, "Where is this place?" Replying to Lord Elder's question, "This is Lord He Lulan's residence. Ever since Lord Elder failed in challenging the round, and returned barely alive, our tribe leader has been very concerned. He personally brought you here to receive treatment. The servants have already reported your awakening. I believe that very soon, Lord Tribe Leader will be here to see you." The leader of the GU masters once again replied. Failed in challenging the round, and returning barely alive, Tai Bai Yunsheng frowned slightly. The memories in his mind were slowly surfacing, as he recalled that final scene that had happened. He expended his final portion of primeval essence, activating his defense GU as he successfully charged into the Great Hall amidst the attacks and rampaging of the blood beasts. But soon after, he fainted and fell unconscious, losing perception of all his senses. When he woke up, he found that he was lying here. Does that mean, I really failed in challenging the round? Tai Bai Yunsheng's tone suddenly turned sharp, as his gaze became sharper than ever. Lord Elder, the healing GU masters around the bed all looked at each other. They wanted to offer words of consolation, but they could not bring themselves to say a thing. Thus, they could only lower their heads silently. The room suddenly became completely quiet. Tai Bai Yunsheng's gaze was staring into the distance. After being silent for a while, he suddenly raised his head and laughed. "Ha ha, so I failed after all. All that sacrifice for nothing, all that sacrifice for absolutely nothing." He could not get up now, so he could only use his palm to slam the side of the bed with all his strength, laughing maniacally. Lord Elder, Lord Elder." The healing GU masters were frantic. They quickly tried to calm him down. "My pitiful Gao Yong, my pitiful Zhu Zai, they sacrificed their lives in order to protect me." Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes were overflowing with tears, his laughter was filled with pure agony. "My condolences to Lord Elder, there is a limit to what a person can do. Lord Elder had already done his best. Lord Elder, the fact that you managed to survive is already the greatest fortune among misfortunes. People die when they are killed, the dead cannot be resurrected. Old sir, you have to stay strong for all of us. Everyone spoke one after another, trying to calm down the unstable Tai Bai Yunsheng. But these words felt like utter sarcasm when they entered Tai Bai Yunsheng's ears. They were like needles stabbing into his heart one by one. At the final crucial moment, Tai Bai Yunsheng preserved his primeval essence and did not choose to save Gao Yong and Zhu Zai. It was for himself, to activate the defense GU and charge into the main hall. That was him. For his own selfish gains, he had ignored the sacrifices of his comrades. Was this still Tai Bai Yunsheng? Was this still that admirable and publicly recognized figure in Northern Plains who helped and saved the injured, healing people everywhere, the Tai Bai Yunsheng who eliminated pain and suffering? Why did he do that? But at that crucial moment, he had no time to think about it carefully, he chose to do it in an instant. Purposely sacrificing Gao Yong and Zhu Zai to obtain a chance for himself to obtain that 15-year lifespan GU, which was the reward for passing the round. It was for his own purpose of extending his life. Such a decision made Tai Bai Yunsheng feel very unfamiliar with himself. He felt extremely ashamed, extremely inferior, and extremely regretful. Back then, there was no hesitation, he did not think about it. That decision had transformed his morals into a whip, interrogating his soul and lashing at his conscience. Tai Bai Yunsheng shut his eyes in great pain, his fists were tightly clenched. Lord Tribe Leader has arrived. Subordinate pays respects to Lord Tribe Leader. The entire room kneeled, as He Lu Lan carried a smiling expression and walked towards Tai Bai Yunsheng. Seeing Tai Bai Yunsheng's pained expression, He Lu Lan frowned lightly, but soon his frown vanished. Elder Tai Bai, I am very glad that you are awake. I have already heard about the situation. You, Gao Yong, and Zhu Zai had displayed the bravery and courage of us Northern Plains men. Although you failed, it was an admirable attempt. As long as you learn from this attempt, I'm sure you'll be able to pass this round in the future, overriding failure with success and washing away the humiliation. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not open his eyes, he did not speak a word as his expression remained painful. He had already understood the reason why he failed. After he charged into the main hall, he had successfully avoided the attacks of the blood beasts as he fell on the main hall. But after succeeding, he laughed wildly in great joy, and because his state of mind had been greatly volatile and fluctuating, together with his grave injuries, he lost consciousness. To get through this round, there was a time limit as well. Once the time was up, his unconscious self was sent out forcefully along with the other GU masters at the fringe of the battlefield. He was obviously a single step away from success, but he failed because he had fallen unconscious. Such an ironic ending. This was not the source of the intense pain in Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart. His pain was because he had abandoned his comrades for his own selfish gains. His memories flashed in his mind one by one once more. From youth, he had always believed in the power of love. Since he was a child, he had been reputed to have a kind heart. When Tai Bai tribe devoured other tribes, he saw that his childhood friend was going to suffer the horrible fate of becoming a female slave, thus he stepped up and requested to marry her. Because of this, the batch of captives were also spared. But on the night of their wedding, his wife betrayed him. The captives contacted outside enemies and assaulted his tribe, causing his parents to die from this incident. His slave life after that was extremely tough and pitiful, and he had always been suffering the intense guilt and regret in his heart. Finally, one day, he gave an unacquainted old beggar a bowl of water out of kindness, and the old beggar gave him 3 immortal inheritances to choose from. The first could allow him to bathe in flames and step on fire, surpassing the mortal realm. The second could allow him to control wind and fly in the air, roaming the world freely. The third could allow him to surpass life and death, gaining the ability to assist the world's people. Tai Bai Yunsheng chose the third inheritance. From then on, it was as if he found a light in the darkness. His heart was no longer in turmoil as he had no regrets anymore, he had been completely reborn. After so many years, the old beggar's laughter was still ringing in his ears. Surpassing life and death, gaining the ability to help people, this had become his life's goal. And indeed, he truly achieved this in his life later on. Countless people felt gratitude towards him, his kind reputation had spread widely, his light was shining over the entire Northern Plains. He was a living legend. But right now, he had failed. His failure was not in that he did not receive the lifespan GU. But because he betrayed his comrades, he betrayed the way of life that he had set for himself. But the most ironic thing was, all these were done by his own subconscious. He spent almost his entire life to establish a way of life for himself that he believed in. But that moment, he completely destroyed his own ideals. He had seen the other side of himself, his own selfish nature. He had once thought, he was the person everyone knew him as, walking on the grassland under the setting sun, helping and saving people throughout the region, the savior of the world. But now, in his heart, this image was slowly leaving him, it was limping away from him. In the brilliance of the setting sun, his shadow was stretched out and extended into the horizon. The shadow was extremely dark. Chapter 593, Appearance of the Strength Path Immortal GU. He Lu Lan's brows furrowed as he walked out of Tai Bai Yunsheng's room. An expert cannot become conceited by success nor discouraged by failure. Who could have thought the grand, renowned Tai Bai Yunsheng was no more than this? He was very dissatisfied with Tai Bai Yunsheng's mental state. Tai Bai Yunsheng is the #1 healer. If his state is not good, the difficulty for me to cross the rounds will increase by a lot. He Lu Lan raised his head and looked above. On the summit of the sacred palace, the bright aurora was surging majestically. 88 Truyong building had already condensed 67 floors and was currently condensing 68th floor. He Lu Lan gazed at 88 Truyong building with an obsessed look, a cold light of ambition flashing in his eyes. In the 68th floor there existed a strength path immortal GU. He Lu Lan possessed an one-edge owner token. This strength path immortal GU was assimilated into 88 Truyong building just moments ago, and he could immediately perceive it. This was a ranked 6 strength path immortal GU called Flying Bear Strength GU. The Flying Bear was a desolate beast with battle strength that could match GU immortals. Flying Bear Strength GU could allow the GU immortal to have a definite probability of bursting out with a Flying Bear Phantom during battle and strike with the divine strength of Flying Bear. This was the immortal GU He Lu Lan wanted. With it, he could advance into a strength path GU immortal. I must get this immortal GU in my hands. My plan for revenge only has hope if I have it. He Lu Lan unconsciously clenched his fists, but soon relaxed. His trusted aide He Shu came towards him in short, quick steps, and kneeled before him. He Lu Lan's expression quickly changed back to normal. Even in front of his trusted aide, he did not reveal even a trace of his true emotions. Every day, during this time, He Shu would come to report on the movements of every great expert in the sacred palace. Lord Chongshan Yin is still at the 90th round of 7th floor and has still not made any progress. Lord Yi Lui Sang is at the 49th floor, he has crossed the 81st round, 30% of the GU masters with him have perished. He Lu Lan had completely opened up 88 Truyong building to everyone. It was a generous move that was rarely seen in the history, attracting a craze in everyone to explore 88 Truyong building. Even though every owner token's price was raised to a sky-high amount, there were still countless people scrambling for them madly. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food, blinded by greed, many had lost their lives. Adding the casualties from the attempt of Tai Bai Yunsheng, 5 rank 5 experts had died already: Chong Biao, Pan Ping, Hao Ji Lu, Yao Yong and Zhu Zai. This was an enormous loss to He Lu Lan. The smaller the forces he could mobilize became, the harder the difficulty in getting Flying Bear Strength GU. Of course, there was also a certain benefit by completely opening up 88 Truyong building. As long as the participating GU masters could survive, most would be able to experience rapid increase in strength. There were also not a small number who were able to successfully advance, creating many new rank 4 and rank 5 GU masters. 88 Truyong building was originally arranged by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable for the benefit of his descendants. This 68th floor is the main focus of our tribe. It even far surpasses winning over the 39th floor. This is a task specially handed to me by a certain supreme elder of our tribe. Thus, every bit of strength in the sacred palace needs to be treasured. He Shu, make this news public. Starting now, 88 Truyong building will be closed and everyone will listen to my arrangements. After breaking through the 68th floor, 88 Truyong building will be opened again. He Lu Lan instructed, his tone containing a will that could not be questioned. When He Shu heard this was actually a task given by the tribe's supreme elder, his body shook and his expression turned extremely solemn. Get to work. He Lu Lan waved his hand. He Shu accepted the command and retreated. Every Imperial Court contest was a chess game played by GU Immortals. Even the stronger GU masters were no more than chess pieces. To seek some kind of immortal GU Immortals would provide support to certain tribes participating in the Imperial Court contest. This was a common set of circumstances. He Lu Lan was sure that everyone would be dissatisfied by his decision to close 88 Truyong building, but under the pressure of a GU Immortal's reputation, no one would dare to raise an issue. Tai Bai Yunsheng's injuries are too severe, but I can make him participate in the battle after he rests for about half a month. After all, he is a healing GU master and will be in the rear of the battlefield. He needs lifespan GU, I can start from this aspect to mobilize him. Chong Shan Yin is fighting the 7th floor. His days have not been easy because his son suddenly perished in this round. To get back his reputation, he must pass this round. But he demanded Flying Bear Phantom Immortal GU from me before, taking loans and owing me a great deal of resources. I can mobilize him. There is also Yi Lui Sang, he has a Fire Path support type Immortal GU and would be of strong help to me. I can entice him with heavy bait. Of course, the crucial point will still be using the strength of the 3 GU Immortals, Shui Songzi, He Cheng and He Bai. I should send them letters. He Bai was extremely excited after reading He Lu Lan's letter. I waited so long and now finally the wooden chicken GU has appeared. I did not think it would be within the 68th floor. He did not doubt the contents of this letter in the least. After all, He Lu Lan was He Cheng's son, and was the current He tribe leader. If his loyalty was doubted, then was there anyone in the world who was worth trusting? He Cheng smiled brightly. Virtuous brother, every cloud has a silver lining, hard work will eventually pay off. Did the letter mention anything about Strength Path Immortal GU? He Bai's face flushed red. I am ashamed, I was only thinking of Wooden Chicken GU and forgot about Nephew's situation. Nephew has great strength true martial physique, he must have a Strength Path Immortal GU to advance to GU Immortal. Nephew has mentioned about this in the letter, but unfortunately a Strength Path Immortal GU has yet to appear in 88 Truyong building. Still no Strength Path Immortal GU. He Cheng frowned. Previously, when He Bai had been worried about Wooden Chicken GU, he was consoled by He Cheng. This time, it was He Bai's turn to console He Cheng. Brother, no need to worry, 88 Truyong building has altogether 88 floors, there are still 20 floors that have not condensed yet. He Cheng nodded, sighing. Immortal GU Dark Limit won't be able to mask his physique any longer, this can almost be considered as my son's final chance at life. Sigh. Man proposes and God disposes, we can only leave things to the will of heaven. He Bai's heart was fervent as he changed the topic back to Wooden Chicken GU. He reminded, brother, time waits for no man, let's quickly prepare to give some help to He Lu Lan. Yes, this matter demands immediate actions, which place did the letter mention? He Cheng slowly stood up from his seat. He Bai also followed suit and stood up, it is near Demon Blood Hill. The 2 GU Immortals were very straightforward as they immediately set off. Not long later, they arrived at the sky above Demon Blood Hill. Demon Blood Hill was a famous area in northern plains where 4 great tribes of the Righteous Path had allied to annihilate a gang of demonic path bandits who had been ravaging around northern plains. The demonic path bandits were extremely fierce because of their deep background, with demonic path GU Immortals secretly supporting them from the dark. After the intense battle, the bandit gang was completely annihilated while the Righteous Path also suffered serious losses. The blood of demonic path GU masters dyed the whole hill red, and thus later generations called the hill, Demon Blood Hill. He Lu Lan had requested help in the letter. He tribe's 2 GU Immortals had already prepared for a long time and were ready to leave at any time, this was to help He Lu Lan to clear the floor as fast as possible. But 88 Truyong building was located in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Why would the 2 GU Immortals from He tribe come here? 88 Truyong building structure needed to be mentioned for this. The previous ink text had explained, 88 Truyong building was a rank 8 Immortal GU house formed from innumerable small towers, with Divert Disaster GU as one of the main cornerstones. There were gaps of several li between each small tower, covering Imperial Court Blessed Land in accordance to each region of northern plains. During ordinary times, the small towers would be taking in the wild GU within Imperial Court Blessed Land. As every 10-year period arrived, these small towers would start to sink one after another, sacrificing the wild GU inside them while also resonating with the blizzard in the outside world to achieve a miraculous power. This power would carry out an enormous plundering of the whole of Northern Plains, taking in the precious GU resources of Northern Plains to above the sacred palace in Imperial Court Blessed Land, and thus condensing floor after floor of 88 true Yong building. These floors would form on top of one another, finally forming the complete 88 true Yong building. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's plan had been rejected by Long Hair Ancestor. Long Hair Ancestor was a refinement path supreme grandmaster, and thought of an exquisite plan with a different approach, refining the current 88 true Yong building. Every time 88 true Yong building formed was a process of refining GU once again. It not only made use of the wild GU in the small towers but also the GU worms absorbed into it. For example, looking at the 68th floor, 88 true Yong building first absorbed Flying Bear's strength GU and refined it, using the strength of the GU to form the 100th round. Again, absorbing other strong GU worms to form the 99th round. Following was the 98th round, 97th. It was like building a high building, one must first build a strong foundation. If there were not qualified GU worms, then 88 true Yong building would replace it with GU recipe, primeval stones, inheritance secrets and so on. Everyone knew the harder the rounds in 88 true Yong building were, the more bountiful the rewards would be. Conversely, the more bountiful the rewards are stronger the GU worms, the more difficult the round would be. One could say every GU worm assimilated into 88 true Yong building was a part of its structure. Countless Imperial Court contests passed by while countless generations of sagely immortals had been probing before the workings of this mechanism of 88 true Yong building were finally discovered. Originally, there were no flaws in this. But with the passing of time, changes started to appear which created a loophole, allowing Northern Plains GU masters to exploit it. This loophole was in the aspect of refinement. 88 true Yong building plundered Northern Plains and absorbed GU worms, refining them and using their strength to form rounds. What did GU refinement rely on? Will. Back then, how did Fang Yuan refine the liquor worm? By using primeval essence as a carrier for the GU master's will to continually wear down the GU worm's will, until the GU worm was filled with the GU master's will, thoroughly turning into the GU master's tool. When Fang Yuan refined GU, he had used Immortal GU Spring Autumn Cicada to get the desired result at the least expense. If the GU worms differ by 2 ranks or more, there would be suppression. Fang Yuan used Spring Autumn Cicada's aura to force the lower rank GU worms will to curl up at a corner, and then poured in his primeval essence and will straight into the GU worm, swallowing the withdrawn GU worm's will. 88 true Yong building was not a GU master, how could it refine other GU worms? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, thus, intentionally left behind his will. Giant Sun's will. Fang Yuan had seen Giant Sun's will when he was refining the guest halt steel before. It was genuinely majestic and vast like the sun. Comparatively speaking, the will Fang Yuan left behind after refining the guest halt steel was as minute as an ant. 88 true Yong building refined GU worms by using Giant Sun's will. Immortal Venerable were unrivaled, their wills were also similarly unrivaled and could easily extinguish other wills. Thus, 88 true Yong building had never encountered any problems when refining GU worms. However, there was a problem. Wills were formed from thoughts. If there was not a soul to act as the carrier, continuous thinking would only lead to unceasing consumption. To resist such astonishing consumption, the will would often choose to hibernate. When Fang Yuan entered Water Pavilion, Mo Yao's will which was stored inside had awoken from her hibernation. Giant Sun's will might be vast as the sun, but Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had passed away for countless years now. The will was gradually unable to resist the power of time and also chose to hibernate. When Giant Sun's will went into hibernation, 88 true Yong building's GU refinement speed slowed down. This reduction in speed caused a loophole to appear in 88 true Yong building. Chapter 594, Plan activated. Strong winds blew and snow wreaked havoc. Demon Blood Hill, which used to have dark red grass growing all over, was now a scene of whiteness. The lofty hill also had surrendered to the power of 10 years' blizzard, appearing weak as a baby. Roar, roar, roar. Enormous figures that were as tall as 30 feet, appeared and disappeared in the blizzard. These were monsters that only appeared during the blizzard, snow monsters. These snow monsters were stronger the larger their size. A 30 feet tall snow monster could battle a rank 3 GU master. 40 feet tall had the strength of a rank 4 GU master. And 50 feet tall had the terrifying power of a rank 5 GU master. Following the blizzard, the snow monsters began to devastate the whole of northern plains. They slowly converged together and attacked several surviving areas of northern plains, bringing destruction to the dying humans and living beings. But there is a weakness to everything. Snow monsters were snowmen's prey. Snowmen could rapidly propagate by devouring snow monsters' meat and blood, even prolonging their lifespan. Heibai and Heicheng stood on the summit of the Demon Blood Hill for a while. Their black robes were exceptionally conspicuous in the white snowy land. Beside them were corpses of hundreds of snow monsters. Unless snow monsters that had reached the height of 60 feet appeared, even in great numbers they could only be trash, throwing away their lives when fighting GU Immortals. Heibai and Heicheng had already waited for a long time now. Suddenly, Heibai's expression shook as he got a response, his sharp gaze looking at his left. There, maelstroms of wind and snow started to form in the air. Within a blink of an eye, they turned one by one into whole giant hands formed from wind and snow, flying snow hand. After the enormous flying snow hands condensed completely, they grabbed at Heibai and Heicheng. "Haha, we have been waiting for you." Heibai laughed brightly and flicked his finger repeatedly, sending out large numbers of rank 5 GU worms. Heicheng also made his move. The enormous flying snow hands grabbed GU worms and soon each of them clenched tightly. The snow hands crumbled apart while the GU worms inside disappeared without a trace, captured tightly by a power that took them into Imperial Court-blessed land. Hei Tribe's 2 GU Immortals did not resist in the slightest and let the GU worms be taken by the flying snow hands. Such a situation lasted for a whole hour before all the rank 5 GU worms were captured away. Heibai and Heicheng only then stopped, looking at each other with a smile before flying away rapidly, disappearing into the horizon in a blink of an eye. Support has arrived. After some time, Hei Lu Lan got a response, his gaze burned as he gazed above at 88 Truyong building. At the peak of the sacred palace, an aurora was shaking. The 68th floor was still condensing with the 100th round already being formed before. The still not formed 68th floor was only in its embryonic stage. The aurora around it continually shook like liquid, holding the large numbers of GU worms captured just before from outside the blessed land. A part of these GU worms were wild GU, whereas a portion came from Heicheng and Heibai, 2 GU Immortals. 88 Truyong building chose the strongest among them to form the 99th round, 98th round. Hei Lu Lan carefully sensed it for a while before slightly frowning. The two from Hei tribes have already made their move, but that Shui Songzi is still biding his time, HMPH. He had bribed Shui Songzi to reach an agreement. One of the contents of the agreement was Shui Songzi help him at a designated time period. However, Shui Songzi was not showing any signs of movement at present. Hei Lu Lan was displeased, immediately sending a letter through a GU worm. Soon, he received the reply. In the letter, Shui Songzi complained about how the 2 GU Immortals from Hei tribe were pressuring him these days and how his snowman business had taken a dive, already running at a loss. He also added how he had already supported Hei Lu Lan with many rank 5 GU for wooden chicken GU some time ago. And it was beyond his power to send support now. Lies. Hei Lu Lan was furious, almost pinching this letter GU to death. There is indeed no one good in the demonic path, they all are treacherous and sly bastards. But soon, Hei Lu Lan's anger subsided. Truthfully, he had predicted this. After all, he was only a mortal while Shui Songzi was a lofty GU Immortal. A mortal dealing with a GU Immortal was like an ant negotiating with an elephant. The two were simply not at the same level. If the GU Immortal refused to acknowledge and reneged back on the promise, the mortal could do nothing about it. Hei Lu Lan was secretly worried. The 68th floor was in the process of condensing, and the longer the time went by, the weaker the effect of a GU Immortal's support would be. It seems, I need to first obtain wooden chicken GU to make Shui Songzi help me. Hei Lu Lan sneered, immediately sending an order to convene everyone. Wooden chicken GU was on the 39th floor of 88 Truyong building. For months now, Hei Lu Lan's efforts had been concentrated on this floor. He also had Shui Songzi's help, thus the progress was very smooth, succeeding in pushing to the last round. Wooden chicken GU was exactly the reward for this final round. This last round, it was difficult in a sense, but it was also very simple. What it tested was patience in putting in effort over a long period of time. He Lu Lan had personally led people and attempted the round for 40 to 50 times altogether, now already having grasped its details. Every time, he would progress slightly and the accumulation of such progress gave shocking results. He was only a paper-thin distance away from success. This is good too. Grasping this 39th floor would raise the morale for when we tackle the 68th floor. He Lu Lan thought for a while and immediately took action. The next day, he mustered large numbers of people, convening all the GU masters in the sacred palace, and held a pep rally. That very evening, he led everyone and successfully broke through the 100th round, obtaining ranked 6 Immortal GU wooden chicken. Just like He Lu Lan expected, the breakthrough of the round raised morale and fighting spirit greatly, sweeping away the haze of Tai Bai Yunsheng's defeat. With Immortal GU wooden chicken, He Lu Lan's confidence rose greatly and he used it to lure Shui Songzi into helping him. 7 days later, the 68th floor had completely taken form. He Lu Lan impatiently led everyone to charge into the floor. However, after arriving at the floor, he did not tackle the rounds anxiously, instead commanding the GU masters to spread out. Over 100 refinement path GU masters were included in the troops. These people were all carefully selected and their loyalty could be trusted. Although they had not attained master level, they were elites. The refinement path GU masters formed a round formation upon which He Lu Lan slowly walked into the center. He sat down cross-legged and took out the 2-edge owner token. The 2-edge owner token slowly flew into the air and at the same time, He Lu Lan's body also began to let out gray light. The light rays were sharp as needles, piercing into the air. Not only He Lu Lan, the remaining refinement path GU masters also let out sharp gray radiance. These needle-sharp light rays continued to strengthen, becoming thicker and longer, flooding the whole round formation. The individual needle-sharp rays started to touch each other, instantly linking together. A giant gray radiance slowly stretched out from the round formation, directly piercing into the 2-edge owner token which was floating in the air. Outside the round formation were large numbers of GU masters spectating this while guarding against emergencies. What are they doing? A young GU master asked in confusion. An aged senior beside him patted his shoulder. Hee, this is the ability of super tribes. Kid, watch properly, the next scene will make your eyes open and jaw fall down. As he was saying this, the owner token suddenly shook. The tremor was weak, but following the dissemination of the giant sharp gray radiance, the scope of the tremor quickly increased. By the time this tremor spread to the round formation, it had already become a heavy tremor. The gray light rays condensed in the round formation like a light lake. From this heavy tremor, the lake suddenly erupted with dazzling light, forcing everyone to narrow their eyes. The gray light shone on every corner of the first round's area. Just like the melting of snow, the world in the round gradually started turning transparent before completely dissipating. It was like a cover had been lifted, and as if the second layer underneath was revealed, He Lu Lan and the group arrived at the second round. We actually passed the round without even making a move. After a moment of silence, many young GU masters started making a big fuss. That young GU master from just before had eyes wide open and his jaw hanging down. What in the world is this method? The aged GU master beside replied with satisfaction. This is a refinement path killer move that all super tribes have, Gray Meltdown. It can be used to rapidly pass rounds in 88 True Yong building. Kid, the scope of your vision should have expanded, right? The young GU master whose vision was expanded, nodded his head non-stop and praised, amazing. Truly an amazing method, but, what do they need as for with such a method in their disposal? The aged GU master's smile turned forced. This method is not effective every time. Some rounds can be crossed with this method, while some cannot. Tisk tisk, this trick is quite interesting. In Fang Yuan's mind, Mo Yao revealed her body. Her posture was enchanting and her eyes had a hint of seduction. She mumbled to herself in an analytical way, this should be digging into the hibernating wool of Giant Sun's control, attacking with coordination from both outside and inside. The GU masters outside the Blessed Land would release GU at certain places, and these GU worms would be absorbed into 88 True Yong building, refined into the rounds. But Giant Sun's will is hibernating, so the speed in refining the GU worms has become slower. At best, they could only be considered half-refined. The so-called killer move Gray Meltdown uses the owner token to connect with the half-refined GU worms. As such, the core of the round will be directly refined. The round will naturally not be able to continue anymore and switch to the next round. To do this, the crucial key is time. The state of the half-refined GU won't continue for long. Even if Giant Sun's will is hibernating, as long as there is sufficient time, it will completely refine these GU worms. In the case that these GU worms are refined, the GU masters tackling the round cannot induce any reaction and the chance to forcibly refine them would be thoroughly lost. You are indeed a refinement path grandmaster, being able to analyze so thoroughly with just a glance. Fang Yuan laughed in his mind, not stinting on his praise towards Mo Yao. To speak bluntly, this method was fighting with 88 true Yang building to refine the GU worms. If Giant Sun's will was awake, the GU worms would be refined instantly, not leaving behind any opportunity. But it was hibernating now, the refinement had become slow and as such, there was a loophole that could be used. Fang Yuan was from the future, thus he knew this clearly. In his previous life, after Central Continent's GU Immortals had broken through Imperial Court-blessed land, they had shown this method in the image clips they had disseminated everywhere. But this method could only be used as support. What Central Continent's GU Immortals truly relied on was still the Glass Owner token. This secondary owner token could be considered a divine treasure. Who knew how much energy and resources Central Continent's forces had to spend for it, and now it was in Fang Yuan's possession, raised to 6 edges. Taking advantage of everyone concentrating on the second round, Fang Yuan secretly took out the 6-edge owner token. He stroked the 6 edges of the owner token and sighed, muttering inwardly, such a long time of planning, and now it is finally time for the plan to begin in full. Flying Bear Strength GU with my Flying Bear Phantom GU, isn't that what it should be? I also think so. With that in a thought in his mind, he instantly grasped control over this floor. Chapter 595. Green Vines Blocking the Round, Fang Yuan's Backstab. He Lu Lan gazed ahead at the troops making slow progress in the dense jungle. The intense battle had already lasted for over 6 hours. This was the second round, the weather here was hot and damp, and the terrain was a vast ancient rainforest. To cross this round, GU masters needed to traverse through the whole jungle and reach a stone palace at the other side. However, this jungle could not be taken lightly. There might not be any beasts in the jungle, but it was full of green vines. These green vines were coiled around tall trees and piled up on the damp ground. Every green vine had the thickness of a king-sized bowl and length of 70 to 80 feet in the minimum. The common green vines among these were called green snake vines, which had snake scales growing all over their surface. And when GU masters neared them, the vines would suddenly move and coil around the GU masters, constricting them to death. In every 100 paces of the rainforest, there were about 1,000 green snake vines, filling the whole area. The difficulty in progressing forward was thus extremely high. The whole journey was filled with green snake vines attacking from all sides, some shot down from sky, some creeped through the ground and some ambushed from under the ground, causing the group to struggle and not be able to defend properly. The group's progress was met with attacks from the green vines at all times, seemingly like they were among an ocean of green vines. The green vine had powerful attacks and quick speed. Even more dangerous were the woodpath GU worms that lived on their bodies. It was precisely because of these GU worms that the group had suffered huge casualties. Reporting, we have discovered a green snake vine king ahead. Currently, Lord Yi Lui Sang is already in a fight with it. After a while of moving forward, an investigative GU master returned from the front group to report to He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan nodded, still continuing with his slow movement. In every group of green snake vines, there was a green snake vine king which had the battle strength of a rank 4 GU master. However, Yi Lui Sang was a rank 5 peak stage expert, the current tribe leader of the super force Yi Lui tribe, and the fire path he cultivated subdued wood path GU worms completely. There was also the fire path support type Immortal GU on him. Taking care of a green snake vine king was a cinch. Sure enough, after a while, the report of victory came from ahead. Lord Yi Lui Sang has eliminated the green snake vine king and has now retreated from the front lines. Lord Chong Shan Yin has switched with him and is leading the wolf group to open the path. Okay, He Lu Lan lightly replied. Wolves were good at offense and not at defense, and were not a good match for the vines. But Chong Shan Yin had defense specialized wolves like turtleback wolves. He also had vermilion fire wolves upon which lived fire path GU worms. In this situation, they were a sharp weapon to cut open the path. Wolf King is truly powerful, he can even be said to have the number 1 battle strength. Especially when he also has the Flying Bear Phantom Immortal GU, a mere minor round cannot obstruct him. He Lu Lan pondered while walking. Flying Bear Phantom GU and Flying Bear Strength GU, if the two are paired up, that would be perfect. HMPH, I will first make Chongshan Yin pour in his utmost effort for me, and when the time is ripe, I must make him hand over that Flying Bear Phantom GU. As long as I become a GU Immortal, wouldn't a mere Wolf King be mine to toy with? This second round seemingly tests the GU Master's strength in doing prolonged battles, but more than that, it is actually testing investigative ability. In this jungle, there are not only the green snake vine groups, but also green dragon vine groups. Green dragon vines are dozens of times more terrifying than green snake vines, they are mutated beings among plants. The path we took avoided these green dragon vines as much as possible. There are only 1 or 2 territories of green dragon vines in this path, and presumably there will be 1 or 2 tough battles, and that will be the greatest difficulty of this round. He Lu Lan felt proud. We are getting closer to the finish line. At this speed, we will cross this round in an hour. He had just thought of this when suddenly a change occurred. Swish swish, the green snake vines around the group suddenly penetrated the air with terrifying speed, even producing sonic booms. The offense of the vines had suddenly increased by dozens of times. The previous battles were the ones where the GU Masters fought with the green snake vines nearby while the vines outside the range stayed still. But now, the green vines within 100 li, no, 1,000 li, were engaging in the battle, surging out crazily like a tsunami as they pounced towards the GU Masters. The GU Masters were caught unprepared, immediately suffering heavy losses. Countless GU Masters were killed within a few moments of time. How could this happen? The green snake vines are rioting all of a sudden. The experts shouted in fright. Someone, save me quickly. Surrounding GU Masters were wantonly constricted and twisted apart by the green vine group. I command all troops to attack, hold them off no matter the consumption. If we can't hold them back, it will be our death. He Lu Lan shouted and rose to the air, attempting to control the situation. Soon, 100 or so green dragon vines rose to the sky, charging towards him. He Lu Lan gave a shout of fury and used his Dark Path abilities, killing 20 to 30 green dragon vines instantly before moving towards the ground. But the ground was also not safe. Countless green snake vines and green dragon vines broke through the soil, trapping the entirety of the troops. How can this be? The scouting had been done properly. How could we encounter a green dragon vine group here? The corners of He Lu Lan's eyes were threatening to tear as he could not make sense of this no matter what. Green vines were strongly territorial, but as long as one does not encroach upon their territory, they would remain still and not take the initiative to attack. These green vine groups, however, had completely gone crazy, pouncing upon the GU Masters like they had killed their father. Green vines possessed strong vitality, and even if they were cut into 5 to 6 parts, these 5 to 6 parts could still attack before dying. He Lu Lan even saw many green dragon vines struggling free from their root systems, and flying out to attack. How is this possible? What the hell is happening? He Lu Lan could not make sense of it no matter how he thought. By cutting off their own roots, these green dragon vines were looking for their own death. All living things possessed survival instinct. How deep a hatred was it for them to erupt in such bitter suicidal attacks? The large army was broken apart, each fighting for themselves while slowly starting to retreat bit by bit. In a moment, many youths lost their lives. Could it be this second round is actually a giant trap? This is too strange. This is only the second round. How could its difficulty be so high? He Lu Lan was dumbstruck, a huge doubt rising in his heart. This was indeed a huge trap. But the one who laid this trap was not 88 True Yong building but the one in control of this floor, Fang Yuan. He had been patient, ordering the green vines everywhere in this round to stealthily move here. He then accepted the command to participate in the front line and switched with others from time to time, intentionally lowering the speed of progress to stall for time. When large numbers of green vines had gathered, Fang Yuan immediately ordered a surprise attack without any hesitation. The GU Masters suffered disastrous losses because of the ambush. Fang Yuan was an enslavement path master. The green vines, which had lower intelligence than beasts, coordinated together under his control, and disregarded their own lives to burst out with 100 times their normal strength. Especially for the experts like He Lu Lan, Yi Lui Sang and Tai Bai Yun Sheng, he had paid even more attention and mobilized green dragon vines which were comparable to mutated beasts, to obstruct them. Retreat, retreat quickly. There are green vines everywhere around us. If we continue on, the casualties will become even more severe. Lord He tribe leader, my tribe leader requests to retreat. Several large tribes hurriedly sent their representatives. Anyone could see they had landed into an ambush by the green vine groups. How could the green vines become so sinister? Right now, no one had the time to tackle this issue. He Lu Lan fiercely gnashed his teeth, his face showed a struggling expression several times before he squeezed out a word, retreat. He also knew the situation was already out of control, the green vines were charging without fearing death and had already led the formation to turn chaotic. And the experts were not able to fight properly for the fear of hurting their own men. If they suffered such serious casualties in the second round, then how could He Lu Lan have the power to seize the Immortal GU in the last round? Retreat was naturally a wise move, but it would depend on whether Fang Yuan would allow it. He was in control of this floor, sealing the exit and entrance was only a small thing. Soon, everyone made a terrifying discovery: they could not leave. This discovery was a huge blow on the morale. The whole army seemed to be about to crumble apart. At the crucial moment, He Lu Lan felt the situation going awry and stood up, his voice spreading everywhere: all of you, persevere. I will use the killer move Grey Meltdown to forcibly cross this round. If we persevere, we will win, we will survive. The despairing GU masters heard these words and felt like they were drowning men who had found a life-saving straw. The morale that had fallen to the bottom did not crumble in the end and instead stabilized. Everyone again started fighting, opening a path and forming a tight and connected formation. Under the heavy protection from all the troops, He Lu Lan led a group of Refinement Path GU masters to form a round formation and began to use the killer move Grey Meltdown. Lord, if we forcibly activate it, we will probably lose 30% of our men. An old Refinement Path GU master who was familiar with the inside information advised He Lu Lan with a pale face. The killer move Grey Meltdown naturally had its limitations. This killer move relied on the coordination of the inside and outside. This required the reward of the round to be GU worms deliberately provided by either Hate Tribe's GU Immortals or Shui Songzi. But 88 True Yong building would not coordinate, it only chose the suitable GU worms from those absorbed and refined them to form the rounds. The first round's reward were GU worms that came from He Bai. Thus, He Lu Lan could use the killer move Grey Meltdown to exploit giant suns while still not having fully refined the GU worms, to forcibly refine them. Like this, he would get the reward and pass the round. But the second round's GU worm reward was Wild GU. He Lu Lan was unable to connect with these Wild GU and the killer move Grey Meltdown could not be used. The second round could only in accordance with this be completed by going through its requirement. But the current situation was critical. He Lu Lan was left without a better option but to forcibly activate killer move Grey Meltdown to skip through the second round and connect to the GU worm reward of the third round. The third round's GU worm reward came from Shui Songzi. The GU worm was only half refined, thus still contained most of Shui Songzi's will. As He Lu Lan was working together with Shui Songzi's will approved him. He could thus use Grey Meltdown to connect to the third round's reward and refine it. As such, the third round would be passed. And when the third round is crossed, the second round would have no foundation, collapsing apart. Because when 88 True Yong building condensed each floor, it would first form the 100th round, then 99th round, 98th round. However, if He Lu Lan did so, the killer move Grey Meltdown's power would increase by several times, far surpassing the amount these Refinement Path GU masters could bear. Whether it was success or failure, a portion of the Refinement Path GU masters would not be able to bear it and die. Tens of Refinement Path GU masters dying is better than the whole army dying. He Lu Lan gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with chilly and cruel light. The situation had forced him to choose the lesser of the two evils. The old GU master did not say any more and retreated back to the formation. Chapter 596, Preparations from Long Ago, Mo Yao's Shock and Suspicion. The Refinement Path GU masters had solemn expressions while quickly moving into formation. Gray rays of light gradually blossomed and merged into one. Under everyone's expectant gaze, He Lu Lan waved his hand and threw the two-edge owner token into the air. The owner token floated in midair, and the giant gray radiance which had been condensed in the round formation shot towards the owner token. The gray radiance was so dazzling that one could not look at it directly. Haha, this is the moment. Fang Yuan had been observing this from the outside, and sent a thought at this time. The two-edge owner token immediately disappeared, landing in his hand the next moment. He was in control of this floor. Teleporting a small owner token was as simple as breathing. Without the owner token, the gray radiance immediately collapsed and the killer move gray meltdown forcibly ended. The refinement path GU masters in the round formation gave a frightened howl, puffing out blood, with almost all of them dying from the backlash in that instant. Spurt. He Lu Lan, who was in the center of the formation, was no exception to this, spurting out a mouthful of blood and retreating back several large steps like he had received a heavy impact. My owner token. He lost his self-control and howled with an extremely shocked, angered and doubtful expression. Everyone was also stupefied by this change. Sun Shihan was baffled, Tang Miao Ming covered her mouth and Pei Yan Fei was also despondent. Even Mo Yao's will was raving in Fang Yuan's mind. Brat, what did you do? His owner token has no more than 2 edges now. Adding in your 6 edges, it is only 8 edges. What are you in such a hurry for? Wouldn't it be good if you had waited for his owner token to rise to 4 edges? You don't know shit. Fang Yuan sneered and under the cover of his large sleeve, calmly put away the 2-edge owner token. The whole process happened under the bystanders' gazes, but it was completed in total secret without incurring any suspicion. What the hell happened? Yi Lui Sang rushed towards He Lu Lan with a fretful expression and asked, where is the owner token? How would I know? He Lu Lan's eyes seemed to shoot out flames of anger, his voice raised an octave higher as he burst out with foul language, what the fuck happened? In the past records of history, there had never been a situation where the owner token suddenly disappeared. Gray Meltdown had been used so many times by all the large forces and the winners in the past, how could it suddenly fade away in He Lu Lan's hand? Damn it, how do we go on without the owner token? Fang Yuan also hurried over at this moment, his brows were furrowed into a knot and he had a genuine and heavily anxious expression, making others sympathize with him. The killer move which everyone had placed high hopes on failed at the crucial moment. The 2-edge owner token was also inexplicably lost. The green vines, offensive was becoming more fierce like a flash flood, not giving anyone the time for a breather. Morale had fallen to the abyss and many started fleeing in disorder. It's over, we are done for. Shi Shui mumbled, will I die in this place? Is this the final ending? Tai Bai Yun Sheng laughed bitterly. In this recent period, he was being tormented by his conscience and his body looked extremely weak and thin. However, the next moment, someone shouted in joy, we can leave. Someone left. We can leave. Fang Yuan did not want to get rid of all these people in one go and left a lifeline, allowing the GU masters to freely enter and exit this floor. If He tribe was completely annihilated, he would definitely attract the all-out revenge of He tribe's GU immortals. Moreover, Fang Yuan still required Tai Bai Yun Sheng to refine landscape as before GU. Therefore the collapsed and despairing army started retreating. I am actually alive. This time was too terrifying, I don't want to enter there again. Boo hoo hoo, father, you died so miserably. The plaza around the Tru Yong building became a scene of gloomy misery. He Lu Lan had convened a large army and entered the tower with grand and vigorous momentum, but such a change while leaving the tower was beyond the expectations of almost everyone. He Lu Lan's expression was ashen as he glanced at the plaza before leaving without any words. He tribesmen followed behind him, silent and heads lowered. Yi Lui Sang heaved a long sigh and shook his head, leaving the plaza. Tai Bai Yun Sheng had a complex expression as he looked at He Lu Lan's receding figure. After this expedition, it will probably be difficult to form a presentable party within a short period of time. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was wrong. The very next day, He Lu Lan again formed a large army and attacked the second round. So what if he lost the owner token? Even if he could not use Gray Meltdown, he could use brute force to pass the round. He Lu Lan had deceived 2 great GU immortals in his pledge to take revenge, he could no longer turn back. He must force himself to continue on. However, during the night of the defeat, Fang Yuan had quietly entered 88 Tru Yong building. You are too impatient, you now only have 8 edges. What can you do now? Mo Yao sneered in his mind. Fang Yuan walked slowly along the secret treasury corridor while gently touching the crystal wall, looking on as treasure after treasure swept past his gaze. He had a slight smile on his face, replying calmly to Mo Yao's will. You are an impressive refinement path Grand Master, a fairy of spirit affinity house, just speak clearly if you want to ask, why probe so superficially? Mo Yao heard this and immediately changed her expression, smiling coquettishly. Young man, looks like you already have a plan. That goes without saying. Fang Yuan's steps paused and he lightly stroked the right crystal wall, taking out a treasure stored within. Ever since he had refined the guest halt steel, he could take out any treasures around this distance. Fang Yuan walked a few steps further and took out 3 GU worms on top of that. He then moved to the left crystal wall and took out the objects within. As this went on, Fang Yuan had taken out tens of GU recipes, over 100 GU worms, all kinds of information on inheritances and over 20 documents on cultivation insights. Fang Yuan kept around 80 of the GU worms outside while sending the rest into storage GU worms. Mo Yao had observed the whole process quietly, getting more curious as time went on. These GU worms that Fang Yuan left out here did not match together, she really could not tell what he was doing. The video of Central Continent's GU immortals attacking Imperial Court Blessed Land in his previous life appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. There were altogether 11 GU immortals who attacked Imperial Court Blessed Land, men and women, each with extraordinary presence. A female immortal was the leader, a domineering aura lingered around her which pressured people, other GU immortals were cautious and respectful towards her. She was known as Fairy Black Moon. A half mask covered her nose, mouth and cheeks, only revealing the upper half of her face which showed her strong contours, sharp and long brows, bright eyes and a heroic aura. A dark gold armor covered her whole body, bringing a heavy feeling of suppression on any that looked at it. Fang Yuan's current actions were replicating Fairy Black Moon's actions to the smallest details. The treasures he took out were actually of great background. Countless years back, Central Continent's GU immortals sent outstanding GU masters to infiltrate into northern plains. The GU masters would pass some rounds with high-grade evaluation, entering the treasure room and arranging these treasures here. The whole process consumed close to a millennium. Fang Yuan walked past the guest halt steel, and walked over 300 steps into the long crystal corridor before stopping. It is here. He looked around him and after confirming it, began to put the GU worms he had taken earlier into the crystal wall. Whether it was left or right, top or under his feet, they were placed in a certain pattern. As for the original treasures within the crystal wall, Fang Yuan took some, left some and shifted the position of some. This, could it be? Mo Yao was bewildered. She had been watching carefully and had gradually inferred some clues with her refinement path Grandmaster attainment. In the range of tens of steps, after Fang Yuan's adjustments, the GU worms in the crystal wall had ingeniously formed a formation. Right, this is precisely the refinement path killer move Grey Meltdown. No, to be even more exact, this killer move originates from Grey Meltdown but its effects are much stronger. Fang Yuan chuckled. What in the world are you trying to do? Mo Yao asked. Fang Yuan's gazed eerily, a confident smile appearing on his face. Just watch. He then sent out several GU worms which floated in the air. The GU worms in the surrounding walls started to shake slightly one by one. Dust seemed to rise up in the air. The dust gradually became denser till it formed a thick gray fog. The gray fog kept on accumulating and soon entirely submerged Fang Yuan. He could not even see his own hands. Fang Yuan stood within the gray fog with his eyes closed and his right hand clutching the 6-edge owner token, as he tried to carefully sense something. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and shouted, "Come back, fixed immortal travel." The crystal corridor shook strongly and 88 True Yong building had a sudden tremor. The 21st floor where 17 rounds still remained, disintegrated into nothingness. The rewards for the 17 rounds penetrated through space and appeared before Fang Yuan. Among them, one GU worm was dispelling a ranked 6 aura, shining with a green gem-like luster, and flying elegantly like a green jade butterfly. Its powerful presence pushed the rest of the GU worms to the side. What else could it be but fixed immortal travel? Immortal GU. This is fixed immortal travel. Mo Yao blurted out. Fang Yuan stored the other rewards into storage GU worms while the immortal GU fixed immortal travel was left outside, sitting on his shoulder. Immortal GU fixed immortal travel was a ranked 6 GU and at its peak state, his mortal aperture could not store it. Fang Yuan had not stored Flying Bear Phantom GU either, instead directly holding it in his pocket. There is one more. Fang Yuan licked his lips in excitement. Another explosive sound rang out. 88 True Yong building shook greatly. The 12 remaining rounds of the 34th floor were immediately passed. The rewards appeared in front of Fang Yuan out of thin air, and one GU among them, an immortal GU that looked like nothing special, just like a lump of earth. It was Immortal GU Gruel Mud. Mo Yao's will blurted out the name. Fang Yuan laughed and stored the other rewards while putting the Gruel Mud into his pouch. Back then, he had buried fixed immortal travel in Gruel Mud deep under the ground, waiting for this precise moment. When 88 True Yong building condensed, it plundered the whole of northern plains. This was the arrangement of an immortal venerable. His might extended up into the heavens and down into the abyss. Nothing could stop his overwhelming force. Immortal GU Wooden Chicken had escaped the pursuit of Shui Songzi and Heibai, but was still captured by 88 True Yong building in the end. The wild immortal GU ended up like that, while Fang Yuan's meticulously buried immortal GU did not even have the will to resist, and were naturally collected by 88 True Yong building. After the capture, they were placed separately as the last rewards for the 21st and 34th floor. But due to Giant Sun's will being in hibernation, the two immortal GU had all along been in a half-refined state, just as Fang Yuan had planned for. Brat, who in the world are you? HMPH, this is not a small arrangement. You were actually able to mobilize two immortal GU. Tell me, which region are you from? Which force sent you here? Mo Yao was unable to hold back after she saw this, and began to ask questions after questions. Chapter 597, True Inheritance Secluded Domain, Unexpected Event. The appearance of two great immortal GU was way out of her expectations. Mo Yao was very surprised. What was even more scary was, Fang Yuan had made ample preparations. The GU worms he used were originally treasures kept inside the crystal walls. His killer move was even more perfect than Grey Meltdown, and had stronger effect. To get to this point, it was not something a single person could achieve. In fact, this could not be achieved with merely decades of setup. Huge amounts of strength and effort needed to be invested, at least hundreds of years of infiltration in order to hide all the GU worms inside the crystal walls, and to prevent the GU worms from being taken away by people, they needed to prepare several of each GU. All in all, this was not something a person or an ordinary force could accomplish. It had to be a super force with GU immortals at least. Against Mo Yao's suspicion, Fang Yuan smiled lightly and did not speak. All these were the setup of Central Continent's GU immortals. But Mo Yao had died long ago. Her will was slumbering within Water Pavilion and was unaware of the changes in the outside world. Fang Yuan was someone who had been reborn. He had a huge advantage. Using the GU immortals setup, he could accomplish all of this successfully. To speak the truth, he should thank those Central Continent GU immortals who went around to distribute the footage. Without the guidance of this clip, Fang Yuan would not be so sure of the inside information of 88 True Yong building. His method was inherently the same as He Lu Lan's, but Fang Yuan was sensing his own immortal GU, while He Lu Lan was sensing other people's mortal GU. Refining an immortal GU was at least 100 times as difficult as refining a mortal GU, thus, Fang Yuan was not in such a rush for time, unlike He Lu Lan. The two immortal GU were constantly in a state of half-refinement. Most importantly, the refinement path killer move that Fang Yuan activated was the revised version of Grey Meltdown that Central Continent's GU immortals had painstakingly researched in. It had an amazing effect, freeing the GU master and saving them the trouble of facing backlash, as 88 True Yong building would be the one enduring the pressure. At the same time, he had to thank all of the GU masters who charged through the rounds enthusiastically. If the rounds were intact, Fang Yuan would need to traverse 100 rounds to communicate with the immortal GU. It would be filled with difficulty. But there were only 17 rounds left on the 21st floor, and the 34th floor had even fewer rounds, at 12. After Fang Yuan successfully took the two immortal GU, these two floors were passed automatically. He took out the two owner tokens. The glass owner token was still at 6 edges. After all, it was a cheat item and was not authentic. Meanwhile, the owner token snatched from He Lu Lan had turned from 2 edges to 4 edges. Combining the two, they were 10 edges. 10 edges, that meant that Fang Yuan had met the minimum requirements to receive an Immortal Venerable Inheritance. Immortal Venerable Inheritance, Fang Yuan chuckled. According to what was shown in the footage, he combined the two owner tokens and created the 10-edge owner token. The next moment, he vanished on the spot. The scenery before him changed drastically. When Fang Yuan finally reacted, he found himself in an area of void. The surroundings were pure darkness. There was neither heaven or earth. Fang Yuan was floating silently in the air. Several traces of green or red starlight shone from far away. This is 88 True Yong Building's true inheritance secluded domain. To think that after so many years, I can come here again. Mo Yao's will was surprisingly dejected and downcast, as she muttered to herself. You've been here before. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Back then, I'm not going to talk about it. It is your greatest fortune to be able to come here. Although with 10 edges, you can only receive the lowest grade ordinary true inheritance. But this will not hinder you from gaining some knowledge and experience. What you are going to see will surely broaden your vision, you will never forget it. In just a moment, Mo Yao's will went back to normal. Fang Yuan laughed. Mo Yao's arrogant tone did not make him angry, in fact. He nodded in agreement. Giant Son Immortal Venerable, I cannot compare to him yet. Today, this will indeed hugely broaden my vision. Saying this, he waved his hands like he was swimming in water, moving his body forward slowly. In the video from Central Continent in his previous life, there were many details omitted during this period. Central Continent's GU Immortals invested more heavily than Fang Yuan. They used more than 10 Immortal GU to raise the owner token to 43 edges. They gained a lot, but all of the gains were concealed. Such an act was no doubt a defensive measure to prevent attracting the greed of the viewers. This, however, increased Fang Yuan's interest and anticipation towards Giant Sun's true inheritances. He followed after a blood-red starlight, getting closer to it. As he got closer, the starlight became brighter, and eventually, Fang Yuan stopped before a round circular light. This lump of red starlight was the size of a bowl, silently floating around. This is an ordinary true inheritance. If you want to understand the contents, you just need to let your consciousness enter it. Mo Yao advised at the appropriate timing. Fang Yuan was carefully navigating with his mind, as images flashed before him. A grand and huge ancient forest. Ancient and tall trees, beasts at the size of mountains. Ha ha ha, a person with a broad shoulder and thin waist was laughing with his head facing up. His image was blurred, but his skin was covered in rainbow colors, as ancient totems of every description were carved on it. His dominating presence pervaded heaven and earth. He stepped on the gray clouds and treaded strong winds. His purple hair was fluttering as there were seemingly flames burning within his double pupil eyes. Fang Yuan saw this and his heart was pounding. He could feel difficulty breathing. He recognized this person immediately. This is one of the 3 demon venerables of the olden antiquity era, reckless savage demon venerable. He is facing the immemorial desolate beast, primordial ash owl. Strange, why is there a demon venerable's item within Giant Sun's inheritances? What's so strange about this? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was the venerable of an era, the supreme ruler of heaven and earth, the invincible being in the universe. He searched the entire world and obtained an item of reckless savage demon venerable, placing it inside his building for his descendants. This is very normal. Mo Yao said, immemorial desolate beast, overlords that had existed within heaven and earth since the immemorial era. They had rank 8 GU immortal battle strength. This primordial ash owl had a bird head and beast body. It had 2 pairs of golden pupils and a dragon's horn on its head. Its muscular body was covered in thick rainbow feathers. Its bestial aura could overwhelm the world. Its limbs moved quickly, and could easily destroy mountains and rivers. With one growl, its voice could travel 10,000 li, causing ripples in the air of the entire world. Reckless savage demon venerable praised, good beast. The primordial ash owl had intelligence that could rival men. It got angry upon hearing that, shooting out thunder like that of the heavens from its mouth. The blue thunderbolt shot out and pierced 10,000 li into the sky, instantly arriving before reckless savage demon venerable. Fang Yuan's expression changed. The magnitude of the lightning and thunder was beyond his imagination. Right now he was like an ant, but even if it was his GU immortal self from his past life, he could not survive for 3 breaths' time from this. But reckless savage demon venerable did not move at all. He allowed the frenzied thunderbolt to hit his body directly. From within the electricity, his bronze-colored body was intact, shining brightly. His muscles were like stone blocks, and all the totems on his body were like living beings, as all sorts of fierce beasts were roaming on his body. From within the exploding lightning plasma, reckless savage demon venerable's face showed an expression of enjoyment. He laughed heartily as he punched with his right fist. Bam! Immediately, heaven and earth changed colors, as winds and clouds moved violently. The lightning vanished slowly, mountains were trembling, and forests were weeping. With just one punch, the intense winds blew like an apocalypse. The clouds in the sky vanished, the heavens were stripped bare, and permeating sunlight dispelled all darkness. Just one punch. With the intensity of the force that repelled ghosts and deities, the primordial ash owl was crying out pitifully. It was an immemorial desolate beast, an overlord of a region. It was untamable and wild earlier, giving off a strong aura, but the next moment, its bones were crushed to bits as its rainbow feathers floated in the air, its golden pupils were full of fear and it laid on the ground, like a dead dog. Fang Yuan was completely moved. This was the first time he had seen the attack of a venerable. Reckless savage demon venerable, with the prowess of rank 9, he was truly invincible in all heaven and earth. 9999th Ash Owl. Reckless savage demon venerable said plainly, opening his palm and grabbing the air. The next moment, the primordial ash owl was held by a formless strength. It was like a chicken that was grabbed by a butcher. It was helpless and was shrieking for help. Transform. Reckless savage demon venerable's body shuddered. He expanded along with the wind, becoming a giant in an instant. What a true giant! He was as tall as heaven and earth, as if he could grab the sun if he wished. No tribulations could move him, as he could barely be held by the universe itself. The giant slowly opened his mouth, as the primordial ash owl struggled intensely, and yet to no avail as it was sent into the giant's mouth. The giant swallowed in one mouthful, chewing several times with a sound as if a mountain collapsed, lightning striking everywhere. It was loud as thunder. With a gulp, the giant sent the primordial ash owl into its stomach. He actually ate an immemorial desolate beast, a rank 8 level existence, just like that. The prowess of reckless savage, it was truly terrifying. After eating this rank 8 desolate beast, the giant patted his stomach. The sound was loud as thunder, but his expression was like he did not have enough. And on his belly, there was a new totem, in the form of the primordial ash owl, but among the innumerable totems on his body, it was not eye-catching. The giant seemed to have sensed something as he suddenly turned around and looked straight at Fang Yuan. Ugh! Fang Yuan fell on the ground like he had suffered a huge blow, vomiting out a mouthful of blood in the process. His soul was trembling intensely, a strong sense of dizziness assaulted him, only recovering after a long time. Gasp! 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 He breathed roughly, barely opening his eyes. His eyes could not take it either, as 2 streams of bloody tears flowed out, flowing from his face towards the ground. But thankfully, this place did not restrict GU worms. Such an injury could be easily healed with GU worms. This is the test of the inheritance. Fang Yuan healed himself as he asked. He, what sort of test is this? In his mind, Mo Yao was gloating, replying in an arrogant tone. This inheritance has a trace of reckless savage demon venerables will within it, only GU immortals could withstand it. But after getting this inheritance, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already modified it such that mortals could endure it. You owe it to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's mercy that you are still alive. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. His mercy is only towards his bloodline descendants. What does that have to do with me? Anyway, Giant Sun true inheritances are not so easy to obtain. There is great danger inside. That is of course the case. But you have already survived this test, and remember that this true inheritance is only an ordinary true inheritance. With the 10-edge owner token, you already have the authority to inherit it. Mo Yao said. As expected, when Fang Yuan's mind entered, the red light lump opened its doors, as reckless savage demon venerable's figure did not appear again. Primordial ash owl transformation. Fang Yuan realized now that this was a transformation path killer move. This killer move could allow a GU immortal to transform into the primordial ash owl, gaining a huge boost in strength. Reckless savage demon venerable was the progenitor of strength path, but he was also the creator of transformation path. His strength could shake heaven and earth. He was the fiercest venerable out of the 10. At the same time, he could transform into countless fierce beasts, having an endless number of transformations, and he could even revive from a drop of blood. Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He let go of the red light lump and allowed it to fly away from him. Although the true inheritance was precious, it did not suit him currently. Fang Yuan was very calm, and held even more expectations. To think that within Giant Sun's true inheritances, there would be something involving reckless savage demon venerable, and this particular inheritance was only the lowest grade ordinary true inheritance. He could not imagine what other ordinary true inheritances there could be. As for the even greater unparalleled true inheritance, what would they be? He moved his arms, and swam towards another area within this silent and dark void. Chapter 598, 3 Olds, 3 True Inheritances, Using Will. Fang Yuan worked hard to swim towards a jade light. This lump of jade light was harder to get closer to compared to the red light from before. It was flying slowly, continuously twisting and turning, as Fang Yuan chased after it for a while before managing to grab it. It was also as large as a bowl, and Fang Yuan's consciousness carefully entered it. An unspeakable force of vibration spread from the jade-green light into Fang Yuan's body. Be careful, this is old Immortal Kong Ju's item. In his mind, Mo Yao's will recognize this item and warned. Don't worry, it cannot escape. Fang Yuan's tone was certain, he grabbed onto this light lump tightly. Idiot, I am not referring to that. Quickly let go. Mo Yao said this, but it was already too late. The mystical vibration spread from within the jade light, all the way into Fang Yuan's aperture. Fang Yuan's aperture started vibrating. In his 90% filled aperture C, waves were crashing violently. The huge waves crashed on the surrounding aperture walls. The rank 5 peak stage crystal clear walls were starting to develop cracks from the pressure of the waves. Fang Yuan was shocked. This true inheritances test was very peculiar, it was hard to defend against, it actually directly affected the GU Master's aperture. Lad, quickly cut off your arms using GU worms. Only by making a sacrifice can you save your life. Mo Yao's will shouted in Fang Yuan's mind. Cut off my arms. Fang Yuan's expression sank, sweat was forming on his forehead. He tried letting go of it, but this lump of jade light gave off an extremely strong suction force, keeping Fang Yuan's hands tightly attached to it. Fang Yuan could not get free from it, and the vibrations in his aperture were getting stronger. I got it. In the moment of crisis, Fang Yuan had an inspiration as he quickly moved the primeval essence in his second aperture into his first aperture. The vibration moved into the second aperture through the primeval essence. The second aperture also started vibrating uncontrollably, but this way, the two apertures were enduring this together, and the first aperture's crisis was soothed to a great extent. Mo Yao gasped. As the jade light became dim and the vibrations vanished, it seemed that Fang Yuan had passed the test. What is going on? You have two apertures. Mo Yao said. With two apertures enduring the test together, although the aperture walls were cracked, they did not break. Lad, you hid this very deeply, you actually have two apertures. Second aperture, to think that the rumors that had been going around have been confirmed by you. Mo Yao said with deep emotions. Fang Yuan was not willing to talk about this, he asked instead, you mentioned old Immortal Kong Ju earlier, is it that refinement path supreme Grand Master from the olden antiquity era? That's right, it's him. Refinement path supreme Grand Master, even throughout human history, since ancient times, there had only been three. Future generations called them the Three Olds. They were the remote antiquity era's old eccentric Tian Nan, olden antiquity era's old Immortal Kong Ju, and medieval antiquity era's refinement path supreme Grand Master Long Hair Ancestor. Mo Yao continued recounting. Among them, old eccentric Tian Nan had a weird personality, he tried to refine the sky and ended up losing his life. Old Immortal Kong Ju had the deepest research in apertures, he created and helped the 10 extreme physiques to become immortals. Before him, there had never been any cases where a person of the 10 extreme physiques rose to become an immortal. As for Long Hair Ancestor, he had the longest lifespan and refined the most immortal GU. 88 True Yong building was refined by him. In fact, there were rumors that he could refine lifespan GU, causing old ancestor Giant Sun to attack Langya Blessed Land, although there were no results from that. Mo Yao talked about many famous pieces of information. 3 old beings, 3 supreme refinement Grand Masters, each of them was a legend. They were the 3 peaks of refinement path in human history, even rank 9 venerables could not mask their glory and reputation. Old Immortal Kong Ju's inheritance tests the fated person's aperture. You actually had 2 apertures, you managed to get through luckily. Look, this inheritance is very good, it will be a huge help to you. Mo Yao continued. Fang Yuan's consciousness went in again. This inheritance was known as the Immortal Ascension Vital Information. It recorded old Immortal Kong Ju's understanding of the Immortal Ascension process of all the different paths of GU Masters, all the difficulties they might face and how to deal with those difficulties. It listed the most crucial points for rising to Immortal. Fang Yuan assessed in his heart, although this is not a GU recipe or an Immortal GU, it has a huge value in terms of theoretical guidance. If GU Masters get it, it will not only help themselves but even allow them to understand other paths. It is truly an important treasure. This Immortal Ascension Vital Information dates back to long ago, it might not be useful for the currently trending paths. After all, these years of development have caused the rise of many new paths. It is no longer as dull and simple as back in the olden antiquity era. What I want to remind you is, the essence of this inheritance is not the immortal ascension vital information itself, but Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's notes when he read through it. His assessment is like the summary of the most important points, it gets right to the point and is truly worth more than 1,000 gold. Mo Yao gave another shocking revelation. Old Immortal Kong Ju was a refinement path supreme grandmaster on par with Long Hair Ancestor. His research, along with the Immortal Venerable's notes, truly has immense value. When a GU master reads it, it will greatly increase the chances of them successfully rising to Immortal. In addition, using the perspective of an Immortal Venerable, they can develop in the right direction, their GU Immortal journey would be guided and they could avoid many pitfalls along the way. This inheritance had really shocking attraction, especially for geniuses like Fang Yuan who desired to take one more step and was not satisfied with being immortal. But Fang Yuan did not choose it. He had his previous life's experiences, he could repeat his run on the blood path. He had other motives for coming into the true inheritance space. Thus, Fang Yuan let go and allowed the jade lump to fly away from him, at a speed faster than the red light as it went into an unknown zone. You are really giving it up. When you think about this in the future, don't regret it. In his mind, Mo Yao sighed. Regret, hee, there is no such word in my life. Fang Yuan laughed lightly, continuing his search. He swam in the darkness for a while, discovering the third light lump. This light lump was shining with a gray light, its speed was even faster than the first two light lumps, it was like a shooting star. As it flew in the space, there was a frost-colored tail trailing behind it. Fang Yuan tried to get close to it, but Mo Yao said, actually, you don't have to take such a risk every time, since you have already collected many wisdom path GU worms, why don't you display their true value? Oh, what do you mean? Fang Yuan's speed did not get any slower. Lad, thank me well, the move I'm going to teach you will allow you to avoid the test of the true inheritance and search for the content of the true inheritance directly. Mo Yao's method was not very complex. After Fang Yuan found the true inheritance light lump, the first step was for his consciousness to enter the lump, and that would trigger the test of the inheritance. Mo Yao's advice was, to use wisdom path GU worms to create wills. By injecting this will into the true inheritance, he would wait for a while before recalling it. This way, he would be able to avoid intimate contact with the true inheritance. It was an opportunist method. Wisdom path has thought, will, and emotion. The so-called mind is made up of heart sense and divine sense. When your mind enters, your thoughts are exploring and interacting. Thoughts are like water droplets, they are the easiest to create, and also the most fragile. Because the numbers are huge, the droplets will merge into a river and enter to do the investigation. During this process, the GU master's mind has to continue creating them without any pauses. As for will, they are superior to thoughts, like an ice cube. They have greater defense but are harder to create. They can, however, move independently, and recalled when needed. Mo Yao explained, Lad, at this point in time, why are you hesitating? I know you have been collecting information on Wisdom Path, and also purchasing those Wisdom Path GU worms. Your special will GU, deliberate will GU, play will GU, keep will GU, and new will GU are all useless now, when will you use them? Mo Yao laughed alluringly. Pausing for a while, she continued urging, right now, you must already be clear, my will is residing in your mind, it is already deeply connected to you. When you use these GU to create wills, they would be pure and flawless, I cannot infiltrate them. Haven't you been wary of me? This method has a huge advantage, you can use it to avoid those true inheritance tests and check the secrets of the unparalleled inheritances. Unparalleled inheritance, they have much greater value than ordinary inheritances. What are you? Fang Yuan's gaze was hesitant. All along, he had never been so outspoken about his situation with Mo Yao. To think that Mo Yao would talk about it openly like this now. What was her true intention? Was it really like what she said, she only wanted to return the ranked 7 Immortal GU House Water Pavilion back to Spirit Affinity House? Mo Yao's honest expression created ripples in Fang Yuan's heart. Maybe he was too vigilant, and was too wary of Mo Yao. But wills were not like thoughts, thoughts were simple and were not good at deception. A land spirit formed from obsessions only spoke the truth. But wills were different, they were the product of many thoughts fusing together, they were much more complex than thoughts. Thus, they could lie to others. Fang Yuan shook his head, sending these chaotic pieces of information out of his mind. Now was not the time to think about this. Honestly speaking, Mo Yao's words were truly useful in Fang Yuan's viewpoint. He was successfully convinced to attempt it. Fang Yuan took out the wisdom path GU worms that he had bought. He had the land spirit Little Who Immortal and could connect to treasure Yellow Heaven at any time. Standing on the foundation of a GU Immortal, it was extremely easy for him to purchase Mortal GU. Right now, the 8 wisdom path GU worms in his hands could produce wills, but they were all different. Special will GU could produce special wills, it could only be activated under special circumstances. Deliberate will GU could create deliberate wills. When such a will is produced, it would be like carvings on a steel board, extremely difficult to get rid of compared to other wills. Play will GU creates playful wills. It is the will that is most capable of creating emotions. There are also keep will GU, new will GU, battle intent GU and others. What was worth mentioning was that these wisdom path GU worms could produce different types of wills that were effective against other wills. For example, special will GU can produce special wills, but can also devour special wills. Deliberate will GU can create deliberate wills. They were hard to get rid of, but if one uses the right methods and finds the deliberate will GU, it can be easily removed. Why did Fang Yuan buy these GU worms? It was because of this. He wanted to deal with Mo Yao's mysterious will. But he had already bought so many of these GU, and discovered that none could deal with Mo Yao's will. With the current situation, choosing which will GU to use was not important. He casually chose the special will GU, injecting primeval essence as a will was formed. The appearance of the will was similar to Fang Yuan. He looked like a youth with dark eerie eyes, but different from the main body. His face was more manly and had a more decisive expression. Wills can only reside within the soul. If you want to send this will out, you will need a small soul worm. Mo Yao reminded. Small soul GU was a rank 1 GU in soul path. It was very common but was the foundation of soul path. Many higher ranked soul path GU worms were refined step by step with it as the foundation. Mo Yao's reminder was redundant. Before she finished speaking, Fang Yuan summoned a GU worm. It had no solid body. It was palm-sized and looked like a butterfly, flickering like light and shadow. If someone grabbed it, they would not be able to catch its hollow body. It was the rank 2 big soul worm. Fang Yuan patted it lightly, sending his special will into the big soul worm's body. Next, he used the big soul worm and made it fly to the closest lump of green-white true inheritance light lump. The big soul worm's speed was much faster than him moving alone. In just a short moment, it entered the true inheritance light lump, and a while later, the big soul worm with a tattered body flew back while wavering. Fang Yuan retrieved his will and looked. This third true inheritance was also an ordinary true inheritance, but to some GU masters, or even GU immortals, it had much greater value than the first 2 true inheritances. Chapter 599, Longevity, Hard, Hard, Hard. 599 Longevity, Hard, Hard, Hard. The third true inheritance had huge value, because it talked about the method of extending lifespan. The saying goes, better to live a bad life than have a good death. Unless there were special reasons, there was nobody who wanted to stop living or not live longer. GU masters, although they could cultivate, and reaching rank 6 would improve the essence of their life, they could not gain lifespan directly. Ever since the way of GU had developed, countless talents had tried all sorts of methods to create a method to extend their own lifespan. Like first General GU Yuan Qingmao Mountain who chose to become a zombie. Or the demonic path GU master in Southern Border Century Boy, using the return to childhood GU on himself to maintain a child's appearance and reduce the speed of the loss of his life force. These were only mortal methods. GU immortals had even more mystical methods. This third inheritance was a lifespan increasing method targeted at GU immortals. The person who created it was none other than Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. A lifespan increasing method created by an immortal venerable. One could imagine the value of this true inheritance. According to the content, on a certain year, month, and day, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had an inspiration, and it created a brilliant idea. He named this immortal art, Possession. The core was a rank 6 Possession Immortal GU. Other than that, there were about 3,000 rank 5 mortal GU of all kinds. To think that Possession Immortal GU's origin is actually here. Fang Yuan looked at this with a palpitating heart. In his previous life, during the chaotic battle of the 5 regions, Possession Immortal GU had been extremely well known. Many high-ranking GU Immortals managed to extend their lifespan, and that changed the situation of the 5 regions battle. Although Possession Immortal GU was ranked 6, it was a crucial GU worm that could change the very structure of the world. In an instant, Fang Yuan had a sudden urge. This is the origin of the Possession Immortal GU. As long as he took it and grasped the origin, in the future during the 5-region battle, he would be able to sell this Possession Immortal GU and gain a terrifying profit. Especially with his previous life's memories, he knew who had the greatest need for this Possession Immortal GU. As long as he planned properly, the benefits were unthinkable. The special will on the big soul worm sent even more information. This true inheritance was only an empty shell. The Possession Immortal GU inside along with the 3000 mortal GU had all been taken away by someone already. Inside 88 True Yong building, there were 88 true inheritances that were set up by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. But after so many years, a portion of them had already been taken by people. Mo Yao had once said, during her time, when she explored 88 True Yong building, out of the 88 true inheritances, only 53 were left. Mo Yao was an expert from 10,000 years ago, as 88 True Yong building's rounds were hard to pass. For every 10 years of the Imperial Court contest, there were very few occasions in which a winner reached 10 edges. But even so, after so many years, there were some capable individuals who managed to enter the true inheritance secluded domain. The number of true inheritances left now was definitely smaller than 53. This is, while communicating with the special will on the big soul worm, Fang Yuan's pupils expanded suddenly. Although the true inheritance was taken away, Fang Yuan's special will still made some shocking discoveries. Using the soul to take over a body, it is nothing but a struggle at death's door. Death is still unavoidable. To extend one's lifespan GU is the best option. The road of a GU immortal is filled with calamities and tribulations. It is hard for the body to resist them, and it is hard for the soul to exist independently. The maintenance of longevity means the defiance of heaven. It is hard, hard, hard. Inside the true inheritance, there was such a paragraph. These words directly criticized Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's method of possession. The tone was simply too arrogant. After looking at multitudes of lifespan extending methods, lifespan GU still remained as the best choice. The final 3 hard words were truly filled with emotions. Finally, the person who wrote this also left his name, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Seeing this name, one would feel that it was only natural for the criticism to exist. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had the same status. They were both rank 9 GU masters. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was an immortal venerable during the medieval antiquity era, while Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was a demon venerable who appeared after Giant Sun. 200,000 years after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's demise, the demonic path venerable Spectral Soul who had the greatest nature for murder was born. 88 True Yong building had such a huge reputation. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible in the world, he naturally found his way into 88 True Yong building. It was nothing strange. Don't tell me Possession Immortal GU was taken by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. No, the possibility is very slim. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the creator of Soul Path. He was the greatest expert in terms of souls. Not even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could match him in that. From the words that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable left behind, he had no interest in the possession method at all. He wanted to exist alongside heaven and earth, but he as one person was facing increasing difficulties one after another. Seeing that a predecessor had also searched for a longevity method, he felt some deep emotions and left behind these words. Fang Yuan analyzed. Even rank 9 venerables invincible in the universe during their time could not resist the flow of time. Time was the greatest enemies of heroes and beauties. Lifespan GU was hard to find, their location was fixed, and they were produced in limited supply. Only heaven and earth could create them naturally. The rank 9 venerables searched the lands, using up all of the lifespan GU, but failed to find new lifespan GU, thus they can only find new ways to extend their lives. The number 1 people in this world, behind their invincible authority, there was the sadness and anxiety towards their limited lifespan. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's possession technique made Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lament about the difficulty of longevity. Even immortal venerables or demon venerables, such invincible beings, cannot escape the fate of death. Sigh. The wheel of fortune goes round and round. They may rule for generation after generation, but after their primes they will inevitably break down, and those at rock bottom can have their fortunes reverse. In this world, can there be any eternal existences? In his mind, Mo Yao had a heavy emotion as she sighed deeply. But this was not what Fang Yuan thought. He had an eerie gaze. The great Tao of heaven and earth focuses on the balance of all beings, and the restraints they place on each other. But when a GU master cultivates, they search all over the world and gather resources, using them to promote the growth of oneself, thus this is really the path that defies the way of heaven. Maybe this is why tribulations and calamities occur. But precisely so, eternal life that surpasses longevity is the goal that is worth my pursuit. Thinking so, there was a fire burning in his heart, becoming brighter and hotter. Immortal venerables and demon venerables could only have a long life, but his goal was the greater level of eternal life. This was a realm that venerables could not reach. Using a phrase from Fang Yuan's previous world, that would be, competing against heaven, competing against earth, competing against humans, the joy is endless. Water can only produce beautiful waves when they hit on rocks, people can only feel the joy in life when they engage in competition. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he was only ranked 6, close to 7. Towards the rank 9 existences, he had never looked up to them, he only felt a strong aspiration in his heart. Here, he saw another side of the venerables: fatigue, weakness, helplessness. These made his fighting spirit surge to another level. The true inheritance ahead of him was empty, it was not worth wasting time for. Fang Yuan continued searching. Next, he found 2 ordinary inheritances, they were all involving wisdom path. These 2 true inheritances had 2 ranked 6 immortal GU respectively. One was false emotion fake will GU, and the other was loving affection GU. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's wisdom path attainment was very profound, this was a well-known fact. Especially in terms of emotion GU, he had expanded it and created many new GU recipes. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created a harem and collected beauties, making girls all over the world fall for him. This showed the power of his emotion GU. These 2 inheritances were not what Fang Yuan wanted, he chose to let go. Strange, didn't you say that there were not only ordinary true inheritances, but also unparalleled inheritances in this secluded domain? After searching for such a long time, why haven't I found one? Fang Yuan was confused and asked Mo Yao. During this period, Mo Yao had not said a word, she seemed to have taken a blow from the possession immortal art, her fighting spirit had dwindled and she had hidden in Fang Yuan's mind without showing herself. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, she showed her figure and said plainly, HMPH, how long has it been? You are already impatient. Back in my day, I searched for a whole 3 months. The secluded domain is extremely huge, and all the inheritances are moving around. There are only a few unparalleled true inheritances, it is normal that you have not found one. Have some patience, lad. Fang Yuan asked again. Actually, you came here before, what good inheritances did you find? Give me some details about it. This was his true question. HMPH, I saw many inheritances of course, but here, the true inheritances fly around random with no pattern, there is no use in telling you, you can only rely on your luck to search. Hey, beware of the time, the more inheritances you come into contact with, or the longer you stay here, the faster these true inheritances fly, and the more dangerous your situation becomes. Back then, with my GU Immortal Realm, I could only stay for 3 months, and nearly died here. As Mo Yao said this, her tone was filled with lingering fear. Even you almost died here. Fang Yuan saw the main point in her words. Lad, you are immortal, you are too weak. I estimate that you can only check 8 true inheritances, and can stay for at most a month. Right now, you have already seen 5 inheritances, you have to be careful. Mo Yao vaguely reminded him. What was it that threatened the life of a grand GU immortal like yourself? Fang Yuan asked, but Mo Yao only smiled tenderly, saying, if you are fated for it, you will know when you experience it, before concealing herself. Fang Yuan's expression turned slightly grim. He had always held a suspicion. In the video in his previous life, there were 11 GU immortals from Central Continent, but after they entered the true inheritance secluded domain, after the omitted parts, there were only 9 of them who reappeared, all with injuries. Does that mean, the 2 missing had died in the secluded domain? Sometimes, having this Mo Yao's will was advantageous. Fang Yuan had gotten Mo Yao's reminder and became more careful, slowly investigating. 3 days later, he got close to the 6th true inheritance, and used the special will GU and Big Soul Worm to obtain the information inside the true inheritance. This inheritance came from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. It was similar to the third inheritance in that they were both lifespan extending immortal arts. It involved a new path that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had created from researching Ren Zhu. He called it Yin-Yang Path. To use this method, 2 GU immortals, one male and one female, have to cooperate and copulate to achieve the result of one of their lifespans increasing. But there was a flaw. If one gains lifespan, the other must lose the same amount. In other words, it was transferring the lifespan of one person to another. This inheritance had also been taken by others already. The popularity of lifespan extending methods could be seen clearly here. This is the 6th true inheritance. Fang Yuan muttered, thinking of Mo Yao's reminder. According to Fang Yuan's endurance, he could see 8 true inheritances at most. Beyond this number, a huge crisis would descend upon him. If he wanted to obtain a true inheritance, Fang Yuan needed to be careful now. After all, he only had 2 chances left, and at the same time he needed to be wary of the inheritance being emptied out already. 13 days later, Fang Yuan found the 7th true inheritance. This true inheritance light lump was the size of a washing basin. It was shining brightly in white light and had a stronger aura compared to ordinary inheritances. Lad, this will broaden your vision. This is an unparalleled true inheritance. In his mind, Mo Yao said. Chapter 600. Supreme True Inheritance. Unparalleled True Inheritance. Fang Yuan's gaze brightened upon looking at the lump of burning white light in the distance. He quickly took out special will GU and a big soul worm. He condensed a will and moved it into the big soul worm, looking as it flew towards the true inheritance light lump. Unparalleled true inheritances far surpass ordinary true inheritances. I want to see what is so different about it. Fang Yuan was waiting expectantly. But an unexpected thing happened. As the big soul worm approached closer to the true inheritance light lump, Fang Yuan sensed his connection with the big soul worm was weakening. When the big soul worm had not even reached 300 steps from the light lump, the connection between it and Fang Yuan had thoroughly broken. What is this situation? Fang Yuan was startled, looking at the unparalleled true inheritance flying away leisurely in its original orbit. And the big soul worm he had released showed no signs of movement, being completely still. Saying it was dead was also not appropriate, but no matter how Fang Yuan commanded it, it quietly hovered without the slightest bit of response. This unparalleled true inheritance is not simple, be careful. Mo Yao's will also gave a sound of surprise and warned Fang Yuan. What is going on? Fang Yuan curiously and cautiously approached the big soul worm, picking it up for examination. There was no signs of injury on the big soul worm, but the will that had been instilled into it was completely gone. Big soul worm was a rank 2 GU, and its wild will was removed after being refined by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's will occupied its body, thus he could maneuver it like moving his fingers. But right now, Fang Yuan's will that was in it, refined into special will by using special will GU, had inexplicably disintegrated with not even a trace remaining. The big soul worm had become completely ownerless. Anyone would be able to send a trace of their will and instantly refine it. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan could not command it regardless of what he did. The previous several times, Fang Yuan had exploited special will to probe out true inheritances, ingeniously avoiding the test of the true inheritance. This method had been proved successful time and time again. He had never expected it to fail before even verifying the unparalleled true inheritance. What was this unparalleled true inheritance hiding that could completely clear Fang Yuan's will? Ah, I remember. So it was this. Just as Fang Yuan was hesitating, Mo Yao suddenly spoke up. She laughed coquettishly. Kid, should I say it is your good luck or bad luck? There are not many unparalleled true inheritances, but there are not few either, and what you are encountering now is the most special among them. Please advise me. Fang Yuan's expression turned calm. I saw this true inheritance before and it also left behind a deep impression on me. Back then, even I had to expend a lot of effort to approach it. Inside it is a ranked 7 immortal GU Giant Sun Immortal Venerable personally refined, called Human Chi GU. Its ability is mysterious and could even be said to be strange, even I had to spend a lot to investigate it clearly. Mo Yao sighed. While Mo Yao was alive, she had been a ranked 7 GU Immortal, a fairy of spirit affinity house with awe-inspiring reputation. However, she had to pay a considerable price to approach this true inheritance. Fang Yuan was only immortal now. It was natural for him to not even be able to approach it. Human Qi Ji Fang Yuan pondered over this crucial name. He had a realization and asked, could it have some relationship with the three elements of immortal ascension? Lad, your guess is correct. Mo Yao sighed and explained, in the advancement to Ji Immortal, the three Qi of heaven, earth and human are particularly crucial. When advancing into a Ji Immortal, you would need to completely shatter your aperture and take in the heaven Qi and earth Qi. The more heaven Qi and earth Qi you can take in, the higher your chance of succeeding. But heaven Qi and earth Qi cannot be accumulated limitlessly, they need to be on an equal level with human Qi. And human Qi is the sum of the Ji Master's own accumulation. The Ji Master's battle strength, toughness of their physical body, the depth of their soul, familiarity with Ji worms, understanding of heaven and earth, awareness of their own nature as well as luck, talent, aptitude, fortuitous encounters, insights and so on would transform into human Qi when advancing to Ji Immortal. The more the Ji Master has accumulated, the more man Qi they would have. The more man Qi there is, the more heaven and earth Qi they can take in, and the higher their chance of advancing to Ji Immortal. And this man Qi Gu's purpose is to take in the man Qi of other people, purify them and add it to oneself when advancing to Ji Immortal, thereby greatly raising the chance of the breakthrough, as well as deepening the foundation and the potential of Ji Immortals. Mo Yao's words greatly broadened Fang Yuan's vision. He could not help but praise. There is actually such an immortal Ji created with such an idea. Terrific. In human history, Ji Immortals had always been in extremely few numbers. The difficulty of advancing to a Ji Immortal, among numerous famous rank 5 Ji Masters, there might only be one who could successfully advance. Among the crucial keys of advancing to a Ji Immortal, one was at the top, the Ji Master's accumulation. Many Ji Masters don't have deep accumulation. The man Qi they could condense when advancing to Ji Immortal would be very little, but the amount of heaven and earth Qi instead appears in very high amounts. As such, the balance would not be reached, heaven and earth Qi would suppress and swallow the man Qi, finally the Ji Master would be assimilated by heaven and earth and perish. But if there was man Qi immortal Ji, this difficult test would be eliminated. By collecting others' man Qi, purifying them and gathering it into one's body, even if the accumulation is not enough, it would not matter. One could say, with man Qi immortal Ji, the chances of advancing to Ji Immortal would increase to the extreme, raising the numbers of Ji Immortals. And raising the numbers of Ji Immortals would mean a distinct increase in a region's strength. No doubt, this was a Ji that could change the battle situation of the 5 regions. As long as the news was leaked, all super forces would fanatically rush over like ducks. However, man Qi immortal Ji was too strong, it was at rank 7, higher than the spring-autumn cicada currently. Fang Yuan had a mortal body, he could not endure the might of man Qi immortal Ji. His will had been devoured by the immortal Ji before it was even able to approach it, purified into a negligible amount of man Qi and stored. If not for Mo Yao giving the information, Fang Yuan would still be in the dark and unknowing of what happened. Man Qi Ji is definitely good, but it does not suit me. Fang Yuan regretfully glanced one final time at the burning white light lump and sighed, shaking his head before leaving in another direction without the least bit of reluctance. Man Qi Gu's realm was too high, Fang Yuan simply did not have the qualifications to control it. Man is the spirit of all living beings, Ji are the essence of heaven and earth. To Ji masters, Ji were tools. But man Qi immortal Ji was too strong. If it was an ice blade, Fang Yuan was an infant, he would be frozen by the cold aura let out by the ice blade before he even approached it. The most crucial point is that I cannot use man Qi immortal Ji. I need to break through from mortal to advance to Ji immortal, before that I simply cannot handle man Qi Ji. And if I become a Ji immortal, what would I need man Qi Ji for? Helping others, man Qi immortal Ji was not suitable for the lone Fang Yuan. Only those super forces would need it. Unless Fang Yuan formed his own force. He slowly flew around in the true inheritance secluded domain. Fang Yuan gradually comprehended something and said after a moment of silence, Mo Yao, I realize the danger you spoke of. He. Mo Yao smiled, not surprised, when Ji masters enter the true inheritance secluded domain, every time they come in contact with a true inheritance or the longer the time they stay here, the faster these true inheritances would move around. Thus, urging the Ji masters to quickly choose a true inheritance. By the end, the true inheritances would move as fast as meteors, Ji masters simply would not be able to capture them. Because of this, the GU masters could lose their lives at any minute. Pausing a while, Mo Yao continued, and the danger to life originates from the true inheritances. You saw the unparalleled true inheritance just before. Your will had not even neared it before it was refined into man-chi by man-chi immortal GU. Think about it, if it crashes into you with the speed of a meteor, you won't have any time to dodge. What will happen then? Fang Yuan lightly snorted. He could completely imagine that scene. If a mortal body was struck by the burning white light lump, no matter their physical body, soul or will, everything would probably disintegrate and be refined into man-chi. Like I said before, you are too weak, only at the mortal realm. Even the tests of the ordinary true inheritances are a difficult hurdle to you. Unparalleled true inheritances are even more troublesome. Let me tell you, there is a higher level of inheritance above unparalleled true inheritance, supreme true inheritance. Mo Yao revealed a sensational piece of information. Supreme true inheritance. In this whole true inheritance secluded domain, there are only 3 supreme true inheritances. Mo Yao sighed with deep emotions, seemingly immersed in the depths of her memory. It is simply impossible for a mortal to receive these 3 supreme true inheritances. The difficulty of an unparalleled true inheritance is already extremely high. Moreover, Imperial Court Blessed Land prohibits the entry of GU immortals. This is also the reason for 88 True Yong building being able to stand tall for so long. Among the 88 true inheritances, there are still over half remaining. Fang Yuan carefully pondered and approved of Mo Yao's words. Entering true inheritance secluded domain was extremely difficult, and the opportunity was very uncertain. First of all, one needed to be the winner of the Imperial Court contest held every 10 years. Secondly, they needed to complete at least 10 floors of 88 True Yong building. Finally, after entering, they still needed to successfully pass the test of the true inheritance. In other words, every 10 years, among the many heroes of Northern Plains, there would only be one who would rise above others and take control of the owner token. Simply relying on the owner token was still not enough. The winner must have a strong force which should not be exhausted too greatly in the Imperial Court contest, and also should have enough experts beside him. His force should have enough talents in all fields and involving a wide range of paths. Only then could he hope to pass 10 floors. After fortunately being able to enter true inheritance secluded domain, the tests of the true inheritances would further wipe away a batch of these winners. The tests were very difficult. Even Fang Yuan, a reborn old monster, almost suffered a setback, let alone these people. What was more absurd was that even if they passed the test, would the true inheritance be coincidentally suitable for them? Not necessarily. Those who could reach this step were usually dragons among dragons, phoenixes among phoenixes, heroes among heroes, with all 3 aspects of aptitude, talent and fortuitous encounters. Such characters would have extremely high aspirations, and would naturally think about it a lot and look through more options. As such, by the time they could no longer stay within true inheritance secluded domain, it would be too late for regret. Who is to say they might not die here? The true inheritance's flying speed is getting faster. You have one more chance left. No matter which true inheritance it is, take it quickly and leave. Not good, leave. Just as she was persuading him, Mo Yao's tone suddenly changed and let out a startled cry. Fang Yuan turned his head around to take a glance and saw a true inheritance, the size of an adult man, blossoming with all kinds of mysterious colors, whizzing towards him. In the dark secluded domain, it had a very long dazzling and burning tail trailing behind it. A light lump the size of a large bowl was an ordinary true inheritance. A basin-sized light lump was an unparalleled true inheritance. Then what was a light lump the size of an adult? Fang Yuan instantly thought of the name, Supreme True Inheritance. In the whole true inheritance secluded domain, only 3 supreme true inheritances existed, and now, one was heading towards Fang Yuan. Chapter 601, Profiting from the Situation. Supreme True Inheritance. Fang Yuan's pupils enlarged and his gaze burned brightly. When the true inheritance light lump was still 1,000 steps away, Fang Yuan felt its surging aura. This was a feeling which ordinary true inheritances and even unparalleled true inheritances did not have. Under the effect of this aura, thoughts started to gather in Fang Yuan's mind. Countless thoughts emerged out of thin air and his memories flashed past continuously. If his mind was like a deep pond during normal times, then right now, the rapidly increasing thoughts were like a huge waterfall crashing down into this deep pond. Thoughts surged madly, creating waves after waves. This feeling was incomparably wonderful, and Fang Yuan was not able to find an accurate word to describe it. The memories buried deep within his mind started to emerge one after another, the dust on them removed as they realistically and vividly appeared in his mind. Great numbers of inspirational lights flashed past and all sorts of lively ideas emerged in Fang Yuan's mind. Some problems and doubts regarding cultivation were being instantly solved under the inspirational lights. An extremely strong self-confidence involuntarily arose in Fang Yuan's mind. This was an indescribably wonderful feeling, as if everything was within his control, as if there were no problems he could not solve. This was a special power that people could not help but be deeply addicted to. Lad, wake up quickly. I also know how intoxicating this feeling is, but if you don't want to die, don't lose yourself in it. Look at yourself quickly, Mo Yao shouted. This voice awakened Fang Yuan, and when he looked at himself, he was pale with horror. In just a short moment, his body had become weak and exhausted, his glossy forehead now had wrinkles, his strong arms gave a feeling of being old and decayed and were turning even more weak. If not for Mo Yao's reminder, Fang Yuan might have lost himself in that wonderful feeling and overlooked the changes to his body. This Gu is, Fang Yuan thought of an incomparably shocking answer, and at the same time, used his movement Gu to quickly retreat. True Inheritance Secluded Domain did not prohibit the use of Gu worms. The Supreme True Inheritance also was not chasing Fang Yuan and just continued to fly on its path. Fang Yuan rapidly pulled distance with it before fearfully looking at this Supreme True Inheritance that was flying far away, cutting open the dark space. This is only the aura of a Supreme True Inheritance and it almost made me lose myself and die. How difficult would its test be? Fang Yuan exclaimed in shock. He could not even get near human Qi Gu, an unparalleled True Inheritance. There was no need to speak of Supreme True Inheritance, let alone approaching it. Just by nearing it a little, the aura it leaked out almost took his life. Just like Mo Yao said, Fang Yuan as a mortal was too weak. This inheritance was definitely a great thing but he did not have the strength to bear it. It was like a bee picking honey. If the honey was as big as a fist, the bee would instead drown to death. The immortal Gu of this Supreme True Inheritance, could it be that legendary Gu? Fang Yuan spoke with almost 80% certainty. But this answer was too shocking, making him somewhat unable to believe it. He. Mo Yao laughed. Lad, your guess is correct. Even I did not dare to believe it back then, but the truth is right before your eyes, there is no choice but to believe it. Right, the immortal Gu contained in this Supreme True Inheritance is the rank 9 Gu of legend, Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu. It was recorded in. This was a rank 9 immortal Gu which could give endless wisdom to the Gu master. But the price to use it was extremely high. The legends of Ren Zhu clearly recorded that Ren Zhu and Desolate Ancient Moon had to give their middle age to it to obtain its help. In other words, using Wisdom Gu meant using up lifespan. Fang Yuan had not even approached it, but his lifespan had been worn down rapidly, wrinkles appeared and his body aged in just a short period of time. In regards to Fang Yuan, Wisdom Gu was a true death god. I really don't know how Giant Sun Immortal Venerable obtained it back then and even more, what heaven-defying methods did he use to seal it here? No wonder Giant Sun Immortal Venerable thought up all kinds of methods to extend lifespan, he must have used Wisdom Gu a lot. Fang Yuan was deeply moved. Mo Yao instead sighed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable probably used Wisdom Gu for one reason, to extend lifespan. Unfortunately, the more Wisdom Gu was used, the shorter his lifespan became, and in the end, he did not obtain the solution he wanted as well. According to the historical records, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable lived for over 8,000 years before dying. 8,000 years was already a result on the middle to upper level among rank 9 venerables. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, who had the longest lifespan, lived for 25,000 years. The one with the shortest lifespan was Red Lotus Demon Venerable, who only lived for 3,000 years. Other venerables generally had a lifespan of around 7,000 years. There are 3 Supreme True Inheritances in True Inheritance Secluded Domain. Tell me, what are the other 2 like? I really want to experience them. Fang Yuan's eyes let out an indescribable radiance. Mo Yao felt something wrong with his tone, and quickly persuaded. Lad, don't have stupid thoughts, pick up an ordinary True Inheritance quickly and leave. You have the 10-edge owner token and can only take away an ordinary True Inheritance anyway. Even if you pass the test of an unparalleled True Inheritance, you cannot take them. Don't even mention Supreme True Inheritances, your weak body that can be blown away by the wind cannot even endure their aura. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Your words make me even more interested to see them. This opportunity is extremely rare. I am afraid I won't get another chance if I miss it this time. Brat, have you gone mad? Do you not know you lost at least 2 years of your lifespan just a few moments ago? If you continue squandering time like this, and the true inheritances start flying with the speed of a meteor, you won't be able to get anything, and you might even lose your life. Mo Yao was anxious. Fang Yuan kept on laughing without being moved. He continued to wander, detouring far away. When he saw ordinary true inheritances and unparalleled true inheritances, with not even a bit of intention to take them, Mo Yao's will became more anxious. You lunatic. Heavens, what in the world are you thinking in your brain? You are letting so many true inheritances go away just to broaden your horizons. You idiot, if you die, what should I do? What about Water Pavilion? If I die, this will of yours will also not be able to survive, but you can rest easy, you still have a will left in Water Pavilion. You can wait for a fated person and entrust this precious task upon them. Fang Yuan unhurriedly replied. Mo Yao tried to persuade him again, but Fang Yuan was adamant in doing things his own way. He kept on exploring non-stop, and after several days, the true inheritances were moving faster. Fang Yuan went into dangerous situations every now and then. Several times, he faced the danger of losing his life, but narrowly managed to escape in the end. Mo Yao had been trying to persuade him the whole time, the anxiety making her go mad. Lad, I surrender, you are truly stubborn. All right, you don't have to continue, I will tell you about the other 2 supreme true inheritances. The first is a luck path inheritance founded by giant son Immortal Venerable. Using his unique luck path attainment, he was able to become invincible in the world. Second is the control rights of 88 True Young building. This tower was refined by giant son Immortal Venerable and long hair ancestor. It can plunder the GU worms of a region. There would be endless GU cultivation resources for one who obtains it. She was truly anxious. Normally, she might not necessarily be in the mood to provide such inside details to Fang Yuan even if he asked. Now, however, she revealed it, afraid Fang Yuan would continue acting foolishly. But what she was afraid of happened. Fang Yuan chuckled and as if he had not heard anything, continued to wander. Several days later, the true inheritance's flying speed was already as fast as birds. It was extremely easy for Fang Yuan to evade 1 or 2, but true inheritance secluded domain seemed to be shrinking and all sizes of true inheritances had to fly in the narrowing space. The long tails of all sorts of colorful lights they dragged were almost interweaving a thinly spread light web. Fang Yuan could only survive moving through the cracks of it. At this stage, Fang Yuan was using all his concentration and did not dare to relax for even a moment, for a moment of carelessness would lead to the tragedy of his death. Leave quickly, you can't even take away ordinary true inheritances now. As long as you continue to stay here, the danger will increase by each second. Sigh, you have actually gone crazy in such a crucial moment. Mo Yao was getting dispirited from all the persuading. Fang Yuan's gaze was burning, suddenly asking, tell me, is there a possibility I can find an opportunity to reap benefits when 2 true inheritances collide? Mo Yao was stunned upon listening to this. But soon, she shouted in a shrill voice, you fool, you idiot. Would the grand giant son Immortal Venerable commit such a clear mistake? So you were thinking like that. I overestimated you. I overestimated you too much. You have clearly become a victim of your own ingenuity. How could there be such an obvious loophole for you to exploit? You have thought too wishfully, you are too naive. So it was just my wishful thinking. Fang Yuan chuckled, his expression undisturbed as he continued to explore. Actually, he had already known this, but intentionally said it to provoke Mo Yao. Why are you still not leaving? Are you looking to die? Mo Yao was provoked and was completely driven mad by Fang Yuan. Whether I die or not is my matter, it is none of your concern. You have already died, why is a dead person making such a din? Fang Yuan indifferently ridiculed her, his expression still tranquil as if the one in danger was not him. Damn it, scoundrel, idiot. Mo Yao's face flushed with rage and started hurling out curses. Right at this time, an explosion suddenly occurred a great distance away. Fang Yuan gazed at the source of the sound, seeing 2 true inheritances colliding which then sprang towards different directions. Fang Yuan was dumbstruck. He had not expected his nonsensical words to come true. True inheritances actually collided. Especially when one of the inheritances seemed to be a supreme true inheritance. Mo Yao was also dumbstruck. How is this possible? Her voice rose an octave higher into an ear-piercing sound that had no demeanor of a refinement path grandmaster. Back then, when I explored this place, why did not I encounter such a good thing? But soon, her eyes opened wide, coming to a realization, so it was like that. That is the luck path's supreme true inheritance. Back then I did all I could to open up a crack in it to obtain the fortune-rivaling heaven GU, but in the end it flew away. I could only use the other inheritances I obtained to settle for the second best option, refining calamity beckoning GU. Mo Yao had created a crack in this supreme true inheritance, because it was no longer in a perfect state. The original balance was tilted, allowing true inheritances to collide into one another. Another sound of a collision. Fang Yuan's eyes opened wide. This collision seemed to have caused a GU to fly out from the luck path's supreme true inheritance. Fang Yuan was stumped. What is that? Mo Yao was also stupefied before shouting. That is a luck path GU worm. What are being dazed for? Aren't you going to take it? Fang Yuan, however, hesitated. If I try to take this GU, wouldn't I be met with the luck path true inheritance's test? Luck path true inheritance was a supreme true inheritance. Fang Yuan would never be able to endure its test. What damn test? The collision has enlarged the crack in the true inheritance light lump. It is breaking down. Take it and leave quickly. If you don't leave now, you are going to die here. Mo Yao shouted. Fang Yuan chuckled and moved forward, dodging here and there, before being able to approach with great difficulty and pick up that GU worm. This was a rank 5 mortal GU and not an immortal GU. Lad, you are still not leaving. Mo Yao was almost howling by now. Haha, what's the rush? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, but did not leave, instead staying within true inheritance secluded domain, observing everywhere. Looking at the time, with the current chaos, it is almost ready, he mumbled. Lad, what did you say? Mo Yao had just spoken when Fang Yuan sprinkled many GU worms which activated together to form a whirlpool. The whirlpool let out a majestic force of attraction, absorbing all the true inheritance lights. Several breaths later, the whirlpool slowed down and crumbled with a loud sound, revealing a door. All according to plan, Fang Yuan threw himself in without hesitation. The next moment, he saw the land spirit. Chapter 602, Frost Jade Peacock. The scene before one's eyes was that of a grand and elegant white jade hall. 4 huge pillars were holding up the roof. On the ground, light casted shadows on a person. Be it the walls, pillars, or roof, they were pure and white as snow. They were all created using white jade stones. At the center of the hall, there was an elevated area with 23 steps of stairs. On the elevated area, there was a green copper divine bird statue. The divine bird was looking up, and spreading its wings, but there were countless black chains, each with the size of an ancient tree, coiling around the divine bird's body, tangling around its long neck, its slim legs, and even piercing through its feathers and lodging itself into its body. The divine bird's eyes were sharp as daggers. It was frowning and had its mouth wide open, almost as if screaming out loud. Its expression was very moving. It looked so real with delicate details, and there was an indomitable spirit of resistance oozing from it. This spirit could leave a firm impression after a single gaze. Fang Yuan appeared on the stairs, looking at the tall and huge green copper divine bird statue covering his vision. His dark pupils seemed to have flames burning within. This. The sudden turn of events shocked Mo Yao to the point of stuttering. She gulped as she pointed her finger, shouting, "This is actually the Frost Jade Peacock, Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit." Ah, what's there to be surprised about? Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He said, Imperial Court Blessed Land originally had a land spirit, otherwise it would not have recognized Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and made him its master. The land spirit is formed by the combination of an obsession in the blessed land's heavenly power. To get rid of the land spirit, you will have to deal with the entire blessed land. If the land spirit dies, the blessed land will be destroyed. If the blessed land is destroyed, the land spirit will die too. Currently Imperial Court Blessed Land is still in good shape. It means the land spirit is still alive. His words made Mo Yao shout in anger. You bastard, such obvious reasoning, how could I not know this? Mo Yao had done all she could to research 88 True Yong building for her lover Bo Qing, in an attempt to get the fortune-rivaling Heaven GU, and help Bo Qing advance to rank 9. Eventually, although she succeeded in entering the true inheritance secluded domain, because of her insufficient power she could not obtain fortune-rivaling Heaven GU. Instead she had to settle for something else, using her inheritance information and her own foundation as a refinement grandmaster to refine the calamity beckoning Gu. Because of this, she understood the value of the land spirit of Imperial Court Blessed Land extremely clearly. Back then, when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was not rank 9, he had won in the competition for Imperial Court Blessed Land's inheritance, and became the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. When he became rank 9 and was invincible in the world, he had the superior Grotto Heaven, Longevity Heaven, and thus Imperial Court Blessed Land became one of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's multiple residences within the world. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created 88 True Yong Building and set it up within Imperial Court Blessed Land. This formed a relationship. If one was targeting 88 True Yong Building, they would need to first enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land thus became a protective shell for 88 True Yong Building. After Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement, this shell had been exerting great use, in that GU Immortals could not enter. But in this setup, there was a huge flaw. Any GU Immortal could see it clearly. That was the existence of the land spirit of Imperial Court Blessed Land. This flaw did not exist when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was still alive. Because Giant Sun was the master of the land spirit would obey and do whatever he told it to do. But after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable died, Imperial Court Blessed Land became ownerless. As long as one could meet the land spirit's expectations, anyone could become Imperial Court Blessed Land's new owner. And 88 True Yong Building was situated inside Imperial Court Blessed Land, thus whoever controlled Imperial Court Blessed Land would have 88 True Yong Building in their grasp. As long as one was a GU Immortal, they would understand this from just a small amount of thinking. In Mo Yao's lifetime, when researching 88 True Yong Building, she had spent a huge amount of time and effort in this field. But eventually, she made no progress. All the hard work and effort she put into this resulted in nothing. What sort of person was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable? How could he be unaware of this loophole? He dealt with this perfectly, sealing the land spirit deep within, and in Mo Yao's eventual exploration, she could not even find a single feather of the land spirit. To think that the land spirit was hidden inside the true inheritance secluded domain. Only when the true inheritances fly at a certain speed would this loophole appear, and allow for the possibility of opening this gateway. Mo Yao's heart was shaken. At this moment, she understood what had happened. The more she thought about it, the more she viewed Fang Yuan with a new and higher level of respect. This lad, I underestimated him. What sort of background does he have? He actually knew this method of entry. Mo Yao was shocked and curious. Fang Yuan's performance was very shocking, it greatly exceeded her expectations. What she did not know was, this was inside the video from Central Continent's GU Immortals in Fang Yuan's previous life. In fact, the deep research of Central Continent's GU Immortals was actually built upon the foundation of Mo Yao's findings. Mo Yao was an impressive refinement grandmaster. For her lover, she researched the 88 True Yong Building, and charged in alone. After she died, the previous research material that she left behind was in the hands of Spirit Affinity House. For the 10,000 years after that, generations after generations of geniuses within Spirit Affinity House continued their research on it. At the same time, 88 True Yong Building had been corroded by the power of time, showing more and more loopholes over the years, becoming easier to exploit. But Spirit Affinity House knew that to take down this juicy meat called 88 True Yong Building, it was not something a super force could do alone. Thus, Spirit Affinity House secretly worked with several other Central Continent sects and planned this for thousands of years. Spirit Affinity House took the lead as they controlled the most important research materials from beginning to end. Later, good preparation would be the key to success. When Central Continent's GU Immortals attacked, the group was led by Spirit Affinity House's fairy of that generation, Black Moon. As he walked up the stairs, Fang Yuan arrived at the foot of the green copper divine bird. This tall statue was Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock. Except that it was sealed tightly by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, and could not move. Since hundreds of thousands of years ago, throughout the ages, it had been standing here without any movement. As they got closer, Mo Yao had a discovery. Hey, lad, your plan will be hard to execute. The green paste on the Frost Jade Peacock's body is created by the Rank 7 Immortal GU Earth Prison. The black chains that are coiling around its body are made from the Rank 7 Immortal GU Earth Net, EH. While saying this, Mo Yao thought of something and her words stopped. At once, in Fang Yuan's mind, She was staring with her eyes wide open, like she had seen a ghost. Because she had suddenly remembered. Not long ago, Fang Yuan summoned 2 immortal GU, one of them was Gruel Mud, Earth Prison GU, Earth Net GU, although they were a rank 7 immortal GU and were higher than Gruel Mud by 1 rank. But they were one-time expenditure GU, they vanished after 1 use. The 2 rank 7 immortal GU worked together to seal the land spirit, but after hundreds of thousands of years of corrosion from time, this strength had weakened greatly. And Gruel Mud was a direct counter to this strength. Ha ha ha, it seems you have already thought about it, you are not too stupid. Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he took out the Gruel Mud Immortal GU from his pocket. Although this GU was rank 6, because it was an expenditure type GU, it was comparatively easier to use, there was no need to inject immortal essence into it, he just needed to squeeze it. Fang Yuan squeezed lightly and it shattered. The GU worm burst and oozed out a brown-green light that was like liquid. The light followed Fang Yuan's will and flew up, fusing into the divine bird statue. Throughout the process, Mo Yao watched in a daze, unable to say a word. After the light fused into the statue, a slight tremor occurred, but this tremor was simply too light, it was almost like an illusion. But soon, this tremor became larger. The entire divine bird statue started shaking. Cracks were forming on the green paste covering the divine bird statue. Next, the chains starting colliding with one another, making a loud and sharp noise. Success. Don't tell me, after hundreds of thousands of years of wear and tear, the powers of the 2 immortal GU were used up. Mo Yao muttered to herself, she had a complex expression, there were disbelief, surprise, suspicion, and denial. But afterwards, the tremors became smaller. The divine bird statue became silent, and the chains stopped clashing, the entire white jade hall became quiet once again. Mo Yao was deeply disappointed, she sighed, failed in the end. There was the difference of a rank, plus this was the setup of an immortal venerable. He. But at this point, Fang Yuan laughed lightly. Mo Yao, look at the divine bird's head. Mo Yao's will looked over and was shocked. The green paste on the land spirit's head is slowly melting. That's right, this is the Gruel Mud Immortal Gu's real effect. I was too caught up with the commotion and got carried away, I lost my bearings and did not think of this. Laughable, how laughable. Mo Yao suddenly shook her head and sighed. Immediately afterwards her expression had vanished completely, restoring the demeanor of a legendary GU immortal, a refinement grandmaster. Actually, she could not help but briefly lose her cool. In her life, she had paid too huge of a price for Imperial Court Blessed Land, for 88 True Young building. Right now, Earth Prison GU and Earth Net GU, the powers of these 2 immortal GU, although corroded mostly by the power of time, they still had a portion remaining. Although Gruel Mud Immortal GU was effective against them, it was only rank 6, it was still very difficult to get rid of the remaining power. But don't forget about the existence of the land spirit. The tremors earlier were due to the land spirit. It was the one which exerted strength, causing the 2 immortal GU to divert the majority of their power to suppress it, allowing the Gruel Mud Immortal Gu's power to sneak in. As the green paste melted, it turned into Gruel Mud on the white jade floor. The green-black mud was a great contrast to the white tiles on the ground. Drop by drop, they fell on the ground. The frost jade peacock's head was released, but after getting to its neck, the speed of melting greatly reduced. Evidently, Earth Prison and Earth Net Gu's remaining power reacted and started to resist Gruel Mud, causing the efficiency to reduce greatly. Hey, just like in the video in my previous life, it is exactly the same. Fang Yuan laughed as he looked at the land spirit. Frost Jade Peacock. Oh Imperial Court Land Spirit, look down at your feet, I was the one who released you. How does it feel to breathe again after hundreds of thousands of years? As long as you recognize me as your master, I will help you to regain freedom. Frost Jade Peacock's angry expression was still fixed on its face. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, it laughed arrogantly. I am one with the Blessed Land, all the things that happened in the Blessed Land for the last hundreds of thousands of years are clear in my heart. If you want to be my new owner, you will need to fulfill one condition. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, Giant Sun Immortal Venerables fulfilled this land spirit's request and became Imperial Court Blessed Land's owner. Today, Fang Yuan was facing this request as well. At this point, the video in his previous life had no more value. Fang Yuan laughed as his eyes shone, asking, "What condition?" Chapter 603, Sleepless Night. No, don't abandon me. Save me, benefactor. The voices were reverberating in Tai Bai Yunsheng's ears. He opened his eyes suddenly and sat up on his bed. Huff, huff, he was panting, with his body covered in sticky sweat. It was very uncomfortable. Another nightmare. Under the dim light, this rank 5 peak stage expert's face showed an old and weary expression befitting his age. In the silent room, Tai Bai Yunsheng's breathing sounds became softer, as his frown slowly eased. Sitting on his bed, he fell into deep silence. Like he was in a daze, there was an extreme fatigue hidden in his gaze. Ever since he failed the round, he had been in deep guilt and self-blame for causing Gao Yong and Zhu Zai to be sacrificed due to his own greed. Almost every night, he had the same nightmare. In the nightmare, blood was pouring everywhere, the smell was overbearing. All sorts of ugly blood beasts bared their claws and fangs as he was encircled, facing Gao Yong and Zhu Zai's pleas. They called him benefactor, they asked him to save them. But every time, even though Tai Bai Yunsheng had an aperture full of primeval essence, he would be unable to move, watching Gao Yong and Zhu Zai get surrounded by blood beasts and eventually consumed, leaving behind their pale white bones. Throughout the process, Gao Yong and Zhu Zai would sometimes beg him, sometimes they would protect him, or curse furiously, or taunt him. Eventually, when they turned into pale white skeletons, lying in the pool of blood, they would still say with their remaining skulls, "I believe in Lord Tai Bai, he is so kind and righteous, he will definitely never abandon us. I believe in him too. Even if I die, I will believe." Tai Bai Yunsheng was in pain, he felt sadness, helplessness, and regret. Especially at the end, he would kneel on the ground helplessly in his dream, letting the blood dye his white hair red as he cried profusely. He felt that he was no longer Tai Bai Yunsheng. This experience made him reevaluate himself. But every time he examined, it resulted in a severe negative answer. Sometimes when he looked in the mirror, he felt that he was looking at a stranger. Tai Bai Yunsheng was not the only person who had a sleepless night. It was late at night. Imperial Court Blessed Land's night was dazzling with silver light, shining on the land. He Lu Lan looked out of the window. Above the sacred palace, 88 True Yong building was still forming new floors. The dazzling aurora was shining brightly in the sky, creating a beautiful scenery. Damn it, the owner token went missing. What in the world happened? Thinking back to the time when he challenged the round, He Lu Lan gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists as his eyes shone with ruthlessness, ready to devour people with one glance. Throughout history, there had never been any lord of the imperial court who lost their owner token, but this had to happen to He Lu Lan. Forget it. So what if I don't have the owner token? So what if I cannot use the Grey Meltdown killer move? Whatever the difficulties, they cannot stop me from getting the strength path Immortal GU. Mother, if you can watch this from the afterlife, see how I take revenge for you. Fang Yuan was slowly walking in the sacred palace's garden. His expression was not nice, he had a grim look on his face. In the flower garden, there was a jade fountain and a stone bridge, with flowers blooming and flourishing like it was spring. This beautiful environment was not something he could currently enjoy. Right after coming out of the White Jade Hall, Fang Yuan was feeling vexed about the matter of subduing Imperial Court land spirit. In his mind, Mo Yaozwil chuckled, he, to think that Imperial Court blessed land's condition for ownership was like that. Lad, with your gloomy personality, it will not be easy for you to find a woman that you love, while she also has to be deeply in love with you. Not long ago, Fang Yuan faced Imperial Court land spirit Frost Jade Peacock, and was told the condition to become the owner of Imperial Court, true love. To make the Frost Jade Peacock willingly submit to a master, and obey every command, one person was not enough, it had to be a GU master couple who were deeply in love. It was very easy for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to fulfill this condition. But for Fang Yuan, it was filled with difficulty. Not mentioning the other parts, just requiring Fang Yuan to be truly in love with a certain woman was a near impossible matter. If this was in my previous life, I would be able to fulfill it. But now, Fang Yuan took a few steps and stopped at the stone bridge. He rested on the railing and looked at the jade lake below the bridge, laughing coldly. The lake was like a mirror. Under the radiance of the silvery night sky, it was a dazzling sight. What he did in 88 True Yong building that night was really a scary experience, but that was over now. At this moment, he was basking in the beautiful scenery around the sacred palace. Compared to the dangerous predicament he was in earlier, this truly felt like a dream or illusion. Life is like a dream, like morning dew and nocturnal flower, like the shadow of a bubble, Fang Yuan muttered, going into a daze. The light breeze caused ripples on the surface of the lake. Among the ripples, a blurry image of a woman's figure seemed to appear in Fang Yuan's absent-minded gaze. That was the woman he had buried deep in his memories. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he had faced disaster and was a destitute wanderer. During the lowest time of his life, he had met her. The world's encounters were just so amazing, and the toying of fate was simply cruel and merciless. If we are talking about true love, why am I thinking of her? Fang Yuan's fingers which were holding the railing exerted force unknowingly. He frowned suddenly, and his gaze turned ice cold. The woman's figure silently vanished, and the surface of the lake appeared before him once again. Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. The current situation was not looking good. Frost Jade Peacock was formed from the obsession of the blessed land's original owner. Although it was arrogant, it would acknowledge true love. But it was near impossible for Fang Yuan to meet its requirements. If he could not subdue the land spirit, then Fang Yuan's plan for taking over 88 True Yong building would fail completely. He would have to stop here. No wonder the central continent GU Immortals in my previous life chose to destroy Imperial Court Blessed Land, and destroy 88 True Yong building. GU Immortals have lots of deep secrets and often have extreme personalities. It is harder for them to experience true love than mortals. After using Gruel mud, even though the melting is slow, the land spirit's seal is getting weaker. After being sealed for hundreds of thousands of years, the land spirit is filled with hatred and desires freedom badly. It will definitely try to break the seal. Although Giant Sun's will is still slumbering, when the seal melts to a certain degree, or if the land spirit continues to resist, it will definitely awaken. This was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's will. When an immortal venerable rages, blood would flow like a river, all beings would mourn. But the land spirit has the territorial advantage. As long as the blessed land remains intact, it would have a continual source of strength. When the two contest, it would be scarier than deities fighting. At that point, those who were mortals like Fang Yuan would suffer. Especially when Fang Yuan was the culprit who released the land spirit. If he was targeted by Giant Sun's will, he would face a terrible end. There was no way out. Fang Yuan's original plan was like this. First, he would enter Northern Plains and make his way into Imperial Court Blessed Land. He achieved this flawlessly. Using his previous life's memories, he killed the Wolf King Chongshan Yin, who was at his last breath, taking over his identity and becoming a higher-up of Hate Tribe army. Next, he hid within the Alliance army and got into Imperial Court Blessed Land. The second step was to get into 88 True Yong building and gain the most benefits for himself. Using the video from the Central Continent GU Immortals in his previous life, he would subdue the land spirit, and without alerting the Immortal Venerable's will, he would become the new owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. The third step, after becoming the owner of the Imperial Court, he would not be in a rush to take down 88 True Yong building. Instead he would hide in the background and develop in secret. Within 88 True Yong building, there was an Immortal Venerable's will. It was not easy to deal with. Imperial Court Blessed Land was a sacred place in the hearts of Northern Plains GU Masters. It could not be defiled or tainted. If he was discovered, Fang Yuan would face the assault of the entirety of Northern Plains. Such frightening power, even if Fang Yuan escaped to other places, it would be pointless. There would not be a single super force that would protect him from the pressure of the whole of Northern Plains forces. Unless it was during the chaotic 5 regions battle, when no one had the spare energy to bother with him, and when all 5 regions suffer setbacks, Fang Yuan would survive even if he was exposed. After becoming the land spirit's owner, Fang Yuan would order the land spirit to stay inside the White Jade Hall, while cooperating with 88 True Yong building's operations. This way, everything would progress smoothly. First, he could use Imperial Court Blessed Land's strength to deal with the GU Immortal Tai by Yunsheng. This way, he would have a greater chance of success, and regardless of how their battle end up, Fang Yuan would not lose. Even if he failed to take the Immortal GU landscape as before, Fang Yuan would not be in any mortal danger due to the land spirit's protection. Secondly, Fang Yuan could use fixed immortal travel to move between Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Imperial Court Blessed Land freely. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was being covetously eyed by Immortal Crane sect, and every once in a while, there would be an earthly calamity. It would be the center of many struggles and not the ideal place to cultivate peacefully. By becoming the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land, he could use Hu Immortal Blessed Land as his cover and Imperial Court Blessed Land as his true base. While cultivating, he could scheme against Immortal Crane sect to gain the most benefits. If it failed, he could discard Immortal blessed land and retreat into Imperial Court blessed land. Imperial Court blessed land was protected by an Immortal venerable setup. It was hard for Wisdom Path GU Immortals to make deductions involving it. Moreover, Fang Yuan would continue to fix and repair the loopholes in the future, thus it would be much safer than Immortal blessed land. Thirdly, Fang Yuan would own this precious resource. Every time True Yong building opens up, he could collect all these vast amounts of resources including Immortal GU without putting himself in danger. When the time comes, he would do what he did in his previous life, subduing a Blood Path GU worm and becoming a Blood Path GU Immortal. It would be slow and steady, safe and sound. But though the plan was perfect, reality was not. Fang Yuan put in his best effort, but he was stuck at the second step. Unable to become the land spirit's owner, he could not borrow its strength. As Immortal, there was nothing much he could do. The situation was progressively getting worse. Giant Sun's will was definitely going to awaken. If Fang Yuan wanted to escape, he could use Whole Earth GU and connect to Immortal blessed land to flee. But he could not bring these few Immortal GU with him. Moreover, even if he obtained landscape as before Immortal GU, how would he quickly and safely return to Immortal blessed land? Without the land spirit's help, as Immortal, Fang Yuan could not do that. At present, the plan can only be to first think of every possible method to convince the land spirit. If I am on its side, we can deal with Giant Sun's will together, and I might be able to borrow some of its strength. Sigh, I really do not want to use that final method. Chapter 604, Luck Inspection GU, 88 True Yong Building. The wind scythe birds were densely packed together, a great number of them engulfed the sky as they charged towards the Alliance army. These wind scythe birds had beaks as sharp as swords, their wings were curved and razor-edged, like that of a scythe. They flew extremely fast, leaving behind afterimages in the air, and had no fear when they charged towards their enemies. Kill, kill, kill. He Lu Lan shouted. The black smoke around his body was rolling, creating multiple black tentacles as they one after another captured the surrounding wind scythe birds and devoured them. The battle of the army fighting against the wind scythe birds had been ongoing for an hour, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. The floor was littered with bird corpses, but there were also many dead GU masters. Ah! He Lu Lan screamed. He was going berserk from fighting, stretching out his right hand. His right arm was in a claw shape. As a dark spiral was formed, it rotated in the air and converged at the center of his right claw. In the blink of an eye, thousands of dark streams gathered like they were flowing into the sea, into He Lu Lan's right claw like a black light ball. The light ball was dark and mysterious, it spun on its own and gave out a thunder-like sound. Go! He Lu Lan's eyes suddenly opened wide as he shouted, using all his strength to point his claw at the sky. He grabbed the round ball of black light like he was lifting heavy weight. His movement was very slow and strenuous. Following this movement, the light ball slowly flew into the air. In the air, it rapidly expanded. In a few breaths' time, it expanded to the size of a mountain. At once, the black light ball occupied the sky covering half the Alliance army's surface area. Countless wind scythe birds were engulfed by it, melting and corroding, not even their bones were left intact. The entire process was silent and strangely overbearing. People's hearts were turning cold from seeing this. This was He Lu Lan's signature killer move, Dark Vortex. After lasting for 6 breaths' time, the vortex killed tens of thousands of wind scythe birds. The numbers of the wind scythe birds were too huge, and because they gathered above the Alliance army, they were a terrifying threat. After the dark vortex vanished, a huge clear hole appeared in the sky, but soon, the wind scythe birds flooded in like a tide, covering up the hole again. Above the Alliance army, there were countless wind scythe birds again. This was the 25th round of the 68th floor of 88 True Yong Building. The numbers of wind scythe birds were too great, among them were large numbers of bird kings, their assault was too powerful. Actually, according to their experiences, they knew there had to be an easier way to challenge this round, but He Lu Lan directly charged in and mobilized all his strength to overwhelm the birds. This attracted the revenge and counterattack of the frenzied wind scythe birds. Ha ha ha, kill all these damn birds. At one side, Yi Lui Sang laughed. He Lu Lan's explosive strength triggered his fighting spirit. Yi Lui tribe was on the same level as He tribe, they were both super forces, having GU immortals backing them. Yi Lui Sang and He Lu Lan had the same status, they were both the tribe leader of their respective super tribes. When he saw He Lu Lan's killer move that killed countless wind scythe birds, he was not willing to hold back anymore. "Look at my newly developed killer move, Flame Demon," Yi Luiseng shouted loudly as his sleeves fluttered, and his primeval essence rushed into the Ji worms in his hands. With a loud thud, his body was clad in flames as the flames burst out. All Ji masters near him moved away. Within the radius of a few hundred steps, he was the only person left. His body trembled and the flames that could rise to heaven split to form a 10-meter bronze ape that was completely made of flames. The flaming bronze ape had an ugly appearance, with teeth like a gorilla, strange horns and bulging muscles. This was the Flame Demon. The Flame Demon rose into the sky, crashing around as all the wind scythe birds that collided with it were ignited, screaming from being burnt alive. Along its path, flames were burning, causing a straight line of them to form in the sky. Large numbers of wind scythe birds were roasted, falling to the ground. The Flame Demon rampaged arrogantly, attracting the attention of many birds. It greatly reduced the pressure of the Ji masters in the Grand Army. "What Fire Demon, it is nothing much." Far away, He Lu Lan laughed loudly, showing his smug arrogance. Yi Luiseng laughed as well. "Hey tribe leader, take another look." In saying this, his body shook as the flames fell off him, forming another Flame Demon. He Lu Lan's expression changed, not just him, even Fang Yuan who was in the army took a serious look. The Flame Demon had great strength, but to think he had more than one. 88 True Yong building gave lots of opportunities. It was not just Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan who were improving, other Ji masters were gaining many rewards as well. When 6 Flame Demons entered the battlefield, the flames on Yi Luiseng were finally extinguished. 6 Flame Demons. Thankfully, Fang Yuan retracted his gaze. He Lu Lan's expression soothed as well. Yi Luiseng had true capability. This killer move was really extraordinary, but that was as far as it got. In terms of power, it could only be on par with Dark Vortex. The Flame Demons rampaged for an hour as their strength fell more and more, eventually perishing among the wind scythe birds. But soon after, Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, Shi Shui, Pei Yanfei, Dao Yu, Ji Guolong and others attacked, using all their killer moves. The great strength of rank 5 experts quickly changed the battlefield, tilting the scales of victory towards the Alliance army. Eventually, they succeeded, getting into the 26th round. Reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, 13 tribe leaders have submitted a letter of request. They are asking for a temporary halt of advancement. They are worried about the huge casualties. They need to rest and recover. Before He Lu Lan had finished probing this round, his attendant He Shu had already reported. He Lu Lan frowned immediately, shouting, begrudging already despite such few casualties. "These useless bums, they are all useless cowards. Return this request to them, and tell them we will advance no matter what. Whoever dares to escape or run away from the Alliance army will have their entire tribe and any related tribes executed, none will be spared." Saying so, he held the letter in his hand and tore it into pieces immediately. "Continue advancing, charge." He Lu Lan waved his hand, shouting as he commanded the army. He was anxious. These days, 88 True Yong building would emit a strange tremor every few days. Coupled with the disappearance of the owner token, He Lu Lan felt that this was not a simple matter. His instincts were telling him that something unthinkable was about to happen. To avoid any accidents in the future, he had to quickly get the strength path Immortal GU now. Only after advancing to a GU Immortal would he have the strength to control this changing situation. The challenge this time lasted until the 28th round. Only after everyone was unable to continue and the casualties were too heavy did He Lu Lan have no choice but to retreat and recuperate. In his room, Tai Bai Yunsheng showed a bitter smile as he held several East Window GU in his hand. These East Window GU contained the cultivation experience of previous generation GU masters. Among them, most were time path attainment. These were all the round rewards obtained from 88 True Yong building. Don't tell me, this is the arrangement of destiny, for me to advance to GU Immortal realm. Back then, Tai Bai Yunsheng had failed in searching for a lifespan GU. After wasting all his life's savings, he had to become He tribe's external elder. He was a time path GU master, rank 5 peak stage. With his sensitivity towards time he knew that he had little time left since a few years ago. Although advancing to GU Immortal realm could allow a GU master's life to improve qualitatively, it could not increase his lifespan. But Tai Bai Yunsheng's situation was a little special. His time path inheritance was extraordinary. it was a GU Immortal inheritance. The core of his inheritance had 3 GU, river as before GU, mountain as before GU, and man as before GU. The inheritance has theorized long ago, when he becomes an immortal, using the supreme opportunity of the resonance of heaven and earth, he could advance his man as before GU into an immortal GU. The mortal man as before GU could only be used on others. Immortal GU man as before, could be used on himself. If I have the man as before immortal GU, I can use it on myself and extend my lifespan. Unfortunately, man as before is not like the spring-autumn cicada, I cannot save Gao Yong and Zhu Zai. Sigh. Thinking of this, Tai Bai Yun Sheng's heart was worried, the intense regret and guilt assaulted him once again. Fang Yuan stood at the peak of the tall tower, looking at He tribe. Luck Inspection GU had been activated for a while, it gave him a different field of vision from others. This rank 5 mortal GU was the sole, unexpected gain that he obtained inside the true inheritance secluded domain. Luck Inspection, as the name suggests, could be used to inspect luck. It was an investigative GU worm. In his vision, in the living quarters of He tribe, there were countless smoke-like luck strands. But among them, 2 were extremely thick, like cranes among chickens, even the palace's rooms could not hide them. One came from He Lu Lan, his luck was like a huge pillar, with an azure color, it was thick and long. The other came from Tai Bai Yun Sheng, his luck was like the flames burning during sunset, red and bright, it accumulated above the roof of his house, it was like the feeling of dazzling flames. The luck of these 2 are extremely high, but they are different. He Lu Lan's luck has a lasting feeling. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's luck is like a pile of old firewood, burning at the last moment. In recent days, I secretly manipulated the rewards and placed many time path attainment experiences as rewards to give them to Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Every time he gets one, the fiery red luck above him turns brighter by a bit. The possibility of becoming an immortal also increased slightly. Fang Yuan thought about it for a long time, he sighed in his heart when he thought about the mysterious and unfathomable luck path. But he had only obtained a single luck inspection GU, he did not know the details of the inheritance, it was like opening a new window, towards this new path, he could only explore it slowly. He used the luck inspection GU on himself. Fang Yuan's body was shrouded in black ink like luck. This luck gathered and formed a huge coffin shape, completely covering his body, they were emitting a dense death energy, the energy of great misfortune. Even though Fang Yuan had looked at this many times, his heart always sank when he observed this. My luck is not looking optimistic. But these days, all my talks with the Imperial Court land spirit have had no progress. This land spirit is too arrogant, it only wants to break the seal and regain its freedom. True Yong building has already shaken 38 times, eventually, giant suns would awaken. Fang Yuan gasped, he looked at a group of GU masters, they were all shrouded in a black coffin like luck, heading in the direction of He tribe. A moment later, they all entered Tai Bai Yun Sheng's residence. Fang Yuan thought about briefly before understanding their intentions. This is a good opportunity for me to understand the meaning of this black coffin luck. Fang Yuan's gaze was dark, he gave a deep glance towards Tai Bai Yun Sheng's location. Chapter 605, Pitiful Person, Double Chapter. We implore you to help us, old Sir Tai Bai. I am sincerely asking old Sir to go forward and plead for us. The whole of my tribe, our elderly, the weak, the women and children too, the future of all of our tribesmen are in Lord's hands. In the room, a group of GU masters were kneeling on the ground, crying profusely or showing a sad expression, they were desperately asking Tai Bai Yun Sheng for help. These GU masters had rather special identities, they were all the tribe leaders of their respective tribes. Lu tribe, Shi tribe, all of these tribes were middle-sized tribes or small-sized tribes, during the process of challenging 88 true Yong building, they suffered the greatest numbers of casualties, if this were to continue, they might face the threat of being wiped out for good. The previous few times, they had as a group written letters of request, asking to retreat, but they were all harshly rejected by He Lu Lan. Survival was the #1 priority. He Lu Lan's oppressive and all-out tactics had already severely harmed the survival and development of these small and middle-sized tribes. But because of the Black Tyrant's fierce reputation, these tribe leaders did not dare to approach He Lu Lan himself. After discussing among themselves, they decided to jointly approach Tai Bai Yun Sheng for help. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was the current #1 healing master in all of Northern Plains, he was well known to be kind and merciful, his reputation in northern plains was second to none. Now that he had become He tribe's external elder, he was greatly trusted and depended on by He Lulan. If they could obtain Tai Bai Yunsheng's help, their respective tribes might very well gain the precious time to rest and recuperate. Please get up and speak. Tai Bai Yunsheng urged them. Old sir, if you do not accept our request, we will not get up. Please go take a look at our tribes, you will understand our pain and grief then. Our injuries and casualties are simply too great, our women have lost their husbands, our children have lost their parents, and our elderly have lost their children. Old sir, please go and talk to Lord He Lulan, if this carries on, our tribe is going to perish for good. HMPH, we did not die in the Imperial Court contest, but instead, we are facing extermination within Imperial Court blessed land. If word gets out, where would He tribe's reputation go to? This is simply too ironic. The tribe leaders talked one after another, they held a firm attitude and refused to get up from the kneeling position. Sigh, Tai Bai Yunsheng heaved a long sigh, he had already been very unhappy with He Lulan's actions to begin with. There was enough time to go about this slowly, why did he have to be so anxious and rush their advancement? Causing such grave and severe casualties, he could not bear to see this in his heart. From Tai Bai Yunsheng's perspective, most likely, losing the owner token during the challenge of the second round had triggered He Lulan. Another reason was that the supreme elders of He tribe were pressuring him greatly. Because of this pressure, He Lulan had no choice but to give it his all in challenging the rounds. My servants, quickly come and serve tea to the tribe leaders. Tai Bai Yunsheng instructed his servants. He next turned around and consoled the band of tribe leaders. This old man will do his best to talk to tribe leader He Lulan, but all I can say is, I will try my best. Old sir, you are truly a kind person, you are so benevolent. Gaining old sir's help, it is truly our tribe's greatest fortune. Old sir, this is a letter of request that we have written collectively, we will be waiting for old sir's good news patiently. All the tribe leaders were filled with gratitude and joy. Tai Bai Yunsheng received the letter of request from them and kept it in his pocket. After bidding farewell to the tribe leaders, he came to the grand hall and looked for He Lulan. He Lulan was not settling the administrative matters of the army in the grand hall, instead, he was relaxing in the flower garden. Tai Bai Yunsheng hurried over quickly, and when he saw He Lulan, the latter was playing chess in the lake pavilion. He Lulan heard his intentions and first rejected him strictly, but when Tai Bai Yunsheng urged him with reasoning and kind words, He Lulan slowly became less strict as he said, how about this, I can let these tribes rest and recover temporarily, but they must lend out all of their GU worms. My army will continue to advance, but we cannot reduce our strength just because of their absence. Every GU worm that they lend will entitle them to one person who can rest. Rank 2 GU worm will exempt a rank 2 GU master. A rank 3 GU worm will exempt a rank 3 GU master, and so on. Lord Tribe Leader is wise and merciful, I will thank Tribe Leader for his magnanimity on behalf of all the different tribes and their tribesmen. Tai Bai Yunsheng knew this was the best result he could get, thus he returned and informed all of the tribe leaders about this result. The tribe leaders looked at each other as they pondered over this, eventually accepting this condition. GU worms were the foundation and base of a GU master. GU worms that were lent out were easy to get damaged, but it was much better than losing their own lives. The casualties that these tribes were facing were simply too severe. The next day, He Lulan ordered the Black Banner Army to go to the respective tribes' resting area and collect their GU worms, being late was not an option. He also sent Tai Bai Yunsheng to control the situation and settle the relevant administrative matters. After 3 days, this matter was finally settled. Tai Bai Yunsheng returned and reported to He Lulan, who invited him to a banquet. During the banquet, He Lulan lifted his wine cup as he said, Old sir, please have a drink. It was our great fortune that old sir joined our tribe, allowing the army to face much fewer casualties and injuries. Old sir, you revived countless people, you have accomplished great deeds. I am not worthy of such praise, but we have to try our very best at things, whether we succeed or not is up to heaven. With longevity heaven watching us, we can only do our best. Tai Bai Yunsheng showed a look of shame, replying as he raised his cup. He Lulan's praise reminded him of Gao Yong and Zhu Zai. In truth, ever since he returned from the Blood Hall, every word of praise that he heard felt like an insult, like sarcastic comments that were whipping at his soul. But today, After settling this matter, he resolved the conflict between He tribe and many small and middle-sized tribes. In a way, he saved the lives of many GU masters. This made him feel slightly better. With longevity heaven watching us, we can only do our best. He Lu Lan drank his wine in one gulp, putting it down as he muttered, sighing. Old Sir's words are very accurate and articulate, it is truly well said. Longevity heaven is watching us, the road to the future is filled with mystery and unexpected circumstances. As mortals, we can only do our best. Elder Tai Bai had already done his best. I, He Lu Lan, should do the same as well. Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this and suddenly felt that He Lu Lan had some additional meaning in his words. He immediately asked, Lord Tribe Leader, what do you mean by that? He Lu Lan laughed heartily. He was about to speak when He Shu came in with a report. His body was covered in blood, his expression was respectful and cautious. He came to He Lu Lan's side and said, reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, the Black Banner Army has not failed your expectations, we have already settled it appropriately. Tai Bai Yunsheng felt the killing aura around him and had a very ominous feeling. He quickly asked, what do you mean by settled it appropriately? He Shu, what did you guys settle? He Shu did not speak. He raised his eyebrows as he gave Tai Bai Yunsheng a passing glance, showing disdain in his eyes towards Tai Bai Yunsheng's compassionate and benevolent attitude. Ha ha ha, Elder Tai Bai. It is exactly like what you said, we can only do our best. You are doing your best, and I am doing the same. I have to do all I can to break through the rounds, and accomplish the mission given to me by the Supreme Elder. Tell me, these people ran away in the middle of our task, what crimes have they committed? They were able to develop to this extent because they relied on me. Taking advantages when they can, and hiding when there is trouble, is there such an easy and simple thing in this world? HMPH, if everyone was like that, would my army need to exist anymore? Will there be anyone left who would challenge the rounds with me? He Lu Lan said this with a sharp and resolute tone, his eyes were shining with a ruthless light. Saying this, there was no need to mention what the task given to the Black Banner Army was. He Lu Lan, you. Tai Bai Yunsheng stood up in a flash. He stared at He Lu Lan with a furious gaze. He showed shock, anger, and even hatred on his face. Insolent. He Shu was unhappy and was about to strike, but He Lu Lan stretched out his hand and stopped him. Elder Tai Bai, do not forget your current status. He Lu Lan kept away his ruthless expression and poured another cup of wine indifferently. Tai Bai Yunsheng clenched his fists, his body was shivering from pure anger. He stared at He Lu Lan fixatedly. He wanted to scold him, but no sound came out of his mouth. He Lu Lan chuckled, pouring a cup of wine for Tai Bai Yunsheng personally. Old sir, take a seat, such beautiful and relaxing scenery paired with good wine and food, we should not let it go to waste. Screw your good wine and food. Tai Bai Yunsheng swept his sleeves furiously. With a loud crash, all the wine cups fell onto the floor. He Lu Lan was unmoved. Instead he pointed at the dishes on the table as he laughed loudly. Elder Tai Bai, this is a banquet to celebrate your success. If not for your support, why would they trust us so much and lend out their GU? As they did not have their GU worms with them, my Black Banner Army could quickly swoop in and take them down, easily obliterating them. I have no one but you to thank for this. Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this and felt like lightning had struck him. He staggered 3 steps back as his face turned completely pale as paper. He Lu Lan, you are really an unscrupulous scoundrel. Unscrupulous. I cannot believe this, you are saying such naive things. Elder Tai Bai, you were also once the young tribe leader of a tribe. After living for so many years, have you not seen the reality of this world? These so-called political affairs have always been dirty. Tai Bai Yunsheng wanted to rebuke him, but there were no words he could say. He snorted coldly, turning around and leaving, walking out of the hall quickly without even turning back once. Lord Tribe Leader, should I send people to surveil Tai Bai Yunsheng? He Shu inquired. He Lu Lan raised his wine cup, his expression was plain, without a bit of nervousness. He glanced at Tai Bai Yunsheng's back as he laughed coldly. Tai Bai Yunsheng is merely a healing GU master, what's there to be afraid of? His reputation, hee, after this matter, who would dare believe in him again? Good deeds go unnoticed, while bad deeds travel 1,000 li. He Shu heard this and his heart jumped. Anyone who holds a high political position is an unfathomable schemer indeed. At this point, he could see that He Lu Lan's actions were killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Firstly, by causing bloodshed in these small and middle tribes, he was creating an example to show the others. Secondly, he could suppress Tai Bai Yunsheng, making him understand what status he is currently holding. Thirdly, it is to attack Tai Bai Yunsheng's reputation, in order to strengthen his own political power. Tai Bai Yunsheng walked quickly towards the scene of the incident. The slaughter had ended. In order to create more fear in people, He Lu Lan did not order his men to clean up the area. Tai Bai Yunsheng looked around, his expression turning white, and his heart was shivering. The sacred palace was dyed in blood, corpses were everywhere on the ground. Not just strong adult men, there were even the old, the weak, women and children. Some of them had their eyes wide open, dying an indignant death, some of them had their arms and legs chopped off, some were cut in half. It was a gruesome sight. Some had messy clothing, their expressions were twisted and in agony. It was evident that they had been humiliated in an inhuman way before they died. All of this, it was all caused by me. If not for me trusting He Lu Lan, if not for me trying to mediate the tension between the two, I was too foolish, I was too naive. I did not manage to see He Lu Lan's ugly and evil intentions. All these people, they all died because they placed their trust in me. Tai Bai Yunsheng's body was shivering, the intense smell of blood was assaulting him, and the scene of a sea of corpses lying on the ground was causing a huge impact on his fragile state of mind. His back was hunched, the mild wind blew at him and caused his beard to move slightly. He had deep wrinkles and a dazed expression, his fists were tightly clenched, soundlessly expressing the grief, agony, regret, and self-blame that he was feeling deep in his heart. He kneeled on the ground weakly, holding himself up with his hands as the blood dyed his palms, his knees, and his pants bright red. Sorry, I am sorry. Tai Bai Yunsheng wept profusely. At once, his face was like an overflowing river. This is a good person, even though there is also darkness in his heart. In the end, there is great terror when one is between life and death. Facing death, which normal person would not lose themselves. Far away, at a hidden corner, Fang Yuan had been observing this intently and silently. He watched the scene unfold with his very own eyes. It turned out that the black coffin luck represented a severe disaster that would threaten his life. The extermination of these tribes was the best proof of that. Meanwhile, the death energy on his body was more than dozens of times thicker than these tribes' members, even 100 times as thick. Hehe, this is so interesting. Luck huh? Fang Yuan's lips curled into a cold and arrogant smile. He wanted to see if this so-called bad luck could stop him in his steps. In this life, there is no person, any reason, or any difficulties that can affect my determination in moving forward. His gaze was cold and still as ice, looking towards Tai Bai Yunsheng. Who said that kind people will be rewarded? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's cold expression turned into one that had a trace of sarcasm. Then let me give you a hand. He activated his GU worms in secret, forming an illusory voice that was untraceable, as the sound waves entered Tai Bai Yunsheng's ears one by one. Tai Bai Yunsheng's state of mind was close to collapsing. His mind was extremely susceptible to influences. At this moment, he could hear a voice. It sounded just like Gao Yong and Zhu Zai. I believe in you. You will definitely save us, isn't that right? Old sir, you are our benefactor. We are grateful to you. We are willing to risk our lives in order to come forward and help you. Ah! Tai Bai Yunsheng screamed suddenly, opening his eyes abruptly. With his blurred vision due to his tears, he looked at the blood puddle on the ground. The blood puddle rippled, as the nightmare that haunted him appeared. Once again, the image of Gao Yong and Zhu Zai dying from the sea of blood beasts. Tai Bai Yunsheng's body shuddered. He was still like a statue, but the next moment, he raised his head and screamed with all of his energy. Ah! His shrill and hoarse voice resounded in this bloody slaughterhouse. He, ha ha ha. When his screaming ended, Tai Bai Yunsheng started laughing like a maniac. His laughter contained the feeling of madness, but also anger and sadness. There was also a trace of mockery towards himself, towards the mortal world. Crazy. He's crazy. Elder Tai Bai has gone mad. The surrounding He tribe GU masters were shouting in shock. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was curling his lips and smiling. He was a transmigrator, and had also undergone rebirth. His rich life experience had allowed him to grasp the psychology of people to a very precise degree. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a very good person. But his subconscious action in the blood hall was akin to betrayal. This action created suspicion, doubts, and denial that he felt towards himself in terms of his personal values. If a person denied himself, and suspected himself, then he would no doubt fall into a deep abyss of agony. Very evidently, Tai Bai Yunsheng was in great pain. He felt guilt in his heart. Almost every night, he was tormented by a similar nightmare. For him to accept that he had some kind of despicable and lowly character as a fact, it would be impossible to do so. His entire life revolved around justice and benevolence. He had walked on this road for too long. He wanted to return to it, but he knew that in the deepest part of his heart, this action formed a barrier that he could not cross. He was stuck in the abyss of agony, sinking deeper and deeper the more he struggled. The tribe leader's request towards him was a chance that he had towards salvation, and a redemption for his mistakes. If he could really succeed, it was undeniably the best medicine for him to pay for his sins, and he would be able to forgive himself. But the truth was, He Lu Lan ordered a mass slaughter, not leaving even a single woman or child behind. This in turn caused Tai Bai Yunsheng to become the biggest assistant in this murder spree. His medicine turned into a heart-piercing poison. The intense toxins caused him to lose himself. His mental state was close to breaking down. At this juncture, Fang Yuan pushed him lightly, finally causing Tai Bai Yunsheng to explode, breaking from the deepest part of his heart. Perhaps only Fang Yuan could understand him at this point. To put it in another way, after searching through his soul, Fang Yuan, who had seen Tai Bai Yunsheng's entire life, could be said to know him intimately. But the cruel reality was, this person was not his kin or his friend. He was an enemy plotting against him. Fang Yuan, who was hidden in the darkness listening to Tai Bai Yunsheng's laughter, looked on with an expression of appreciation, smiling lightly. This was a respectable and pitiful old man. He screamed his lungs out, in his laughter, on his face full of tears. He was questioning himself, he was questioning the cruelty of this mortal world. Fate was toying with him and he was helpless to resist. If you deny even yourself, what can you do? Fang Yuan muttered lightly, his gaze was as deep as night. Go to the blood hall again and try to challenge the round. No, if you are there, your mind will be full of Gao Yong and Zhu Zai's images. Go seek help. Who can help you now? He Lu Lan, it can be assumed that you have just fallen out with him. Or rather, even if you manage to get the lifespan GU, will you be able to use it with peace of mind? Hehe, the current you, what options do you possibly have? What choices can you still make? Denying yourself, wallowing in self-pity, feeling intense pain and grief, you, a person who is facing a trial of your conscience, what option do you have? In Fang Yuan's heart, an answer was becoming clearer. Thus, go ahead and make your decision. I hope you will not let me down. In the darkness, Fang Yuan's gaze was shining as he looked at the crazy Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng was laughing wildly, his voice was bitter like he was wailing. He tore his clothes, as tears and mucus were mixing on his face. He did not have the demeanor of a rank 5 peak state expert at this point. He was someone who feared death, but he was also a good person who was pushed into a corner by this cruel and ice-cold mortal world. In truth, he was more like a pitiful person. Since some time ago, a mild wind had started blowing. The wind gradually grew bigger and bigger, as clouds were forming in the sky. With Tai Bai Yunsheng as the center, the surroundings were quietly and rapidly transforming. Some sort of mystical change had started. Heaven and earth were beginning to tremble. You did not disappoint me in the end. Fang Yuan was extremely excited. He took his leave and vanished without a trace. He rapidly traveled far away, retreating. Because it was no joke when a GU master advances into an immortal. Soon, the wind and clouds went wild, as heaven and earth changed. The dark and thick black clouds looked like they were about to collapse at any time, destroying the sacred palace. In and out of the sacred palace, shouting could be heard everywhere. Countless people did not know what was happening. They fell into a panic. Could it be? Some people with greater knowledge and experience stared at this grand scene with a dumbfounded expression. Go investigate, go investigate. Who is it? In the hall, He Lu Lan was furiously screaming. Lord, it is Tai Bai Yunsheng. He Shu was full of sweat as he stumbled his way into the hall and reported this. He Lu Lan's expression froze. He was as still as a statue for a moment. A few breaths later, he reacted and shouted with a twisted expression, retreat. Order everyone to leave the sacred palace. Of course, those who wish to die can stay here. Chapter 606, Awakening. The sky turned dark and gloomy, and the wind howled. A formless heavenly power slowly lifted Tai Bai Yunsheng into the air. He laughed maniacally, his white beard fluttering in the wind. There were no signs of the usual warmth and benevolence on his face. It was replaced by a crazed and distorted look. Everyone in the sacred palace was in panic. GU masters fled in a hurry, forming a huge stream of people that was fleeing for life towards the outside. Only after running an immense distance, did the crowd anxiously stop. Expert GU masters moved toward the peaks of hills or directly flew to the sky, and used investigative GU worms to observe the scene above the sacred palace with different thoughts going through their minds. Other GU masters also raised their heads to gaze at the floating Tai Bai Yun Sheng with looks of respect, reverence, affection, worry, envy and so on. The news of Tai Bai Yun Sheng advancing to GU Immortal had already spread amongst everyone. Advancing to GU Immortal. This was something that most people would not experience in their whole life, and unexpectedly it was happening before everyone's eyes at this very moment. Inconceivable, Tai Bai Yun Sheng has yet to use any GU worms, but he actually caused such a change in weather. Looking at the surging clouds and hearing the raging winds, many GU masters shouted out in surprise. Soon the surprised voices surged into a commotion. Because it was not only the weather that had changed, even the ground under their feet was beginning to shake. At first, it was only a negligible tremor, but soon vast smoke and dust started to rise from the ground. This is the turbulence of Earth Chi. According to the records in the tribe, GU masters have to first break their aperture to advance to GU Immortal. After breaking their aperture, they can attract Heaven Chi and Earth Chi. Yi Lui sang, He Lu Lan and some others were from super tribes, and knew a lot more than normal people. At this moment, shock could clearly be seen in their eyes. The first step in advancing to GU Immortal was breaking the aperture. Using primeval essence in an all-out assault to completely shatter one's own aperture. Like this, the sealed aperture that was covered by the crystal wall would turn into a hole in the GU master's body. Just this first step needs extremely great courage, because there is no turning back after shattering the aperture. GU tribe leader GU Guo Long said with a sigh. Advancement to a GU Immortal is extremely difficult, with minuscule chances of success. Tai Bai Yun Sheng is too courageous, actually daring to take this step. He truly leaves us in admiration. Ni tribe leader Ni Yaqing was deeply moved. He Lu Lan's expression was complex. He knew some inside details. A part of the reason why Tai Bai Yun Sheng was advancing to GU Immortal was probably due to his actions. I was the one who provoked Tai Bai Yun Sheng, leading to him choosing to take the risk to advance in his crumbling mental state. This is good. Although I learned about immortal ascension from records, I really want to personally observe it. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's advancement into GU Immortal will provide a great reference and be helpful to me. It is just that, so be it if he fails, but if he really successfully advances into a GU Immortal, how should I treat him? He Lu Lan immediately frowned at this thought, feeling a headache. Fang Yuan observed the scene while sitting on a back of an Azure Wolf King, surrounded by an Azure Wolf group. Advancement to GU Immortal. His dark gaze had excitement and also showed an expression of recalling the past. He again used luck inspection GU to examine Tai Bai Yun Sheng. The luck on him was now like a raging wildfire. Originally it had been like flames with a growing red glow. Now, it was even more flourishing, blazing like an inferno. His luck is blazing. He had successfully advanced into a GU Immortal in my previous life. That should not be a big problem for him in this life. Fang Yuan inwardly nodded. Unlike He Lu Lan with his doubts and hesitation, Fang Yuan already had a plan to face the GU Immortal Tai Bai Yun Sheng. He tried to look once more, but the luck inspection GU actually suffered injuries from the extreme pressure. His own eyes also felt a burning pain. Fang Yuan immediately stopped the activation, not surprised at all. Tai Bai Yun Sheng had already broken his aperture, attracting heaven and earth chi in a huge surrounding range. Using GU worms in this range will naturally create chain reactions, making the heaven and earth chi surge and trigger a backlash. If one was stubborn and forcibly activated their GU, even an immortal GU would be injured and might even die, not to mention mere mortal GU. Fang Yuan had not considered using GU worms at this time to plot against Tai Bai Yun Sheng because of this reason. If he rashly made a move in this period, he himself might be implicated. In an instant, the dark clouds in the sky surged, and together took the shape of a giant vortex. In response to this, yellow-brown dust churned endlessly on the ground, creating a vortex that resembled the formation of a loophole. This Tai Bai Yun Sheng has deep foundation and accumulation. His human chi is so majestic, actually attracting so much heaven and earth chi. This scene is actually more spectacular than when my tribe's supreme elder advanced. Yi Luisang was endlessly shocked. Tai Bai Yunsheng had an immortal inheritance and roamed northern plains his whole life, gaining extremely rich experience. By now, he had almost run the course of his entire life, thus his accumulation was incomparably deep. The two giant vortexes covered miles of range. Tai Bai Yunsheng gazed up and saw the majestic and fierce vortex which looked like a giant beast opening its mouth. In comparison, Tai Bai Yunsheng's body was small, like a tiny insect near a pond. But Tai Bai Yunsheng still kept on laughing maniacally. Come, come, he shouted, his body shook with fear and excitement, but also relief. Even if he failed, he would at least be freed from this nightmare. Seemingly hearing his shout, the brewing vortex began to slowly rotate. In the sky and on the ground, two giant vortexes rotated like a millstone. Lightning flashed in the dark and cloudy vortex in the sky, with the thunder rumbling repeatedly. On the ground, the dusty vortex caused purple smoke to ascend with violent explosive sounds. Like grinding stone, the dark and cloudy millstone sprinkled down a clear and bright aura. While from the dusty one below, rose a golden aura. They were Heaven Qi and Earth Qi. Heaven Qi was clear and moved freely, Earth Qi was profound and dense. And Tai Bai Yunsheng's body released a white human Qi. This human Qi was extremely dense and like a cocoon, it formed a large sphere that tightly covered Tai Bai Yunsheng. Heaven Qi was raining down while Earth Qi was bubbling up, both intertwined in the air with human Qi. Heaven, Earth and human, the three Qi converged together and began fusing. First step is breaking the aperture, the second step is taking in the Qi. He Lu Lan mumbled. Breaking the aperture is a point of no return, the only possibility of survival is in success and failure means certain doom. And taking in Qi tests the nature of the GU master and their ability to control it. This step is extremely crucial and is like walking between cliffs on a tightrope. If the balance is even a little off such that the human Qi is slightly in excess, it will lead to self-detonation. If Heaven Qi is slightly more, the GU master will dissolve into the sky. If Earth Qi is slightly more dense, the GU master will turn into a fossil and suffocate to death. Difficult, truly hard, truly difficult. Yi Luisang lamented while shaking his head, even as a spectator, his heart shook at this sight. One can only move forward when they begin the advancement to a GU Immortal, there is no going back. The danger is extremely high, thus many rank 5 peak stage GU masters, even if they knew the method to advance to a GU Immortal, would not choose to take the risk unless as a last resort. The expert observes the process while the layman simply enjoys the show. Most people only watch the sight while bustling with noise and excitement. But the few expert GU masters who knew the inside details were dripping with sweat, their hearts palpitating with fear from the sight. Fang Yuan was the one with the most experience regarding this. The process of charging to GU Immortal realm and becoming a blood path GU Immortal in his previous life had left behind an extremely deep impression on him. This second step is extremely difficult, it not only tests the GU master's ability to control the balance, what it tests even more than that is the GU master's nature. He inwardly sighed. Heaven Qi and Earth Qi attacked the body, and the three Qi converged. This was the process of immortal blending with heaven and earth. An ordinary person would never have such a moment where they are this intimately close to heaven and earth. Heaven and earth were the cornerstones to nurture all living beings. The resonance between Heaven Qi and Earth Qi would fill the GU master's mind with the wonders of the Great Tao. Experiencing the Great Tao was an extremely rare opportunity and the GU master could easily lose themselves in it, not being able to extricate themselves. This could very easily lead to an imbalance between the three Qi. Even more crucially, the higher the amount of Heaven Qi and Earth Qi taken in, the higher the chance of advancing to a GU Immortal. At this crucial time, the GU master would often get greedy and take in too much Heaven Qi and Earth Qi, leading to an imbalance between the three Qi and perishing. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not disappoint Fang Yuan, he persevered and stabilized the situation, controlling the three Qi perfectly and progressing slowly. This Tai Bai Yunsheng probably received an expert's guidance. Tai Bai Yunsheng actually accomplished it, the second step could not stump him at all. This man really is not simple. We need to keep on watching. Being able to do it now does not mean he can maintain the state until the end. He Lu Lan and Yi Luisang were feeling bewildered. Right at this time, a change occurred. As the aurora in the sky shook, 88 True Yong building experienced intense tremors. As its cornerstone, the sacred palace started shaking as well, dust rose and many beautiful courtyards collapsed. 88 True Yong building. Everyone shifted their gazes in shock. HMPH, it is here. Fang Yuan sneered, but was well aware of this. Inside the True Yong building, the land spirit was furious. Tai Bai Yunsheng advancing to a Gu Immortal meant he was taking in heaven chi and earth chi. But this world was not the outside world of Northern Plains, but was Imperial Court blessed land, a small world of its own. Tai Bai Yunsheng was using up this small world's heaven chi and earth chi, which was akin to weakening Imperial Court blessed land, and was basically extracting the source of the land spirit's strength. Could the land spirit not be angry? It had been imprisoned for countless years and now finally had the hope of obtaining freedom. Although it was formed from an obsession and did not know how to tell lies, but it had intelligence and understood the strategy of concealing itself. The land spirit had originally planned to restrain itself, fearing Giant Sun's will. It would wait till Gruel mud had corroded the shackles on it to a certain degree before it broke out in one violent move. But now that Tai Bai Yunsheng was charging into Gu Immortal realm, he was not only extracting the strength of the land spirit, but was sure to awaken Giant Sun's will. The land spirit would then have all its hopes dashed. Even more likely, it would be forcibly suppressed by Giant Sun's will again. With no choice, it could only make a quick decision and take advantage of Giant Sun's will still being in hibernation at the moment, to resist and avoid giving Giant Sun's will time to be prepared. Thus, everyone looked on as the True Yong building shook, bringing destruction to the fish in the ponds as many structures in the sacred palace collapsed. In the True Yong building, the land spirit Frost Jade Peacock let out a loud cry. Its attack was extremely effective as the green paste covering its body immediately melted until below its neck and 5 to 6 black chains on its body also broke. A light mumble, as if just waking up from a dream, echoed out from the depths of the True Yong building. Who has such guts to awaken me from my slumber? From the infinite and eerie darkness, a giant will resembling the sun slowly woke up. It was originally only a small glimmer, but soon brightened up to the extent that it could pierce through 10 layers of the underworld, sweeping past every corner of the True Yong building. Fang Yuan's will that had refined the guest halt steel simply could not defend itself and was immediately wiped out. The glass owner token he held also started becoming boiling hot. Chapter 607, Ambushing Giant Sun's Will. A will blazing like the sun passed through the glass owner token and attacked Fang Yuan's mind. The will was like a golden flood as it rampaged directly into Fang Yuan's brain. Will was formed from large numbers of specific thoughts. If Giant Sun's will was allowed to erode his mind, Fang Yuan could very likely turn into a demented amnesiac. This is bad, quickly throw away that damned owner token. Mo Yao's will appeared in his mind, and screamed. She was the will of a Gu Immortal who had reached rank 7 before death. Her background knowledge of will was much deeper than Fang Yuan's. Her own gains and losses were linked to Fang Yuan, like two locusts tied with a thread. The mind was a vital place. Fang Yuan would not want to start a battle in there. No need to worry. He sneered. He was already prepared, so he was not concerned, soon activating the special will Gu. The special will Gu received the primeval essence and directly flashed into Fang Yuan's mind, blocking the will of Giant Sun. The golden light will came to an abrupt stop, completely halted by special will Gu. The special will Gu then burst out with a strong absorption force, devouring Giant Sun's will unceasingly. The small will swallowed the big will, as if an ant swallowing an elephant, but Giant Sun's will had no ability to resist. This is, Mo Yao's will was stumped for a while before coming to a realization, so Giant Sun's will was a special will. Wisdom Path had developed for a long time since its start at the remote antiquity era, continuing to this day. Will was classified under Wisdom Path and naturally the contents regarding it were plentiful. Not only was will divided into many types, there were also all sorts of effects. Back when Fang Yuan had just ventured into it, he had already bought many Wisdom Path Gu worms. For example, Special will Gu, Deliberate will Gu, Play will Gu, Keep will Gu and New will Gu, which were specially used to condense Special will, Deliberate will, Play will, Keep will and New will. These 5 types of will had their advantages and disadvantages, requiring the Gu master themselves to choose the appropriate will according to the situation. Among them, Special will could be arranged in advance and automatically trigger under special conditions. To explain this in a simple fashion, let's take a rat trap as an example. When a rat comes in contact with the trap fulfilling the special condition, the rat trap will then activate, trapping the rat. The prior setup is triggered, activating the trap. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable considered dangerous situations occurring in the future, and for the benefit of his descendants, he chose to use the most suitable special will GU to create a will of himself and placed it in 88 True Yong building. As long as the danger reached a certain degree, the special condition would be fulfilled and the special will would trigger Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's prior setup. As for what the activation requirement of this prior setup was, outsiders did not know. Even Fang Yuan, who had been reborn, was not clear about it. But from the video clips in his previous life, he knew Giant Sun's will was a special will. Knowing this made it easier for Fang Yuan. Giant Sun's will was an Immortal Venerable's will, but it must also follow the laws and great Tao of the world. The will was condensed by a GU worm, and similarly could be subdued by the corresponding GU worm. Thus, Giant Sun's special will was greatly restrained by special will GU. Within Fang Yuan's mind, Giant Sun's will had yet to show its might before it was swallowed by Fang Yuan's special will GU. After swallowing this will of Giant Sun, special will Gu's belly immediately bulged like a fatty who had stuffed himself to the limit. Haha, what a great will. Fang Yuan praised it but was inwardly shocked. That was dangerous. Although it was restrained, it was after all an Immortal Venerable's will. Even if it was only a strand, it was really not easy to deal with. The glass owner token was a part of 88 True Yong building. Giant Sun's will attacked Fang Yuan through this owner token. But if the owner token was compared to a passage, this passage was way too small and could only allow a strand of Giant Sun's will to pass. If the passage was just a bit bigger, the situation would be completely different. This strand of will that special will GU had eaten was simply negligible compared to the Giant Sun's will in True Yong building. Falling prey to Fang Yuan's small scheme, Giant Sun's will could not contain its anger. Swindler, you dared profane my, Giant Sun's, honor. I will crush you to pieces. True Yong building started shaking, giving off all kinds of lights which infused the sky. A peerless power seemed to manifest, shaking heaven and earth. Even though Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already died and was unable to mobilize 88 True Yong building using just his will, but within 88 True Yong building, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had left behind a large amount of rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence. While GU could directly absorb the primeval essence in the air, but would lose this ability when they are refined and have to absorb the GU Master's primeval essence. 88 True Yong building was an immortal GU house and was under the command of Giant Sun's will. It could activate by absorbing the immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. It was extremely simple and easy, as if it was natural. Run. Looking at 88 True Yong building about to show its power, Mo Yao's will anxiously warned Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a despicable thief who had refined a part of True Yong building, and now that Giant Sun's will had awakened, it classified him as an enemy. Fang Yuan did not have Giant Sun's bloodline. This enmity was too big. Fang Yuan was directly marked down and an unprecedented killing intent was about to befall upon him. There's no hurry. Calamity was coming right for him, but Fang Yuan appeared indifferent and relaxed. He tightly held the glass owner token. This particular token was not simple. It was a product created by expending an immortal GU using an owner token as the base. It was a crucial key for which Central Continent's GU immortals and several large forces had prepared with meticulous care over thousands of years. Still causing trouble after death, HMPH, what era are we living in now? Fang Yuan snorted and with no fear sent a thought through the glass owner token, launching an ambush. True Yong building shook intensely, the aurora that filled the sky instantly collapsed by over half. The phantom image that appeared when condensing the floors was like a candle in front of a great wind, as it collapsed and dissipated. Everything came to an abrupt stop. In True Yong building, Giant Sun's will let out a frightening and furious howl as it was besieged and attacked by countless special will GU. These special will GU were the preparation of Central Continent's GU immortals which had been accumulated for thousands of years, a trump card. Specially arranged to deal with Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will's weakness was thoroughly targeted, like a sheep surrounded by a pack of wolves. It had immediately wanted to activate GU worms to massacre these special will GU. 88 True Yong building was an immortal GU house, a solidified killer move formed from many immortal GU and mortal GU. Naturally, it had methods to clean up the enemies. But Central Continent's GU immortals had researched deeply and already calculated this. Coordinating with special will Gu's attack were other shocking methods, actually sealing all of the yellow apricot immortal essence Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left behind. True Yong building was not able to move without the immortal essence and immediately stopped all actions. Even though Giant Sun's will was seething with rage, it did not have any method to instantly resolve this, thus landing in a predicament. Truyong Building sank into deathly stillness as Fang Yuan put his mind at rest. In his previous life, Central Continent's GU Immortals relied on this method to slay giant suns will and destroy 88 Truyong Building. A pity I am still immortal and not a GU Immortal, there is no way for me to reap profits from this. Fang Yuan felt a slight regret. This was giant sun's will, even at its weakest moment, it was not something he could meddle with. In truth, even if he advanced into a GU Immortal, with just one GU Immortal's battle strength, the result would not be good. When the Central Continent GU Immortals attacked Imperial Court Blessed Land, they had altogether 11 GU Immortals, each of them an elite expert, but even then only 3 were able to return in triumph. However, the sacrifices were worth it as they received rich battle spoils. Truyong Building was a spiritual symbol of Northern Plains, and when it was suddenly destroyed, the whole of Northern Plains suffered heavy impact, their morale fell to the abyss and they were forced into retreat continually in battles. If not for the GU Immortal Ma Hongyun who repeatedly playing a vital role as a pillar during the most crucial times, Northern Plains would have already been annexed by Central Continent. As for the current Fang Yuan, he was safe for at least a period of time. What happened to Truyong Building just now? Could it be the influence of Tai Bai Yun Sheng advancing to a GU Immortal was too big and even 88 Truyong Building was affected? Imperial Court Blessed Land prohibits the entry of GU Immortals. Advancing to a GU Immortal here like Tai Bai Yun Sheng is an extremely rare event. Does this violate the arrangements made by old ancestor Giant Sun back then? Truyong Building's abnormal changes caused this crowd of people who did not know the truth to be bewildered and start making guesses. Truyong Building fell into a deathly stillness and did not show any movement for the moment. Soon, everyone's gazes were attracted towards Tai Bai Yun Sheng again. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was floating in between the sky and the ground, continually taking in heaven chi and earth chi, combining them with his own human chi. The balanced 3 chi were pouring into the space where his aperture had once been. An extremely mysterious transformation was happening to his body. Whether it was his physical body or soul, they were both being tempered by heaven and earth chi. The essence of his life itself was elevating to a higher level. There were 3 steps in advancing to a GU Immortal. The first was breaking the aperture, the second was taking in the chi. Tai Bai Yun Sheng had an intact GU Immortal inheritance and thus had a clear understanding of the key concerns in the process. So far, he was able to stabilize with no major hindrances. But, how could advancing to a GU Immortal only have these obstacles? Compared to the majestic heaven chi and the vast earth chi, human chi originated from only Tai Bai Yun Sheng himself. Thus, there were endless amounts of heaven chi and earth chi, but human chi was limited in quantity. The 3 chi needed to be in balance, there was no way to take in the surplus heaven chi and earth chi, so they were excluded and left to the side. As time passed, these heaven and earth chi accumulated in the sky and on the ground, gathering and condensing, the sheer quantity causing a qualitative change. Tai Bai Yun Sheng had too deep of an accumulation, he was able to draw in so much heaven and earth chi. Now the extra heaven and earth chi are condensing into calamity and tribulation. Yi Lui Sang's eyes flashed with burning light. The deeper the accumulation of the GU Master, the greater the difficulty in advancing to a GU Immortal. But if they succeeded, their potential future accomplishment would be that much higher. The risk and profits in this were directly proportional. He Lu Lan watched on tightly without saying a word, putting all his effort in observing and gaining reference. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, how did they form? The scene in front of them was displaying the whole process before everyone's eyes. Golden earth chi continued to become denser and the turbid chi condensed into shape, gradually forming a one-horned great tiger. And the green heaven chi condensed into countless giant green willow leaves. Every willow leaf was the size of a boat. The one-horned great tiger was as large as a hill, it raised its head while crouching down, taking a jumping posture. The green willow leaves swayed as they spread in the sky, ready to strike. This is the earthly calamity lofty tiger and the heavenly tribulation willow wind. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed with a sharp light. Tai Bai Yun Sheng stopped his crazed laughter, a grave expression filling his face. The crowd who were so far from all this could feel the endless power of the earthly calamity and the heavenly tribulation. Then what about Tai Bai Yun Sheng, who was at the center of this, the target of the earthly calamity and the heavenly tribulation? The spectating crowd was silent, the atmosphere turning heavy. Imperial Court Land Spirit, however, laughed loudly. the opportunity to break free from my captivity has appeared. Chapter 608, Giant Sun's Retaliation. Inside True Yong Building, the land spirit was using all of its strength to attack the seal on it. 3 soft explosive sounds could be heard consecutively, as 3 black chains binding it were broken. The green paste on it had thoroughly melted from its neck and even to the tips of its 2 wings, revealing the bright and lively feathers. Little sparrow, you dare. Giant Sun's will was bursting with fury. Giant Sun, despite being dead, you actually still imprisoned me for hundreds of thousands of years. Today, I will definitely break out of your damn cage. Frost Jade Peacock let out a shrill scream, similarly furious. Trapped for so many years, unable to even budge, the suffocation and indignance from being in captivity turned into the strength needed to break its seal. Giant Sun's will gave a deep shout, the sun-like will suddenly flared up, rushing in all directions like a majestic golden flood. 10,000 special will GU were already surrounding him in layers after layers. They were like a dam blocking the flood, which was Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's special will was completely restrained by the special will GU. The whole dam held tight without any cracks, but the situation only lasted for a few breaths of time. The special will GU had already been swallowing Giant Sun's special will to the limit and started to burst one by one. Several breaths later, the dam, formed by the special will GU trembled, broke down and shattered apart. Giant Sun's special will might have been subdued, but the size of it was extremely large, having originated from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Even after the wear and tear of over hundreds of thousands of years, this was still not something 10,000 special will GU could suppress. Restraint was relative. Water could extinguish fire, but if the fire was fierce enough, it could directly evaporate the water pouring on it. Giant Sun's will that was like a sun was extremely grand and large. Although there was a lot of consumption when he attacked special will GU, it was still able to destroy the 10,000 special will GU in the end. Without the besiegement of special will GU, Giant Sun's will was like a tied-up prisoner who had broken out of the shackles, and immediately tried to control True Yong Building. But the next moment, a full 50,000 special will GU rushed out and gathered again, forming a new encirclement. Central Continent's GU Immortals had researched very deeply and would never underestimate Giant Sun's will, thus they had made sufficient preparations. Special will GU was not an immortal GU, its quantity could be piled up. Giant Sun's will, who had just obtained freedom, was again sealed off, letting out a furious roar. He started attacking again, his momentum as vast as a rapidly flowing river, breaking apart the encirclement of special will GU. But soon, the third wave of special will GU surrounded it. The quantity was even more this time, reaching over 100,000. Central Continent's GU Immortals had spent thousands of years for this. Several great super forces had joined hands, making large purchases, refining GU non-stop, and spending an astronomical amount of GU refinement resources. They had paid such an astonishing price, and now they were all being used by Fang Yuan, displaying extraordinary effects. Being trapped once again, Giant Sun's will did not shout or roar. Giant Sun's will was the will of an immortal venerable and knew how to think. When he realized he had fallen into a scheme and the enemy side had made sufficient preparations, he became calm again. He began to think and soon discovered a flaw in the encirclement. Although Giant Sun's will was surrounded tightly in all directions by special will GU with no area neglected, this did not signify there was no flaw in this encirclement. These special will GU were refined by GU Immortals, and refined GU worms were unable to directly absorb the primeval essence from their surroundings, and there was no supply of primeval essence for them in here. Then, where did the primeval essence used to activate these special will GU come from? There were so many special will GU, and there could even be more. Their primeval essence requirement would be gigantic. Giant Sun's will slightly thought over it and realized, what these special will GU absorbed was not primeval essence but immortal essence. A bead of the lowest grade ranked 6 green grape immortal essence could convert to what was practically an almost unlimited amount of primeval essence. Immortal essence was the source of fuel for these special will GU. And these immortal essence were concealed very well. Clearly, there were other supporting GU worms coordinating with special will GU to form an enormous and hidden GU formation. So long as I break their connection with the immortal essence, these special will GU would not be of much threat. Giant Sun's will soon thought of this method. However, to break the connection between the special will GU and the immortal essence, he had to fully grasp this GU formation first. Just like How Central Continent GU Immortals sealed all the yellow apricot immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to suppress 88 True Young Building. Giant Suns will also had a similar idea. On the spot, Giant Suns will thought rapidly and soon found over 10 clues. Following these clues and making deductions, the vague structure of the GU formation began to gradually become clearer. The land spirit naturally would not sit and wait for its death. When it had sensed Giant Suns will being suppressed, it mustered all its strength to break the seals on it. Gruel mud had terrifying effectiveness against these seals. The green paste on its body was full of cracks and the edges were rapidly melting down. The black shackles on its wings once again consecutively collapsed and broke apart. The land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, gave a shrill cry. Its whole body shook intensely, shaking away most of the green paste on its two wings. Shortly afterwards it impatiently unfolded them. Cold aura permeated out from all over its spotlessly white body as it raised its head high, appearing noble and beautiful. But it had yet to completely unfold its large wings when they were tightly pulled in by the black chains. Its movement came to a sudden stop, the intense pain making it even more furious. Although there were only 3 chains left, they still tightly shackled its freedom. Break them! Frost Jade Peacock suddenly turned around its elegant neck, its sharp brows flickering with terrifying cold light. Damn it! Giant Suns will, who had been thinking intensely, could not help but stop his thoughts as he sensed this situation. If the land spirit broke his control, then 88 True Young Building could be thrown out from Imperial Court Blessed Land at any time. Without Imperial Court Blessed Land's protection, countless GU Immortals would start rushing over to loot True Young Building. At that time, it would be the case of an army of ants devouring an elephant. Even more yellow apricot immortal essence would not be able to stop the consumption from the dauntless advance of countless GU Immortals. But Giant Sun's will was powerless to stop the land spirit at this moment. He had been making several probing attacks while thinking at the same time, and although there were some results and he was able to recover some methods, they were still very limited and were not enough to suppress the situation. At this moment, outside the True Young Building, Lofty Tiger roared and jumped. The world trembled as the hill-sized Lofty Tiger jumped into the air. Its enormous and malevolent tiger claws slammed towards the insignificant insect like Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng gave a light shout as he dodged quickly. The tiger claws could not strike him, but the huge wind force from it was still able to make Tai Bai Yunsheng feel uncomfortable. At the same time, the willow winds in the sky fluttered down. These willow winds were as large as a canoe, and their descent was graceful, resembling falling leaves. But the movement that felt slow was actually fast, and the destructive power contained within them was terrifying. Tai Bai Yunsheng was bathed with blood, paying close attention to the movements of the willow winds. Previously, he had carelessly come into contact with 3 willow winds, but just that had already destroyed all the defensive GU on him. Right now, when he saw the willow winds falling down, he quickly evaded them. From the earth, the malevolent tiger pounced up, while from the sky, the willow winds fluttered down one after another. Tai Bai Yunsheng was already finding it difficult to continue after a while. He was in a sorry state and was facing the danger of losing his life. Sigh, it bodes ill for Tai Bai Yunsheng. His accumulation is very robust, but he has not made sufficient preparations to advance to GU Immortal. Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng, you can do it. Even Fang Yuan could not help but feel nervous at this scene. Is Tai Bai Yunsheng going to fail in advancing to a GU Immortal in this life? He suddenly had a thought and disregarding the backlash, forcibly activated Luck Inspection GU. But the luck on Tai Bai Yunsheng was still burning and raging like boiling water, and was still blooming. But the next moment, a quarter of this flaming luck had suddenly dissipated. What's going on? It was the first time Fang Yuan was seeing such a change in luck. And right at this time, a light pillar suddenly erupted from True Young Building. The light pillar that was as thick as an ancient tree, charged straight to the sky. The willow winds were pierced through by this light pillar, immediately crumbling apart and turning back into clear heaven chi, pure and warm. The light pillar swept through repeatedly, shattering most of the willow winds in the sky, before shooting towards the Lofty Tiger. The Lofty Tiger dodged while howling in grief, but the light pillar followed it like a shadow, impossible to avoid. The earthly calamity Lofty Tiger continued to decrease in size the more the light pillar touched it, till it vanished into thin air. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. 88 True Young Building has made a move. Old Ancestor protected Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng. Many people cheered, but there were also some who scoffed. Nonsense, Tai Bai Yunsheng does not have giant son's bloodline, why would old ancestor protect him? Could it be the workings of the rumored divert disaster Gu? Yi Lui Sang was endlessly shocked. He Lu Lan was even more excited. The luck path's divert disaster Gu can divert heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, greatly reducing their might, even directly obliterating them. If I can obtain this immortal Gu. Divert disaster Gu was one of the cornerstones of 88 Truyong building. It was also one of the limited methods Giant Sun's will could mobilize currently. Giant Sun's will's actions did not stop at this. He had forcibly extracted a trace of yellow apricot immortal essence by rampaging multiple times. After activating Divert Disaster Gu, Giant Sun's will mobilize the human chi immortal Gu in true inheritance secluded domain. Right under Fang Yuan's sight, Tai Bai Yunsheng's burning luck aura suddenly decreased by another quarter. Human chi immortal Gu was activated, which similarly let out a ray of white light. This white light, however, directly shone on Tai Bai Yunsheng. Human chi immortal Gu could increase the Gu master's human chi, raising their future potential after advancing to a Gu immortal. When Tai Bai Yunsheng obtained its help, the human chi on him instantly inflated by 10 times. With the increase in human chi, he naturally needed even more heaven chi and earth chi. However, heaven chi and earth chi were drawn out of imperial court blessed land. Tai Bai Yunsheng laughed heartily. Truyong Building's help had been out of his expectations, but he still quickly accepted it and absorbed large amounts of heaven chi and earth chi, merging the three elements into one, not only averting danger, his potential had also greatly increased, and his future prospects had turned much better. The land spirit Frost Jade Peacock gave a shrill, furious cry. Heaven chi and earth chi were extracted in large amounts, causing an intense feeling of weakness to fill its body. Little sparrow, you are still too green. Giant Sun's will snorted. He had used all the immortal essence he was able to extract on the most crucial area, acquiring the greatest results, greatly relieving the dangerous situation. Giant Sun's will was after all a will that originated from an immortal venerable, its wisdom was extremely high. The situation had turned around quickly now and it was advantageous to Giant Sun's will. The weakening of the land spirit gave Giant Sun's will plenty of time to grasp the Gu formation of the special will Gu surrounding him. Once Giant Sun's will breaks apart this encirclement, he would regain control of the situation, and it would be extremely easy for him to undo the seal on the immortal essence then. As long as the seal on the immortal essence was broken, 88 Truyong Building would be able to display the supreme might of a rank 8 Gu house in all its glory. This is bad. I still underestimated an immortal venerable's will. I have less than half the expected time left. Fang Yuan was able to understand the situation in Truyong Building through the glass owner token. His heart sank. Now, I can only put my hopes in Tai Bai Yunsheng. Hopefully, he can quickly become a Gu immortal and refine landscape as before Gu. Chapter 609, Better to Die Than Not Be Free. At the center of the scene, the three chi were fusing. With the help of Giant Sun's will, the thick chi flows had almost formed a cocoon around Tai Bai Yunsheng. All his injuries were long gone without any trace, his body, soul and consciousness were all being refined to a higher level. He looked back on his life, the scenes of the past quickly flashing through his mind. The mysteries of the great Tao circulated in his mind, inspirations came to him without pause, he was obtaining perfect solutions for the difficult problems in cultivation that had restrained him in the past. At this moment, heaven and earth were like selfless teachers, imparting all their knowledge to Tai Bai Yunsheng. However, the mysteries of heaven and earth were too vast and profound. The more Tai Bai Yunsheng knew, the more he realized his minuteness. He had no choice but to focus on his time path, refining and developing his knowledge. His understanding towards time path reached the peak of his lifetime. Inspiration from nature. Man is the spirit of all living beings, Gu is the essence of heaven and earth. Gu masters used Gu, refined Gu and raised Gu. This was actually an unending process of learning, exploring and studying the world. In the process of advancing to a Gu immortal, a Gu master need not use Gu worms to indirectly understand the world, instead it was a direct interaction with heaven and earth. This was probably the only chance in one's whole life before becoming a Gu immortal to have such a precious opportunity. Rank 5 peak stage was the finishing line of mortal Gu masters. But rank 6 Gu immortals were beyond mortal. Becoming a Gu immortal was only a new starting point. At this crucial starting point, every GU Immortal's future achievements would be different depending on the potential they accumulated. Such a beautiful experience, but my human chi is not sufficient. Tai Bai Yunsheng wished to continue immersing himself in this feeling but could not do so, a regretful expression appearing on his face. His human chi was already nearly exhausted, and this was after obtaining the help of human chi immortal GU, otherwise the time would have been even shorter. The chi cocoon dispersed and Tai Bai Yunsheng's silhouette was revealed again. The three chi had merged and shrunk down to a mass of tricolored primordial chi, condensed into where Tai Bai Yunsheng's aperture had originally been. This step signified the completion of the second step in advancing to a GU Immortal, receiving chi. Next was the final step of becoming a GU Immortal, releasing GU. Tai Bai Yunsheng was being extremely serious, as he took out river as before, mountain as before and man as before GU. These three GU were his core GU worms and he was exceedingly familiar with them. Moreover, man as before GU was even his vital GU. Finally, the most crucial moment, Tai Bai Yunsheng first sent his vital GU to the mass of tricolored primordial chi in his body. All of a sudden, a mystical sound like that of thunderstorm echoed in Tai Bai Yunsheng's ears, causing his whole body to intensely shake. The tricolored mass of chi was originally merged together and constantly flowing in circulation. But after man as before intruded in, it was like it had ignited an explosive. The primordial chi mass immediately exploded loudly. There can be no creation without destruction. In death there is new life. This moment was when a mortal could ascend to a GU Immortal. The explosive sound was truly mystical, exploding out the marvels of life, exploding out a whole new world. The mortal aperture was broken, an immortal aperture was being formed. The immortal aperture was like a small world, the sky was azure like crystals and the ground was a desolate wilderness filled with yellow stones. It was like a newborn baby and intensely demanded nourishment, erupting at the outside world with an extremely strong force of suction and absorption. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, heaven chi and earth chi madly poured into Tai Bai Yunsheng, flowing non-stop into the immortal aperture. In the immortal aperture, the ground quickly expanded, 2/3 of 1,000 square kilometers, 4/3 of 1,000, 2,000 square kilometers. And time flow also rose from the 1-to-1 ratio to 1-to-10, 1-to-20. The immortal aperture was gradually starting to become unstable from the mad flow of chi. Tai Bai Yunsheng then sent in river as before and mountain as before, stabilizing the situation. The immortal aperture was expanding continually, and a tributary of the river of time flowed in the darkness, causing the time flow to increase steadily. Time passed, Tai Bai Yunsheng kept on placing GU worms to maintain the stability of the immortal aperture. 3 1/3 thousand square kilometers, 4,000, 4 2/3 of 1,000. 1-to-30, 1-to-31, 1-to-32, 1-to-33. The immortal aperture had reached its extreme at this point, as if it had drunk and eaten to its fill, abruptly stopping its growth. But the clear heaven chi was still pouring in from the sky, and golden earth chi was still surging up from the ground. At this moment, the immortal aperture absorbed heaven chi and earth chi much slower than before. At first, it was drinking in big gulps, while now it was taking slow sips. Heaven and earth chi converged into the immortal aperture, green and golden mists and clouds filled the whole immortal aperture. The dense chi flow was brewing beads of immortal essence within. They were precisely the green grape immortal essence of a ranked 6 GU immortal, 36 of them in total. The tribulation clouds in the sky and the calamity dust in the ground began to gradually dissipate. The mist-like heaven chi and earth chi in the immortal aperture, however, had yet to dissipate. They condensed around man as before, river as before, mountain as before and other GU worms, causing a dense chi cocoon to form over these GU worms. The two chi mixed, heaven and earth interacted. Within the chi cocoons, each GU worm was beginning to ferment mysterious changes. It is time. A GU recipe flashed in Tai Bai Yunsheng's mind. This GU recipe was only a theoretical GU recipe of an immortal GU, it was from the old beggar's GU immortal inheritance. Tai Bai Yunsheng could not guarantee whether this theoretical GU recipe could succeed. But he no longer had another option. His lifespan was near its end, about to exhaust completely. After advancing to a GU immortal, his senses reached a whole new level, especially the sense regarding time had heightened the most, it was precise to within a single breath. This novel sensation did not put him in a cheerful mood for long before he fell into silence, feeling oppressed and even afraid. Because he could sense that the time he had was truly not much, just like a small puddle under strong sunshine, with his lifespan being the thin layer of water left in the puddle. He had planned to get lifespan GU, but it failed because of Fang Yuan's secret manipulations. The bloody road he had experienced in reaching the Great Hall even became a knot in his heart. Now, his only hope was in man as before GU. According to what the theoretical GU recipe showed, when man as before GU was advanced to rank 6, it could be used on oneself. Refine. Tai Bai Yun Sheng gave a soft shout, countless thoughts emerging in his mind. These thoughts formed the theoretical GU recipe, which directly poured into the immortal aperture and then into the thick cocoon covering the man as before GU. These heaven and earth chi were the source of all living beings. As the two interacted, they evolved into all things in heaven and earth. These two chi were the origin of all living beings and could replace any GU refinement materials. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's thoughts were like keys that directed the heaven and earth chi in the proper direction. The thoughts entered the cocoon and immediately brought upon a violent change. Although it could not be compared to the explosion of the 3 chi in the first step of releasing GU, its effect was not small either. The chi cocoon erupted with devouring force, swallowing the remaining heaven and earth chi in the immortal aperture without pause. The chi flow surged non-stop, forming a screaming gale. Man as before GU turned into the eye of the storm, large amounts of heaven and earth chi poured into it, turning into GU refinement resources. This is it. Tai Bai Yun Sheng mumbled softly in the air, his tone carried gratification and also expectation. After so much effort and risk, he was now finally seeing the hope of success. Although the process had been filled with inconceivable events. If True Yong Building had not made a move, Tai Bai Yun Sheng was sure to fall in the second step. As he thought of this, he glanced at the True Yong Building. He was not of Giant Sun's bloodline, but True Yong Building had actually helped him, this was a fact. Did Giant Sun's will wake up? Tai Bai Yun Sheng inwardly guessed. He had a GU immortal inheritance, his experience and knowledge were not lacking compared to people like He Lu Lan and Yi Lui Sang. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable prohibits the entry of GU immortals. I have already violated this taboo by advancing into a GU immortal here. So, why would Giant Sun's will still help me? Tai Bai Yun Sheng was puzzled. Even with his plentiful experience, he could not anticipate the things occurring in the True Yong Building. Within the True Yong Building, Frost Jade Peacock gave shrill cries, the green paste on its body kept on shaking and bouncing, the iron chains also shook, producing clanking sounds when they collided with each other. The powers sealing it were melting down from the corrosion of gruel mud. But Frost Jade Peacock showed no signs of joy, instead it was filled with fear and anxiety. Giant Sun's will, however, laughed brightly, "Little Sparrow, your struggle is of no use." Through Tai Bai Yun Sheng, Giant Sun's will was able to exploit some methods to ingeniously strike the Imperial Court land spirit, weakening its strength at its foundation. Despite the powers binding Frost Jade Peacock weakening constantly, Giant Sun's will had already bought some time. He had already seen through most of the special will GU formation that had besieged him. How could an immortal venerable's arrangement be so simple? As long as Giant Sun's will was completely free, he naturally had large numbers of methods to choose from, like metal path, water path, fire path and so on, to seal the land spirit again. I have slept for too long, but it doesn't matter. I will first put this disobedient land spirit in its place, then I shall completely eliminate the minute loopholes in True Yong Building. At that time, 88 True Yong Building will once again be like an iron bucket, standing tall for hundreds of thousands of years longer. Giant Sun's will's tone was deep and profound. I won't let you have your way even if I die. After hearing, standing tall for hundreds of thousands of years, all the hairs on Frost Jade Peacock stood on their ends. A land spirit was formed from an obsession, and the matter of recognizing the master was not a flexible one. Frost Jade Peacock was distinct in this even from other land spirits, it was incomparably proud and would not yield even a little. But Frost Jade Peacock did not struggle anymore, instead it strangely laid down dispiritedly. However, its gaze was still sharp as a knife, filled with hatred completely. Giant Sun's will was stupefied before suddenly realizing something as he shouted in rage, "Little Sparrow, you dare to do this?" Outside the True Yong Building, the tribulation clouds and calamity dust are gradually dispersing. Has Lord Tai Bai Yun Sheng succeeded in advancing to a GU Immortal? Those who did not know the truth felt excited at this sight. I had never expected Tai Bai Yun Sheng to actually reach the third step. Looking at his appearance, the immortal aperture has already formed. I wonder what grade of blessed land he has formed. Yi Lui Sang mumbled. In advancing to a GU Immortal, after passing the second step, the GU Master could form an Immortal Aperture. Immortal Apertures of Rank 6 and Rank 7 GU Immortals were Blessed Lands, Rank 8 and Rank 9 GU Immortal Apertures were Grotto Heavens. Blessed Lands are divided into 3 grades, corresponding to large, medium, and small in size. The more heaven, earth and human chi are fused, the higher the grade of the Blessed Land. Small Blessed Lands have an area of up to 2,000 square kilometers. They can draw in a small tributary of the River of Time, and form over 10 beads of immortal essence. There are few resources. Medium-grade Blessed Lands can range from 2 2/3 to 4,000 square kilometers. They can draw in a slightly bigger tributary of the River of Time, and form over 20 beads of immortal essence. They have plentiful resources. High-grade Blessed Lands can range from 4 2/3 to 6,000 square kilometers, and draw in a large tributary of the River of Time. The quantity of immortal essence formed surpasses 30, and there will be plenty of heaven and earth chi remaining which can mutually interact and refine immortal GU into an immortal GU. He Lu Lan's gaze was fixed directly ahead, the relevant information flashing in his mind. His brows slightly furrowed. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was able to pass the second step with True Yong Building's help, reaching the third step. And now, it looked like there was a great chance for him to succeed in becoming a GU Immortal. If Tai Bai Yun Sheng becomes a GU Immortal, then what stance should I take? How should I treat him? He Lu Lan pondered over this issue. If nothing unexpected happens, Tai Bai Yun Sheng will no doubt obtain a high-grade Blessed Land. However, refining an immortal GU carries risk, forming calamities and tribulations in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's gaze continuously flickered. For a mortal to advance to a GU Immortal, there naturally were special risks. GU Masters were like this. It applied to GU worms too. Humans took in heaven and earth chi, fusing with human chi. The fusion of the 3 chi would lead to heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. GU worms took in heaven and earth chi, and also would induce calamities and tribulations. It was hard for outsiders to interfere in the calamities and tribulations within one's own blessed land. True Yong Building could influence Tai Bai Yun Sheng, but it could not influence the blessed land, the immortal aperture in his body. In other words, Tai Bai Yun Sheng could only rely on himself. Fang Yuan suddenly looked at the sky. Regarding the sky of Imperial Court blessed land, in daytime, golden light glittered, while at night, warm silver radiance shone down. But right now, pitch black scars appeared in the golden sky from which specks of starlight shone down. This was the night sky of the outside world of northern plains. The whole of Imperial Court blessed land began to tremble. Everyone started crying out in surprise and shock. The tribulation clouds and calamity dust which had almost dissipated condensed again. Large amounts of heaven and earth chi poured into Tai Bai Yun Sheng's body non-stop, directly entering his immortal aperture like moths to a fire. What's going on? He Lu Lan was dumbstruck. What the hell happened? Yi Lui Sang held his head, shouting involuntarily. Too much heaven and earth chi were absorbed from Imperial Court blessed land, its foundation was injured, thus it is revealing the outside world, in linking up with northern plains. Fang Yuan's mind shook, his gaze moved from Tai Bai Yun Sheng to 88 True Yong Building. He had guessed the truth. Frost Jade Peacock was actually so proud, it would rather die than be suppressed by giant suns will any longer. It lived up to its words. Chapter 610, The Key to Victory and Loss. When a GU Master advances to an immortal, their aperture will transform into an immortal aperture. The immortal aperture is a qualitative evolution of the aperture, it is like the creation of a whole new small world. Rank 6 and 7 GU immortal apertures were known as blessed lands. Rank 8 and 9 GU immortal apertures were called grotto heavens. If a GU immortal's lingering obsession was left behind when they died, it would combine with the heavenly power inside the immortal aperture and become the land spirit. Every immortal aperture is unique, it is a part of the GU immortal's body. In some ways, even if a GU immortal dies, the land spirit and immortal aperture that they leave behind could still be considered a strange form of life extension for them. Precisely because the land spirit is formed from obsession, it is rigid and not flexible. In history, there were many such cases. For example, if a GU immortal forcefully takes down a blessed land, but did not meet the requirements to become the owner, the land spirit would reject them. In the end, the land spirit may directly self-detonate, causing the GU immortal's efforts to be for nothing. Giant Sun's will forcefully sealed Imperial Court blessed lands Frost Jade Peacock. This had accumulated hundreds of thousands of years of anger in the latter. Now that he wanted to continue sealing it, Frost Jade Peacock's resolute heart was finally ignited. Lord Tai Bai Yun Sheng's immortal ascension caused a loophole to form in the Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land is currently being exposed to the outside world. This is unbelievable. This has never happened in the past. This is bad. I have a very bad feeling. Do you think the Blessed Land is going to be destroyed? In the Blessed Land, everyone was shouting in fear, they were panicking and their doubts were spreading. In the sky, countless cracks were formed. The sky of the Blessed Land, which was silver and gold, had lots of cracks now. From these cracks, one could see the starry sky of northern plains. Fang Yuan's gaze was still calm as ever. Imperial Court Blessed Land would not self-destruct so easily. He muttered in his heart. Regarding this he was extremely confident. In history, there were many cases of the land spirits suiciding, destroying the Blessed Land along with them, but that was not going to happen here. This was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement. How could it be broken so easily? This was the hard work of a rank 9 GU Immortal. This setup covered the entire region of Northern Plains. 88 True Yong building was the biggest obstacle. If this was in the past, how could the land spirit cause such trouble? Except that now, Giant Sun's will had just awakened, he was caught off guard and had to waste time to resolve this mess. Meanwhile, the seal that imprisoned the land spirit had weakened drastically because of my Gruel Mud Immortal GU. This allowed the land spirit to struggle so violently. In his analysis, Fang Yuan could not help but internally praise Giant Sun's resolution and methods. He had used the chess piece Tai Bai Yun Sheng, and with his limited methods, he managed to fight for precious time and allow the scales of victory to tilt towards himself. However, even though the land spirit cannot self-destruct, it could still do the most basic thing like absorbing its own heaven and earth qi. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan directed his gaze towards Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Above Tai Bai Yun Sheng's head, the scattered tribulation cloud formed once again, and the calamity dust on the ground also started spreading. Large amounts of heaven qi and earth qi gushed out. They were about to form a new heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. What is going on? Why are there still heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities? Wasn't it over already? Seeing this, Yi Lui Sang's eyes were wide open in shock. This is different from what is in the records. There is something strange going on with Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Why are there two heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities in a row? He Lu Lan was very confused as well. Even they had no idea, not to mention the others. Looking at the imposing heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity forming once again, many people were lost for words as they felt very worried regarding Tai Bai Yun Sheng's situation. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's expression was ashen. Why is there still a heavenly tribulation forming? My inheritance did not state that this would happen. He was shocked and furious. Because not just on the outside, at the same time, the immortal aperture inside his body was also forming another heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. When a mortal GU becomes an immortal GU, it is like a GU master becoming an immortal. It is a dangerous process to make a qualitative change that defied heaven. When GU worms were refined into immortal GU, they would need to involve heaven and earth qi. This way, the corresponding heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities would form. Being faced with trouble both internally and externally, Tai Bai Yun Sheng could neither advance nor retreat. He could not attend to one problem while neglecting the other. His situation was very worrying. Fang Yuan used the Gruel Mud Immortal GU to awaken the land spirit. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's immortal ascension became a crucial chess piece. In the fight between the land spirit and Giant Sun's will, this immortal ascension had already gone out of his control. Other than Fang Yuan, everyone else was kept in the dark. They were unaware of the truth. Only Fang Yuan knew the land spirit's intention. In a race against time, the land spirit could not compete with Giant Sun's will, thus it placed its attention on Tai Bai Yun Sheng. The heaven qi and earth qi were extracted by sacrificing the land spirit's own foundation. Its intention was to form the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity that would destroy Tai Bai Yun Sheng. What benefits would the land spirit gain from killing him? This would involve the devouring of the immortal aperture. Mortal apertures were not easy to devour and combine, but after ascending to immortal, the immortal aperture was a small world. Between worlds, they could be devoured and assimilated. There were great benefits to GU immortals. On TNT Mountain back then, Fang Yuan discarded a portion of Hu Immortal Blessed Land's territory, which were quickly taken by the other GU immortals. Swallowing other immortal apertures and strengthening one's own immortal aperture, there was much to gain from this. If the land spirit destroyed Tai Bai Yunsheng, after he dies, his immortal aperture would remain. It would then be absorbed and assimilated by imperial court-blessed land. After devouring the aperture, the blessed land's foundation would rise, and the land spirit would become much stronger. This would be a great help for it to break through giant sun's seal. In the sky, dark clouds were rumbling as lightning and thunder resounded. Countless purple lightning bolts formed into balls of lightning. On the ground, the calamity dust settled down, exposing the bare earth. A crack formed on the ground. It was hundreds of meters wide, exposing red-hot flames from within. It resembled a desolate beast opening its bloodthirsty mouth. The flames rose up, forming many traces of restraining smoke as they gushed up. Chaotic lightning balls, restraining smoke. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. The chaotic lightning balls not only had great power, they could even ruin the GU Master's mind and will, inducing a chaotic effect. Restraining smoke could seal away the environment. As long as the GU Master was trapped within, they would lose their 5 senses, like falling into a maze or an abyss. They would not be able to get free. Chaotic lightning balls were not fast, but together with the suppression from restraining smoke, they were perfect partners and could unleash the greatest effect. Fang Yuan could not help but feel some worry. Tai Bai Yunsheng's failure was not what Fang Yuan wanted to see. Holding the glass owner token in his hand, Fang Yuan tightened his grasp as his gaze turned dark. Still too weak, too weak. With my current strength, I am very heavily affected by circumstances. Howl, howl, howl. The chaotic lightning balls flew through the air, emitting a strange and shrill noise. They sounded like a woman screaming and crying at the same time. It was very painful to the ears. At the same time, the restraining smoke was rumbling, surging towards Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression turned pale. The chaotic lightning balls changed their directions randomly. Sometimes they traveled right, sometimes left. It was hard to dodge them. Furthermore, there were traces of restraining smoke around him, like he was in the middle of an ancient forest. If I come into contact with the restraining smoke, I'll be finished. Oh no, the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity in my immortal aperture is also forming. Moreover, I have already lost my defensive GU. Tai Bai Yunsheng gritted his teeth. His gaze was shining with resolution. Risk it. His body gave off a shining light. Using several movement GU, his body flew into the air. The intense wind blew this old man's hair towards the back, showing an unrestrained demeanor. Shocked screams could be heard coming from the crowd. Tai Bai Yunsheng charged towards the tribulation cloud. Above him, there were countless chaotic lightning balls. Looking from afar, he was like a moth flying towards a fire. Is Tai Bai Yunsheng seeking death? Yi Lui Sang frowned deeply. Good. He Lu Lan, however, gave high praise. Fang Yuan's eyes also shone. Restraining smoke might seem harmless without any attack power and could only trap enemies, but it held much greater threat than the chaotic lightning balls. Tai Bai Yunsheng understood the situation and made the best decision. Only to see that after he charged into the thunder cloud, countless lightning balls shot down like fish swimming in water. The lightning balls continued to explode, but it did not affect Tai Bai Yunsheng at all. He flew left and right, trying to find a survival chance in the barrage of attacks. His movement speed was fast at times and slow at others. He had great control over the situation. Amazing. What level of flying attainment is this? To think that Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng is actually a flying master. He hid himself too deeply. I only found out now. Everyone was overjoyed to find out that Tai Bai Yunsheng was a flying master. To think that Tai Bai Yunsheng was skilled at using cloud path GU worms. Yi Lui Sang praised. He was not very surprised at the display of flying. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a healing GU master. These years when he roamed northern plains, he had encountered many dangers. He had to have a secret ability in order to survive till now. In truth, most healing GU masters were either skilled in defense or movement. When these GU masters were nurtured, they were specially trained in this manner. That was because in the battlefield, healing GU masters were usually the first to be targeted. Many times they could not receive protection from their teammates. Thus, healing GU masters needed to have certain ways to protect themselves. As the number one healing GU master in northern plains, Tai Bai Yunsheng is not skilled in defense. With his age, it is no wonder he has such flying attainment. He Lu Lan thought about this and turned his head, looking at the sky far away. There, Fang Yuan seated on the Azure Wolf King's back, observing Tai Bai Yunsheng closely. Compared to Tai Bai Yunsheng, Chong Shan Yin, who was also a flying master, was much younger. Little sparrow, you are really enjoying yourself. In True Yong Building, giant suns will laugh instead of raging. 88 True Yong Building was shaking intensely, the aurora was wavering in the sky as a huge pillar of light shot out. Immortal GU, divert disaster. The light of divert disaster shone around Tai Bai Yunsheng, piercing through the lightning balls and restraining smoke. Old Ancestor is really blessing Tai Bai Yunsheng, he struck once again. Amidst the shocked screams, there were jealous and envious people too. This is too weird, Tai Bai Yunsheng is not part of Giant Sun's bloodline, to think he could receive such blessings as well. Someone was suspicious. As expected, he struck. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Tai Bai Yunsheng had already become a crucial factor in the contest between the Land Spirit and Giant Sun's will. The Land Spirit wanted to harm him, while Giant Sun's will wanted to protect him. Chapter 611, Landscape as Before. Luck Inspection GU. Fang Yuan's heart moved, quickly sending his primeval essence into the GU. The next moment, his vision changed. Luck Inspection GU, a rank 5 luck. Path Investigative GU, it could allow him to see luck despite its formlessness. Looking at Tai Bai Yunsheng's luck now, his previous fiery red luck that was originally burning with a glowing red glow had shrunken by a bit. Earlier, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's will was helping him, thus his luck was being expended. Now that he helped once more, Tai Bai Yunsheng has only a third of his initial luck left. Fang Yuan evaluated. Looking at his own luck, it was still the black coffin luck, as rich and dense as ink, and even larger than before. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, but quickly snickered to himself, looking at the people in the Blessed Land. The people who were watching Tai Bai Yunsheng ascend to Immortal Realm had changes to their luck as well. The overwhelming majority of the GU Masters had unwittingly developed a small layer of black coffin luck. Except for He Lu Lan, he still had his unchanged profuse azure luck. Looking around, Fang Yuan felt his eyes hurting, he quickly stopped using the luck inspection GU. When a GU Master ascends, there would be endless heaven and earth chi, using GU worms in such an environment would cause a backlash. If he forcefully continued to use them, both he and his GU worms would suffer injuries, or even face death. As his vision returned to normal, Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng again. He was swimming in the thunderstorm, flying through the crevices of the clouds, showing off his master-level flying attainment. His body had no more defensive GU, he was relying on his movement to evade the chaotic lightning balls. It was like walking on a tightrope, he was in great danger. In order to avoid the earthly calamity of restraining smoke, he charged into the thunder clouds. This was a wise decision when weighing the two difficulties, but it was also a helpless choice. If not for the fact that I have green grape immortal essence, and can dilute it to form endless primeval essence, such an insane flying speed would have drained my aperture dry long ago. Tai Bai Yunsheng was breathing roughly, his hair was in a mess and his body was feeling weak, the situation was getting more dangerous. Suddenly, a chaotic lightning ball changed directions and charged towards him. Tai Bai Yunsheng wanted to evade it, but it was too late, he could only stare indignantly with a furious gaze. In the moment of crisis, a white light pillar shot over, directly hitting this chaotic lightning ball. The lightning ball quickly melted from the ray of light, turning into pure heaven chi. Divert Disaster GU, 88 True Yong Building's help came once again, saving Tai Bai Yunsheng. So close, even though I became a GU Immortal, I do not have any defenses on me. If I was hit by the chaotic lightning ball, I'd be heavily injured, the consequences are unthinkable. Tai Bai Yunsheng swallowed his saliva, feeling some lingering fear. After becoming a GU Immortal, the foundation of his life had been elevated. If he was still immortal, a chaotic lightning ball could easily kill him. GU Immortals, however, were tougher. Even without any defensive GU, they could endure over a dozen lightning balls without any problems. But the thing was, these lightning balls had special effects. After being hit, they would cause Tai Bai Yunsheng's thoughts to be chaotic. Once his mind is in chaos, he would not be able to think properly. At this crucial moment, as long as Tai Bai Yunsheng stops in the air for a moment, he would be attacked by countless lightning balls at once. If he was hit by these lightning balls consecutively, Tai Bai Yunsheng would have no chance to gather his thoughts, he would just be drowned under the endless lightning balls. Quickly look, 88 True Yong Building saved Tai Bai Yunsheng once again. That's right, This has already happened at least 10 times. With True Yong Building's help, it seems Tai Bai Yun Sheng's tribulation will succeed without fail. Outside, everyone saw this with amazed and envious expressions. Such intensive assistance, will it really work? He Lu Lan's eyes were shining brilliantly, he saw the situation with a different perspective. In such an environment, when heaven and earth chi were rampaging, usage of any GU worm would create a huge backlash. Divert Disaster GU was no exception. In the history of GU masters, there were many instances of GU immortals helping out during the tribulation, and eventually the backlash destroying their immortal GU. Except that most people were ignorant and did not know such secrets. Divert Disaster GU is one of the foundational pieces of 88 True Yong Building. It is used for Imperial Court Blessed Land to divert away disasters. Without it, Imperial Court Blessed Land would face terrifying earthly calamities and heavenly tributations. Giant Sons would not sacrifice such a precious GU for Tai Bai Yun Sheng. That means the reinforcement of Giant Sons is limited. What happens now is most crucial. It will depend on Tai Bai Yun Sheng, whether he can quickly survive the calamity and tribulation in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan was expressionless as he sat on the Azure Wolf King's back, watching with growing tension. After all, landscape as before GU was one of his main goals in coming to Northern Plains. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's speed started to slow down. He was facing troubles both in his aperture and outside of it. The land spirit was causing him harm, while the calamity and tribulation was forming in his own immortal aperture due to his mortal Gu's ascension. This internal threat especially, it was taking away much of his attention, thus his reactions toward the outside world were getting slower. Suddenly, his body shook, completely stopping his movements. Immediately after, countless chaotic lightning balls flew towards him. Divert Disaster Light Pillar was shining brilliantly, it burst out and surrounded Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Now is the most crucial time. Fang Yuan, He Lu Lan, Yi Lui Sang and others could see clearly that this was it, their eyes were shining. At this moment, in Tai Bai Yun Sheng's immortal aperture, bright light exploded, engulfing the entire small world. The aura of the immortal GU was spewing out like a fountain. In that bright light, an immortal GU was rising up slowly. It looked like a ladybug, it was fist-sized and had a jade body. On its round back, there were natural markings, half was of rivers and seas, while the other half was of valleys and mountains. So this immortal GU was created by combining river as before and mountain as before. It seems the effect is also the product of river as before and mountain as before, but elevated. Tai Bai Yun Sheng analyzed. This was refined during the resonance of heaven and earth, it was not refined by him personally, thus, he was still unclear towards the effect of landscape as before. After looking at it for a few breaths' time, Tai Bai Yun Sheng placed his attention on the most central area of the Blessed Land. Immortal GU landscape as before, it was not part of his goal, only an additional surprise. Now at the center of the Blessed Land, man as before GU had turned into a huge cocoon, but cracks were starting to develop on it. Dazzling rainbow light was leaking from the cracks, breaking the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. As the thick cocoon vanished, a colorful butterfly fluttered into the sky. Wherever it went, rainbow light rained down, trailing behind the butterfly's path as a curvy rainbow was formed behind it. Success, immortal GU man as before. Ahahaha. Seeing this, Tai Bai Yun Sheng was extremely happy, he laughed maniacally. So many years of accumulation, so many years of anticipation and worry, so many times he had fallen into grave danger, but at this moment, he obtained a perfect result. But his internal threat still remained. In the immortal aperture, the azure tribulation cloud was rumbling, forming a huge green-scaled snake. The snake had a silver horn on its head, and its body was hundreds of meters long. The snake tail had turned into chi, fusing with the tribulation cloud. As for the ground, it started shaking, making loud sounds that resembled thunder, causing pain to the eardrums. The newly formed earth burst out with cracks, as lava spewed out of it, the smoke was thick as trees as the surroundings withered. Heavenly tribulation, silver horn green scale python, earthly calamity, molten earth. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's heart shook, facing both the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity alone at the same time, he felt an immense pressure. He placed his hopes on the immortal GU landscape as before. Come, he willed, as a bead of green grape immortal essence flew out, fusing into the landscape as before GU. The ladybug-like landscape as before GU immediately flapped its wings, flying away like a flash of lightning. Everywhere it went, In the surroundings, the land returned to spring as the landscape was restored to normal, back to the moment before the earthly calamity struck. Good Gu, good Gu. Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart settled. With landscape as before Immortal Gu, he had no fear towards the earthly calamity. Hiss. The silver horn green scale python opened its mouth, making a shrill sound. It shot out abruptly, its huge body bringing along a draft of wind, as it pounced on the landscape as before Immortal Gu. Tai Bai Yunsheng was nervous. Although Immortal Gu had huge capabilities, those which were not defensive Gu were usually fragile. Landscape as before Gu was the same. If it was destroyed by the silver horn green scale python, Tai Bai Yunsheng's situation would turn bad. Thankfully, landscape as before Gu was born from his aperture during the resonance of heaven and earth. He could control it like moving his limbs. Tai Bai Yunsheng had deep foundations accumulated in his life. He quickly mobilized landscape as before Immortal Gu and escaped. The silver horn green scale python behind him had attacked dozens of times. It destroyed mountains and rivers, the earth was pierced and rocks were sent flying, as savage winds ravaged the land. Oh no, at this rate, Tai Bai Yunsheng was concentrating intensely. After a few breaths' time, sweat started forming on his forehead. His eyes were shut tight, his body was still floating in the air, as the chaotic lightning balls crashed towards him. But thankfully, due to the divert disaster Immortal Gu's light pillar, his body was protected. Tai Bai Yunsheng was unable to care about the outside world since long ago, but he had not forgotten his external threat. This terrible situation forced him to cut his losses decisively. 88 True Yong Building's reinforcement is limited, it might stop anytime. I can only do this, with man as before Immortal Gu in my possession. As long as I have time, there is hope. Cut it off. Tai Bai Yunsheng shouted in his heart. Abandoning the territories to protect his headquarters, he gave up a portion of his immortal aperture. The sky began to cut apart. The blessed land was the foundation and base of a Gu immortal. Cutting off the blessed land was like self-mutilation, it reduced their own strength and potential. But Tai Bai Yunsheng had no other choice. Just like how Fang Yuan survived the earthly calamity back in Hu immortal blessed land, in order to get rid of the blue charm lightning shadow, he discarded a portion of the blessed land. Tai Bai Yunsheng also had to make such a sacrifice. The blessed land's sky was shaved off layer by layer. Along with the thick tribulation clouds, they were all sent out of his body. Outside his body, it was Imperial Court blessed land. Frost Jade Peacock joyfully chirped as it devoured these blessed land fragments, to increase its own strength. Giant Sun's Will shouted in anger. He was trying to protect Tai Bai Yunsheng's life, but the latter was now fueling his enemy's strength. Giant Sun's Will had to protect him, because if Tai Bai Yunsheng died, his entire immortal aperture would be devoured by Imperial Court blessed land. Most importantly, divert disaster Immortal Gu was already full of cracks. If he reinforced Tai Bai Yunsheng anymore, the Gu might get destroyed from the backlash. Divert disaster Immortal Gu was one of the foundation pieces of 88 True Yong Building, it could not be lost. But if Tai Bai Yunsheng died, it was similarly disadvantageous for Giant Sun's Will. At once, Giant Sun's Will fell into a difficult predicament. Chapter 612, Hoodwinking the Land Spirit. The sky in the immortal aperture started to peel off layer by layer, the dense tribulation clouds thinned out along with it. The devastating silver horn green scale python's body decreased to 1/10 of its original size, its might extremely weakened. The situation was taking a turn for the better for Tai Bai Yunsheng. Success is at hand. Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes were filled with tears when he opened them. The situation in the immortal aperture was already stabilizing, and he had the room to pay some attention to the external crisis. The light of divert disaster was covering him, preventing the calamity and tribulation from touching him. Tai Bai Yunsheng felt gratitude from the depths of his heart. This is all thanks to 88 True Yong Building helping me, otherwise I would find it difficult to even have a hope of succeeding. The light of divert disaster suddenly dissipated. Tai Bai Yunsheng was caught off guard and was bombarded by the chaotic lightning balls, his mind immediately turning chaotic. He flew around in disorder, knocking into large numbers of chaotic lightning balls as he was unable to act for himself with not even a trace of reason left. Everyone was shocked, but before they could express it, 88 True Yong Building burst out with an absolutely powerful absorption force again, directly capturing the hysterical Tai Bai Yunsheng. Giant Sun's Will could not sacrifice divert disaster Gu and also could not let Tai Bai Yunsheng die. The best method was, of course, to throw Tai Bai Yunsheng out of the blessed land. Unfortunately, only Frost Jade Peacock could do that in this situation. Helplessly, Giant Sun's Will could only use this inferior method. This was indeed an inferior solution. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the tribulation clouds and calamity dust surged explosively, shrouding 88 True Yong building. Countless chaotic lightning balls crashed down like a violent storm, while restraining smoke coiled around the tower like an immemorial giant python, continually seeping inside. 88 True Yong building had brought in Tai Bai Yunsheng, thus becoming the target for the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. To protect Tai Bai Yunsheng's life, Giant Sun's Will chose to forcefully resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. How could this happen? Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng was brought into 88 True Yong building. How on earth does he deserve such assistance from old ancestor? This is a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity we are talking about. They are extremely dangerous to True Yong building. Everyone looked on with stupefied and shocked gazes. Under the presence of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, using GU worms was asking to suffer backlash. 88 True Yong building was a rank 8 immortal GU house. In its essence, it was an integrated body of many immortal GU and countless mortal GU. And now, it was forcefully resisting the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The pressure on it was already enormous. And because of the force of the backlash, the coordination between the GU worms had been affected. It was clear, this was by no means a wise course of action. However, Tai Bai Yunsheng had become a crucial key in the fight between Giant Sun's Will and Frost Jade Peacock. Giant Sun's Will, forced by the situation, could only settle for such a method. Inside 88 True Yong building, Frost Jade Peacock rapidly moved its wings, continuously dodging in between the gigantic trees. 5 immortal GU, with all kinds of flaming tails trailing after them, were pursuing and obstructing it. Frost Jade Peacock was not willing to be sealed again and used all its strength to run away. Gradually it lost its head and was unable to take the exact path, crashing into countless giant trees on the way. Under Giant Sun's Will's control, True Yong building was a natural cage that could utilize the strength of any round, while Frost Jade Peacock was the bird in the cage. The giant trees turned into treemen, opening their arms to block it. Caw! Frost Jade Peacock screamed shrilly as it suffered damage. It tore apart the defense line of 3 old treemen, but its speed lowered greatly by this, and was caught up by a metal path immortal GU from behind. A golden stream of light rapidly flowed on its body. The golden light condensed into a thick golden shell wherever it touched, firmly covering Frost Jade Peacock. Frost Jade Peacock sensed it could not budge in any areas covered by the golden light. It was instantly startled and furious. It hurriedly flapped its wings to increase its speed again. But the next moment, it was attacked by the second immortal GU. An intense sleepiness invaded its mind, causing its eyes to turn hazy as it felt an intense urge to sleep. It crashed down head first onto the ground, unable to fly any longer. It had a premonition that its fate was to be sealed again. 2 rows of tears filled with grief and indignance involuntarily fell down from its eyes. Don't even think, Frost Jade Peacock mumbled to itself, trying to use all its remaining strength to resist. Although there was still the remaining power of immortal GU Gruel Mud on its body, the 2 immortal GU sealing it again were not restrained by Gruel Mud. Even if I die, I won't let you prevail. Frost Jade Peacock gave off an intense suicidal will, and disregarding everything, it drew out the foundation of Imperial Court Blessed Land, Heaven and Earth Chi, to intensify the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. And it was rapidly weakening. Imperial Court Blessed Land was born from a space path GU immortal, thus the Blessed Land's territory was vast, far surpassing any at an equivalent level. Later, it was developed by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, becoming a top-notch blessed land and also obtaining the ability to transit between day and night. It could be said to be at the doorstep of transforming into a grotto heaven. If it could swallow the time path GU Immortal Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture, space and time could converge, which was the greatest supplement to Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was extremely likely for there to be a qualitative change which could allow Imperial Court Blessed Land to advance to a grotto heaven. If that happened, Frost Jade Peacock could break apart most of the arrangements of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Although it could not suppress 88 True Yong building, it would have the power to expel it out of the Blessed Land. However, Giant Sun's will was truly too resolute and would rather suffer the damage from the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity to protect Tai Bai Yunsheng's life. Frost Jade Peacock was only an obsession left behind after a GU Immortal's death. How could it scheme against Giant Sun's will? But it was also because of its obsession, it was brave and unyielding. On the verge of being sealed again, it would rather be exterminated, and disregarding the consequences, it drew out large amounts of heaven and earth chi from Imperial Court-blessed land. These heaven and earth chi were like adding fuel to the fire. As they assimilated into the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, the sky rumbled with lightning, the chaotic lightning balls immediately expanded tenfold in quantity, and the restraining smoke had even more changes, its body inflated and its dark color turned even deeper. Crack crack crack, lightning balls rained down like a storm, fiercely striking 88 Truyong building. Bursts of explosions sounded out, 88 Truyong building became filled with scars, the eaves of the tower collapsed piece by piece, and a crack even appeared on the outer wall. Restraining smoke turned into an even bigger problem, becoming a deadly smoke calamity. It was much more powerful and seeped everywhere on 88 Truyong building's surface, gradually dyeing it black. The pitch-black walls of the building seemed to have eroded for 1,000 years, as they started to peel off. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity have become stronger. This is too terrifying. Retreat, retreat. What is happening? Even the wind and snow from the outside world are pouring in. Everyone started shouting in shock. Frost Jade Peacock extracted large amounts of heaven and earth chi, injuring Imperial Court-blessed land's foundation. If Imperial Court-blessed land was originally a strong house, now the tiles and bricks were taken out, only leaving behind the framework of the house. This caused countless holes to appear in it, connecting to the outside world. And the outside world of Northern Plains was currently experiencing the blizzard of every 10 years. Divert Disaster GU was dormant, causing Imperial Court-blessed land to suffer the invasion of the blizzard calamity as well. Imperial Court-blessed land was no longer a refuge. Large amounts of wind and snow poured in, the temperature quickly dropped as the heavy snowfall flew inside. Although it had not reached the level of forming snow monsters, it was not too far away. Little Sparrow, look at what a big mess you have caused. Giant Suns will shout it in annoyance. Blessed lands and grotto heavens would attract all sizes of calamities and tribulations in every set interval of time. The larger their fortune, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. The great snow disaster that wreaked havoc over the whole of Northern Plains every 10 years was actually the calamity and tribulation of Imperial Court-blessed land. Imperial Court-blessed land had 88 Truyong building and was also a peak-level blessed land with territory that was at the size of a small world. The fortune it contained was gigantic, thus the calamities and tribulations it attracted were extremely terrifying. Right now, Divert Disaster GU was hibernating, while Imperial Court-blessed land had connected outside to Northern Plains, causing the once-in-10 years blizzard to return into it. 88 Truyong building could forcibly resist the frenzied attacks of lightning balls, the invasion of the black smoke, but it was unable to contend against the blizzard that could wreak havoc over the whole of Northern Plains. If this situation continued, Imperial Court-blessed land would erode and crumble apart due to the snow disaster. Frost Jade Peacock did not need 88 Truyong building, but 88 Truyong building needed Imperial Court-blessed land. There was one way to salvage this situation. That was to use Divert Disaster GU to eliminate heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities and turn them into heaven chi and earth chi. Making Imperial Court-blessed land take in these heaven and earth chi to stabilize its foundation, and close the connection with the outside world of Northern Plains. Giant Suns could take the risk in forcibly activating Divert Disaster GU. But to make Imperial Court-blessed land take in heaven and earth chi required Frost Jade Peacock's cooperation. Asking this little sparrow to cooperate is simply an impossible dream. Even if it was Giant Sun's will, this was a difficult problem. He helplessly thought of the only way, unless Frost Jade Peacock acknowledges a pair of new owners. Giant Sun's did not know that Tai Bai Yunsheng's Immortal aperture contained landscape as before Immortal GU which could conveniently deal with this trouble. He thought of another Immortal GU he had, False Emotion Fake Will GU. The condition for Frost Jade Peacock to acknowledge its owner was a couple who had true love for each other. However, nothing was absolute, even the land spirit could be hoodwinked. Giant Sun's knew as long as he found two candidates to use False Emotion Fake Will GU on, he could hoodwink the land spirit and make Frost Jade Peacock recognize new owners. Once Frost Jade Peacock was controlled, each problem could be easily resolved. Moreover, this method was very favorable to Giant Sun's will. If a couple who had true love for each other became the owners of Imperial Court-blessed land, What would Giant Sun's will do if this couple did not obey his commands? Instead of that, he would hold on to the initiative if he found two unconnected people to use false emotion fake will GU on and satisfy the requirement to become the owners. Because false emotion fake will GU contained Giant Sun's will, false emotion fake will GU was subjected to Giant Sun's will's control. Even if the two unconnected people were disloyal in the future, as long as Giant Sun's will still held false emotion fake will GU, at worst, he could once again select two new candidates. Little Sparrow, you are a long way from being able to fight with me. Giant Sun's will was shrewd and wise, inheriting some of the main body's intelligence. The seemingly desperate situation could not hold him back. With just some thinking, he thought of a way to resolve it. He immediately mobilized 88 True Yong Building's strength to inspect the candidates. Right now in Imperial Court Blessed Land, everyone was running away from danger here and there, with many casualties appearing. The situation was quickly worsening. It was so cold that one spit could instantly freeze into a piece of ice. The majestic blizzard was pouring in without any pause. Tall and formidable snow monsters started standing up from the depths of the snow, selecting targets to devour. But this did not pose any difficulty for Giant Sun's will. 88 True Yong Building could plunder resources from the whole of Northern Plains, let alone two people that were right in front of it. These two people would naturally be those with Giant Sun's bloodline. Giant Sun's will soon selected two candidates who satisfied it. He Lu Lan's vision rapidly changed. He was at rank 5 peak stage, but he did not even have the strength to resist as he was absorbed into True Yong Building. Ah, save me. Not far away, Ma Hongyun was still running frantically and did not realize the changes in his surroundings. He bumped headfirst into a giant tree in front. Don't tell me this kid was running with his eyes closed. He Lu Lan was speechless. Chapter 613, Identity Exposed. Painful, painful. Ma Hongyun rubbed his forehead that had turned red, pouting as he got up from the floor. What is this place? He discovered that the blizzard had vanished without a trace. He was surrounded by a spring-like warmth. It was not a world of ice and snow, instead it was a vast ancient forest. Around him were gigantic ancient trees, hundreds of meters tall, so thick that even a dozen adults joining hands could not surround it. The ancient trees were very tall, and their lush leaves covered the sky. Rays of sunlight penetrated through the small gaps, forming a tranquil scene under the shade. Compared to the outside world, this was practically a paradise. You are in the center of 88 True Yong Building. A voice suddenly echoed within Ma Hongyun and He Lu Lan's ears. Who is this? He Lu Lan's pupils contracted. Ma Hongyun cried out in fear. Ghost. He panicked and subconsciously ran to the side of He Lu Lan. Ghost. I am no ghost. If I could become a ghost, my affairs would be much easier to settle. Unfortunately I am merely a remnant will, inferior to even a ghost. Giant Sun's will gave a sigh, and suddenly in midair, golden speckles of light appeared. These speckles of light rotated slowly and suddenly condensed, transforming into an imposing body of light and shadow, similar in appearance to Giant Sun. Ah, you are, Ma Hongyun stammered, his finger pointing towards the will of Giant Sun in endless shock. He Lu Lan's pupils contracted. As the head of He tribe, he knew a lot. His complexion turned solemn and respectful. Placing his hands on his chest, he spoke dutifully. Descendant pays respect to ancestor Giant Sun. Giant Sun sighed once again, and said, I know the two of you are feeling confusion within your hearts. To make a long story short, this man broke into True Yong Building, undid the seal on the Frost Jade Peacock Land Spirit, and thus put Imperial Court Blessed Land on the brink of crisis. As he said that, the golden speckles condensed into the image of Chongshan Yin. Ah, it's Lord Wolf King. Ma Hongyun immediately recognized. It was actually him. He Lu Lan also could not help but cry out. But Giant Sun's will immediately continued. What you see is not his genuine appearance. As he spoke, the image of Chongshan Yin changed, gradually turning into Fang Yuan's true appearance. This is the true face of that person. Giant Sun's will spoke. Fang Yuan disguised himself as Chongshan Yin using the human skin GU. This GU was a mortal GU. It was able to deceive people like He Lu Lan, but it failed to deceive Giant Sun's will. Even though when Fang Yuan explored the true inheritance secluded domain in secret, Giant Sun's will was asleep. But within the 88 True Yong Building, there were many GU worms that had recorded his actions. Seeing the true face of Fang Yuan, He Lu Lan and Ma Hongyun were unable to recognize him. So it turned out that this Xianxia Yin was merely a fake. To actually infiltrate Imperial Court Blessed Land, he is extremely daring. He Lu Lan let out a cold snort, sensing such a huge conspiracy, he could not help but be both startled and furious at once. He not only has guts, but he had also made ample preparations. Looking at the 2 methods he used to scheme against me, these are not something that one can accomplish on their own, there surely must be a larger force backing him. You 2 are my descendants, True Yong Building has been infiltrated by outsiders and is in deep trouble, I now need your strength. Giant Sons will spoke. He Lu Lan and Ma Hong Yun glanced at each other, both expressing their desire to cooperate with Giant Sons will. Giant Sons will spoke concisely, in a short period of time, he was able to give a clear explanation. So it was like this. He Lu Lan came to a realization, and was now able to understand why True Yong Building helped Tai Bai Yun Sheng. His heart jumped. Giant Sun's will's idea was for him to become Imperial Court Blessed Land's owner, that involved tremendous benefits. Imperial Court Blessed Land's ownership condition is special, the Blessed Land actually requires 2 owners. No wonder back then, when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable set up the sacred palace, he made it so that his Empress could stay in it. He loved his Empress very much, now it seems that the Empress also had half the ownership of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Using false emotion fake will GU to deceive the land spirit, this is quite a good idea. But this kid, how could he be selected to become Imperial Court Blessed Land's owner alongside me? He Lu Lan's eyes sparkled, shooting a glance toward Ma Hong Yun, concealing his deep disdain. Could it be that ancestor Giant Sun thinks that he is an easier pawn to control? He Lu Lan's gaze trembled, with Giant Sun's will present, he did not dare to do anything reckless. Differing from He Lu Lan, Ma Hong Yun suddenly remembered something and shouted, "Wait a moment. Lady Xiao Yun and my wife Xiao Li are still outside, I do not want to be the owner of the Blessed Land, quickly let me out, I need to save them." Lady Xiao Yun naturally referred to Zhao Lian Yun. His wife Xiao Li was Chong Li. Originally, Chong Biao, in order to coax Ma Yingjia, allowed his adopted daughter Chong Li to be married off to Ma Hong Yun, consequently turning her into Ma Hong Yun's wife. Giant Sons will seem to have taken a fancy to Ma Hong Yun, he laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha, caring for beautiful women, you are truly my descendant. Boy, once you become the owner of this blessed land, this will become your domain. Then, you will be able to have all the women you desire." Ma Hong Yun stared blankly, before quickly shouting, "No, it's very dangerous outside, I have to go and save them both. No matter what this affair is, we can discuss it later. Release me outside, quickly let me go. Foolish boy, relying on your own strength, you can barely defend yourself, how can you defend other people?" Giant Sons will laughed, "Be obedient and stay here, cooperate and become the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. I will be the one to save your women." Giant Sons will moved rapidly without delay, starting to act the moment he finished speaking. Great numbers of GU masters were in the True Yong Building, and almost all of them were Giant Sons' descendants. These were his descendants. 88 True Yong Building was built for their sake, as an inheritance for his descendants. Naturally, not all of his descendants had the aptitude to become GU masters, Giant Sons will had not made a move to save those. Fang Yuan had a panoramic view of this scene. Giant Sons will made a move, this time, many people were taken into the building. Within his mind, Mo Yao's will spoke. Fang Yuan sat still on the back of an azure wolf king, floating at a high altitude in the sky, gazing at the distant sacred palace. But it was a huge distance away from his original location. The power of the calamities and tribulations. Getting more fearsome, Fang Yuan, in order to avoid the disaster, could only retreat. In the surroundings of the sacred palace, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities continued to increase in power, the area was already extremely dangerous. This Frost Jade Peacock was putting in a last-ditch attempt, even the once-in-10 years blizzard of the northern plains was attracted over. Now the sacred palace had mostly been destroyed, the broken walls scattered in the wind, its former splendor nowhere to be seen. 88 True Yong Building was in a terrible state, it was wrapped in layers of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Inside it were the chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke, while outside was the raging blizzard that was getting stronger. Giant Sun's will has already awakened, he definitely wants you dead, it's a blessing that he isn't targeting you now, he absolutely won't come and save us. We should retreat and return to Water Pavilion. Within Water Pavilion, there is some immortal essence that I have left behind in the past, you can use them to move the GU house. You can return to Central Continent, and when you return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House, you will receive more benefits than you can imagine, there is no need for you to take a risk here. Within his mind, Mo Yao continued to coax him. Things had already progressed this far, the entire Imperial Court blessed land had been affected, Giant Sun's will had already awakened, Water Pavilion was still hidden, while Truyong Building was suppressed by the heaven tribulations and earthly calamities, it was a great opportunity to retreat. Retreat. Fang Yuan's eyes were cold and detached, his line of sight turning towards the Glass Owner token in his hands as he sneered softly. He gripped the Glass Owner token tightly. This was a crucial trump card he had not expended yet. Central Continent GU Immortals left behind 3 methods to deal with Giant Sun's will. The first was the GU formation of Special Will GU, effective in dealing with Giant Sun's will. The second method was a sealing GU formation, which could temporarily seal the yellow apricot immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. The third method was even more hidden but had greater power, it could temporarily expel Giant Sun's will from the Truyong Building. The Glass Owner token was the key to all 3 of these methods. Now, both the first and second methods were already used, only the third method was left. But this third method was much stronger compared with the first 2 methods, it could be said to be a trump card. Especially at this moment, 88 Truyong Building was wrapped in heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Once Giant Sun's will gets temporarily separated from the building, he would definitely suffer the fearsome attack of the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Mo Yao's plan was indeed mature and stable, but great risks come with great rewards. Meanwhile, in Truyong Building, Chong Li and Zhao Lian Yun were brought into the building by Giant Sun's will, appearing in front of Ma Hong Yun. Lady Xiao Yun, my wife Xiao Li. Ma Hong Yun was jubilant, and dashed towards them. Husband. Chong Li was happy to have escaped danger, and threw herself into Ma Hong Yun's arms. Zhao Lian Yun also moved quickly towards Ma Hong Yun's side, her face also full of joy from having returned from death's door. She lightly kicked Ma Hong Yun's leg. Foolish kid, unexpectedly, you were useful for once. Ha ha ha, it's only natural. Ma Hong Yun loosened his hug and cordially looked towards Giant Sun's will floating in midair, and expressed his gratitude, thank you, old ancestor. Just as he said that, suddenly, a violent tremor occurred. For a moment, the entire forest shook. What's going on? Chong Li and Zhao Lian Yun both turned pale. All right, enough nonsense, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities are getting more and more severe. Eventually, even 88 Truyong Building will no longer be able to resist. You must become Imperial Court blessed lands owners as soon as possible. The complexion of Giant Sun's wills changed as he spoke. A group of large treemen moved slowly, each footstep they took sounding like thunder. The treemen lowered their waists, opening their branch-like palms, revealing the giant immobilized peacock. This is the land spirit of Imperial Court blessed land, Frost Jade Peacock. Giant Sun's will introduced, while at the same time, false emotion fake will GU flew towards the Frost Jade Peacock. He Lu Lan and Ma Hong Yun stood before the Frost Jade Peacock, as the false emotion fake will GU let out a yellow light that resembled a fog, gradually enshrouding He Lu Lan, Ma Hong Yun and the Frost Jade Peacock. Chapter 614, Otherworldly Demon. Listen to my instructions. Hold your breath, be calm, be relaxed, and discard any superfluous thoughts, Giant Sun's will spoke in a pensive tone. He Lu Lan closed his eyes and slowed his breathing. Zhao Lian Yun and Chong Li stood to the sides and did not dare to speak. A light breeze blew, and the tree leaves rustled, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Ma Hong Yun looked left and right. Suddenly seeing the Frost Jade Peacock, he was amazed, shouting, "Look quickly, the peacock is alive," it actually shed tears. The tranquil atmosphere was disrupted, and the voice of Giant Sun's will stopped. He Lu Lan held his irritation, and angrily opened his eyes. He berated, "Nonsense, of course the land spirit is alive. When the land spirit dies, the blessed land will be finished as well. Why do you care if it is shedding tears or not? Quickly follow the instructions." Oh, so, it's like this, my bad, my bad. Ma Hong Yun was shocked by the Black Tyrant's anger, he nodded quickly. Concentrate, clear your mind, don't think excessively, this is the best way to display false emotion fake will goose power to its limit. Giant Sun's will continued to instruct. He Lu Lan closed both of his eyes and breathed gently, a light breeze blew, bringing with it the sweet fragrance of vegetation. Wait a moment, wait a moment. Ma Hongyun suddenly screamed. You despicable fellow, are you courting death? He Lu Lan clenched his fist, an immense rage was building in his heart, he was outraged and anxious. Old ancestor, I am a man, he is also a man. Creating feelings between the two of us, I am unable to accept it. Ma Hongyun was afraid of He Lu Lan's terrifying aura, he whispered while being on guard against He Lu Lan, pleading with Giant Sun's will. You scoundrel! He Lu Lan gnashed his teeth and clenched his fist until they made cracking noises, his eyes revealing an ominous glint. Were it not for Giant Sun's will being right by his side, according to his brutal nature, he would have already sent a punch over, blowing Ma Hongyun's brains out. Idiot! Saving the blessed land is the most urgent matter right now. So what if you're both men? Just be free and relax, there will not be a problem. I will always support you. Zhao Lianyun called out, she was fearful of He Lu Lan, yet simultaneously her eyes showed some unexplainable excitement. That's right, husband, look at the big picture, I do not mind it, Chong Li spoke softly in agreement. Ma Hongyun rolled his eyes and shouted, hey, this does not involve you so you can talk about it casually. Old ancestor, I have an idea, how about you let me and my wife do it? Our love is genuine and sincere, you can even save up on using the false emotion fake will GU. Ma Hongyun was straightforward, not giving much thought to the complex circumstances. As far as Giant Sun's will was concerned, not using false emotion fake will GU was out of the question. He Lu Lan's killing intent burst out, Ma Hongyun's proposal greatly encroached on his benefits, his anger was about to explode, almost reaching his limit, but he did not dare to attack in the presence of Giant Sun's will, he did not dare to flare up. As expected, Giant Sun's will rejected Ma Hongyun's proposal. Boy, you are too young, true love, is it so easy to find? When calamity strikes, all the birds fly in different directions, human couples are also the same. Do you think this young lady truly loves you? He. The words of Giant Sun's will made Chong Li's complexion pale. Indeed, Chong Li had never sincerely loved Ma Hongyun. Originally, she was looked upon as a political bargaining chip by Chong Biao and delivered to Ma tribe, intended to be used to form good bonds with Ma Yingjia, but in the end, Chong Biao died, and Chong Li lost her backing. She could only accept her fate and stay by Ma Hongyun's side. Fortunately, Ma Hongyun could cultivate to rank 3, becoming a Ma tribe elder. The resources he had available to him were incomparable to before, and as he also had Ma Yingjia's trust, he could provide Chong Li with a good life. Ma Hongyun was to become one of imperial court-blessed land's owners, and since he was close to Chong Li and Zhao Lianyun, Giant Sun's will began to investigate them. His investigative method was simple, direct, and effective. He separated a portion of his will, and ventured into Chong Li and Zhao Lianyun's minds, looking over their memories and thoughts. With True Yong Building's support, along with the method of an immortal venerable, Chong Li and Zhao Lianyun were not even aware that, at this time, each of their secrets were rapidly being learned by Giant Sun's will. Old ancestor, what do you mean? Ma Hongyun pursed his eyebrows, he was foolish and brazen, while He Lu Lan did not dare to offend Giant Sun's will, he dared to ask a direct question. Giant Sun's will laughed. You are indeed a fool, boy. Your mind isn't that sharp, but it is excusable. I will now give you a lesson. This little wife of yours approached you with an ulterior motive, her adoptive father deliberately ordered her to come. Even your heroic action of saving this beauty was merely a show. Chong Li's complexion immediately turned deathly pale and she trembled from head to toe. He Lu Lan was indifferent, he was already accustomed to these dirty political games. How could that be? Ma Hongyun's eyes widened, unable to believe this. Giant Sun's will then said, and there is also your little female companion, called Zhao Lianyun. She had matured young and gained some wisdom, she was forced by circumstances to had no choice but to be with you. From the very beginning she had looked down on you, only wanting to protect herself. Of course, now that you have grown stronger, she has gradually become dependent on you. Zhao Lianyun's heart went cold, her thoughts were exposed on the spot, making her feel extremely unpleasant, as if the clothes on her body had been forcibly stripped off by someone. But facing Giant Sun's will, she did not dare to refute anything. She wasn't a normal child, she was a transmigrator. The suffering she had experienced in this life had made her aware of the mystery and cruelty of this world. Suddenly, Giant Sun's will's words came to a stop, and his image in the air showed an expression of shock and fear with his eyes wide open. To think, To think that. Giant Sun's will's tone changed abruptly. He stared at Zhao Lianyun with a hateful gaze, causing her to take a few steps back in fear. To think that you are an otherworldly demon. You are actually lurking by Ma Hongyun's side. He, you have such guts, you are really daring. Unfortunately, you met me. Giant Sun's will exuded a strong killing intent. Otherworldly demon, what is that? He Lu Lan was astonished, as it was his first time hearing this term despite his status and experience. He looked at Zhao Lianyun but could not see anything extraordinary about her. Old ancestor, what are you trying to do? Ma Hongyun, no matter how stupid, could recognize something was wrong. He sprinted to the front of Zhao Lianyun, spreading both of his arms, protecting her behind his body. Boy, you want to protect an otherworldly demon? Giant Sun's will raised his tone, his expression becoming ice cold. What otherworldly demon? I don't know any otherworldly demon. I only know she is Lady Xiaoyun. Without her help, I would likely have been killed already. Ma Hongyun tried his best to defend Zhao Lianyun. Giant Sun's will shook his head and sneered. He had no interest in explaining, yet for some reason, he had to explain. Killed. Boy, you are a person destined to become a GU immortal. Had she not helped you, there would definitely have been others who would have given you assistance. Otherworldly demons are enemies of the entire world. They are a huge menace. If we let them grow, the consequences would be unthinkable. In the past, there was an otherworldly demon who managed to grow successfully. The 5 regions were almost destroyed as a result. He Lu Lan's eyes widened. The words of Giant Sun's will were too sensational. Listening to his words, it seemed as if the otherworldly demons could rival rank 9 venerables. How was it possible? But the one who said these words was someone He Lu Lan had no choice but to believe. For a moment, He Lu Lan looked Zhao Lianyun in the eyes, killing intent emerging. No, Lady Xiaoyun is innocent, you must not harm her. Ma Hongyun was extremely determined. He wholeheartedly wanted to protect Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun was stunned. She looked towards Ma Hongyun's lonely and powerless back, her eyes glistening with tears. She did not know what bullshit otherworldly demons were, but could surmise that perhaps it was related to her own transmigration. She forced herself to wipe her tears, the corners of her lips raising into a determined arc. Since Ma Hongyun wholeheartedly defended her, disregarding his own life, she consequently must not implicate Ma Hongyun. She took a step forward, stopping in front of Ma Hongyun. She looked at Giant Sun's will, speaking resoundingly, "You want to take my life, come and take it." Good. Giant Sun's will had a ferocious smile, killing intent boiling with no trace of sympathy. He was a huge will congealed by special will GU. The difference between special wills and other wills were that they could be given a special command by the GU master that would be triggered if specific circumstances were met. And Giant Sun's will, during its formation, was given a profound resolve by the main body. If it discovered an otherworldly demon, no matter the circumstances, killing the otherworldly demon must take priority. Giant Sun's will had to kill Zhao Lianyun. To have been able to restrain himself until now was already really remarkable. No. Ma Hongyun saw the situation going south. He shouted out in a moment of desperation, extending both his arms and hugged Zhao Lianyun within his bosom. Otherworldly demon, you deserve to die without pity. Giant Sun's will sneered, and started to make his move. Yet the next moment, his expression became rigid, and shortly after he faced towards the sky and bellowed, "Damn it!" The roaring voice suddenly came to a spontaneous end, and the image of the will abruptly disappeared in midair. Giant Sun's will could sense a formidable, hard-to-resist force that pulled it outside of the 88 True Yong building. What happened? No matter if it was He Lu Lan or Ma Hongyun, both stared blankly at the spot, surprised by the turn of events. Just a moment ago, Giant Sun's will was still brilliant and mighty. How could he suddenly disappear? Outside the 88 True Yong building, the golden speckles of the majestic will enveloped the entire True Yong building. Large amounts of chaotic lightning balls bombarded in succession. The lightning balls could cause one to sink into confusion and in essence attack wills. Giant Sun's will was restrained by the chaotic lightning balls. In no time the explosions put him in a tough spot. A portion of his will was damaged and destroyed. Meanwhile, the restraining smoke took advantage of the situation, swallowing up the pieces of Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will really was too majestic. Though the outer shell suffered the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, the inner layer desperately tried to enter the building. 88 True Yong building, presided over by Giant Sun's will, was now an empty building. although the structure was intact, the GU worms stopped functioning. Like an army of soldiers suddenly losing their commander-in-chief, they can only rely on their instincts to act. At this moment, 88 True Yong building had become exceptionally fragile. Chapter 615. We are fellow apprentice brothers. You little pest, I will kill you. Giant Sun's will was naturally furious at being subjected to such a scheme once again. A portion of the majestic will was immediately sent flooding towards the distant Fang Yuan. However, this torrential portion of will was weathered down by the chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke in the inner layer, shrinking by 30%. And after being ground down by the outer layer's blizzard, it decreased by another 20%. By the time it approached Fang Yuan, it had already been reduced by more than half. This can only last for about 15 minutes. Fang Yuan turned a blind eye to the rapidly approaching attack. His mind was cool as ice, as he silently estimated the duration of this third method. His thoughts moved while tightly clenching the glass owner token, and the next moment, he teleported inside 88 True Yong building. This was a feature of the glass owner token. Fang Yuan had been able to move in 88 True Yong building without anyone knowing of it. Because of this, he appeared on an ice mountain, causing the torrential will to strike empty air. It was a scene of white. The icy cold wind brushed past his face. Three-eyed snow rabbits, at the size of adult men, with bulging muscles, drilled out from the depths of the snowy land, surrounding Fang Yuan in a few moments. This was the round that Tai Bai Yun Sheng had been transported to in 88 True Yong building. The snow rabbits kept on appearing endlessly, and soon there were tens of thousands of them glaring at Fang Yuan. Just based on close-quarter combat capability, these snow rabbits did not lose to wind wolves or turtleback wolves. Under the environment of ice and snow, their battle strength even surpassed ordinary wolves. The large numbers of wild GU living in their body further increased their ferocity. One had to spend a lot of time and energy to break through their obstruction. But Fang Yuan was in control of the glass owner token and did not need to use such a forceful method. His thoughts moved and the glass owner token gave a faint glimmer. The crowd of snow rabbits suddenly appeared to be at a loss, their killing intent instantly dissipating. Fang Yuan waved his hand and they dispersed in confusion, drilling into the thick snowy ground, and before long, they were gone. Fang Yuan was able to control many floors of True Yong building with the glass owner token. He had intentionally held back before and did not use up the quota completely, saving several uses for later. Right now, he used it and immediately obtained control over this floor. Without the obstruction of Giant Sun's will, he was this round's true controller, and it was very easy for him to disperse these snow rabbits. A glacier split open, revealing a tunnel. The tunnel directly extended down the inner part of the ice mountain. Fang Yuan moved quickly in this tunnel and soon saw Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was sealed inside an ice block, seemingly in a deep sleep. He had been bombarded by chaotic lightning balls when he tried to pass the tribulations before. His mind sunk into chaos and he was not able to think. Thus, he was easily absorbed into the tower by Giant Sun's will. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was not of Giant Sun's bloodline, and moreover was a GU Immortal, therefore he could not be easily controlled. To prevent him from causing trouble and to seize the moment to handle the land spirit, Giant Sun's will took advantage of this to seal him here. With a thought from Fang Yuan, the ice block dissolved and Tai Bai Yun Sheng slowly woke up. Chong Shan Yin. Tai Bai Yun Sheng gradually regained his consciousness. He glanced around and recalled, before gazing at Fang Yuan. Although he found Fang Yuan's cruel way of doing things very repugnant, he was grateful at this moment. You saved me. Fang Yuan arrogantly smiled. If not me, who else could it be? Tai Bai Yun Sheng, do you know you are facing imminent catastrophe? Imminent catastrophe? Tai Bai Yun Sheng's expression changed, but he was a famed character and was not scared by Fang Yuan's frightening words. Instead, he slowly stood up and lightly smiled at Fang Yuan. Please explain. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yun Sheng with indignance and explained. I was ordered by Master to infiltrate into True Yong building and release the seals on the land spirit, to overturn True Yong building and take control of Imperial Court blessed land. Master gave me a glass owner token which can use 3 methods to deal with Giant Sun's will. But something unexpected happened midway. You suddenly advanced to a GU Immortal and it was used by Giant Sun's will to weaken the land spirit, leading to the current peril. Did you think you were favored by Giant Sun's will? HMPH, he was only using you to protect True Yong building. Now that you have lost your value, you were sealed up, and if not for me saving you, you would definitely fall into the control of Giant Sun's will, and end up in extreme misery. What? Tai Bai Yunsheng's brows furrowed as he revealed a bewildered expression. Fang Yuan's words not only contained a lot of information but also were very impactful. Tai Bai Yunsheng stared at Fang Yuan, his gaze flashing with a bright light as his brows furrowed deeper. I had been doubting why I suddenly received the help of Giant Sun's will, but later absorbed into True Yong building and sealed up for no reason. Your words explain everything, but if so, who are you? Why did you save me? You might have released me from imprisonment, but it doesn't mean I will believe you unconditionally. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Who am I? Look carefully. He then took a step back and right in front of Tai Bai Yunsheng, he used a knife to slowly cut his skin starting. From his forehead, a bloodstain extended down to his stomach, following the tip of the knife. What are you? Tai Bai Yunsheng was shocked. Fang Yuan chuckled, he then held the knife behind his head and cut downwards. Using his hands in turn, he cut down a long wound smoothly. The two long wounds soon exuded scarlet blood. An intense pain attacked him, but Fang Yuan's expression did not change. Next, he started slicing at his arms, thighs and other crucial areas. His hand was steady as a rock during the whole process, his expression was indifferent as if the one being cut was not him but someone else, not expressing even a trace of pain. What are you doing? Tai Bai Yunsheng felt a chill down his spine and took a step back, doubts forming in his mind. But the next moment, his pupils shrunk and his shock could not be concealed on his face. He saw Fang Yuan clenching his teeth and peeling his skin off like stripping clothes. His movement was neat and efficient, there was almost not even an inch of skin remaining on his whole body. Like a blood monster, there was only a terrifying human shape with scarlet muscles and snow-white teeth left behind. Next, Fang Yuan activated Healing GU. Under the emerald light, new tender skin started to grow over his body. The skin gradually covered all his body and after the emerald light dispersed, the one before Tai Bai Yunsheng was Fang Yuan with his real appearance. Ah, so you were not Chongshan Yin, but were just disguised as him. You, who are you? Tai Bai Yunsheng might have a benevolent character, but he was not foolish, he immediately realized the truth when he saw this scene. His heart was filled with extreme trepidation. Looking at Fang Yuan in front of him, he saw the appearance of an ordinary youth, but the presence he emitted was beyond ordinary, especially that pair of dark eyes, like an ancient lake with unfathomable depths. He was giving off the intense aura of rank 5 peak stage, his gaze as chilling as a knife's edge. Tai Bai Yunsheng had seen countless people and one look at Fang Yuan told him, the latter was a genius character who was lofty, resolute and did not fear any challenges. Even in all his life, the number of such people Tai Bai Yunsheng had seen could be counted with his fingers. Who am I? Fang Yuan chuckled, the corners of his lips curled up to reveal a smile, his expression was proud and vivid. His burning gaze looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng, his tone serious, containing an earnestness that made people want to subconsciously believe in them. My true name is Fang Yuan, I came to Northern Plains from Central Continent because of an important assignment from Master, we are fellow disciples. Fang Yuan, fellow disciple, shocked and astonished feelings attacked Tai Bai Yunsheng's mind. What do you mean? HMPH, you don't even understand the meaning of fellow disciple. It means my master and your benefactor is the same person, our relation is of fellow apprentices. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed and his tone revealed some impatience. There was no language barrier between Tai Bai Yunsheng and Fang Yuan, he naturally understood the term, but he was not able to accept the great significance of it at this moment. After he heard Fang Yuan's explanation, an image appeared in his mind. It was an image of an old beggar. With disheveled purple-red hair, occasionally he was insane, occasionally he was in a stupor, but when he was clear-headed, his gaze revealed one who had experienced vicissitudes over time and an awe-inspiring aura manifested in him. When he was young, Tai Bai Yunsheng had given the old beggar a bowl of water out of kindness. When the old beggar became clear-headed, he gave Tai Bai Yunsheng 3 GU immortal inheritances. To choose from, the young Tai Bai Yunsheng chose the third inheritance in the end. This was the most profound memory in Tai Bai Yunsheng's life and he had never forgotten it in all his life. Many times, he had recalled the old beggar's image. It was him who saved the lost Tai Bai Yunsheng, pulling Tai Bai Yunsheng from his lowest point. It could even be said the old beggar created Tai Bai Yunsheng. Without the old beggar's help, there would not have been the current Tai Bai Yunsheng. Master, Tai Bai Yunsheng mumbled, he had always regarded the old beggar as his supreme benefactor. His whole body involuntarily trembled. He had tried to scout out the traces of the old beggar, and had never given up on this. But so many years had gone by and he had almost roamed the whole of northern plains without making any progress in his search. The old beggar was mysterious, suddenly appearing before disappearing again. Now when Tai Bai Yunsheng suddenly heard of the news of his benefactor, his heart was filled with excitement, joy, and naturally was even more in disbelief. Listen well. Fang Yuan pointed at Tai Bai Yunsheng and spoke bluntly. Benefactor's name is Purple Mountain True Monarch. Master has 6 great disciples. I, Fang Yuan, am ranked at 5th. I cultivate strength and enslavement path. Both are from GU Immortal inheritances. Purple Mountain True Monarch. Purple Mountain True Monarch. Tai Bai Yunsheng pondered over Fang Yuan's fabricated name like a treasure, his mind involuntarily thinking of the old beggar's disheveled purple hair. Master doesn't care about his appearance and likes to wander around, exploring the unknown. Before I came to Northern Plains, I heard him mention you and how he gave you 3 choices but you chose the most useless time path inheritance. HMPH, if it had been me, I would definitely choose the first inheritance, that fire path inheritance that could burn seas and mountains. It has such extreme power. Fang Yuan's tone was filled with anger, yearning and regret. His expression was sincere and vivid as if this had really happened. Tai Bai Yunsheng's mind shook. He had never mentioned this experience to outsiders. Fang Yuan, however, described the situation back then so accurately. He naturally did not know Fang Yuan had once searched his soul to confirm if he had landscape as before Immortal GU recipe. Then, you are my apprentice brother. Tai Bai Yunsheng's gaze towards Fang Yuan was a whole lot different now. HMPH. Fang Yuan twitched his mouth in dissatisfaction. At most, you can only barely qualify as a disciple in name. Benefactor has actually taken in many disciples, but they cannot be compared to legacy disciples like me. But according to Master's rule, as long as a disciple in name can advance to a GU Immortal, they can become his legacy disciple. According to ranking, you are my, 5th senior brother. Tai Bai Yunsheng's brows slightly furrowed. HMPH, what are you being proud for? It is only because of your GU Immortal identity, that you are ranked ahead of me. Fang Yuan coldly looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng. Wait till I become a GU Immortal, with my enslavement and strength path dual cultivation, I will push you down and I will be your 5th senior brother. But looking at your elderly appearance, you clearly don't have much lifespan. I might not even need to become a GU Immortal, I just have to wait for you to die of old age. Fang Yuan's attitude was extremely rude, even revealing obvious resentment. This was where the brilliance of his plan lied. If he just spoke eloquent words and made a vow, that might not make Tai Bai Yunsheng believe him too much. But it was because his words contained an attitude of rejection and also deep emotions, that made Tai Bai Yunsheng quietly put down his guard and gradually choose to believe him. Tai Bai Yunsheng might be quite old, but his experience paled in comparison to Fang Yuan, who had 500 years of experience in his previous life. Fang Yuan did not openly explain, but using just a few words, he made Tai Bai Yunsheng interpret the whole story himself and see a glance of his master's origin. Tai Bai Yunsheng muttered, "Then, 6th junior brother." Fang Yuan immediately put out his hand. "Don't call me that, I am not close to you. My task had been going smoothly but it was destroyed by you. Do you know how much time Master had spent to make all the arrangements in Imperial Court blessed land? Now, the situation has changed like this, how do I explain it to Master? You can just call me Fang Yuan." Tai Bai Yunsheng was not angry at Fang Yuan's interruption, instead a guilty feeling emerged in his heart. He chuckled and cupped his fists towards Fang Yuan, asking sincerely, "Then, Fang Yuan, things have already reached this point, how should I help you to recoup the losses for Master as much as possible?" Success. Spectacular, this is too spectacular, kid. You are truly insidious, tisk tisk, swindling a GU Immortal to your side using just a few words. Mo Yao had all along been observing this, and at this moment, she could not help revealing herself in Fang Yuan's mind to praise him. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. On the surface, however, he showed an unhappy expression. "Hey, after such a long time, you have finally spoken sense. Master has a discerning eye, he did not nurture a thankless wretch. Knowing to repay kindness is a trait we should have. The situation right now is very bad, the crucial thing is there is not much time left. I have already used the 3rd method Master left behind, you must cooperate with me now. It will all depend on the 2 of us. Please instruct me. Tai Bai Yunsheng bowed. First use this. Fang Yuan grinned and tossed out a 15-year lifespan GU. This. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression changed, an astonished expression appearing on his face at the sight of this lifespan GU. Use it. You may have immortal GU man as before, but that thing expends a lot of immortal essence. I don't want you to suddenly end up dead at the crucial moment. Fang Yuan spoke viciously, with an indifferent expression, but Tai Bai Yunsheng instead felt a warm feeling in his heart. In his previous 500 years of life, Fang Yuan's grasp of the human heart was able to reach to pinnacle after experiencing many trials and hardships. This lifespan GU, my glass owner token, can control only a small number of the rounds. True Yong building only has a single lifespan GU, quickly use it, stop wasting time. But Tai Bai Yunsheng did not use it, he kept it in his pocket. He thought of Gao Yong and Zhu Zai. Until now, he was still feeling guilty. The lifespan GU in his hand had a scent of blood that was very familiar to him. What is going on with you? Fang Yuan acted furious, pretending not to know. There are reasons. Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyelids drooped. He raised his gaze, looking at Fang Yuan with a determined look. All in all, don't worry, I can provide you the greatest assistance. Fang Yuan grabbed onto Tai Bai Yunsheng, gritting his teeth. Bastard, do you know that I disregarded the consequences in using the glass owner token just to obtain this lifespan GU? Tai Bai Yunsheng was silent, his expression was gentle as jade, but he was very determined. Fang Yuan's words made his heart feel great warmth, his last lingering trace of suspicion vanished like smoke. After looking at each other for a while, Fang Yuan seemed to have felt Tai Bai Yunsheng's determination as he retracted his gaze. HMPH, if you did not become a GU immortal and are also a legacy disciple, I would not care if you died. Alright, according to the details of your inheritance and your tribulation performance, you should have the immortal GU landscape as before now, right? Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded. Yes, that is correct. Fang Yuan's eyes shone, his mouth cracked open to show his snow-white teeth. He did not conceal his joy. Very good, come with me. Saying so, a large number of starlight firefly GU flew out of his aperture. Oh, that's right, hold these two for me, put it on your aperture, I cannot bring them along. Fang Yuan tossed casually. Immortal GU. Tai Bai Yunsheng's pupils shrunk. A moment later, Tai Bai Yunsheng and Fang Yuan entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land using the Stargate. Chapter 616. Repairing Dang Hun Mountain. Master, you are finally back. Little Hu Immortal was already waiting before the Stargate, and when Fang Yuan appeared, she immediately jumped towards him and hugged his leg, rubbing it with her cute rosy cheeks. Hee, you have worked hard during these days when I was not here. Fang Yuan smiled warmly and lightly stroked Little Hu Immortal's head. Little Hu Immortal's fox ears shivered slightly, a blissful expression appeared on her face and her snow-white tail started shaking lightly behind her. This is a land spirit. So this is a blessed land. Tai Bai Yunsheng stepped out of the Stargate closely after Fang Yuan, and was startled at seeing Little Hu Immortal. He had heard Little Hu Immortal addressing Fang Yuan as Master. Fang Yuan was only immortal, but he already possessed a blessed land. In history, there were some people who had such fortune. The most famous one was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He had luckily inherited Imperial Court Blessed Land when he was still just immortal. And in his later cultivation journey, Imperial Court Blessed Land was of huge assistance. Haha, this blessed land's name is Hu Immortal Blessed Land. I seized it forcibly from several sects of Central Continent, under Master's order. Fang Yuan proudly replied. Tai Bai Yunsheng's gaze immediately changed. There was a difference between immortal and mortal, but right now, he was looking at Fang Yuan as an equal, asking, I would assume that the process of snatching this blessed land was very dangerous, right? Naturally, even now when I think of it, I still have some lingering fear. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, but in the end, winner takes all, everything is just that simple. I obtained the blessed land, becoming the final winner. The greater the risk, the greater the profits. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded, sighing inwardly, this profit is simply too immense. A blessed land with a land spirit was the immortal aperture of a fallen GU immortal. Possessing such a blessed land was akin to inheriting the GU immortal's immortal aperture and cultivation resources. Simultaneously, the impression of Fang Yuan's audacious nature deepened by another level in Tai Bai Yunsheng's mind. Master, who is he? His aura is strong. Little Hu Immortal sensed Tai Bai Yunsheng brimming with GU immortal aura. She could not help but be tense, gripping on Fang Yuan's pants, appearing somewhat nervous and on guard. Relax, he is on our side, and is here to help us save Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan comforted Little Hu Immortal, take us to Dang Hun Mountain. Little Hu Immortal's eyes brightened upon hearing this. She trusted her master's words unconditionally. She immediately let down her guard and disappeared on the spot, taking Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng with her. The next moment, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng were teleported to the center of the Blessed Land, the location of Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Mountain had already been deformed completely from the corrosion of gruel mud. Only a small mound remained of the lofty Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Palace, which was on Dang Hun Mountain previously, had naturally been destroyed. Master, if you arrived any later, you would not have been able to see Dang Hun Mountain. Little Hu Immortal said with a sorrowful voice. Fang Yuan lightly petted her head, then looked towards Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a smart man, and from this scene along with Fang Yuan's previous words, he could guess Fang Yuan's intention in bringing him here. He nodded towards Fang Yuan, before taking out landscape as before GU from his aperture. Immediately, the surging aura of an immortal GU filled the surroundings. This is, Little Hu Immortal's bright eyes opened wide upon this first encounter with landscape as before GU. Landscape as before GU was like a ladybug, it was the size of a fist and had the color of green jade. Its round shell was engraved with natural patterns, half of the patterns portrayed rivers and lakes that twisted and turned, flowing continuously, while the other half was of mountains and hills, precipitous and overlaid upon one another. Tai Bai Yunsheng gave a soft shout, a bead of green grape immortal essence turned into a stream of light that instantly poured into landscape as before GU. The immortal GU suddenly burst out with green jade light that soared to an extreme height, giving off a radiance that people could not look at intently. The light radiance covered the remaining Dang Hun Mountain. The corrosion of gruel mud on Dang Hun Mountain immediately paused under the illumination of the green light. Immortal GU gruel mud's power was quickly neutralized and then vanquished. The green light gradually dimmed. Tai Bai Yunsheng then threw in another bead of green grape immortal essence. The green light brightened again, covering the devastated Dang Hun Mountain and continually cleansing it. The small mound-sized Dang Hun Mountain started to grow and strengthen at a visible speed under the radiance. Dang Hun Mountain is changing back. Little Hu Immortal clapped her little hands, prancing around happily. But the good scene did not last long. Dang Hun Mountain only recovered by 20% when the green light weakened again. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression changed slightly. What kind of mountain is this? It actually exhausted a green grape immortal essence. He was able to create 36 green grape immortal essence beads in his ascension to GU Immortal. But later, using movement GU crazily to dodge chaotic lightning balls, expended one bead of immortal essence. Then in his own immortal aperture, to resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity after the formation of immortal GU, he had continuously activated landscape as before GU to restore his aperture to its previous condition, spending 3 whole beads on it. Tai Bai Yunsheng had a clear understanding of how precious immortal essence was. Now he had just started to restore Dang Hun Mountain but had used up 2 beads of immortal essence. At this rate, he would have to at least expend 5 to 6 beads of green grape immortal essence. Fang Yuan smiled. Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Mountain. When Tai Bai Yunsheng heard the name, his expression underwent a great change, his eyes opened wide and he spoke with a shocked tone, could it be? It is indeed the one in the legends of Ren Zhu, how could there be another Dang Hun Mountain? Fang Yuan laughed, to think I would actually be able to see the legendary Dang Hun Mountain. This is the sacred land of soul path cultivators that spectral soul demon Venerable had praised endlessly. Tai Bai Yunsheng was extremely moved as he kept on exclaiming in admiration. It was the first time even for him to witness a thing of such legend. When he glanced at Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunsheng's gaze had another subtle change. He did not say anything else but quietly used a 3rd bead of immortal essence to maintain the activation of landscape as before GU. This time, Dang Hun Mountain was restored to 40% before the green light dimmed. Tai Bai Yunsheng used a 4th bead, then a 5th bead and finally a 6th bead before Dang Hun Mountain fully recovered. It is truly Dang Hun Mountain, requiring 6 whole beads of green grape immortal essence to recover completely. Tai Bai Yunsheng mumbled while looking at the tall mountain in front of him. Dang Hun Mountain was magnificently beautiful, ordinary mountains could not even compare to it. It was a pink crystal mountain, emitting an unforgettably dreamy radiance. Master, Danghun Mountain's disease has been treated. Little Hu Immortal's eyes had turned red, sob sob sob. She cried tears of joy, before lowering her head and using her delicate little hands to wipe the tears. Fang Yuan also let out a breath of turbid air when he gazed at Danghun Mountain. Now, the objective for infiltrating into northern plains was finally achieved. So many days and nights of effort, taking risks in the battlefields, disguising, racking his brains to scheme, they were all not in vain. At this moment, a soaring fire burned in Fang Yuan's heart. This burning fire had a name: ambition. Restoring Danghun Mountain could no longer satisfy his appetite. There were still opportunities left in Imperial Court-blessed land. Especially now, Giant Sun's will was expelled out of the tower. 88 Truyong building had become akin to an ownerless object. Even if false emotion fake will GU was an immortal GU and was difficult to capture, Fang Yuan had used his silver tongue to obtain Tai Bai Yunsheng's trust, succeeding in roping in the crucial battle power that could influence the situation. When the time comes, using a GU immortal's will, forcefully refining false emotion fake will GU was not an impossible matter. Let's go, back to northern plains. Fang Yuan came and left just as quickly, with Tai Bai Yunsheng in tow. Before leaving, he handed Burial Soul Toad to Little Hu Immortal. Burial Soul Toad was a storage GU used to store souls. There were souls of humans and beasts, and they had mostly been gathered by Fang Yuan from the battlefields. These would turn into large numbers of guts GU through Danghun Mountain. When they returned to 88 Truyong building, the Starlight Firefly GU supporting the Stargate were already spent by over half. Fang Yuan quickly stored what remained into his aperture. It was extremely difficult to accumulate Starlight Firefly GU. The current amount could only support one more activation of the Stargate. We are back again. Tai Bai Yunsheng was deeply moved. In this trip, he had directly gone from northern plains to central continent and back to northern plains from central continent. It was truly a travel disregarding distance. He felt like he was free to go anywhere in the world. Tai Bai Yunsheng had only heard of whole earth GU and connecting heaven GU in methods that could allow one to connect between blessed lands and grotto heavens. He had never heard of the method Fang Yuan used. Probably only people like Sixth Junior Brother are worthy of such mystical methods. Maybe this was imparted to him by Master. Tai Bai Yunsheng trusted Fang Yuan even more after the trip to Hu Immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan was only immortal at the moment, but he possessed a blessed land. This by itself was sufficient to prove many issues. Danghun Mountain's magnificent scene was even more deeply imprinted in Tai Bai Yunsheng's mind. Seeing is believing. Tai Bai Yunsheng had no choice but to believe it. Fang Yuan first revealed his true appearance, then used lifespan GU, revealing secret information to obtain Tai Bai Yunsheng's trust. Fang Yuan had also resolved the doubt in Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart, why Truyong building had helped him endure the tribulation for no rhyme or reason. Fang Yuan's words and the evidence he showed to Tai Bai Yunsheng were almost all true, except the lies at the crucial points. 9 truths and 1 lie, the lie would eventually become the truth. Especially when this lie involved the deepest secret of Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng had never revealed it to outsiders while Fang Yuan knew it by soul searching. Among all these, the true marvel lied in Fang Yuan grasping Tai Bai Yunsheng's psychology completely. Tai Bai Yunsheng had been feeling extreme guilt after betraying Gao Yong and Zhu Zai. He denied the value of his own existence. Under stimulation, he went through GU Immortal Ascension and even charged towards tribulation, thinking of ending it all. But when he successfully passed the tribulation and became a GU Immortal, he stood at a whole new height, looking at a different scene. His mind came back to life, and after passing the tribulation with much difficulty as well as getting his immortal aperture blessed land, he did not want to die anymore. He wanted to make a fresh start. But he had an unresolved matter tugging his heart. He needed hope, he needed acknowledgement. Tai Bai Yunsheng himself was not aware of this psychological need. But Fang Yuan was aware and gave him this acknowledgement. Fang Yuan's acknowledgement, in a certain way, represented his master's acknowledgement. And Tai Bai Yunsheng respected his benefactor deeply. His master's acknowledgement made him feel there was value in him being alive. A mysterious force and a completely new environment attracted his interest. He had been at the peak of mortals and had experienced all that the mortal world could provide, but in the journey of immortals, he was a child that had just begun to move. The 15-year lifespan GU was in his pocket. He was no longer worried and guilty. He chose to believe Fang Yuan. not only because Fang Yuan explained everything and there were not many pieces of evidence he could contest, but even more importantly. In the very depths of his heart, he wanted to believe in Fang Yuan. Every single person who was cheated, was it because they were stupid? No, it was only because they wanted to believe in it from the depths of their heart. Here, your immortal Gu. Tai Bai Yun Sheng tossed fixed immortal travel and flying bear phantom Gu to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nonchalantly accepted them. This casual attitude towards immortal Gu caused another ripple in Tai Bai Yun Sheng's heart and trust. But he received a great shock when Fang Yuan brought out the glass owner token, as at the next moment, he appeared in another round. Tall and ancient trees were everywhere. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng were within a dense forest. Roars and howls interlinked together, giant trees pulled out their roots and stood up, turning into tall treemen. Within a few moments, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng were surrounded by treemen one after another. Tai Bai Yun Sheng had a grim expression. One treeman was nothing to him, but the number of treemen here was extremely astonishing, and to completely exterminate them would require him to pay a significant price. But the next moment, Fang Yuan lightly waved his glass owner token, and this round immediately became under his control. The treemen stopped moving forward, their killing intent gone as if it was never there. While Tai Bai Yun Sheng was wearing a stupefied expression, Fang Yuan grabbed his arm and directly teleported in front of He Lu Lan and Ma Hong Yun. There was already an enormous change in the situation here. Frost Jade Peacock was half lying on the ground, with Ma Hong Yun and Zhao Lian Yun turtling up under its wings. Surrounding it were layers after layers of treemen unfolding mad attacks. He Lu Lan was fighting nearby with false emotion fake Will Ji resting on his shoulder. He blocked the attacks of the treemen while also launching attacks at Ma Hong Yun and Zhao Lian Yun at the same time. But these attacks were blocked by the light barrier from Frost Jade Peacock before they could even reach their targets. Lord He Lu Lan, you are also being attacked by the treemen. Your situation is the same as ours. We have neither hatred nor grievance between us. Why must you try to kill us? Ma Hong Yun shouted. He Lu Lan snorted. Didn't you hear what old ancestor said? Your girl is an otherworldly demon with a mysterious background and will be a cause of endless disasters. She must be eliminated. Who knows if she and the Chongshan Yin impersonator are on the same side? Old ancestor was about to attack her just earlier, but suddenly disappeared due to some mishap. You have giant sun's bloodline. You are a person of northern plains. You are actually not able to distinguish right and wrong. You dare to shield an otherworldly demon. Ma Hong Yun was furious and immediately retorted. She is not an otherworldly demon that you all claim. She is innocent. Lord He Lu Lan, don't waste your strength in vain. We have already received the land spirit's recognition. With the land spirit with us, you can't kill us. When Giant Sun's will was thrown out of the tower, this round did not have any controller and operated by itself. The treemen treated the land spirit, Ma Hong Yun and others as challengers challenging the round. He Lu Lan wanted to kill Zhao Lian Yun in place of Giant Sun's will. Ma Hong Yun was ready to give up his life to save her, which strongly shook Zhao Lian Yun's heart and she started feeling true love for him. Ma Hong Yun had already treated Zhao Lian Yun with earnest feelings. The two loved each other, and the land spirit acknowledged them as its masters by its own accord. In this dangerous situation, the land spirit raised a defensive barrier around them, protecting them from the fatal attacks of the treemen and He Lu Lan. As for Chong Li, she had already died miserably under the attacks of the treemen. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng appeared on the crown of a treeman, observing the battle situation. Ma Hong Yun, he actually obtained the land spirit's recognition. HMPH, this kid's dogshit luck is truly powerful. Fang Yuan mumbled with a complex expression. You know him. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was somewhat astonished as he had not thought the Grand Fang Yuan would actually recognize this rank 3 initial stage minor character. It is you. He Lu Lan quickly sensed the distant Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng. His eyes opened wide as he swiftly jumped back like he was facing a great enemy. His eyes twitched and his heart had already sunk. Giant Sun's will had suddenly disappeared, and the mysterious man impersonating Chongshan Yin appeared with Gu Immortal Tai Bai Yun Sheng standing beside him, and the two seemed to have a very close relation at that. This was extremely unfavorable to He Lu Lan. Ma Hong Yun, however, did not sense anything. The defensive barrier raised by the land spirit was shrinking constantly as it was attacked by the innumerable treemen. His and Zhao Lian Yun's sight were blocked by the dense amount of trees and leaves. What do we do now? Tai Bai Yun Sheng asked calmly while casting a glance towards the gloomy He Lu Lan. Fang Yuan sneered. We need Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock's strength to topple True Yong building. Frost Jade Peacock might have already recognized its masters, but because Giant Sun's will is not present, the seals on it are not being manipulated and it is barely surviving. Most of its strength had already been sealed again. The defensive barrier is also on the brink of collapse and simply won't be able to block me. I will go kill Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. You go deal with He Lu Lan and seize the false emotion fake will GU. I trust that it won't be a problem with your GU immortal battle strength. Let's move, we don't have much time. Immortal and mortal are vastly different, it is just like a wide chasm separates them. You don't need to worry. Tai Bai Yunsheng lightly smiled, moving elegantly towards He Lu Lan. Fang Yuan directly shot forward towards Ma Hongyun. The surrounding treemen followed him under his control. Such a pity, Ma Hongyun, I originally wanted to use you as a key to control the events of the future. But who told you to block my way? No matter how good your luck is, your death is certain today. The brimming killing intent in his heart surfaced as a malevolent smile on Fang Yuan's face. Chapter 617. The Reason for Overwhelming Fortune. 3 10-meter-tall treemen raised their hammer-like fists as they attacked time and time again, crashing on the light barrier. Frost Jade Peacock cried out sorrowfully. Its huge wings were sealed by gold, only the land spirit's head was still exposed. My masters, I cannot hold on anymore. The land spirit sighed, its long eyelashes trembling slightly. The light barrier was getting weaker, and under the treemen's endless attacks, it was on the brink of collapsing. What was more scary was, Fang Yuan was closing in. Imperial Court Blessed Land was already in bad shape, and the land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, was sealed. The remaining strength of the barrier was not a problem for Fang Yuan, he could break through at any moment. The fatal threat had already arrived, but Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun still had no idea. Even though they could not sense Fang Yuan, the thick aura of death was suffocating them. Zhao Lianyun was silent and did not speak, she hid in Ma Hongyun's arms as she shut her eyes. After all, she was an ordinary woman. Ma Hongyun continually comforted her in a soft voice, even though he felt no hope himself. It's over. Fang Yuan shot out like lightning, stepping on twigs and branches as he entered the innermost layer of the treeman encirclement. But just when he was about to execute the finishing blow, as he was charging, Mo Yao shouted in his head, This aura, wait! Stop quickly, what is it? Fang Yuan's momentum was lost, he stopped at a high area on a tree as he asked in suspicion. Ever since Mo Yao's will entered his head, he had never felt such intense emotions from her before. At this moment, Mo Yao showed herself in Fang Yuan's mind. She had tears all over her face as her slim body was shivering, she was muttering, this aura, there's no mistake, there's absolutely no mistake. This is the aura of fortune rivaling heaven GU. Fortune rivaling heaven GU. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, as he immediately recalled. Mo Yao had researched deeply about 88 True Yong building in her lifetime, taking a huge risk to enter the True Inheritance secluded domain for her lover Bo Qing. Her original motive was to obtain the supreme true inheritance of Luck Path, she wanted to steal the fortune rivaling heaven GU in it. But in the end, she only succeeded. Partially. As she spent a lot of effort and exerted all her strength, she was able to create a crack in the Luck Path true inheritance. However, fortune rivaling heaven GU flew into this crack and vanished into thin air. But Mo Yao did not return empty-handed, she obtained a portion of the Luck Path inheritance's details. Combined with her Refinement Path Grandmaster Foundation, she eventually refined Calamity Beckoning GU. But Calamity Beckoning GU was inferior to Fortune Rivaling Heaven GU. Mo Yao used it to help Bo Qing with his tribulation, and in the end both of them died. Eventually, Fang Yuan found Mo Yao's inheritance and refined Calamity Beckoning GU once again, accepting Mo Yao's request to return the Ranked 7 GU House Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Now, Mo Yao felt the aura of fortune rivaling heaven GU. This was a crucial immortal GU that she had failed to obtain after spending her entire life and putting in immeasurable effort. It was understandable that she had become so agitated and emotional. Fortune rivaling heaven GU's aura is on this lad. I can't believe it. I, Mo Yao, spent my entire life and nearly died in the secluded domain, but eventually the fortune rivaling heaven GU escaped and this mortal lad got it by chance. Is this life? Mo Yao raised her head and sighed, as she laughed and cried, her tone was extremely dejected. Fang Yuan squinted, his eyes glowing with cold light. He asked in his heart, That means fortune rivaling heaven GU is currently on Ma Hongyun. Can you confirm that? Of course, I can never forget the aura of fortune rivaling heaven GU. Mo Yao replied unhesitatingly. She continued and said, fortune rivaling heaven GU is a one-time expenditure rank 8 GU. It is formless and ethereal, being in essence a lump of luck. It is extremely difficult to capture with ordinary methods. Back then, my main body could not capture it, thus it managed to fly away from the scene and vanish without a trace. Even True Yong building could not trap it. It must have escaped to northern plains, roaming until it landed on that lad. So it is a one-time expenditure GU. Fang Yuan was extremely disappointed. Fortune rivaling heaven GU was the greatest treasure in Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path inheritance. It had extremely great value. Fang Yuan was unable to gain benefits in the true inheritance secluded domain, but if he could take fortune rivaling heaven GU away from Ma Hongyun, that would be the best. But unfortunately, fortune rivaling heaven could only be used once before it vanished. Fang Yuan, you have to be careful. Fortune rivaling heaven GU is extremely special. Back then Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had fortuitous encounters endlessly. Time after time he would turn disasters into blessings. He unceasingly had great luck, and he relied on this GU to a great extent. Ma Hongyun is affected by fortune rivaling heaven GU. He is a true child of luck. His luck could be said to be ranked at number 1 in the 5 regions. The luck that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had back then would very possibly be replicated in him. Although luck is formless and ethereal, it is a part of strength and cannot be underestimated. Mo Yao quickly said anxiously, I know what to do. Fang Yuan held in his killing intent, his expression turning cold as he stopped on the tree branch, not attacking abruptly. He looked down from above, at Ma Hongyun and others, allowing the treemen below him to attack. Actually, the two were not too far from each other, but even Frost Jade Peacock did not discover him. This showed how weak the land spirit was right now. It was obvious at one glance that the two sides had great difference in strength. It seemed that victory was in sight, and killing Ma Hongyun was extremely easy. But Fang Yuan did not think so. He was once a GU immortal, his vision surpassed mortals. He understood. These so-called paths, wisdom path, refinement path, metal path, time path and others, they looked like they were combinations of complex series of GU worms gathered together. But in actuality, they were the deciphering of one's understanding towards heaven and earth, towards the mysteries of the universe. Luck path was the same. Based on Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's example, one could see that luck path, even compared to other paths, could more deeply explain the mysteries of heaven and earth in some aspect. Fang Yuan had never looked down on Ma Hongyun, he had always been vigilant towards him. Because his previous life's memories made him understand how high Ma Hongyun's future achievements would be. In his previous life, Ma Hongyun became the pillar of northern plains, the leader that resisted the attack of central continent GU immortals. When Fang Yuan was killed by the barrage of GU immortals, he was still growing and developing. Fang Yuan knew about Ma Hongyun's growth, and now he finally understood the origin of Ma Hongyun's heaven-defying luck. That was, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's greatest achievement in luck path, fortune rivaling heaven GU. And the cause of all this was Mo Yao, who was residing in his mind. Luck did not have any physical form, and it could not be touched, but Fang Yuan knew the ability of this mystical power. No wonder Giant Suns will purposely chose He Lu Lan and Ma Hongyun as the people to become the land spirit's master. He Lu Lan is the strongest person among his bloodline descendants, while Ma Hongyun had fortune rivaling heaven GU. Fang Yuan felt that this situation was troublesome. Although Ma Hongyun was a tiny rank 3 GU master, he had the power of a rank 8 immortal GU protecting him. A rank 8 immortal GU, only inferior to rank 9, such as the wisdom GU and strength GU of legends. It had absurd and unimaginable strength. Anyone who underestimated it would face a pitiful end. Fang Yuan was only a mortal. Back then in the true inheritance secluded domain, he could not even get close to the rank 7 human Qi GU, not to mention the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven GU. Ma Hongyun looked harmless, but in all his experiences, when did he ever suffer a true loss? Every time, he benefited from difficulties and had endless fortuitous encounters. All those who wished to harm or kill him faced a terrible end. Although every time he did not personally take action, but there would always be an external force or accident, along with a series of small coincidences, all of these added together to form a shocking power. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of Giant Sun's will. Earlier, Giant Sun's will wanted to exterminate Zhao Lianyun, but Ma Hongyun protected her with his life. This was as if Giant Sun's will had become an enemy of Ma Hongyun. Just as Giant Sun's will was about to strike, Fang Yuan appeared, pulling out Truyong building and causing the heavenly tribulation to strike him. Even Giant Sun's will fell prey. Fang Yuan looked at this from another angle and was shocked. I have the glass owner token, I can check the situation inside the entire 88 Truyong building. Why did I not strike earlier? Actually, it was completely unintentional. Or maybe, I heard that Zhao Lianyun was an otherworldly demon and wanted to protect her. I was curious and wanted to investigate this. Fang Yuan recalled the scene. Giant Sun's wills was expelled from Truyong building, he could be said to be the culprit. But the timing was too coincidental, it allowed Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun to escape death. If I suddenly attack Ma Hongyun, would I be like Giant Sun's will an outside force intervene, or will an accident occur? Fang Yuan grabbed his glass owner token, considering his plans again. Wait, Fang Yuan thought about it again. What I've heard on this matter was only Mo Yao's statement. It seems to be credible, but what if she lied to me due to some special reason? Fang Yuan suddenly thought of this. Thus, he asked Mo Yao in his heart. Strange, earlier when I used luck inspection GU, I observed the luck of everyone in the sacred palace. If Ma Hongyun had the fortune rivaling heaven GU, why did I not discover it? I could only see that the two with the highest luck were He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Mo Yao seemed to have predicted this question, she immediately answered, what's so strange about this? Fortune rivaling heaven GU is a rank 8 immortal GU, your luck inspection GU is only a rank 5 mortal GU, an investigative GU that can allow a GU master to see luck despite its formlessness. How can a rank 5 investigative GU discover the luck created by a rank 8 immortal GU? If I cannot see it, how can I be sure that Ma Hongyun has fortune rivaling heaven GU's influence on him? Fang Yuan did not relent, he continued asking. Oh Fang Yuan, you are too suspicious. Mo Yao sighed, immediately answering, there is a method to make sure. That is to use investigative GU and check your own luck. Every time you act against the child of luck, because of the mutual influence between luck, your luck will become bad, or even worse. If you do not believe me, you can check it that way. Time was limited, Fang Yuan immediately used luck inspection GU. His vision changed abruptly. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun's luck were rather tiny, they were the same as ordinary people. Meanwhile, there was a massive black luck, almost 300 meters tall, high enough to pierce heaven and earth. Chapter 618. Great Strength True Martial Physique. This black luck aura was so dark that it reached the point of being extremely oppressive. The coffin-shaped aura was tightly covering Fang Yuan. Since an unknown time ago, the black aura on Fang Yuan had become much larger and much deeper. Far away, Tai Bai Yun Sheng and He Lu Lan were engaged in an intense battle. The luck aura of the two were exceptionally clear. Above He Lu Lan was still the azure luck aura that gave a lasting feeling like a towering tree. The luck on Tai Bai Yun Sheng, however, was smaller than before, not even 1/6 of the original amount. It was no longer the bright burning red cloud, instead it was the shade of heavy evening mist that almost looked like a dark cloud. Fang Yuan moved his sight back to above him and started testing like Mo Yao said. Just like Mo Yao said, whenever he thought of attacking Ma Hongyun, the black coffin luck on him enlarged a little and its dark shade seemed to become even gloomier. Fang Yuan, you should leave this troubled place as quickly as possible. The black coffin luck on you right now is too dense and too frightening. Your life is under great threat now. Don't underestimate luck just because it is ethereal, just think of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's unrivaled powers. You are deep in danger right now, the black coffin luck has not worked its magic yet, but the karma will hit you eventually, it is only that the time is not ripe yet. Mo Yao continued to persuade Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan coldly snorted and replied with a resolute will, asking me to retreat. Being scared off by merely bad luck? Hee, how could that be possible? He narrowed his eyes, his lips slightly curled up, revealing his snow-white teeth as he looked down from the cover of the treetop. No matter how bad the luck becomes, it cannot attack me directly. It will need to rely on external influences to kill me. Right now, at this moment, at this place, I want to see who can obstruct me. Killing intent surged and bubbled in Fang Yuan's heart. He believed in the power of luck path, but he believed in himself even more. He needed to kill Ma Hongyun. He had to try. If Fang Yuan cowered just because of luck, would it conform to his style? Ordinary people would feel regret after facing the consequences, but Fang Yuan would not feel any. Have you gone crazy? That is a rank 8 immortal GU. Mo Yao screamed when she felt the dense killing intent in Fang Yuan. He, precisely because the enemy is this strong, the battle would be even more interesting, wouldn't it? Fang Yuan instead laughed freely. Right now, he no longer had short hair of Chongshan Yin, but had long black hair that fluttered freely with the wind, and his countenance revealed a crazed recklessness. He was never against bullying the weak, but even more than that, he had the bravery to fight the strong. How could one obtain a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? If he did not stake it all at this moment, then when should he? Fate teases the turbulent sea, cowardly insects avoid waves and flow along the current. A brave man does not need much wisdom, there is not regret or pain even if his body crumbles. Fang Yuan mumbled before restraining his crazed mood, his expression turning tranquil. Lunatic, you have gone mad, Mo Yao continued to mutter. Right now, Fang Yuan's killing intent had accumulated to the peak. The black coffin luck aura above him subsequently inflated, expanding by 3 times within moments. Let me see who will save you. Fortune rivaling heaven GU, let me look at your might. Fang Yuan made a motion to attack. Boom! An explosion occurred. The majestic wind current it created formed into a strong gale that pressed on from a distance. He Lu Lan was standing unstably, while Tai Bai Yun Sheng got up from the crater, fresh blood flowing from his mouth. He looked at He Lu Lan, who was floating in the air, shock apparent on his face. You are actually... Before he finished his words, He Lu Lan charged at him again. Ground shook and dust surged everywhere. 10 extreme physique. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he muttered the answer in place of Tai Bai Yun Sheng. He had never imagined He Lu Lan to actually have the 10 extreme physique. And from the looks of it, it was extremely likely to be the great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques. Several breaths later, a shadow flew out from the dust. It was Tai Bai Yun Sheng. His hair was a mess, dust covered his face, his chest was caved in till it revealed the deathly white bones. Blood sprayed out like a spring. But a green light soon covered his body and the blood flow immediately stopped. The heavy injuries on his body also quickly recovered. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng had exchanged intel back at Hu Immortal Blessed Land. And he knew Tai Bai Yun Sheng possessed 2 immortal GU, landscape as before GU and man as before GU. However, Tai Bai Yun Sheng was clearly not using the immortal GU man as before, but instead ordinary healing GU. Immortal GU man as before required immortal essence to be activated, and had extremely great effects, but it was not easy to gather immortal essence. Thus, unless as a final resort, GU immortals would not easily use immortal GU. Tai Bai Yun Sheng, you are a grand GU immortal but are afraid of me, immortal. A roar shook the sky and earth. He Lu Lan flew to the sky and started hunting down Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Such an intense 10 extreme aura, terrifying. He Lu Lan not only has the 10 extreme physique, he is also already on the verge of self-detonation. Fang Yuan was able to decipher many details right now. Back then at Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan had relied on Bai Ningbing's northern dark ice soul physique to cross realms and fight a strong enemy, and overturn the situation. Bai Ningbing was only rank 3 back then. As the 10 extreme physique's cultivation increased, the power of their self-detonation would increase sharply by many times. The self-detonation of the rank 5 peak stage He Lu Lan would be beyond compare, so terrifying that even killing GU immortals would not be a problem. Tai Bai Yun Sheng had a bitter expression on his face, with not even the slightest battle intent. Previously, He Lu Lan's 10 extreme physique was sealed by immortal GU dark limit, not leaking out even a trace of its aura. Now that he had torn off the seal, his majestic aura would cause terror to emerge in one's heart. He was now a large human-shaped bomb. Who would dare to approach him? What if he exploded? Tai Bai Yun Sheng had just advanced to a GU immortal. Wouldn't it be injustice if he was killed by the desperate He Lu Lan in his impending death? I had never thought He Lu Lan would actually have great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques. And he has actually managed to grow to this extent. Tai Bai Yun Sheng fled with astonishing speed. He was a flying master and his cloud path GU was also one of the better movement GU. He Lu Lan was hunting him down from behind but could only look helplessly as the distance between them increased further and further. He Lu Lan was furious, suddenly throwing a punch. This punch had terrifying momentum as it directly broke the sound barrier and burst the surrounding air. Following this punch, a fist chi suddenly flew out, forming into a strength path phantom figure. Fang Yuan had also attacked with many beast strength phantoms back in southern border, but the phantom that He Lu Lan summoned was not beast-shaped, instead it was human-shaped. And this human strength phantom was a vivid image of He Lu Lan. The obese body like that of a bear, the jagged snow-white teeth that were like daggers. A pair of triangular eyes which flashed with malevolent glint. It was truly a second He Lu Lan. Even if I combine all the beast strength phantoms I used back at southern border, they might not be the human strength phantoms match. Fang Yuan's eyelids twitched. He had extraordinary judgmental ability and immediately saw the extremely high battle strength that this human strength phantom possessed. It was full of spirituality. Once it was summoned, it could chase the enemy of its own will. This was the strength of rank 5 peak stage great strength true martial physique. Simply terrifying. But how powerful this strength was, Fang Yuan could not estimate it easily. Unless he personally went to battle and experienced it for himself. But he was sure this terrifying battle strength had already surpassed mortal realm. It could even be said that He Lu Lan was currently at a state that was half a step to Gu immortal realm. 10 extreme physique originally broke apart conventions. They were existences that could shatter opponents at the same realm. Back at Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan used the 10 extreme physique to survive an ordeal. But this time, the 10 extreme physique was his enemy. If not for the fact that Gu masters obtain a qualitative improvement in their body's defense when they advance to Gu immortal, Tai Bai Yunsheng would be in greater danger. Tai Bai Yunsheng had advanced to Gu immortal just now. He has yet to accumulate the foundation of a Gu immortal. Moreover, he is a healing Gu master, but has to face against this tyrannical and battle-thirsty enemy like He Lu Lan. For a moment, thoughts shone in Fang Yuan's mind like sparks. The strongest advantage of a Gu immortal over mortals lies in their unlimited primeval essence. But He Lu Lan's main cultivation path is strength path which relies on primeval essence the least among all paths and has the lowest primeval essence consumption. This advantage is thus almost non-existent. There is also He Lu Lan's killer move. It actually went in an innovative new direction, creating such a sentient human strength phantom. In just a short period, he has already created 5 to 6 human strength phantoms. These phantoms are anything but ordinary, filled with spirituality. They actually flanked and blocked Tai Bai Yunsheng's retreat paths. This is truly unimaginable. Unleashing human-shaped phantoms was not a surprising thing. The crucial point was that he could create such intelligent human-shaped phantoms. Moreover, all of these human-shaped phantoms had astonishing strength. The might of their strength and wisdom made even Fang Yuan feel apprehensive. No wonder He Lu Lan died suddenly in my previous life. So it was because he had the 10 extreme physique. Fang Yuan suddenly realized, although he had rebirth, it did not mean he knew everything. Right now, this unexpected twist disrupted his plans. Damn it, Fang Yuan subconsciously tightened his grip on the glass owner token. According to his original plan, he would have gone with Giant Sun's will's train of thoughts, using false emotion fake will Gu to subdue the land spirit and become Imperial Court blessed land's owner. He needed to subdue false emotion fake will Gu first to accomplish this. However, false emotion fake will Gu was one of the ordinary true inheritances and it contained a portion of Giant Sun's will in it. How could a mere mortal like Fang Yuan refine an immortal venerable's will? Only Gu immortal's will had such a possibility. Thereupon, Fang Yuan used his eloquence to dupe Tai Bai Yunsheng into become his ally. It was to make use of his will to refine false emotion fake will Gu. But when he returned to True Yong building, the situation had already changed beyond his expectations. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun obtained Frost Jade Peacock's recognition, becoming Imperial Court blessed land's owners. Frost Jade Peacock's condition for recognizing its masters was a Gu master couple who had to have true love for each other. Ma Hongyun was a rank 3 Gu master, but Zhao Lianyun was still a young girl and had not begun her cultivation journey yet. However, she was still recognized as a master. This showed the condition of Gu master was only speaking of aptitude. As long as the person had the possibility of becoming a Gu master, they could receive recognition. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Zhao Lianyun was a wisdom path Gu immortal. She naturally had strong cultivation aptitude. These small details were not worthy bickering over. In Fang Yuan's opinion, what he needed to do were 2 things. First was seizing false emotion fake will Gu. It was on He Lu Lan, and Fang Yuan had given this task to Tai Bai Yunsheng. Second was killing Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. As long as he killed them, Imperial Court-blessed land would return to a ownerless state. After completely these two matters, Tai Bai Yunsheng could help Fang Yuan to refine false emotion fake will Ji and take control of the land spirit. Even if Giant Sun's will returns then, Fang Yuan had the capital to contend against him. However, right now, none of these two goals were achieved. Chapter 619, The Might of Overwhelming Fortune. He Lu Lan revealed his true trump card, displaying he had one of the 10 extreme physiques and was close to self-detonation. It had shocking battle strength, with him managing to suppress the Gu Immortal Tai Bai Yunsheng, and he was chasing after him. This was quite a shock, but after some consideration, it was nothing strange. If he doesn't defeat He Lu Lan, he would not get false emotion fake will Gu. Without false emotion fake will Gu, how will I subdue the land spirit? Damn it! Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. His plan was ruined. Is this the power of fortune rivaling heaven? The moment I wanted to strike, such an accident occurred. Fang Yuan took a look at Ma Hongyun, his expression turning grim. For some reason, the killing intent in his heart intensified. He crossed his arms, standing high up in the tree as his mouth showed a cold smile. It is getting more interesting, fortune rivaling heaven, HMPH, now that He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yunsheng are fighting. If I really want to kill you, what can you do to resist me? This time, Fang Yuan did not go personally, but instead manipulated the treemen. The treemen at the most inner layer raised their hammer-like fists highly in the air. Under Fang Yuan's manipulation, they slammed down at the same time. With a loud bang, Frost Jade Peacock cried out pitifully as its raised head fell onto the ground. The defensive barrier that it had erected with all its effort was smashed. It turned into golden dust as it quickly vanished into nothingness. Even the last obstacle was removed. The closest treeman took a huge step forward. It stretched out its huge arm as it rapidly grabbed at Ma and Zhao. Zhao Lianyun shouted shrilly, while Ma Hongyun held her in his arms, his back facing the treeman's palm. Die, Fang Yuan muttered, completely ignoring the black coffin luck above his head that was rapidly growing. The treeman's palm was towering over Ma and Zhao. It only needed to squeeze lightly and Ma and Zhao would turn into meat paste. But at this moment, a huge tremor occurred in 88 Truyong building. The entire place was shaking. Scoundrel, you dare to chase me out, quickly accept your death. A loud voice could be heard, piercing heaven and earth, and causing Fang Yuan's eardrums to feel slight pain. Hearing this familiar voice, Ma Hongyun raised his head in joy, saying, "It's old ancestor did not die, he is back again." He Lu Lan expressed joy similarly on his face. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression was pale. If Giant Sun's will returned, 88 Truyong building would display the might of a rank 8 immortal Gu house. It could definitely trap a Gu immortal. This was no joke. How can this be? Even though I spent some time inside Hu immortal blessed land, but 15 minutes was far from over. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to the size of a pin. He was very stunned. He quickly used the glass owner token and checked the situation. Outside 88 Truyong building, there were layers and layers of golden sand-like light particles. That was the colossal Giant Sun's will. He was still growling furiously, as he resisted the assault of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. He constantly exerted pressure and attempted to barge into 88 Truyong building. The Giant Sun's will that is outside did not come in. Then who is this Giant Sun's will here? Where did he come from? Fang Yuan was very perplexed. But this Giant Sun's will that just appeared did not want to give him time to think. Heaven and earth shook. Those which were running, those which were helping Tai Bai Yunsheng, those which were standing in place, those which were trapping Ma Hongyun, all the treemen stopped their actions, standing still like statues. Fang Yuan's face was red, the glass owner token in his hand was hot like fire. Cracks started appearing on the owner token. In just a moment, the glass owner token was on the brink of collapsing. Damn it! Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. This mysterious Giant Sun's will was getting rid of the Central Continent Gu Immortals arrangements rapidly. The third arrangement that Central Continent Gu Immortals made was extremely hidden. It was not easy for Giant Sun's will to find it. But right now, Fang Yuan had completely unleashed it. There was no way to hide it. This mysterious Giant Sun's will found it easily. Once the glass owner token breaks, the third arrangement would lose effect, and the Giant Sun's will outside would be free to enter and exit Truyong building. By that time, even if Giant Sun's will did not use 88 Truyong building, he could easily kill Fang Yuan using his own ability. An unprecedented danger had descended upon Fang Yuan. Don't tell me I need to use Spring-Autumn Cicada. No, the risk of using Spring-Autumn Cicada is too high, I am not at that stage yet. I have to persevere, I can still go on. Fang Yuan growled angrily, he sent his will into the Glass Owner token. The next moment, through the Glass Owner token, his will clashed with the giant sun's will that had appeared out of nowhere. Fang Yuan's body shuddered, he spurted out a mouthful of blood as the will he injected was completely obliterated. His head hurt intensely, like it was going to break apart. His mind suffered a huge blow, as Mo Yao's will screamed continually. Fang Yuan's body shook, he felt dizzy and could not stand. After enduring for a few breaths, he fell from the tall tree branch. Wind blew, as the three closest treemen suddenly stretched out their tree vine hands, grabbing at Fang Yuan with ill intent. Fang Yuan lost the contest. Giant Sun's will had regained control of this round, thus, the treemen also became Fang Yuan's enemies, they would not rest until they killed Fang Yuan. Because of this sudden event, Ma and Zhou escaped death. Under the influence of their will to live, they started escaping blindly among the chaotic tree roots. At the moment of danger, Fang Yuan was barely able to regain awareness. He shouted lightly, injecting his primeval essence into his GU worms, mustering his strength and punching and kicking the large tree hand that was coming for him. After 3 explosive sounds, the fists were shattered as Fang Yuan adjusted his balance in the air, landing hastily. The aftermath of competing against Giant Sun's will remained, his ears were buzzing and his hearing was nearly completely gone. But Fang Yuan had no regret. In fact, he opened his mouth, laughing loudly, excellent. The earlier clash of wills was not elegant in the least, but it not only allowed Fang Yuan to keep his Glass Owner token, he even found out the truth about Giant Sun's will. This newly appeared and mysterious will was not as powerful as expected. He did not expect Fang Yuan to make such a choice either. This will was split into 3, the largest portion of it was dealing with the third arrangement, a small portion was busy fighting for the control rights of this round, while the last portion was victorious in the contest against Fang Yuan through the Glass Owner token. In the end, Fang Yuan's injected will exterminated the victorious Giant Sun's will, and combined with the third arrangement, although his will was wiped out, he successfully caused harm to that large portion of Giant Sun's will. Thus, Giant Sun's will was only left with a small portion that was controlling this round. Giant Sun's will fell into extreme anger, he did not expect this tiny mortal to have the guts to challenge his will directly. He did not expect that this mortal had stored so many wills in his mind either. This was all thanks to Mo Yao honestly. In order to deal with Mo Yao, Fang Yuan stored large amounts of wills in his mind as a backup. He had special will, play will, deliberate will, keep will, hard will and others, he had a variety of many wills. Giant Sun's will greatly underestimated Fang Yuan's capacity, and as he was anxious to save the situation, he was counterattacked by Fang Yuan and in the end, was caught off guard and suffered a great loss. Scoundrel, I will decimate your corpse. Giant Sun's will was angered to his boiling point, he continued to manipulate the treemen to attack. Fang Yuan dodged left and right, using all his effort to heal his injuries. These treemen had thick skin and flesh, even if their branches, arms and legs were broken, they would not die, they had very strong vitality. It was not a good idea to fight them head-on. While he dodged, Fang Yuan's injuries recovered rapidly. He quickly realized that the treemen were not only attacking him, but also Tai Bai Yunsheng and even Ma Hongyun. More accurately, they were attacking Zhao Lian Yun who was beside Ma Hongyun. Ma and Zhao escaped under the pursuit of the treemen, they were in a dangerous situation. They frantically escaped without a goal, but they actually got near to Fang Yuan. Please save us. Ma Hongyun finally saw Fang Yuan, shouting loudly for help. So naive. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, immediately going closer to him. As the two sides got closer, Fang Yuan shouted loudly, Giant Sun's will is trying to kill you, we have a common enemy, come here. Be careful. Zhao Lian Yun who was running showed hesitation and worry. But the current situation was, only Fang Yuan could protect them. They were unable to hold on much longer. If they stayed, they would definitely get killed by the treemen. If they went to Fang Yuan, they at least had a chance of survival. Save, of course we'll save them. Quickly save them. In his mind, Mo Yao's will suddenly shouted. What? Fang Yuan thought he heard wrongly. Mo Yao spoke quickly, do you still not understand? Giant Sun's will is a huge special will, he knows the power of fortune rivaling heaven GU, his intention is not to deal with Ma Hongyun. But when he was first formed, his main body had placed a rule on him, that was to exterminate any otherworldly demon he sees. She's an otherworldly demon, don't tell me you are not interested. But the most important thing is, if you save that Zhao Lian Yun, it will be the best weapon against Giant Sun's will. Since Ma Hong Yun and Zhao Lian Yun are truly in love, they will definitely be enemies with Giant Sun's will. By then, Giant Sun's will would be dealt with using the power of fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Mo Yao's words were very moving. At once, the hidden killing intent that he had towards Ma Hong Yun shrunk. Wait, Ma and Zhao are in grave danger now, they might get squashed or trampled by the treemen at any moment. If I appear now, wouldn't I be saving them? Fang Yuan suddenly thought of this, becoming stunned. Although Ma Hong Yun was rank 3, he was too hard to kill. The first time Fang Yuan's killing intent appeared, He Lu Lan showed his trump card, he unleashed his extreme physique and chased after Tai Bai Yun Sheng. The second time he had killing intent, Giant Sun's will came out of nowhere and gravely injured Fang Yuan. And now, his ears were buzzing and his mind was weakened by at least 30%. Even though he protected the glass owner token and caused harm to Giant Sun's will, he lost control over this round. Now, Fang Yuan had his third wave of killing intent, and Mo Yao was the one who stopped him. But the problem was, she made perfect sense. Even Fang Yuan himself was convinced. The reason Fang Yuan wanted to kill Ma Hong Yun earlier was to change the land spirit's ownership. But now that He Lu Lan showed his true battle strength and protected the false emotion fake will Gu, thus Fang Yuan did not have it. What use was there in killing the two? Don't tell me that this third time, the one stopping me is actually myself. As he was struck by reality, Fang Yuan was tongue-tied. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.